Chapter 161 Evil Spirit. At the lunch table, Jiang Xinyue suggested seriously. You should find a psychic or something to help Wen Yin summon her soul. There might be an evil spirit attached to the diary, so it's best to destroy it as soon as possible. For the first time, Lu Li thought she was quite smart. The diary should be destroyed. But someone was reluctant to do so and only burned the cover and stopped, saying that he heard Wen Yin crying. That was just a trick used by the evil spirit to confuse him. Zhou Yuchu thought the same thing. The two looked at each other and decided to destroy the diary as soon as possible. As for the psychic, there was no one registered on the island, so they could only try their luck. After lunch, Lu Li asked Lin Zixio and others to inquire about the psychic. Anyone who had anything to do with psychic could be brought over. After they left, Lu Li knocked on Wen Xiu's door and took him out of the room on the pretext of talking about business. Zhou Yuchu took the opportunity to enter the room and found the diary. Just as he lit the pages, he suddenly heard the sound of a girl sobbing. Brother Yuchu. It hurt so much. Zhou Yuchu's heart stagnated, and he immediately slapped out the small flame with his hand. I'm sorry, Xianyan. I'm sorry. Lu Li saw the scene with his heavenly eyes, and clenched his fists in anger. It was just a diary. What was Zhou Yuchu idling about? Could it be that he was also confused by the voice? Lu Li suppressed his anger and chatted with Wen Xiu about the problems encountered by the superpower army as if nothing had happened. Wen Xiu saw that he was absent-minded, talked about business for a few words, and then changed the subject. Why don't you talk about the problems you are facing now? Ah? Lu Li was completely out of state and didn't hear what Wen Xiu said. He was checking Zhou Yuchu's situation, seeing that he was staring at the girl on the bed in a daze, completely forgetting his mission. Lu Li wanted to rush over and grab his collar and shake him. Is he crazy? I was buying time outside. But he was in a daze inside. Wen Xiu realized something and turned to walk towards the room. Seeing this, Lu Li caught up with him. Why did you leave? We haven't finished talking yet? Wen Xiu ignored him and went straight to the door. He pushed it open and Zhou Yuchu was inside. He sat on a chair beside the bed, staring at the woman on the bed with his eyes fascinated, holding a diary with a blue cover in his hand. Wen Xiu walked over quickly, snatched the diary, and threw it on the desk. Zhou Yuchu seemed to wake up suddenly from some kind of absent-minded state. The obsession in his eyes disappeared. He looked up at Wen Xiu's questioning eyes. Zhou Yuchu panicked and stood up in a hurry. He remembered that he came to destroy the diary, but for some reason, he stopped just like that. Lu Li saw some clues and asked him, Were you bewitched by the diary just now? Zhou Yuchu nodded slowly. It should be. I stopped when I heard Wen Yin's voice. I don't remember what happened next. Lu Li turned to Wen Xiu and said seriously, This diary should be possessed by an evil spirit. Don't think about keeping it privately. Just let me deal with it. Wen Xiu snorted disdainfully. This is Wen Yin's diary. I will deal with it. Then burn the diary now. No. Wen Xiu looked entangled and said to the two, You go out. I will deal with the diary. Lu Li felt that he had been bewitched by the diary. If he had known that, he should have let Zhou Yuchu find an excuse to take him out and come in to destroy the body. Lu Li left the door angrily. Wen Xiu had better deal with the diary tonight. Otherwise he would do it again. Nearing dinner time, a dozen people who claimed to be able to communicate with spirits gathered in the yard. Both men and women. Lu Li brought them to Wen Xiu's room in batches and asked them to perform the so-called soul summoning. But they all failed without exception. One of the young women said, Although I can't wake her up, I feel that there is an evil spirit in the room. I can help you get rid of her. You only need to pay a bag of rice and a bucket of drinking water as a reward. Lu Li did not nod immediately, but asked her, What kind of evil spirit? The woman closed her eyes and felt it. And her eyes fell on the drawer beside the bed. It is a spirit transformed from a diary. She seems to have her own consciousness. The woman took out a sharp silver knife from her pocket. And before taking action, she turned to Lu Li to confirm. Is the reward I mentioned okay? Lu Li nodded, and saw the woman slowly walk to the drawer, put her fingers on the handle, and with a bang, she quickly opened the drawer and inserted the knife into the diary. In an instant, the painful scream of the girl rang in the room. Brother, save me. I am Yin Yin. Wen Xiu acquiesced to Lu Li's behavior. Otherwise, he would not have allowed the so-called psychic to come into the room. When he heard the miserable voice of the girl, his heart tightened. He stood up and wanted to stop the woman. But Zhou Yuchu grabbed his arm. That's the voice of the evil spirit. Not Wen Yin. Wen Xiyu sat back in his original position, bit his lips, and tried to calm himself down. But the voice kept drilling into his ears, making it impossible for him to think normally. Brother, why didn't you save me? Don't you love me the most? Why didn't you save me? Lu Li was annoyed and walked over to hand the woman a lighter. Is your knife a little blunt? Why don't you burn it directly? The woman shook her head. This is my family's ancestral evil spirit knife, which is specially used to deal with evil spirits. It's useless to burn it with fire, and it can't burn the dead spirit. Lu Li pursed his lips regretfully. Then you continue. The scream lasted for a few minutes and finally calmed down. The woman pulled out the knife and wiped the blood on it. Okay. It's solved. Can I go and get my reward? Yes. Lu Li put down his hand covering his ears and walked out with the woman. There was some rice and drinking water in the cupboard. Lu Li thought that he might need her in the future, so he gave her an extra bag of rice as a gesture of friendship. In the room, Wen Xiyu held Wen Yin's hand tightly, as if drawing strength from it. The screams just now almost made him breathless. He knew clearly that it was not Wen Yin, but he still couldn't control his worries. Zhou Yuchu glanced at the girl lying on the bed, who seemed to be asleep, and felt depressed. The evil spirit in the diary was, to some extent, also a wisp of her consciousness. Perhaps the side she wanted to hide the most. In fact, there was nothing wrong with it. They were not biological siblings. Even if they were, there was no legal and moral constraints now. So who would care? Although Zhou Yuchu felt complicated, he accepted it. As long as Wen Yin woke up, it would be fine. In the next week, Wen Xiyu stayed at home, and the other members of the team took turns to go out, either to train psychics or to go out to find food, while Wen Yin was still in a coma. Jiang Xinyu had told everyone that if they could not wake up from the illusion within a month, they would never wake up again. In the days of the countdown, the yard was particularly dull. Everyone who went out rushed back and quietly stayed in the room. On the 30th day, Lu Li picked a bunch of red roses and put them on the girl's pillow, saying softly, Xiaoyan, we all miss you very much. Don't sleep all the time. Wake up. Okay? But the girl did not respond. She lay quietly on the bed, with a peaceful and gentle sleeping face. Lu Li was a little emotionally broken. He raised his hand to hold her hand, and tears flowed unconsciously. Lin Zixia saw it, and his eyes were a little red. He rubbed his eyes and growled at Lu Li. Don't cry. It's unlucky. Lu Li didn't want to cry, but the tear glands seemed to have their own ideas and couldn't stop. Wen Xiyu cooked the porridge and brought it in, and asked Zhou Yuchu to keep it warm with his supernatural power. When Wen Yin woke up, he could drink it directly. He glanced at someone with red eyes crying, pursed his lips, and finally said nothing. He originally wanted to accompany Wen Yin himself, but now he changed his mind. Wen Yin likes lively occasions, and it would be nice if there were more people in the room. Chapter 162. Remember his height. It was almost noon, and people were coming and going in the room. Ji Yi brought the group of psychics over again and asked them to try to summon the spirit again. Jiang Xinyu found some strange talismans from somewhere, pasted them on the wall, and chanted some inexplicable spells. But the girl still showed no signs of waking up. In the end, only Wen Xiyu, Lu Li, Zhou Yuchu, Lin Zixia, and Ji Yi were left in the room. After a long silence, Lu Li sighed and said, Xiaoyan, when will you come back? Is that dream making you so reluctant to leave? It's not polyandry, is it? If you come back, I can also consider accepting it. Wen Xiyu glanced at him coldly. Shut up. What are you talking about? Yin Yin will wake up. But it's been 30 days. Why hasn't she woken up yet? Lu Li was in a heavy mood, but still held a glimmer of hope. Of course she will wake up. I'm just curious about what she dreamed about, and why she slept for so long. Zhou Yuchu looked at the sleeping girl on the bed, and said in a low voice, It should be a beautiful dream. Her fantasy in her heart has come true. So she is reluctant to wake up. Just as the few people were talking, the girl on the bed seemed to hear something. Her long eyelashes trembled slightly, and her tightly closed eyes moved slightly, as if she was about to wake up in the next moment. Wen Xiyu's face lit up, and he held the girl's hand and gently called her, Yin Yin. The other people also gathered around, staring at the girl's face. She slowly opened her eyes. Her eyes swept around calmly, and the corners of her lips raised slightly. Have I slept for a long time? You look a little haggard. Her eyes and her tone of voice were all the familiar Wen Yin. For a moment, everyone in the room had red eyes. Wen Yin finally woke up from the illusion, and the disappeared rabbit also appeared. Luli brought the rabbit to an empty corner, with the knife in her hand ready to go. But the next moment, she heard the rabbit say, Luli, I am really Wen Yin. If you kill me, you will regret it. Luli stopped, grabbed its ears, and put them in her palm, staring at it and said, Then tell me, how did you become a rabbit? Wen Yin blinked. I don't know about this, but I can prove that I am Wen Yin. Only Wen Yin knows what happened before the supernatural spirit appeared. Right? Luli didn't speak, but signaled her to continue with her eyes. I remember one time. I took you to the space to change clothes. You deliberately didn't wear a top, saying that the size of the clothes was too small. And you emphasized your height to me. 1.935 meters. Am I right? Luli's eyes changed when he heard it. This happened before the supernatural spirit appeared. And the rabbit shouldn't know. But this rabbit is very strange. Maybe it has explored Wen Yin memory before. Luli slowly loosened the grip on the rabbit's ears. Are there any other proofs? Wen Yin looked up at him and grinned. Yes. I remember our time alone together. When you kidnapped me, we talked a lot about Lin Xiu in the basement. I deliberately lied to you and said that Lin Xiu was looking for you everywhere with the photo. Later, you found out and got angry with me. You smoked all night and almost suffocated me. Luli raised his eyebrows and put away the knife in his hand. Although the possibility that the rabbit was Wen Yin was very low, he didn't want to take the risk. Stay in my pocket first. I asked Wen Yin. If she also knows these things, then your words will have no proof. Luli threw the rabbit into his coat pocket, hiding its figure again, and then returned to the room. Wen Yin was drinking porridge on the bed. Seeing him coming, she asked with a smile, Where have you been? Luli pulled out a chair and sat down, staring at the smiling face, and asked instead, You care about me so much? You're going to check on me after I've been away for a while? Wen Yin cheeks flushed, and she lowered her head and said, I didn't check on me. Don't talk nonsense. Luli felt the rabbit in his pocket was a little restless, raised his hand to touch it, and said casually, Xiao Yin, do you remember that my clothes were too big before? You said you would change them for me. But it's been a long time, and you didn't change them for me. Wen Yin drank the porridge, hummed vaguely, and didn't answer. Luli's heart sank, and he brought up another matter. What did you experience in the illusion? Why did you sleep for so long? Lin Zishi rolled his eyes at him. Can you let Xiao Yin have a good meal? You have so many questions. Luli smiled and curled his lips. I forgot. Sorry. Xiao Yin. I was so happy that you woke up that I had a lot of questions. Wen Yin swallowed the porridge in his mouth and looked at him. It's okay. I can't remember the things in the illusion. It seems like I had a very long dream. There are only some scattered pictures in my head. Then do you remember my height? Ah, I'm 1.91 meters tall. Don't you remember? Well, I know you're tall, so there's no need to emphasize it. Luli leaned back in his chair, his eyes getting colder and colder. Rabbit did a good job this time. Did he learn from the previous lesson? Lin Fei said that Rabbit can only occupy the body through the diary. But can it still have this effect without the diary possessed by the evil spirit? Luli moved his eyes to the drawer and squinted slightly. After Wen Yin finished drinking the porridge, he went to the space to wash up. Luli walked over and opened the drawer to take a look. The diary was gone. Lin Zixia looked at him in confusion. What are you doing? This is Brother Wen's room. Don't just rummage through other people's drawers. Luli turned around, winked at Zhou Yuchu, and cleared his throat. It's okay. I just took a look out of curiosity. Zhou Yuchu followed Luli out of the room and came to a place far away from the courtyard. Luli took out the pink lop-eared rabbit from his pocket and held it in one hand. Xiao Yin, do you have a way to return to your body? Wen Yin lowered his head and thought for a while, and said, I try it. Maybe there is a secret in the space. Zhou Yuchu slowly reacted and took the rabbit from Luli's hand and looked at it. Xiao Yin, is it really you? Chapter 163 Little Conscienceless. The pink lop-eared rabbit nestled in the man's large palm, looking up at him. Yuchu, it's me. I know it's hard for you to believe, but I woke up in the rabbit's body. Zhou Yuchu touched the rabbit's head. I believe it. When Luli asked those questions in the room, he was already suspicious. Considering what happened before, this matter was not so strange. Zhou Yuchu believed in Lu Li's judgment and his own intuition. The rabbit in front of him was Wen Yan. When you have lunch later, try to chat with that woman as much as possible. Don't let her have the opportunity to check the space or enter the space. I need some time. Wen Yan was talking, and suddenly felt a little hungry. She laid down in the palm of the man's hand and ordered him like in a dream. Yuchu, I want to eat the instant noodles you cooked. Can you go now? I'm hungry. Luli heard the familiarity in her tone, grabbed her neck and put it in his palm, and looked at her inquiringly. You call me very intimately. You are not with Zhou Yuchu in your dream, right? Wen Yan reacted to something. Her cheeks flushed, lowered her head, covered herself with her ears, and denied it. No. How could it be? Zhou Yuchu looked at the rabbit's red hair and laughed softly. He also felt that Wen Yan's tone was too familiar, as if they were very close. The boredom he had felt these days was swept away at this moment. Luli was so upset that his teeth itched. Seeing Wen Yan's reaction, it was obvious that the illusion was related to Zhou Yuchu. Tell me the truth. What happened in the illusion? Why did you sleep for so long and refuse to wake up? The rabbit covered her eyes with her two little hands, and her pink hair turned into a shy pink color. She shook her head and refused to speak. That illusion was too embarrassing. How could she have the nerve to say it out loud? Luli observed the rabbit's reaction and understood it. He raised his hand, gently touched the rabbit's ears, and asked with jealousy, Did you dream of me? The rabbit nodded slowly, and turned away shyly. Don't ask. I dreamed of you and Zhou Yuchu, and my brother. I don't want to say anything else. The smile on Luli's face stopped, and his eyebrows were slightly depressed. No way. Wen Yan, you actually fantasized about polyandry. You are too greedy. Right? Wen Yan was stunned for a moment, not understanding how he came to this conclusion. She didn't want to say too much, but was provoked by Luli, and couldn't help but reveal more inside information. What nonsense are you talking about? I didn't have that kind of dream. In my fantasy, you are my first love. Zhou Yuchu is my fiancé. My brother. Wen Yan realized that he couldn't say this, so he braked urgently and buried his head in the rabbit ears again. Zhou Yuchu's mouth curled up when he heard it. In Wen Yan's fantasy, he was actually the fiancé? Luli was very angry and asked with gritted teeth. Why am I the first love and he is the fiancé? Although the first love sounds good, he wants the role of the fiancé more. Both of them focused on their own identities, and didn't care about Wen Yan's pause and what role Wen Xiu played in it. Wen Yan didn't want to talk about this topic anymore. She raised her fluffy feet and kicked Lu Li's fingers. Are you done yet? You are the one who insisted on asking. I'm not happy to hear it. I'm still hungry now. Can you two stop abusing me? Zhou Yuchu came back to his senses from his joy and responded first. Okay. I go cook noodles for you now. Luli pouted. It's just instant noodles. Who can't do it? Wait. I get the instant noodles. Although Wen Yan was in the rabbit's body, she could still use her space ability. She took out the instant noodle she liked from the space, as well as some vegetables and the like, and threw them into Zhou Yuchu's palm. The two of them and the rabbit turned around and walked back. Luli gently put the rabbit into his pocket, hiding his figure, and told her, Before we find out the soul swap, you stay by my side and don't run around. Wen Yan lay on the edge of the pocket, revealing a fluffy little head. Aren't we going to tell my brother? Explain to him. He will believe me. Luli didn't really want to tell Wen Xiu. Every time he encountered Wen Yan, his IQ would drop rapidly, and he would be easily impulsive. It would be best to keep it secret first. Let him deal with the fake Wen Yan for a few days, and he could spend more time with Wen Yan. Luli half-jokingly said, Let's see if your brother can tell the fake Wen Yan. If he can't recognize him, don't recognize him as your brother. Wen Yan thought of Wen Xiu's cold attitude towards her just now, and she was a little angry. So she would wait a few days and see. With Wen Xiu's familiarity with her, it would be a matter of time before he recognized the fake Wen Yan. Zhou Yuchu saw what Luli was thinking and thought it was a good idea. He and Luli had been very depressed during this period because of the diary issue, so Wen Xiu should be allowed to be depressed for a few days. Back in the yard, the aroma of braised pork filled the air. Wen Yan couldn't help but crawl out of Luli's pocket and whispered, I want to eat braised pork. Go steal some for me. Luli held his mouth and looked up. Fortunately, Wensiyu didn't notice them. He had excellent hearing and could hear the smallest sounds from a distance of dozens of meters. Zhou Yuchu walked towards Wensiyu, put instant noodles and some vegetables on the table, and rolled up his sleeves to wash the vegetables while talking to him. Luli took the opportunity to secretly take a piece of braised pork, stuffed it into his pocket with his back to the two of them, and then walked into the room. Wenyan wanted to say, "Did you wash your hands? Just feed me with your hands." But now that he has become a rabbit, it is not the time to be picky. He opened his mouth and bit the braised pork, chewing it slowly until he walked into the room and swallowed it, looking at the oily pocket. Wenyan felt a little embarrassed. "I help you wash it when I get back to my body." Luli took out a tissue to wipe the rabbit's mouth, and gently rubbed its head. "I can wash my own clothes. You don't have to. If you really want to thank me, just treat me as your girlfriend. Or give me a kiss." Wenyan's mouth twitched, staring at him in disbelief. "Are you okay? How can you say such a thing to a rabbit?" Luli picked up the rabbit and put it in his palm, looking at her, and said seriously, "I'm talking to your soul. I like you no matter what you become." Wenyan was burned by the heat in his eyes, lowered her head, and didn't look at him. "Don't say it. I'm a rabbit now. Can you be serious?" "I'm serious. I'm speaking from my heart. Don't say that again. If you do, I ignore you." "Okay. Okay." Luli lay down on the bed, put the rabbit on his chest, and slowly closed his eyes. "Sleep with me for a while. I haven't slept well recently. You're such a heartless person. You hugged me in a fantasy world. I was worried to death outside." Wenyan lay on him, feeling his steady beating heart, and defended herself in a low voice. "How could you hug me? I told you it wasn't that kind of fantasy. What kind of rubbish is in your head?" Luli raised his hand and touched its head. His voice was sleepy. "It doesn't matter if it is. I'm glad you can wake up." Seeing that he was really sleepy, Wenyan stopped talking and lay quietly there, waiting for his lunch. Chapter 164. If you can't beat them, join them. In the yard, Wensiyu stared at the bag of instant noodles and asked, "Is this from Wenyan?" Zhou Yuchu shrugged and lied calmly. "No. We just went outside and happened to meet some people who went out in the team before. They gave us the instant noodles and vegetables." Wensiyu said lightly, "Who are you cooking instant noodles for?" Zhou Yuchu glanced at the steaming pot of noodles and threw the noodles in. "No one. I want to eat it myself." Wensiyu's eyes darkened, and he didn't say anything. Zhou Yuchu cooked the instant noodles, took another plate, and poured some of the dishes Wensiyu had prepared into it. "Brother one, I'm going to eat first." After that, he walked into the room with the plate. Wensiyu looked at his back, and a sneer appeared at the corner of his lips. Those dishes were all Wenyan's favorites. He was quite good at borrowing flowers to pay tribute to Buddha. Just when the two of them walked into the yard, he noticed something was wrong. The sound of wanting to eat braised pork sounded like the rabbit. But the two of them would never be so attentive to the rabbit. The only possibility was that the rabbit and Wenyan exchanged souls. With Lu Li's sensitivity, he should not be wrong. Wensiyu was a little annoyed that he didn't find out about this matter at the first time, and he found out through these two people. Wenyan was probably angry with himself, so he teamed up with those two people to hide it from him. But the most important thing now is to find out the matter and let Wenyan return to his body. Wensiyu decided to pretend that he didn't know and cooperate with them for a few days. Zhou Yuchu knocked on the door and went in. He sat down by the bed. His legs immediately felt fluffy. He put down the plate, picked up the rabbit, and put it in his palm. He was a little worried about how to feed it. Its mouth was the size of a fingernail, and it seemed that he had to use a small spoon to feed it. Wenyan stared at the various dishes on the plate, and her eyes lit up instantly. Braised pork, spicy spare ribs, and stir-fried shrimps were all of her favorites. Wenyan reached out to grab the chopsticks, but found that her hands were two fluffy little paws. She took out the small spoon for stirring coffee and tried to pick it up, but it didn't work. She finally looked up and looked at Zhou Yuchu aggrievedly. "You feed me. Okay. Otherwise, you have to eat like an animal lying on your stomach." Wenyan doesn't want to eat like that. Zhou Yuchu's heart collapsed for a moment when he heard the girl's coquettish words. He liked her talking to him in this tone. Obedient and soft. Very cute. "I was going to feed you too." Zhou Yuchu chuckled, picked up the small spoon, and scooped a piece of meat to the rabbit's mouth. He was afraid that the meat would fall, so he carefully caught it with his hand. Luli lay on the bed, sleepily lifted his eyelids to look at the two of them, and closed his eyes to rest. During the 30 days when Wen Yin was unconscious, he thought about many things. At first, he was disheartened because of the diary. But later he comforted himself that it was just a heartbeat in youth, and it didn't mean anything. But he also felt that Wen Yin had Wen Xiu in her heart. She might be used to that kind of relationship, and couldn't tell whether it was love or family affection. In short, it was almost impossible to replace Wen Xiu. He was considering settling for the second best. If you can't beat him, just join him. Luli felt that he was quite abnormal. He actually accepted this matter like this. He even began to plan silently during the time when Wen Yin came back. He wanted to be the first to take the position, and strive for more privileges for himself before Wen Yin realized her love for Wen Xiu. Zhou Yuchu's words were not as threatening as Wen Xiu, and they could still get along harmoniously. Wen Yin ate half a dish of vegetables and half a bowl of noodles. Her stomach was already full. She rubbed her belly and stepped aside. Brother Yuchu, I can't eat anymore. You can give the rest to Hailang. Zhou Yuchu stopped what he was doing and asked her with a smile. Can I eat your leftovers? If it was before, Wen Yin would think it was okay. But now she is in the form of a rabbit. Wouldn't Zhou Yuchu dislike it? Wen Yin nodded slowly. I'm glad you don't dislike it. Zhou Yuchu raised his hand and touched the rabbit's ears. You have eaten it. How can I dislike it? Where is Qi? Luli was tired of listening. Opened his eyes and looked at the two people. There are still people here. Can you stop flirting? Wen Yin glared at him speechlessly. We are just chatting normally. What are you imagining? Luli sat up, lifted the rabbit to his legs, and deliberately kneaded its face. You have a first love and a fiancé in the fantasy world, and I am not allowed to think too much? Wen Yin was dizzy from his kneading, opened her mouth and bit his finger hard. You have no sense of proportion. Let you experience the bite force of the rabbit. Luli was amused by her behavior. She didn't think her bite was painful, and she showed a fierce look. Zhou Yuchu frowned slightly when he saw it. Luli still had the nerve to say that the two of them were flirting. Then what was he doing now? Flirting with a rabbit? Wen Yin saw that he kept laughing, and slowly loosened his mouth. It seemed that the bite force of the rabbit was a bit weak. Wen Yin stepped on him hard and said seriously, Stop laughing and tell me what happened this month. Luli stopped laughing when he heard this. This month was the most difficult month since he joined the team. Wen Yin was unconscious. But there was also the diary and the rabbit that were making trouble. Compared to the rabbit, he hated the diary more. After Luli briefly told what happened this month, he saw that the pink rabbit turned pink again, with its head buried in its ears. Looking ashamed and angry, he raised his hand and gently poked the rabbit's head. When you go to the space later, remember to look for the diary. It should be hidden by the rabbit. Maybe the psychic didn't completely solve the evil spirit, or the rabbit thought of other ways to occupy your body. Anyway, the diary is the entry point. Wen Yin hummed in a muffled voice, feeling ashamed to see people. The diary she wrote before actually gave birth to an evil spirit, and she still wanted to be with Wen Xiu. What is this? Zhou Yuchu looked at the ashamed and angry look of the rabbit and asked, Xiao Yin, did you know that you and Wen Xiu are not siblings? Wen Yin shook her head and said with her back to the two of them, I knew it a month ago, and Wen Xiu knew it 2 years ago. I wrote it casually in my diary. Don't take it seriously. I really don't like Wen Xiu. I just treat him as a brother. The diary is sick. How could it have an evil spirit? Luli touched her head soothingly and couldn't help teasing her. Yeah. Who would write a diary if they were serious? Wen Yin thought he was going to comfort her, but he said this. It turned out that she was not a serious person. Wen Yin walked to the folded quilt and hid herself in it. When she thought of Wen Xiu reading her diary, she wanted to die. And that damn illusion. Wen Yin suddenly felt that it was good to become a rabbit. She didn't want to face all kinds of strange Shura fields, so she would leave it like this for now. There was a knock at the door, and the three of them were stunned at the same time. Luli waved his hand to hide the rabbit, and Zhou Yuchu got up to open the door. Standing outside the door was Wen Xiu. He glanced inside and asked casually, Are you two still having lunch? Luli looked at the invisible rabbit curled up in the quilt, and the corners of his mouth curved slightly. Eat. I'm hungry. Zhou Yuchu stood by the door, and a guilty look flashed in his eyes. I won't eat. I haven't finished my instant noodles yet. Wen Xiu's eyes stayed on the two of them for a short time. You two have a good relationship, And you have to chat in the room when you eat. Luli smiled. What? Are you jealous? Wensiu sneered. His eyes passed over the quilt pressed into the bed. The corners of his lips curled slightly. And turned away. Luli rubbed the rabbit twice. Turned over and got out of bed. Took off the shirt with oil stains. And changed into another one. When Yen huddled in the quilt. And secretly glanced at Luli. Luli was really not shy at all. He changed clothes in front of her. Zhou Yuchu was also a very reserved person before. But how could he suddenly become ambiguous? Coupled with the influence of the previous illusion. When Yen always had a strange feeling that she was friends with her ex. Maybe it would be fine after a few days of adaptation. Before going out, Luli told Wen Yin that if she met the rabbit in the space, she should come back here immediately. After thinking about it, she was still worried. So she left the little fox to accompany her. Zhou Yuchu wanted to go to the space with Wen Yin. But Wen Yin felt that it would be easy to be discovered if she brought him. So she asked Xiaobai to follow her instead of him. Although she couldn't use superpowers in the space, the two little guys brought daggers for self-defense, which could help her at critical moments. After Luli went out, Wen Yin teleported into the space, followed by two little cuties. They went to the bedroom on the third floor first. Wen Yin searched the drawer and saw the diary. Chapter 165. Yours is sweeter. Luli said that this diary is very evil and can confuse people's minds. Although a psychic had solved the evil spirit attached to the diary before, he always felt that things were not that simple. It was better not to open the diary and deal with it together later. When Yin suppressed his curiosity to look through it, sent the diary back to the room, and turned back to look for other clues. From the villa to the yard, he looked inside and out 3 times, but still found nothing. When Yin stood in the vegetable garden and remembered what rabbits do most often, he picked a carrot and stuffed it into his mouth. It tasted pretty good, crispy and sweet. Noticing the sight of the little fox and Xiaobai, Wen Yin generously shared it with them. Do you want to eat it? The little fox was stunned for a moment, took the carrot and took a bite. And Xiaobai also moved his mouth immediately. They were not actually hungry, but they also wanted to try what Wen Yin shared. Luli was eating green vegetables, and suddenly he tasted the sweetness of carrots. His tongue tip lightly slid across his palate, and he could hardly hold back the corners of his mouth that were curled up. Wensiu was chatting with Wen Yin, and he glanced at Luli from the corner of his eye and turned the topic to him. Yin Yin, when you were unconscious, did you hear what Luli said? Wen Yin looked at Luli and smiled teasingly. I heard some. He seemed to like crying. Lin Zishi nodded in agreement, and at the same time exaggerated. He likes crying very much. During the month you were unconscious, he cried every day, and he cried so sadly. Luli put down the teacup, leaned back on the chair, and said lazily, Yes, Xiaoyan, I love you so much. Are you touched? Lin Zishi glanced at him, and couldn't help but admire him a little. Is he going to play his cards? He actually said such ambiguous words to Wen Yin in front of Wensiu. Wen Yin's cheeks flushed slightly, and she lowered her head shyly. Luli, can you be more serious? Luli looked at the familiar face and smiled gently. I am very serious. I say what's in my heart. Can't you see my feelings for you? The crowd of spectators, led by Lin Fei, looked back and forth at the two people, and their eating movements slowed down, for fear of missing any details. Wen Yin glared at Luli coquettishly, then turned to Wensiu and said, Brother, can you take care of him? Wensiu was suppressing his anger, and when he heard this, he cast an ambiguous look at Luli. Luli, I told you that if you want to pursue her, you can beat me, and I will give you a chance. The smile on Luli's face faded. How can I beat you? Can't you change the conditions? Wensiu snorted. I thought you were sincere? You don't even dare to try. Who said I don't dare? If you have the ability, don't use your superpowers. Okay, I won't use superpowers. Jiang Xinyue watched the show for a while, and seeing that Wen Yin didn't, stopping the two's plan, she couldn't help wondering, with her personality, shouldn't she come out to smooth things over at this time? Could it be that she hoped that the two would really fight? Jiang Xinyue's eyes turned slightly, and she half-jokingly said, Wen Yin just woke up, and you started to snatch her. Don't you give her a little buffer time? Wensiu glanced at Wen Yin, who was lowering her head, looking shy and timid. Hearing Jiang Xinyue's words, she pursed her lips and said in a delicate voice, Okay, Don't joke with me. Wenxiu thought. The rabbit pretended to be Wen Yin. And it was really lifelike. From the expression to the way of speaking. It was almost exactly the same. But no matter how similar it is still a fake. And a fake will reveal flaws. Before, he was immersed in the joy of Wen Yin waking up and didn't notice those flaws. But now it seems very clear. Wenxiu remembered all of Wen Yin's little habits. Such as she liked to drink half a cup of water before meals. Then put her fluffy long hair behind her ears or tied it into a low ponytail. And rolled up noodles before putting them into her mouth. And the person in front of him, although he paid attention to details, could not be completely replicated. What Wenxiu didn't understand was that the evil spirit born from the diary was eliminated. Wasn't it? Why can the rabbit still occupy Wen Yin's body? Wenxiu rubbed his eyebrows and turned his eyes to Lu Li. He didn't know if he had any clues. It would be best to get rid of the rabbit as soon as possible. He really didn't have the patience to play along with her. When Lu Li heard the little fox say they were back, he immediately sped up his meal. After finishing the last bite of rice, he stood up and said, "I'm not feeling well. I'm going back to my room to rest." Wenxiu watched him disappear into the corridor with a dim look in his eyes. Is Wen Yin still blaming himself? What happened this morning was my negligence. I had a preconceived idea when I saw the rabbit and didn't think about listening to her explanation. She should blame herself. Lu Li returned to the room, locked the door, and asked in a low voice, "Did you get the diary?" Zhou Yuchu stared at the rabbit nestled in his lap with a gentle look in his eyes. "Yes. It's in your drawer." Lu Li walked over and picked up the rabbit. "Anything else you found?" Wen Yin was still chewing on the carrot, making a crunching sound in her mouth. She said as she ate, "Not yet." Lu Li smiled with a wicked smile, snatched the thumb-sized carrot she had left over, and stuffed it into her mouth. Wen Yin hadn't had her food snatched away from her yet, so she stared at him blankly for a while. Her cheeks slowly flushed, and she stammered, Aren't you full?" Lu Li stared at her and smiled. His fox eyes curved into a cunning arc, his eyes sparkling. "I'm full. I just want to taste yours. Yours is sweeter." Wen Yin felt embarrassed and annoyed when she heard this, and turned her head away without wanting to pay attention to him. Zhou Yuchu looked away and took out the diary from the drawer. The psychic last time was quite capable. Let's go find her to confirm it. When it came to business, Lu Li's face returned to seriousness. He threw Hongwen's rabbit into his pocket, put on a black coat, and waved his hand to hide the diary. "Let's go. Let's go now." The two of them left the room, greeted everyone in the living room, said they were going to supervise the training of the superpowers, and walked out. After everyone cleaned up the dishes, they either drank tea and chatted in the living room or went back to the room for a nap. Lin Fei followed Wen Yin's room at Wenxiu's signal. Take a look at her recent memory. After Wenxiu finished speaking in a low voice, he raised his hand and knocked on the door. Lin Fei looked at him in shock. No way. Is Wen Yin still the rabbit in her body? The door was open from the inside. As soon as the girl's eyes fell on the two of them, her eyes fell into a blur. Wenxiu walked into the room, pulled Lin Fei in, and then closed the door. Lin Fei explored for a while, confusion in his eyes. There is nothing special about the memory of these 2 weeks. Just staying in the space, most of the time in the vegetable garden, eating carrots, and then sleeping. Wenxiu vaguely felt that something was wrong. His temples were throbbing. He stared at Lin Fei anxiously, waited for a long time, and then heard him say, "I heard the rabbit talking to the vegetable garden. A bit like talking to itself. It said that it would wait until the last day to return to the body. Then they would not doubt it. And said that it would find a way to deal with Wen Yin. It also mentioned the diary, saying that it was stupid to death and could not pretend to be Wen Yin." Wenxiu had a bad feeling, so he asked Lin Fei to check Lu Li's location, and left him in the room to watch people, and hurried out. Chapter 166. A family. In a shabby little courtyard at the foot of the mountain, a woman was lying on a bamboo bed with her eyes closed. But she heard a knock on the door. There was no surprise on her face, as if she had expected someone to visit. She stood up and walked to the door, opened the door a crack, and said, "Is there something?" Lu Li and Zhou Yuchu stood outside the door and nodded politely. Lu Li said, "Yes, there is something. I would like to trouble you to look at the diary again. We will pay you." "Okay." The woman glanced at Lu Li's shirt pocket, opened the door, and let the two people in. Wen Yin nestled in his pocket, curiously looking at the young woman in front of him. She had short black shoulder-length hair, healthy wheat-colored skin, and regular facial features. She looked a little familiar. Wait. She seems to be the gold-type superpower who followed Zhou Yuchu in his previous life. Tu Ling. When Wen Yan was a ghost, she often visited Zhou Yuchu. And this young lady always looked at her inadvertently, and then looked away. At that time, she suspected that she could see herself, but she didn't expect that she was really a psychic. There were several bamboo stools in the yard, and the three of them sat down. Tu Ling took the diary from Lu Li, closed his eyes, and felt it for a while, and then looked at Lu Li's pocket. I'm sure I killed the evil spirit, but there's another spirit in your pocket that's attached to the rabbit's body. Do you need my help to solve it? After listening to her, Lu Li covered his pocket nervously. She not a spirit. She the sleeping woman you saw last time, and now her soul is in the rabbit's body. Tu Ling raised her eyebrows, and her eyes were interested. So, whose soul is in that body now? Is it this rabbit's? Zhou Yuchu nodded at her. Do you have a way to put them back in their proper places? Tu Ling frowned, as if she had encountered a problem. I can try, but I can't guarantee the result. Lu Li took the rabbit out of his pocket and held it in his palm. Why don't you try it now? Tu Ling looked at the pink and white, palm-sized rabbit in front of him, and heart suddenly appeared in his eyes, and his voice softened. What a cute rabbit. Hello, sister. The rabbit grinned, flew from the man's palm to the woman's legs, and nestled in the same place obediently. Tu Ling's eyes were wide open. She picked up the rabbit and kissed it fiercely. She had never been able to resist such cute little animals. What are you doing? Don't kiss my rabbit. Lu Li was speechless. He hadn't even kissed Wen Yan yet. What was wrong with this woman? If he hadn't asked her for help, Lu Li really wanted to pull the rabbit back directly. Zhou Yuchu did this. Although Wen Yan was in the form of a rabbit now, the touch was real. This woman was too tactless. Wen Yan thought it was okay. She was a little enthusiastic, but it was nothing for a woman, and they were acquaintances in their previous life. Tu Ling realized that her behavior was inappropriate, coughed awkwardly, and said, I'm sorry. I didn't mean it. It's mainly because the rabbit is too cute. Zhou Yuchu gently touched the rabbit. No matter how cute it is, it's not yours. Lu Li wanted to agree, but then he remembered the business and swallowed his complaint, and asked politely, well, can we try to revive it now? Tu Ling rubbed his hair and regained his seriousness. I don't know what's in that body. Let's talk about it when we meet. Then you come home with us. Lu Li stood up first, glanced at the diary, and turned to ask Wen Yan for his opinion. Xiao Yan, I always feel that this diary is a bit weird. How about burning it? Wen Yan originally wanted to destroy the body, which was full of her adolescent whining, and keeping it would only embarrass her. Burn it. Zhou Yuchu picked up the diary, condensed a flame in his palm, and just as he lit the cover, he heard a hurried footsteps. At this moment, Wen Yan felt a fierce burning sensation on her arm, and she screamed in pain. The next moment, the slender vine rolled up the diary and put out the flames at a very fast speed. Xiao Yan, are you okay? Zhou Yuchu realized that the diary and Wen Yan were sympathetic, and hurriedly checked the rabbit's condition. Both of its hands were burned, but other parts were fine. Wen Yan was in so much pain that tears kept falling, but she still pretended to be strong and said, fortunately, only the arm was burned. Tu Ling looked at the rabbit. It was rare for the rabbit to be sympathetic with the diary. Could it be a curse from some evil spirit? She didn't see it just now. Wen Si walked into the yard, picked up the rabbit in his palm, and stared at the other two coldly. Is this how you take care of her? Lu Li thought it was the scream from the diary just now, but now he noticed that it was Wen Yan, and he felt guilty and blamed himself. I'm sorry, Yan. I was negligent. I didn't expect that you and the diary were connected. Wen Yan nestled in the familiar warm embrace. Tears could not be stopped. She sobbed and said, I wanted to burn the diary just now. It had nothing to do with Lu Li. Wen Si touched the rabbit's head soothingly. Take me to the space. We will go to treat the wound first. Wen Yan leaned her head against his chest and hummed softly. The two entered the space. Wen Si turned on the faucet in the bathroom and soaked her in the water. Soon, the wound on her arm healed. Wen Yan found that it didn't hurt anymore, and her tears stopped immediately. She smiled and said, Brother, I'm fine. Let's go back. Wen Si took a towel, wrap the rabbit in it, and gently wipe the water off. I know you were angry because I didn't recognize you at the first time. But, Yin, do you know? You were in a coma for a month. And I was almost losing my mind waiting. I was afraid that you wouldn't wake up. Later, you finally woke up. And I was overwhelmed by joy. I didn't recognize you for a while. I'm sorry. Can you forgive me? Wen Yin was actually no longer angry. But she didn't know how to face him. The diary and the illusion made her feel very awkward. Now looking at him, Wen Yin can still remember some scenes in the illusion. Okay, I forgive you. Wen Yin crawled out of the towel, with her back to Wen Xiu, her light pink hair slightly red. What I wrote in my diary is all nonsense. Don't take it seriously. Girls of that age are easily curious about the opposite sex. I am really curious. I don't have that kind of thought. Wen Xiu looked at the awkward rabbit in the mirror, his eyes changing emotions, and finally nodded. Let's talk about this later. Wait until you change back to your body. We can talk again. The corners of the little rabbit's mouth pressed down, and the pink ears drooped down. Can't this matter be exposed? What is there to talk about? In the rabbit's body, she can still pretend to be calm. If she changes back to her own body, she will really be ashamed and angry. Back in the yard, Luli and Zhou Yuchu surrounded them anxiously. Seeing that the rabbit's arm was restored to its original state, they both breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, nothing really happened. Wen Yin was now lively again, and comforted the two. I'm really fine. Don't worry. Tu Ling watched the interaction between the few people, and felt like a badger in a melon field, wanting to move a chair and watch the show with a watermelon in his arms. Well, are you for a family? Tu Ling question stunned the four people at the same time. Is this what they understand? Wen Yin mind is the simplest. And she nodded and said, yes, we are a family. Tu Ling raised her eyebrows and cast an ambiguous look at her. Sister, you are very lucky. Wen Yin tilted her head. Very lucky? No, it's not what you think. Don't explain. I understand. Tu Ling blinked, picked up the evil spirit knife, and walked towards them. Let's go. Family members. Chapter 167 Return to the Body. Zhou Yuchu had a subtle feeling when he heard this. It was pleasant to be called a family member, but it was a bit strange to be a family of four. Wen Xiu glanced at the noisy woman and corrected. She only has me as a family member. Tu Ling said meaningfully, thinking, you are kidding. The way those two get along with the rabbit is not like ordinary friends. Luli picked up the diary thrown on the ground and gently patted the dust on it. He knew that they could not hide it from Wen Xiu for long, but he did not expect Wen Xiu to find out so quickly. I was thinking about spending a few days alone with Wen Yin and hugging her to sleep at night. But it seems that it is not possible. Luli regretted for a moment, and then thought of the business. How do you know that Wen Yin and this diary are synesthetized? Wen Xiu's eyes fell on the diary. His eyes darkened, and then he looked at the rabbit in his palm. Lin Fei said before that the diary and the rabbit are synesthetized. Destroying the diary will make the rabbit disappear. The same is true for Wen Yin in the rabbit's body. Wen Xiu had a bad feeling just now, thinking that Wen Yin would be in trouble. So he rushed over immediately. Fortunately, he was only slightly injured. Luli stared at the diary and frowned unhappily. Then why didn't we burn it before? The rabbit would have disappeared completely, and there wouldn't be so many things. After all, if Wen Xiu hadn't been reluctant to part with this diary, they would have dealt with the rabbit long ago. Wen Xiu heard his implication, looked at him, and said lightly, things are not as simple as you think. I suspect that there is some kind of powerful consciousness in the space, and the diary and the rabbit are just its puppets. Luli didn't expect this. The diary and the rabbit both changed in the space, and it is very likely that they were controlled by some kind of consciousness. You asked Lin Fei to check the memory of that body, right? Did you find anything? Wen Xiu nodded calmly. Lin Fei said that the rabbit would talk to itself in the space, but those words sounded like they were responding to something. Zhou Yuchu's expression was slightly solemn. It seems that there is indeed a problem in the space. Perhaps some kind of evil spirit. Although they have various superpowers, they are helpless when encountering evil spirits, especially in the space. They can't use superpowers, just like ordinary people. At this time, they can only rely on psychics. Luli glanced at the psychic waiting there. Although he was not very old, he still had some skills. They could try their best. Back home, Wen Xiyu briefly explained the whole story to others, and took Tu Ling to Wen Yin's room. When Lin Fei saw them coming, he immediately stood up and stepped aside, but continued to use his mental power to control the woman on the bed, so that she would not wake up and hide in the space. Tu Ling observed the woman on the bed for a while, and said to Wen Xiyu, "Put the rabbit next to her. I need to use a knife to force the spirit out of this body later. Don't make a fuss and affect my performance." Lu Li looked worried. "Then can you control the scale of your knife? Don't hurt Wen Yin." Tu Ling rolled his eyes at him. "Why don't you go out, so as not to disturb me later?" Lu Li pouted. "I won't go out. It's Wen Xiyu who should go out. He can't bear to see Wen Yin get hurt, and he is easily bewitched by the spirit." Wen Xiyu wanted to refute, but stopped talking. Lu Li was right. As long as Wen Yin was involved, he would be easily affected or bewitched. But he couldn't wait outside the door. He was worried about leaving Wen Yin to these people, especially the strange woman in front of him. Tu Ling's eyes passed over the 3 worried family members and fell on the man with a dazed expression at the door. "Come here and stand next to me. Don't let them disturb me." Lin Fei raised his hand and pointed at himself uncertainly. "Me?" Tu Ling was speechless. "I'm looking at you talking. Aren't I?" Lin Fei nodded slowly, walked to the woman obediently, and separated the other 3. Wen Yin looked at Tu Ling with some uneasiness, reminding her, "She has the ability of space, and can hide in space at any time. This time she is controlled by mental power, so there is no reaction." Then continue to control with mental power. As Tu Ling spoke, she took out the evil spirit knife from her pocket, stroking the blade with her fingers, and a little blood oozed from her fingertips, leaving a red epithelum on the blade. She moved her eyes down to the woman's heart and slowly stabbed the knife into it. Wen Xiu's pupils tightened, and his body reacted faster than his brain. He was about to step forward to stop her, but Lin Fei quickly stopped him. "Brother Wen, calm down. She is forcing out the spirit." Zhou Yuchu and Lu Li also wanted to step forward, but they calmed down after hearing this. The knife wound was not fatal, and the blood that flowed out was not red, but black and red. Lin Fei was afraid that Wen Xiu would hinder the psychic, so he simply controlled him with his mental power. The spirit in Wen Yin's body slowly woke up, let out a painful roar, and then struggled violently. Tu Ling thrust the dagger inwards a little, staring fiercely at the spirit. "You should return to your original body. This place does not belong to you." "No, don't." The spirit resisted with all her might, but was still pulled out of this body, and then was pushed back to her original body by a force. She wanted to escape into the space, but was trapped in the Golden Bagua formation, unable to move. Lin Fei saw this, and couldn't help but admire this psychic. This psychic really has some skills. Wen Yin woke up from her body, looked around in surprise, and her eyes fell on Tu Ling. "How did you do it? It's amazing." Tu Ling smiled lightly. "This is my ancestral craft. It's no big deal." After a pause, she asked, "What should I do with this rabbit? Kill it?" Wen Yin lowered his eyes, and said in a low but firm voice, "Kill it. The spirit that wants to replace the master's ability will only be a hidden danger if it is kept." Tu Ling glanced at the Bagua formation. Although the little rabbit looked very cute, it was possessed by an evil spirit, so she had to be ruthless. The moment the evil spirit knife stabbed down, Wen Yin's eyes were suddenly covered by someone. There was a familiar faint fragrance on the tip of her nose. She heard a sound of footsteps. When the light appeared in front of her again, the crime scene had been dealt with, and there was not even a trace of blood left. Wen Xiu sat on the bed. His fingers gently stroked the girl's delicate face. His eyes were extremely gentle. Wen Yin looked away uncomfortably, her cheeks slightly hot. She remembered the paranoid and affectionate man in the illusion, and also remembered the kiss that almost suffocated her. Back in her body, some memories seemed to be clearer, and she suddenly wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Chapter 168 Desire Evil Spirit. Tu Ling coughed lightly, interrupting the ambiguous atmosphere between the two. "Didn't you say that there is still some consciousness in the space? Take me to see it?" When it comes to business, Wen Yin's embarrassment dissipates a lot. She brought a few people to the space, first treated her own wounds, and then followed a few people downstairs to look for abnormal existence in the space. "Come with me. I feel the existence of the evil spirit." Tu Ling walked towards the vegetable field, and a few people followed behind him. They saw Tu Ling took out the evil spirit knife and cut his finger, and blood dripped into the soil. In an instant, A black mist emerged from the soil. This piece of land supports an evil spirit, and the vegetables grown in the land also carry evil spirits. You'd better not eat them. Luli frowned. But we have already eaten some. Is there any impact? Tu Ling bent down and picked a carrot, cut a piece with the evil spirit knife, and put it to the tip of his nose to smell it. If you don't eat too much, it should be fine. But Tu Ling paused for a moment, handed the carrot to his mouth, gently bit off a piece, felt the slight changes of the food entering the body, and said slowly, "This kind of food is a bit like the fruit of desire, which can amplify the desire deep in the heart. In other words, if a person already has a strong desire or obsession hidden in his heart, then once he eats the vegetables in the land, this desire is likely to be infinitely amplified, and eventually do something extreme." When Yen was stunned, the rabbit seemed to love eating the carrots in the land. It had the desire to replace itself, and it ate this fruit of desire. The desire was infinitely amplified. It was no wonder that it would betray itself. And the evil spirit born from the diary should also be related to this vegetable field. When Yen remembered that she had eaten 2 carrots today, and she couldn't help but worry. She shouldn't do anything extreme. When Siyu stared at the vegetable garden thoughtfully, the first thing that woke up when Yen should be the diary. Her obsession was to be with her imaginary brother. So those behaviors of throwing herself into his arms could be explained. The rabbit's desire was to replace Wen Yen. So it played Wen Yen vividly. And its attitude towards them was almost the same as before. Tu Ling took out a pile of talisman paper from her pocket, muttering something in her mouth. The talisman paper floated in the direction of her finger and formed a simple bagua formation. At the same time, wisps of black mist emerged from the ground, as if they had life, slowly gathered into a ball, and finally formed a vague black shadow. Suddenly, the black shadow let out a low laugh, which was a bit weird and gloomy, and it was hard to tell whether it was a male or female voice. When Siyu frowned slightly, wanting to summon thunder and lightning, but realized that he couldn't use supernatural powers in space. Suddenly, a whisper sounded in his ear. "Wen Siyu, your beloved sister is already with Zhou Yuchu. They kissed and hugged behind your back and slept in the same bed. You must know about it, right? TSK. Poor guy." Wen Siyu covered his head and didn't want to listen. But the voice seemed to have some kind of magic, drilling into his heart little by little. Zhou Yuchu also heard a bewitching voice. "Zhou Yuchu, you are the son of luck in this world. Are you really willing to be inferior to others? You want Wen Yen. I can help you. Kill Wen Siyu, and you will get what you want. Kill him. Do it. What are you waiting for?" The two gradually showed strong murderous intent in their eyes, and the veins on their arms bulged, as if they were going to take action in the next second. At this moment, 2 talismans fell accurately on their hearts, and their eyes, which were originally full of murderous intent, gradually became clear. Tu Ling held a talisman in his hand, glanced at the 2 people hiding behind him who were not affected by the evil spirit, and turned his gaze to Luli. "Why aren't you deceived? This kind of evil spirit that uses desire as a carrier is best at tempting people and provoking disputes. Few people can resist this temptation." Luli pursed his lips and smiled. "Maybe he doesn't know me very well. The voice just now said that Wen Yen and Wen Siyu had been together for a long time and slept in the same bed every day." Although he felt uncomfortable, he did not lose his mind. He had been mentally prepared. Didn't he? "Sister Tu Ling, can you deal with this evil spirit?" Tu Ling was shocked and turned to look at the girl behind him. "How do you know my name? I don't think I told you." Wen Yen blinked innocently. "Let's talk about this later. Let's solve the problem in front of us first." "Okay." Tu Ling cast his eyes on the black mist again. "This kind of evil spirit cannot be completely killed. As long as there is desire, it will revive. I can only seal it here temporarily." While speaking, Tu Ling cut his finger with a knife, smeared the blood on the talisman paper, and threw it towards the black shadow. The black shadow let out a painful wail, and then rushed towards them as if enraged, but was stopped by the bagua formation. Tu Ling narrowed her eyes, picked up the evil spirit knife, aimed at the black shadow and stabbed it. The black shadow roared unwillingly, slowly shrank into a small ball, and finally disappeared in the black soil. Sister Tu Ling is so powerful. Wen Yen stared at Tu Ling with sparkling eyes. It was the first time she saw the scene of exorcism, which was much more interesting than killing zombies. Tu Ling turned around and smiled lightly. "I can only suppress it temporarily. The vegetables here can be eaten after I purify them. You can give me some as a reward. Wen Yin nodded repeatedly. No problem. Not only that, she also wanted to invite Tu Ling to join their team. Tu Ling put away the ancestral evil spirit knife and walked around the vegetable garden, muttering something. After a while, she picked a tomato and tasted it, then said to Wen Yin, "You can eat it now, but the newly grown vegetables need to be purified before eating. Come back to me when the time comes." Wen Yin walked over and tentatively took Tu Ling's arm. Seeing that she didn't push away, she smiled and asked, "Sister Tu Ling, would you like to join our team? My brother and Luli cook delicious food, and we have stored a lot of food and water. Tu Ling likes to be alone and doesn't want to join any team, but the little girl in front of her makes her feel like she has seen her before, like a destined person." Tu Ling thought for a while and said tactfully, "I can only exorcise spirits, not zombies. I know you are training superpowers to deal with zombies in the North City. I don't have superpowers, so I can't help much." Wen Yin tilted his head and looked at her with sincere eyes. "I had a dream that predicted the future. In the dream, we knew each other. You are a gold superpower, and show a very important role in our team." Tu Ling listened half believing and half doubting, and nodded slowly. "I need to think about this matter again. If we are destined, we will naturally form a team." Wen Yin didn't force them anymore, took them back to the room, and personally sent Tu Ling home, taking out a bunch of fresh vegetables, rice, flour, grain, oil, and drinking water as rewards. Tu Ling helped them too much today. Wen Yin felt that these rewards were far from enough, and took out 3 crystal cores that could help her upgrade. Tu Ling didn't say anything polite to her, and took the things with a smile. Before parting, Tu Ling helped her look at the diary, confirmed that there was no synesthesia reaction, and gave it to her to deal with. On the way back, they didn't drive anymore, but walked slowly back along the winding mountain road. Wen Yin looked at the 3 men from the corner of her eyes, and many intimate scenes popped up in her mind. Sometimes kissing and hugging Zhou Yuchu, sometimes being hugged by Wen Xiyu, and all kinds of love words that made her feel ashamed. A feeling of embarrassment and embarrassment spread in her heart, and she suddenly stopped, her cheeks flushed with shame. Chapter 169: A Drunken Kiss. Seeing that Wen Yin was in a bad mood, Luli walked up to her and asked, "What's wrong with you? Are you feeling uncomfortable?" Wen Yin slowly turned to him, but there was no strange scene in front of him. In the illusion, they had kissed, but it only existed in memories, and the memories in the illusion were not clear. Wen Yin took a deep breath, frowned and said, "Stay away from me. I want to be quiet." After saying this, Wen Yin walked forward on his own. Wen Xiyu stared at the girl's slender back as she walked away, and asked Luli, "Did I tell you about Wen Yin things in the illusion?" Luli sighed softly. "I did. In the illusion, I was her first love. Zhou Yuchu was her fiancé. And as for you, you also appeared. But she didn't mention anything about you. Now that I think about it, Wen Xiyu should have played a role in it. Wouldn't he have robbed the bride at the engagement party and then kidnapped her back home?" Luli felt that with his paranoid personality, he was likely to do such a thing. Wen Xiyu cast a cold look at the two of them and sneered. "First love? Fiancé? They both have a name. What about him? Is he still a brother?" Looking at Wen Yin's reaction just now, it seems not. Wen Xiyu pursed his lips and his mood suddenly improved. Back home, Wen Yin put her worries behind her, played with Hailang for a while, and talked with others about what happened during this period. Lin Zixia and Ji Yi were a little sorry that they didn't recognize Wen Yin and didn't help her. Wen Yin thought it was normal that they didn't recognize her. They didn't know about the rabbit and the diary. Even if her temperament changed, it would be difficult for them to guess what happened. As for the illusion, Wen Yin vaguely said that she didn't remember it clearly and felt like she had a dream. Jiang Xinhua looked at her suspiciously. Illusions are completely different from dreams. Okay? Dreaming has no logic and no emotional investment. When you wake up, you can distinguish between dreams and reality. But illusions are woven according to people's inner desires, and the emotions and experiences are very real. Some people will still immerse themselves in them after waking up and cannot extricate themselves. Thinking of recent events, Jiang Xinhua curled her lips teasingly. "Yin Yin, your substitute said before that you and Wen Xiyu are not siblings, and said that you should be together. What do you think?" Wen Yin had just taken a sip of water and almost choked when she heard this. She coughed a few times, and saw that everyone's eyes were on her. Her cheeks suddenly became hot. She lowered her head and thought about it. Just as she was about to explain, she heard Wensiyu say, "If you have nothing to do, go outside and hunt some game. Starting tomorrow. Continue. Continue to lead the team out." Lin Zixu responded with a yes, and then frowned slightly. "Brother One, tomorrow is Lin Fei's birthday. Can we go out the day after tomorrow?" Jiang Xinyue cast a glance at Lin Fei. "Is it such a coincidence? Tomorrow is my birthday too." Wen Yin smiled. "Then let's celebrate together tomorrow. We can have a good time." Seeing this, Wensiyu compromised and said, "Then rest tomorrow and go out the day after tomorrow." Lin Fei didn't want to have a birthday, but the family has been too dull recently, so it's good to have some fun. He smiled and said, "You don't have to give me a gift. I'm not Wen Yin. I don't like those flashy things. I'm satisfied with a delicious meal." Lin Zixu rolled his eyes at him. "I didn't plan to give a gift. You're a grown man. Do you want to receive flowers?" Lin Fei waved his hand. "I don't want flowers. Don't give me any." Jiang Xinyue wanted to receive flowers, but these guys probably wouldn't give them to her, so she might as well pick some from the field herself. Wen Yin propped her chin up, thinking about what gifts to give them. She remembered that before she went out last month, Jiang Xinyue wanted a dress. Although she didn't have time to go to the mall, she moved all the wardrobes at home to her. She picked 2 unworn ones from them and gave them to her, which could be considered a gift. As for Lin Fei, he didn't like flashy things, so it's better to be practical and give him a set of clothes. Lin Zixu took a few people out to hunt some prey. When they came back, dinner was ready. A group of people finished their meal happily and drank and chatted in the yard. Wen Yin used to think that wine was hard to drink, bitter and astringent. But strangely, she didn't feel bitter after drinking a few more glasses. She even liked the feeling of being tipsy. When she picked up the 5th glass of wine, her wrist was held by someone, and the man's low and hoarse voice sounded in her ears. "That's enough." Wen Yin tilted her head and looked at him, her eyes misty, as if she was drunk, and her voice was sweet and sickly. "Can you let me have another drink?" Wensiyu felt numb in his heart, and slowly loosened his grip on her hand, saying softly, "This is the last glass." Wen Yin leaned on his shoulder, and after drinking the last glass, she felt dizzy and forgot where she was. She stood up with the help of someone's hand, staggered a few steps, and was then picked up by someone. The light gradually dimmed, and finally fell into complete darkness. She lay in the soft quilt, her arm hooked around the man's neck, and the warm breath was close at hand. For some reason, she suddenly wanted to kiss him. She hooked her arm and kissed him lightly on her lips, like a feather gently brushing across. "A little itchy. Do you know who I am?" The man's low and hoarse voice sounded in the darkness. Wen Yin did not respond. She was drunk and her head was dizzy. She just felt that this breath was very familiar, and she liked it. She took the initiative to kiss him again, rubbing the corners of her lips, and deepening the kiss little by little. The person being kissed seemed to be trying to restrain himself, but in the end, he couldn't restrain himself. He took the initiative to press over, lingering for a long time, and then slowly let go of her, turning around and leaving with an unstable breath. Wen Yin opened her eyes to look, but the room was pitch black and she couldn't see anything. She was a little sleepy and closed her eyes and fell asleep. Half asleep and half awake. It seemed like there was another person beside her. Wen Yin followed the heat source and leaned over. Her chin was suddenly lifted up and a hot kiss fell on her lips. Wen Yin almost couldn't breathe. The man stopped and gently took her into his arms. Wen Yin's head was dizzy and she fell asleep again. When she woke up, it was already the next morning. The memory of being drunk last night was a little vague, with only some fragmentary pictures. She rubbed her head and looked at the man who put breakfast on the folding table and asked, "Did I do anything after I got drunk last night?" Wensiyu movements paused, and he put the food on the table and sat down by the bed. "Nothing. You went back to your room to sleep after drinking." Wen Yin tasted the vegetable burrito, which tasted good, but Wensiyu lied. Someone kissed her last night. Could that person be Wensiyu? Wen Yin was in a complicated mood, but she pretended nothing happened on her face, picked up the porcelain spoon and drank the soup slowly. Wensiyu looked at the girl quietly. The love in his eyes could hardly be hidden. He restrainedly lowered his eyes and slowly clenched his palms. The time had not come yet, and he could not break through that layer of window paper. Although, that layer of window paper was almost transparent. Wen Yin was mild-mannered and liked to avoid problems. If he was too direct, he would only get a negative answer. He could only break through that layer of defense little by little, and let her slowly accept him. After breakfast, Wen Yin went to the space to change clothes, put the 2 gifts into the gift boxes, decorated them with ribbons, and came to the living room. Xinyu. A Fei. Happy birthday. Wen Yin handed over the gift with a smile, and then sat down next to Jiang Xinyu. What do you want to do today? I accompany you. Jiang Xinyu looked at her with emotion and joy. Let's just go around and have a look. I don't have anything special to do. Then let's go now. I take you on a wolf ride today. Really? That's so cool. Wen Yin and Jiang Xinyu walked out, talking and laughing, completely forgetting the existence of a group of men in the living room. Luli narrowed his eyes, not understanding the friendship between girls. They just talked. Why did they have to hold hands? It was too intimate. Zhou Yuchu cast an envious glance, wondering if he had such a benefit on his birthday. Chapter 170 Just for Fun. After walking out of the room, Wen Yin touched Hailang's head and discussed riding with him. Hailang nodded and leaned down obediently. After the 2 girls sat firmly, he slowly stood up and walked down the mountain road. Lin Fei couldn't help but sigh. It's my birthday today, too. Why don't I get this kind of treatment? Luli glanced at him. Why? You also want to ride with Wen Yin? Lin Fei shook his head quickly. No. I just want to ride wolf. Luli showed an expression of knowing what's good for you. Lin Zixia nudged Luli with his elbow and asked him in a low voice. You said? The boss won't like Wen Yin. Right? Although Wen Yin some time ago was fake, it was true that the 2 were not siblings. Looking back, Lin Zixia felt that the 2 seemed to be very close, and many details did not seem like the relationship between siblings. Luli smiled non-committally, looking at Wen Xiyu back and said, You should ask him about this. Wen Xiyu looked back with a warning look, and Lin Zixia fell silent when he saw this. A group of men were silent. The 2 girls riding on the wolf back chatted all the way, laughing from time to time. Passing the beautiful sea of flowers, the 2 walked down to pick a few bouquets of flowers, and were about to move forward when they saw a familiar figure. Xinyu. Sun Rui walked forward excitedly, his eyes full of joy. I finally see you. Jiang Xinyu took 2 steps back and frowned in disdain. Don't act. We are not familiar with each other. You left me when you were in danger, and we have nothing to do with each other. Meeting this ex-boyfriend, Jiang Xinyu did not feel happy, but felt unlucky. This man is a coward without responsibility. Far worse than Fan Yi. Wen Yin looked at the man in front of her. The last time she saw him, his eyes seemed to be injured, and he was wearing an eye patch. Now he is recovered. The smile on Sun Rui's face froze, and a trace of hurt flashed across his eyes. Xinyu, even if you want to sentence me, you should give me a chance to explain. I didn't plan to leave you that night, but to find other helpers. But when I came back, you were gone. You don't know how worried I was about you. Now that I see you are okay, I am relieved. Jiang Xinyu listened calmly, with a sarcastic arc at the corner of her mouth. If Sun Rui could be more frank and admit that he was afraid, Jiang Xinyu would still have a good impression of him. But he still wants to fool himself with such a clumsy lie, which is really disappointing and annoying. Sun Rui, let's part ways in peace. Don't bother me in the future. I'm the same as you. I haven't been moved. I just treat it as a game. After Jiang Xinyu finished speaking frivolously, she pulled Wen Yin forward. Wen Yin glanced at Sun Rui and chuckled. I thought you only had men in your eyes. How come you are sober today and know how to refuse? Jiang Xinyu shrugged and shared her thoughts generously. I have men in my eyes, but not in my heart. Men are just for fun. It's not worth spending too much energy. There are more men than women on the island now. I have many choices. Why should I go back to my ex? Wen Yin cast an unexpected look at her. Her thoughts were clear and interesting. When Wen Xiyu heard this, he frowned. What do you mean by just for fun and not worth spending too much energy? What kind of perverse logic is this? It's better that Wen Yin didn't listen. Luli was a little worried that Wen Yin would be led astray. But then he thought that Wen Yin was too conservative, and this influence might not be all bad. Sun Rui looked at Jiang Xinyu's back. His eyes flashed with resentment. He had been looking for her since he came to the island. Her predictions came true. Beicheng fell, and they came to an island. Sun Rui regretted throwing away this useful chess piece and wanted to make peace with her. Later, Sun Rui found out the addresses of several people, but was threatened by Lu Li when he went there. Lu Li told him not to hit on Jiang Xinyue anymore, saying that she already had a new boyfriend. Sun Rui didn't believe it, and suffered from no chance to get close to her. Today, he finally met her here, but at this moment, he found that she was not as stupid as he imagined. Maybe she was just hiding her incompetence before. Lu Li walked towards Sun Rui, raised his lips casually. Didn't I tell you that she has a new boyfriend? You don't believe it? Sun Rui lowered his head slightly, his eyes lonely. I just want to say a word to the person I like. I don't have any other thoughts. You don't have to be so defensive against me. Lu Li looked at his pretending to be affectionate and couldn't help laughing. He clearly realized the value of Jiang Xinyue and wanted to get a piece of the pie. But it was a pity that this chess piece was not a love-brain person and was not so easily bewitched. Xiaochen, come here, Lu Li shouted over there. And when Xiaochen came over, he introduced him to Sun Rui. This is Jiang Xinyue's new boyfriend. Now that you have met him, you can give up, right? Xiaochen pupils trembled, and he looked at Lu Li in disbelief. How could he make up a rumor out of nothing? He and Jiang Xinyue were innocent, and nothing happened. He moved his lips and was about to deny it. But then he heard Lin Zixu say, they have been in love for 2 months, and the relationship is very stable, so don't pester them anymore. He realized that the two were using this as an excuse to get rid of this man. Jiang Xinyue knew many secrets about this world, and it was normal for people to miss her. Sun Rui glanced at Xiaochen, and didn't want to humiliate himself anymore, so he turned and left. Lu Li looked at his back, and a little coldness appeared in his eyes. This guy didn't join the superpower army, but secretly recruited idle people to expand his team. It can be seen that he has great ambitions. Lu Li felt that civil strife would break out on the island sooner or later, and he had to remind Ningyu and the others to be prepared. Xiaochen waited until Sun Rui was far away before clarifying. Jiang Xinyue and I have nothing to do with each other. I don't like her either. Please don't make such jokes in the future. Lu Li raised an eyebrow and looked at him, chuckling. What have you been doing during this time? Are you flirting with her on purpose just to get some information from her? Xiaochen didn't deny it after hearing him say that. I just want to know the whereabouts of my mother. Lin Zixu felt that he was a bit too far away. Then you might as well ask us for help. We can check the personnel list on the island and we will know. Right? Xiaochen shook his head. She is not on the island. She was at the base before. I have asked and looked for her. Lu Li looked at him sympathetically. Is it possible that she is dead? Xiaochen thought about this possibility, but he still had a glimmer of hope. He wanted to ask his mother for an answer, and also wanted to ask her about the whereabouts of his sister. Qini walked over to the group and said, the boss asked us to pick some coconuts and hunt 2 rabbits. Okay, Lu Li responded, glanced at the pretty girl in a light purple top from a distance, and led everyone to find a coconut tree. Chapter 171 Seduction. When Yin and Jiang Xinyue stopped riding wolves and stopped to enjoy the scenery along the way, Black Wolf went to the space to move freely. When Yin took out a few chairs and a round table, put snacks and drinks on it, and sat down comfortably, Jiang Xinyue sat opposite her, opened a bag of snacks, and said while eating, Yin, can I go out and find a boyfriend? I promise not to reveal any secrets. It's just a pure physical transaction. When Yin frowned slightly, and his face was speechless. What's the point of pure physical? I really don't understand you. Jiang Xinyue chewed potato chips carelessly, making a crisp sound in her mouth. You are young. Of course you don't understand my fun. That kind of thing is very interesting. Besides, I have traveled through time. What's wrong with playing with a few more men? When Zhou Yuchu and Wenxiyu came over, they happened to hear these 2 sentences. The 2 paused and continued to move forward. Arriving at the pavilion, Wenxiyu glanced over coldly. Jiang Xinyue, have you forgotten my previous warning? Jiang Xinyue had forgotten a little, and seeing Wenxiyu warning eyes, she immediately corrected her attitude. I remember. I won't talk nonsense in the future. Zhou Yuchu couldn't help laughing. This woman never remembers. And now she is friends with Wen Yin. How can she restrain herself? Wen Yin looked at Wenxiyu with a little dissatisfaction in his eyes. Don't scare her. Today is her birthday. Let her say whatever she wants. She didn't do anything bad. Wenxi was a little helpless, and finally nodded as if in compromise. Pulling. Open the chair next to her and sit down. Go on. I want to listen too. Zhou Yuchu sat down on the other side. Me too. It's rare to hear such interesting ideas. Jiang Xinyue's mouth twitched. These two people were clearly threatening her. How could she dare to continue talking about that kind of thing? I was just joking just now. That kind of thing is meaningless. It's more interesting to have pure love and spiritual communication like you. But I can't meet that kind of person either. I can only think about the superficial body. Wen Yin cheeks blushed when she heard it. Jiang Xinyu, as you didn't mean them. Right? Wen Yin wanted to explain, but was afraid that it would be more embarrassing. Wenxiu's eyes were a little darker, and his eyes fell gently on the girl. Zhou Yuchu looked like he didn't hear it. He picked up a bag of potato chips from the table and slowly opened it to eat. Jiang Xinyu saw their expressions and felt a sense of joy of eating CP at a close distance. Wen Yin cleared his throat uncomfortably and changed the subject. Look! It seems to be raining. Zhou Yuchu took over. Yes. It is going to rain. Jiang Xinyu smiled with her chin propped up. You can walk in the rain together later. How romantic it is. Wenxiu cast a cold eye at her, and Jiang Xinyue's smile stopped, and she dared not say anything more. Wen Yin found an umbrella in the space for backup. It was still early, and they were not in a hurry to go back, so they chatted casually in the pavilion. The rain slowly fell, accompanied by a hint of coolness. Wen Yin took out 2 coats and handed one to Jiang Xinyue. As for the other 2 men, they should not be cold. At this moment, a black figure slowly emerged from the rain curtain. He was very tall and wore a black shirt. The wet clothes were tightly attached to his body, outlining the strong muscle lines. The rain slid down his hair and dripped onto his fair face, making him look a bit cool. He looked straight at the purple-dressed girl in the pavilion. His eyes were wet and exceptionally bright. Jiang Xinyue's eyes widened. This fox was really good at seducing people. Who could resist the temptation of getting wet on a rainy day? Wen Yin only noticed that Lu Li was wet. She stood up hurriedly, took out an umbrella, opened it, and walked towards Lu Li. Jiang Xinyue clicked her tongue twice and said to the man next to her, Both of you should learn from this. Don't just think about being nice to her. You should also learn how to seduce her. Understand? Wenxiu's face darkened slightly. You mean? Lu Li deliberately got himself wet to seduce her. Jiang Xinyue turned around with a speechless expression. What else? Is he trying to seduce me? Zhou Yuchu looked at the 2 people in the rain. Maybe he was just wet. Just comfort yourself like this. Jiang Xinyue was too lazy to pay attention to the 2 straight men. She looked back at the rain. The 2 stood under the same umbrella, with a height difference of nearly 30 centimeters. They looked quite compatible. The man took the umbrella, tilted it, lowered his head, and smiled and said something to the girl. The girl seemed shy. She glared at him coquettishly, took out another umbrella, opened it, and walked forward. Jiang Xinyue couldn't help but sigh. The former didn't fight or compete, but the latter took the upper hand. Wouldn't this rude fox be the first to take the upper hand? Can't the hero and the villain fight for their dignity? He's always pretending to be a gentleman, which really makes her anxious. Can't he just force a kiss and express his feelings? Back in the pavilion, Wen Yin closed her umbrella and met 3 pairs of eyes with ambiguous meanings. She felt guilty. But why was she feeling guilty? It was just an umbrella. Lu Li followed her and handed her the closed umbrella. Xiaoyan, can you take me to the space to change clothes? Wen Yin nodded, and then heard Wenxiu say, I want to use the bathroom. I go with you. Wen Yin didn't think much, took the 2 of them to the space, and went to her bedroom to wait. Not long after, there was a knock at the door. She walked over and opened the door, and saw Wenxiu walked in and closed the door. Wen Yin was inexplicably nervous, perhaps because of what happened last night. She took 2 steps back, her voice trembling slightly. What's wrong, brother? Wenxiu leaned against the door and looked at her. What are you nervous about? Are you afraid of me? Wen Yin smiled awkwardly. How can I be nervous? Wenxiu walked towards her, and before he could move, he saw the girl retreating in panic. It seems that she remembered what happened last night. But wasn't she the one who took the initiative last night? Now she seems to be avoiding me. Could it be that she mistook me for someone else? Wenxiu's eyes darkened, and he suppressed his desire to show his hand. There was a bit of hurt in his eyes. Nian Nian, don't be afraid of me. Okay? When Nian slowly calmed down, looked at Wen Xiu's expression, and felt a little guilty. She took the initiative to walk towards him, lowered her head and said, I'm not afraid of you. We are brother and sister. You are my closest person. Wen Xiu felt cold in his heart when he heard her reminder. He gently pulled his lip and smiled bitterly. Even after what happened last night, she was still unwilling to tear off the disguise. I know. Wen Xiu pursed his lips and reminded her in the same way. But we are not real brothers and sisters. And we are not related by blood. When Yen had heard this sentence in the illusion, her heart skipped a beat, and she suddenly didn't know how to face him. So she pushed the door and walked out. Lu Li stood in front of the door. Just as he raised his hand to knock, he was bumped into by the girl. He held her waist with his hand, his eyes frivolous and ambiguous. Are you throwing yourself into my arms? Chapter 172 Zhou Yuchu Confession. When Yen didn't want to joke with him at this moment. After standing firm, she took 2 steps back. We should go back. When Xiu turned his eyes to Lu Li. His eyes were cold. You go back first. We have something to talk about. Lu Li pursed her lips and smiled softly. They should have a frank chat or a fight. When Yen glanced at Lu Li and teleported back to the pavilion, the 2 people who were originally staring at the rain curtain, after seeing her, their eyes lit up at the same time. Yen, why did you come back alone? They have something to talk about. When Yen sat down in the original position and absent-mindedly picked up a bag of snacks and stuffed it into his mouth, Zhou Yuchu wanted to say that he had eaten that, opened his mouth, and swallowed the words again. Jiang Xinyue propped up her chin and teased the girl in front of her. Aren't you afraid that they will fight? That day at the dinner table, your brother said that if Lu Li wanted to pursue you, he had to beat him. Lu Li would probably be beaten up by your brother. When Yen paused chewing for a moment and continued eating, it seemed that Lu Li had already confronted Wen Xiu. If he insisted on doing this, there was nothing she could do. Let him do it. Thinking so, when Yen was still a little worried, she couldn't help but look at the space, but found that Wen Xiu and Lu Li were standing in the living room on the 3rd floor chatting. Their expressions were very calm, and there was no sign of fighting. She couldn't hear the sound in the space outside. She could only see the picture, like a TV series with the mute button pressed. Jiang Xinyue didn't wait for Wen Yen answer and asked again. Are you really not worried? Wen Yen retracted his gaze and looked at her and said, they are all adults. There is nothing to worry about. Jiang Xinyue felt that she shouldn't be so calm. She should rush over and shout angrily, stop fighting. Or stand in front of Lu Li and ask Wen Xiu to stop. Then she would eat melon seeds and watch the show. The fantasy ended, and Jiang Xinyue pouted in disappointment. Can't they fight in the rain? What's the point of being in space? You can't use your superpowers. When Yen looked at her, fighting in the rain? She was quite interested in watching the show. Zhou Yuchu listened in silence for a while, then said, if Wen Xiu uses his superpowers, Lu Li has no chance of winning. Jiang Xinyue looked at him. What about you? Can you beat Wen Xiu? I'm 50% sure. When Zhou Yuchu went out a few days ago, his ice superpowers rose to level 6, and his fire superpowers rose to level 5. Now they are on par with Wen Xiu's superpowers. If they really fight, it's not certain who will win or lose. Jiang Xinyue blinked at him. Then you fight with him later. If you win, you can pursue Wen Yen. Wen Yen was speechless. Don't encourage them to fight. Brother Yuchu, don't listen to her. We are all friends. Can't we talk it out? Why fight? Zhou Yuchu turned his head, and his eyes fell softly on the girl. She was wearing a light purple short-sleeved shirt with a black jacket. Her fluffy black hair was draped over her shoulders, and her face was white and delicate. When he first saw her, he liked this face very much. And now he still likes it. The rain was getting heavier, and the sound of the raindrops fell on his ears, like a beautiful music that tempted people to sink. At this moment, the love that had been buried in his heart and accumulated more and more seemed to be unable to be suppressed any longer. He took a deep breath and said slowly, Wen Yen, I actually like you. I like you since the first time we met. And I don't want to be just an ordinary friend with you. Wen Yen looked at him in surprise. She didn't expect him to suddenly confess to her. Wen Yen actually felt that he liked her. She was not sure before. But after experiencing the illusion, she saw him again, and many things became clear. Wen Yen lowered her head slightly. Her cheeks flushed. She was thinking about the wording of a tactful refusal, but heard the sound of cracking melon seeds. Seeing the two looking at her, Jiang Xinyue smiled apologetically. You continue? Pretend I don't exist. Being interrupted like this. Wen Yin's romantic thoughts instantly dissipated. She thought about it, and simply copied the excuse she used to reject Lu Li before. My brother said that I can only fall in love when I am 20 years old. So let's talk about this later. Zhou Yuchu guessed that she would reject him, and this reason was also within his expectations. He smiled lightly. It's okay. I just suddenly wanted to tell you that I don't want you to always treat me as a friend. If you want to fall in love, can you consider me? Wen Yin rubbed her hair in distress. Lu Li and Wen Xiyu had already given her a headache, and now there was another one. She didn't know how to face it. Wen Yin hesitated and couldn't say a complete sentence for a long time. Jiang Xinyue saw that she was anxious and couldn't help but say, You are hesitating, which means you have a good impression of him. Otherwise you should just reject him directly. If you ask me, you four can live together. Now is the end of the world. There are more men than women. This kind of thing is normal. You don't have to feel psychologically burdened. Hearing this, Wen Yin and Zhou Yuchu were stunned. What kind of lewd words was she saying? How could the four of them live together? With Wen Xiyu temper, he would never tolerate such a thing. Wen Yin ate a piece of potato chips to calm down. She didn't want to talk about this topic anymore. So she brought up another thing. Xinyue, have you seen a space power user like me in the book? And that evil spirit of desire, is it mentioned in the book? Jiang Xinyue was still waiting for her response. But the topic suddenly changed from personal matters to business matters. Okay, let's talk about business matters. I haven't seen it. There are not many descriptions of space superpowers in the book, and the evil spirits are not mentioned. Maybe your rebirth has brought about a series of butterfly effects. Wen Yin frowned slightly. How do you know I? Jiang Xinyue smiled. Am I so stupid in your eyes? Can't you see this? Wen Yin also laughed after hearing it. I now think you were just pretending to be stupid before. Jiang Xinyue shrugged and didn't comment. She didn't like to use her brain. She came here at first with the mentality of playing games and just wanted to have a beautiful man. But after staying for a long time, she found that the beautiful man was out of the game. So her brain started to turn. Zhou Yuchu realized that the topic had changed, and he didn't bother about personal matters anymore, and listened quietly to the two people chatting. The evil spirit of desire parasitizes in the soil of space and may revive at any time. Even if they have superpowers, they have no chance of winning against the evil spirit. It would be best to let the psychic join the team. Wen Yin decided to go to Tu Ling again in 2 days. Ask her to purify the vegetables in the space, and then get close to her. Although she likes to be alone, she is not a loner. She is straightforward and a friend worth making friends with. While chatting, Wen Yin took the time to look at the space and saw the two people sitting on the sofa, drinking beer leisurely. Chapter 173. I like him a little bit. Lu Li leaned on the sofa, holding a can of beer in his hand. His eyes fell on the man not far away, and he narrowed his eyes slightly. You have been brother and sister for so long. How could Wen Yin suddenly accept you? Even if she once fantasized about being with you, it was just the fantasy of an ignorant girl. Wen Xiyu sneered, put down the bottle and looked at him. So, you want to persuade me to let go? Lu Li shrugged, handed the bottle to his mouth and took a sip, then said, have you ever thought that illusions are woven according to people's inner desires? And there are 3 people in Wen Yin illusion, which means that she is also entangled. She may not know what she wants. Or maybe she wants everything. Wen Xiyu frowned and pressed his thin lips into a straight line. He picked up the bottle and took a sip. He felt his stomach sour and bloated. He had thought before that if Wen Yin had someone he liked, he would try to accept it. But now, he doesn't want to be just a guardian. He wants to own her and monopolize her. Even if she likes others, he will not let go of Wen. Stand up from the sofa and look at the man in front of him. Go outside to play. If you win, I will give you the opportunity to pursue her. Lu Jiao raised his eyebrows. How can I win in advance? So that someone is not sure. Xiyu said coldly. He lifted his feet downstairs, and Lu Jiao followed his footsteps. He came to the lawn and looked at him hesitantly. Some didn't want to start. He tried to talk about peace. Vancouver. The 3 of us can also accept you as a third party. The head has already smashed. Wen Yin saw this scene outside, and when she moved to the space, She was a little worried about Lu Ru. This guy was weak. But when she stood on the lawn, she found that Lu Li was not what she imagined. And his attack was also quite fierce. The two fought back and forth. And it was unclear who had the upper hand. Wen Yan did not move forward again, but took a chair and sat down, watching the fight quietly. After an unknown amount of time, the two men finally realized her presence. And their clenched fists slowly dropped. And their grip on the collar slowly loosened. Nian. Wen Xiu seemed to want to explain, but didn't know how to explain. Lu Li pulled his collar and said casually, "Why are you here? Has the rain stopped outside?" Wen Yan leaned back in the chair and chuckled. "The rain hasn't stopped. Do you want to continue fighting in the rain?" Jiang Xinyu really wants to watch. Wen Xiu heard Wen Yan's sarcasm and walked over and said, "We are just competing, not killing each other." Wen Yan raised her head and smiled at him lightly. "It's okay. The water in the space can heal injuries. You continue to fight. And we talk about it after the winner is decided." The girl's expression was calm, and her words were smiling, soft and gentle, but she released a sense of pressure invisibly. The two men inexplicably felt that they had done something wrong. Lu Li walked towards the girl, half squatted in front of the chair, and looked at her pitifully and innocently. Yan, don't be angry. I didn't mean it. I didn't want to hit your brother. But he said that only if I beat him, he would give me the opportunity to pursue you. I really want this opportunity." Wen Yan looked at his aggrieved look, and most of the anger in her heart dissipated. But she still maintained a posture and said indifferently, "I'm not angry. You guys continue to fight. Just pretend I don't exist. Anyway, you don't care about my thoughts as a person involved." Lu Li gently pulling her sleeve. Yan, don't be like this. How can I not care about your thoughts? I wish I could dig out my whole heart for you to prove my feelings to you. Wen Yan's mouth twitched, and she couldn't help laughing. "Okay, dig it out and show it to me." Seeing her smile, Lu Li was relieved immediately. He pulled the girl's white and tender hand and put it on his heart. "You come and dig it yourself. It belongs to you." Wen Xiu looked at the interaction between the two and suddenly understood what Jiang Xinyu said. It's not enough to be nice to her. You have to seduce her. Lu Li is a master in this regard. He should have been a little heavier just now. Wen Yan pulled back her hand and glared at him angrily. "Okay. Go to the room to treat the wound. I take you back later." Lu Li stood up obediently and walked towards the villa. Wen Xiu stood there without moving, just looking at her like that. His eyes were dark and unclear. Wen Yan lowered her head, not daring to look him in the eye. After a while, she heard him ask, "Do you like this type?" "No. I don't have a favorite type." Wen Yan answered without thinking, lowering her head even lower. Wen Xiu laughed softly, raised his hand, and gently touched the girl's hair. "Do you know? When you lie, you never dare to look me in the eye." Hearing this, Wen Yan slowly raised her head and looked into the pair of deep black eyes that seemed to see through everything. She pursed her lips nervously and said softly, "Yes, I like Lu Li a little bit, and I am very happy to be with him." Wen Xiu was slightly stunned, and his heart curled up for a moment, as if it was tightly grasped by an invisible hand, and he was almost suffocated. He wanted to say something, opened his mouth, but it seemed as if a ball of cotton blocked his throat, and he couldn't say anything. He turned away silently, and the embarrassment in his eyes could hardly be concealed. Wen Yan looked at his lonely back as he walked away, and her heart ached slightly. They were brothers and sisters who grew up together, even if they were not related by blood. She couldn't get over the hurdle in her heart. No matter how beautiful the illusion is, it is just an illusion. In the pavilion, Jiang Xinyu was doing ideological work for Zhou Yuchu, persuading him to accept the reality of polyandry. They are now living in the end times, and they may die one day. So why bother about those secular concepts? Besides, they are all friends who have shared hardships, and they have already adjusted what they should have. And it would be great if the family is happy. Zhou Yuchu couldn't bear it anymore, and interrupted her and said, "This matter is not that simple. Not everyone can accept this concept." Jiang Xinyu looked at him with her chin on her head. "I think you will accept it. I have a hunch." Zhou Yuchu did not reply. His eyes were cast towards the gray rain curtain. The sky was covered by thick dark clouds, which looked gloomy and depressing. He could not help wondering, if Wen Yan accepted this concept, would he agree? The education he received before absolutely did not allow him to agree. But now it is the end of the world. And the law and morality are no longer within the scope of consideration. It is unknown how long they can live. So why should he stick to secular concepts? He knew that he wanted her. And he did not want to let her go anyway. Let's go back. The girl's beautiful voice sounded, interrupting his thoughts. He looked up. His eyes fell gently on the girl, and the corners of his lips could not help but bend. Wen Yin took out umbrellas and distributed them to several people, and then took the lead to walk forward with the umbrella. Jiang Xinyu caught up with her and walked side by side with her. The three men walked behind them, silent all the way. Chapter 174, pushing the issue further. When they got home, Qin Yi and Xiao Chen were already cooking. Their cooking skills were pretty good in the team, although they were slightly inferior to Wen Xiu. The dishes they made were also delicious. Jiang Xinyu closed her umbrella, walked to Xiao Chen, and asked with a smile, "Are you cooking for me?" Xiao Chen lowered his eyes and said nothing. Jiang Xinyu was used to his silence, and her smile remained unchanged. She leaned closer and said, "If you help me make a birthday cake, I will tell you everything I know." Xiao Chen looked at her sideways, as if he was judging the truth in her words. After a moment, he nodded and said, "Okay." Jiang Xinyu smiled with satisfaction and turned to go into the room. In the yard, Ji Yi blocked the rain with a thin white curtain. They could hear the sound of rain and see the rain above their heads, but they could not feel the raindrops falling. Wen Yin cast an admiring glance at Ji Yi. Water can also prevent rain like this. So amazing. Ji Yi smiled. I can also conjure up a transparent umbrella. Do you want to see it? Wen Yin nodded. And soon, a transparent umbrella made of water appeared in her palm. The handle of the umbrella was a columnar body formed by water flow. When you reach out to touch it, the water flow will be cut off, and it will gather together again when you move your hand away. Wen Yin felt novel, and went outside with a transparent umbrella to try it out. It really can block the rain, and it is even better than ordinary umbrellas. Rain almost doesn't fall on you. Back in the yard, Wen Yin smiled and asked Ji Yi, "Have you reached level 6? Do you have a supernatural elf?" Ji Yi answered yes, and then spread out his palm, and a small transparent water ball slowly took shape, about the size of a fist, with round and clear eyes, looking silly and cute. Wen Yin stared at the small water ball, and was about to touch it, but was intercepted by another hand. Luli lifted the small water ball up to the sky. "If you want to play, then take it from me." Wen Yin frowned. "Give it to me." Luli raised his lips and smiled casually. "No." Wen Yin stood on tiptoe to reach it, but couldn't reach it. Her interest was ruined by Luli. She raised her foot and kicked him, said she didn't want to play anymore, and turned to go into the room. Luli returned the water ball to Ji Yi, who was confused, and turned to follow him in. Wen Yin saw him and frowned immediately, turning her head to look elsewhere. Luli walked over and said, "Let's go to the space to talk." "Okay." "No." Wen Yin's tone was stiff, and it was obvious that she was still angry. Luli looked down at her, his eyes slightly turned. "Okay. Let's talk here. Anyway, I've already exposed my cards, and I'm not afraid of others hearing it." Wen Yin didn't expect him to be so rogue. In addition to being angry, she still took him into the space. She didn't want others to hear his disgusting words. After standing firm, Wen Yin was about to ask him what he wanted to talk about, but was suddenly pulled into the man's arms, and a soft and passionate kiss fell on his lips. Wen Yin's head buzzed, and it seemed as if fireworks exploded in front of her eyes. Messy, helpless, but faintly excited, Luli watched the girl's reaction, and his heart fell slightly. He knew he shouldn't do this, but he couldn't control himself. Seeing the scene in the room last night, he was jealous and almost crazy. He tossed and turned and couldn't fall asleep. Finally, he went to the girl's room and stole a kiss. The girl's lips were very soft and kissable. He indulged in them, kissed her greedily for a long time, and hugged her to sleep for a while before leaving reluctantly. After the long kiss, their bodies were still pressed against each other. Luli held her waist with one hand and gently stroked her face with the other hand. "Yin Yin, you have feelings for me, right?" Wen Yin lowered her head slightly and did not answer. The blush on her cheeks made her look more charming. She reached out to push him, but he did not move at all. His eyes were locked on her, stubbornly wanting an answer. Wen Yin raised her head helplessly. Her eyes met his undisguised burning eyes. And then she lowered her eyes shyly. I like you a little bit. Can you let go? Lu Li was stunned for a moment. Her eyes slowly filled with joy. He leaned over and kissed her, his voice hoarse. So are we sure about our relationship now? Girlfriend. Wen Yin turned her head away, avoiding his kiss. Don't push it. I didn't say I wanted to be with you. Lu Li paused slightly. His eyebrows drooped, revealing a hurt look. Don't you want to be responsible for me? Wen Yin glanced at him. Tut tut. He was quite good at pretending to be a green tea. It was obviously him who forced a kiss on her. But he turned around and said that he was not responsible. Can you let me think about it for a few days? My mind is a little confused now. I'm not sure what I want. Lu Li knew what she was struggling with. But he didn't want to make it clear at the moment, creating opportunities for the other two. He wanted to take the position legitimately and occupy the status of boyfriend first. If you are worried about Wensiyu objection, we can date secretly. For you, I can endure any grievances, as long as you have me in your heart. Wen Yin looked at him speechlessly. He was really addicted to playing the role of a green tea. Did he think he was being played by her? Stop acting. I said I would consider it. I mean I would consider it. Let me go now. The girl's tone was serious, revealing a hint of unquestionable. Lu Li put away his performance and reluctantly let go. He was already very satisfied to hear Wen Yin admit that she liked him. Even if he was not the most important person in her heart, he was the one she liked. After returning from the space, both of them pretended that nothing had happened and were busy with their own things calmly. But Lu Li's joyful mood could hardly be hidden, and it was particularly obvious in the eyes of the other two. Wensiyu was upset, so he said something to a few people and went out to relax alone. Lunch was ready and served on the table. Wensiyu had not returned yet. Lu Li used his sky eye to check and found that he was standing alone on the beach, without an umbrella. Just like that in the rain. Lu Li asked the others to eat first, and he took his umbrella to find someone. When he came to the beach, he moved the open umbrella over, and after a moment of silence, he said, Wen Yin has you in her heart, but she doesn't want to face it. The person she cares about most is you. I know I shouldn't get in between you, but I really like her, so much that I don't mind sharing with you. Wensiyu's eyes lit up, then dimmed again. He pulled his lips slightly, his voice a little hoarse. Why do you share with me? Just because she has a little affection for you? Lu Li turned his head to look at him and sighed softly. I know it's hard for you to accept, so let's compete fairly. After all, Wen Yin has the final say in this matter. Wensiyu glanced at him coldly and said nothing. The two stayed quietly at the beach for a while, then walked back and met Wen Yin and Zhou Yuchu, who came to find them on the way. The four looked at each other across the rain curtain. Their eyes were a little complicated. Wen Yin walked up to Wensiyu and asked him, Where have you been? Don't you know how to take an umbrella when you go out? Wensiyu looked down at her. His eyes were wet after being washed by water, revealing a bit of grievance. Will you still care about me? I thought you didn't want me anymore because you had someone you liked. Chapter 175 Xiaoqin's sister. Wensiyu rarely showed his vulnerable side in front of her. He was always mature and steady. Even if he was unhappy, he would just sulk and not talk to her. Wen Yin couldn't help but think of him in the illusion, with the same broken eyes, humbly begging her not to marry someone else. Her heart tightened suddenly, and she lowered her head in guilt and helplessness. After a while, she said in a low voice, I didn't abandon you. Don't think about it. Okay? Wensiyu's lips curled slightly, and his tone was still a little depressed. You promised me that you would accompany me for the rest of my life. Remember? Wen Yin nodded. Remember? I won't break my promise. Lu Li rolled his eyes silently when he heard it. Wensiyu already had the upper hand. If he showed weakness and pretended to be pitiful, what would happen to him and Zhou Yuchu? He had to seize the opportunity to get promoted. After returning home for lunch, they didn't go out again because of the rain, and they drank tea and chatted in the yard. Xiaoqin promised Jiang Xinhua to make a cake for her, but he had no ingredients and didn't know how to make a cake, so he could only ask Wensiyu for help. Wensiyu raised his eyebrows and looked at him, then nodded after a little thought, and then asked Wen Yin to take out the ingredients and went to the living room to guide him. Lin Zixia thought of something and got up and followed him. After all, it was his cousin's birthday. There was no gift, but there was still a cake. The remaining 8 people chatted in the yard for a while and divided into two teams, one playing chess and the other playing mahjong. The mahjong table was brought by Wen Yin from home. In the past, her mother often invited friends to play together. Wen Yin learned to play mahjong by osmosis. Lu Li said that he didn't know how to play, so he moved a chair and sat next to Wen Yin to learn skills from her. But everyone could see that he was not interested in wine. Wen Yin stacked the cards, and as soon as one hand fell, it was held by someone. Her face was hot, and she wanted to pull her hand back, but the hand was held tightly. Lin Fei sat next to Lu Li, and his eyes glanced over inadvertently, and he was shocked. Are these two people progressing so fast? They are holding hands. Zhou Yuchu was on the other side, and saw the same scene. His eyes darkened, and he threw the cards in his hand away, urging Wen Yin, "It's your turn." Wen Yin realized that several people were looking at her, and suddenly pulled her hand out with force, and her body tilted and fell back heavily. She did not fall to the ground, but fell into a warm embrace. Her heart was beating violently because of the shock, and her hand subconsciously grabbed the man's hand to keep balance. She slowly raised her eyes, and met the beautiful dark brown eyes, and her heart beat faster and faster. Let go when you've hugged enough. So many people are watching. Lu Li's unhappy voice came, and when Yin realized the situation in front of her half a beat late, and quickly stood up and sat in her seat. Zhou Yuchu looked at Lu Li with a cold look in his eyes. You know someone is watching. Can't you restrain yourself? Lu Li chuckled and said meaningfully, I have already restrained myself. The two spoke with jealousy, and seemed to have reached some kind of consensus. Wen Yin was embarrassed to hear this. She raised her foot and stepped on Lu Li. She warned him with her eyes not to talk nonsense. She turned to Zhou Yuchu and smiled soothingly. Let's continue playing cards. Jiang Xinhua looked at the three people with interest, with an ant smile on her face. It's okay. You continue. We like to watch. Lin Fei nodded, and for the first time he and Jiang Xinhua united on the front. Yeah. Don't worry about us. Wen Yin randomly pulled out a card and threw it out. Okay. Stop joking. Play cards. Jiang Xinhua glanced at the card game, smiled triumphantly, and pushed the cards in her hand down. Who? They continued to play a few more games, and Jiang Xinhua won all of them. She and Lin Fei were the only ones who played cards seriously at this table. The other two were absent-minded and threw cards at random. It was soon dinner time, because someone had a birthday. Wen Xiu personally went to the kitchen and prepared a sumptuous meal. Everyone sat around the dining table, chatting and laughing while finishing their meal. And then 2 birthday cakes were served on the table. Lin Fei glanced at the cake that Lin Zixu made for him, which was better than he had imagined and looked quite good. Jiang Xinhua was also quite satisfied with her cake. It could be seen that Xiaochen made it with his heart. Although the decoration pattern was simple, it was already very good as a beginner's work. The 2 birthday boys closed their eyes and made a wish, then blew out the candles, cut the cake and shared it with everyone. After a lively night, everyone went back to their rooms to rest. Jiang Xinhua remembered what she had promised Xiaochen, washed up, put on her clothes and knocked on his door. Xiaochen opened the door, stepped back 2 steps to let her into the room, and asked bluntly, Can you tell me now? Jiang Xinhua pulled out a chair and sat down, looking at the man's handsome face, and asked instead, Are you really not interested in me at all? Xiaochen pursed his lips and said nothing. Jiang Xinhua has been trying to hook up with him for a month, and now she has reached her limit. She is a person who knows how to give up. A forced melon is not sweet. Without this melon, there is another melon field outside. Why should she cling to him? After figuring this out, Jiang Xinhua smiled with relief and told him everything she knew about his mother. The book didn't describe this story much, only saying that his family was originally harmonious. But after his mother got pregnant with her second child, his father became addicted to alcohol and gambling, often staying out all night, and his mother suffered from depression. Later, she gave birth to a daughter in the hospital, but she was stolen away in the middle of the night. Xiaochen has always been upset about this matter. He thinks that he didn't take good care of his sister, which led to his sister's accident. But what he didn't know was that it was actually his father who stole his sister. His father owed a gambling debt, and in order to pay off the debt, he sold his newborn daughter to a human trafficker. And after his mother learned about this, she still blamed him for his sister's affairs and beat and scolded him at every turn. When Xiaochen grew up, he tried to find his sister, but it was too long. and it was almost impossible to find her. Later, he went abroad to study and completely cut off contact with his mother. Until half a year ago, his mother suddenly called and said that she had found his sister and asked him to come back. He hurried back to China, but encountered the outbreak of the zombie virus, and his mother was nowhere to be found. The story did not directly point out the ending of his mother, but Jiang Xinhua felt that she was most likely turned into a zombie. Xiao Chun listened quietly, without any extra expression on his face. He asked softly, "Then do you know who my sister is? Is she still alive?" Jiang Xinhua shook her head. She didn't know much about it. The book only mentioned that your sister was sold to human traffickers, and then was rescued by the police on the way and sent to an orphanage. I don't know much about the rest. After talking about this, Jiang Xinhua stood up and said goodbye. Before walking to the door, she suddenly remembered something and added, "By the way, your sister is a rabbit, and is the same age as Wen Yin. Coincidentally, Wen Yin was adopted from an orphanage, and you are from the same city. Maybe you have some connection." Xiao Chen was stunned for a moment. His eyes lit up slightly. His only obsession in this life was to find his sister. If there was any possibility, he would also want to verify it. Chapter 176 Farewell at Night. In the room downstairs, Wen Xiyu listened to the conversation between the two, and his eyes were slightly startled. He knew that Xiao Chen was asking Jiang Xinhua for a piece of news. To be on the safe side, he deliberately eavesdropped on the conversation. Unexpectedly, he accidentally discovered an important thing. 2 years ago, after he learned that Wen Yin was not his biological sister, he sent someone to investigate her life experience. She was born in a public hospital. Her parents were ordinary working class. Her father was a gambler. In order to pay off his debts, he sold her to human traffickers. Fortunately, she was rescued by the police and sent to an orphanage. This past is exactly the same as what Jiang Xinhua said. He remembered the father's column in the information. His name was Xiao Hai. He died in an accident more than 10 years ago. It was mentioned that he had a son, but the specific information was unknown. Wen Xiyu felt that the children raised by this kind of family were not very good, and he didn't want Wen Yin to have any contact with him. So he didn't investigate further. After going around in circles, they actually met again. Wen Xiyu was almost certain at this time that Xiao Chen was Wen Yin's brother. Should he tell Wen Yin about this? As a party involved, she had the right to know her life experience. But Xiao Chen really didn't seem like a competent brother. Wen Yin finished washing and was about to go to bed, but she heard a knock on the door. She teleported back from the space and lit a candle for lighting. When she saw the person coming, her eyebrows raised. It was strange. Why did Xiao Chen not sleep at night and come to her? Wen Yin looked at him sleepily. "Is there something?" Xiao Chen nodded, looking like he wanted to say something but stopped. Wen Yin waited for a while, and seeing that he didn't speak, she simply opened the door and let him in to talk. With Xiao Chen's personality, he would never chat with her in the middle of the night. He must have asked her for help. Wen Yin asked him to sit down and handed him a bottle of water. "Tell me, what do you want to talk to me about?" Xiao Chen pursed his lips and was silent for a while before slowly speaking. "Can you give me a hair? I want to do an identification. I have a sister who is the same age as you. I want to know if you are my sister." Wen Yin suspected that she had heard it wrong. "What did you say?" Xiao Chen repeated it, and then looked up at her with a pleading look in her eyes. Wen Yin twitched her mouth. Although she didn't understand, she still pulled off a hair and handed it to him. I think Jiang Xinhua said something to him that stimulated him. There are so many girls of the same age. How could she be his sister? Wait, he actually has a sister? Then if they help him find someone, will Xiao Chen agree to develop a vaccine? Wen Yin felt that she was very smart. After sending Xiao Chen away, she planned to help him find his sister. There were not many women on the island. As long as they were girls of the same age, they could do an identification. Wen Yin suddenly stopped when she walked to the bed. She felt like someone was hugging her from behind. But when she looked over in the candlelight, there was no one. Maybe it was an illusion. Wen Yin didn't think about it anymore. She closed her eyes and concentrated. The scene shifted to the space, and she realized that it was not an illusion. Lu Li was standing behind her, one hand around her waist, his head gently on her shoulder. After the initial scream, Wen Yin sank her face and taught him a lesson. "You are quite promising. You use your invisibility ability on me." Lu Li lowered his eyebrows and looked pitiful. I'm sorry. I just thought about going out tomorrow. So I came to say goodbye to you alone. They have been leading the team out recently. And the goal is to make all the superpowers reach level 3 or above. And then gather all the superpowers to deal with the zombies in the North City. Wen Xiu considered that Wen Yin had just woken up, and did not plan to go out for the time being, while the others would leave tomorrow. Wen Yin's expression eased. She pushed him away, and sat down beside the bed. Have you said goodbye now? I take you home. No. Luli sat next to her, was silent for a while, and whispered, If you can't make a choice, I can help you. I said, as long as you wake up, I can consider accepting someone else, but my tolerance is not high. Wen Xiu and Zhou Yuchu are enough. Don't even think about others. A question mark slowly appeared in Wen Yin's head. She didn't understand what he was saying. After returning from the illusion, Luli seemed to have become a different person. So active that she was a little overwhelmed. Zhou Yuchu and Wen Xiu were the same. Could something have happened during her coma? Wen Yin turned her head and looked at him teasingly. You are quite generous. You can actually accept others? Luli's mouth corners turned down, and his voice was muffled. I'm not generous at all. But I know that I can't replace Wen Xiu. If you have to choose between the two, you will definitely choose him. But I can't live without you. I have never liked someone so much that I can give up my principles and share with others. Wen Yin's heart tightened when she heard it. She looked at him with pity and couldn't help but sigh. You are really a love-brained person. How can you give up your principles? No matter how much you like someone, you can't be without principles. Luli choked slightly. He didn't expect her focus to be here. After he opened his heart for a long time, she turned around and said that he was in love. It was really hurtful. Luli simply said bluntly, Anyway, I can't live without you. If you don't accept me, I won't be able to live. Wen Yin frowned unhappily. Are you blackmailing me morally? Luli hummed, without any guilt. Wen Yin wanted to persuade him a few words, but felt it was unnecessary. It was useless to say anything to a person who was in love. Are you done? I take you home. Luli looked at her and asked tentatively, Can I sleep here? No. Wen Yin refused quickly, without giving him any room for negotiation. Even sleeping on the floor is not allowed. Luli's eyes were disappointed. And he gave up? Then I want a goodnight kiss. Okay. Wen Yin rolled his eyes at him. Don't think that I said I like you. You can climb up the ladder. Can you give me a hug? I'll be away for several days this time. Who knows if I be in danger? If I can't come back? Wen Yin didn't want to listen to his bad words anymore. So she interrupted him and said, Okay. She stood up and perfunctorily opened her arms, but retracted them in an instant. Luli smiled and pulled her into his arms again, holding her waist tightly, leaning over and whispering in her ear, Wait for me to come back and reward me with a kiss. Okay. No. Wen Yin was irritated by his roguery and raised her hand to hit him. But he grabbed her wrist. He looked at her with a burning look, as if he was going to kiss her in the next second. Wen Yin's cheeks instantly became hot, and she looked away in panic. Compromising? Okay. I promise you. Luli wanted to let go, but seeing the girl's blushing cheeks, he couldn't help himself. He was not a gentleman, and the person he loved was in his arms. How could he control himself? His fingers clasped the girl's waist, and he kissed her regardless. After a gentle test, he pried open her teeth with the tip of his tongue, passionately and lingeringly. Chapter 177 The Closest Person. At the breakfast table, Lin Zixu watched Luli slowly drink the porridge one spoonful at a time, and was so anxious. Can't you finish it quickly? Is it that hot? Luli glanced at him. Why are you rushing me? Are you in such a hurry? Luli was bitten by an angry rabbit last night, and it was a bit painful to drink this warm porridge, so he could only blow it cool before drinking it. But he did not regret his impulse last night. He never knew that kissing someone he liked would be such a wonderful experience. If he had known, he would have done it earlier. Wen Yin looked at him and asked, pretending to be ignorant, You are drinking so slowly. Don't you want to leave? Luli stopped drinking the porridge, looked at her, and said very seriously, Yes, I can't bear to leave you. Wen Yin rolled her eyes at him, and lowered her head again. She tied a fluffy high ponytail today, and her small ears were exposed. The circle of pink on the tip of her ear was particularly obvious. Seeing this, Luli couldn't help but raise his lips. Her shy and angry look made his heart beat fast. Wensiu leaned back in his chair, glanced at someone who looked like a pervert, and said coldly, "Let's go after we are full. Don't waste time." Luli nodded slowly, retracted his greedy eyes, picked up the bowl, and drank the rest of the porridge in one breath. Although the tip of his tongue was burned and he lost consciousness, he was still in a good mood. Lin Zishu saw him hissing in pain and asked him, "Do you have a blister on your tongue?" Luli shook his head, said it was okay, stood up and walked out. Zhou Yuchu had finished his meal and was waiting to leave. Before leaving, he handed the jade pendant in his hand to Wen Yan. "This is my mother's relic, which can ward off evil spirits. The evil spirits in the space are still there. Wearing it may be useful for you." Wen Yan glanced at the jade pendant of excellent quality, and her eyes slowly moved up to the man's flawless face. After knowing him for so long, Wen Yan still didn't get tired of this face. Every time she stared at it, her soul would be taken away for a short time. The man looked at her expectantly, and seemed a little nervous. With his lips slightly pursed, Wen Yan's heart moved slightly, and he reached out to take the jade pendant. "Thank you. I will wear it. And be careful when you go out." Zhou Yuchu's face showed an obvious smile, and he looked at her quietly for a while before turning around and leaving. In the end, there were only 4 people left in the living room. The 2 men cleaned up the table and went to the kitchen together. After closing the door, Wensiu asked directly, "Is your father called Xiao Hai?" Xiao Chen was shocked and understood many things in an instant. He originally wanted to borrow the military's testing equipment, but now he felt that it was unnecessary. Since Wensiu knew that Wen Yan was adopted, he would definitely investigate her background. So did he know about it all along? Or did he know about it after eavesdropping on their conversation last night? Wensiu leaned against the door. His inquiring eyes fell on Xiao Chen. His face was always as calm as dead water, but at this moment he actually showed a surprised expression. Wensiu had been struggling with whether to tell Wen Yan this morning. After thinking about it, he felt that he should first clarify this matter with Xiao Chen to see his attitude. Xiao Chen slowly came back to his senses from the surprise and looked at Wensiu gratefully. "Thank you for helping me take care of my sister." Wensiu frowned and corrected him. "I didn't help you take care of her. You'd better understand one thing. Even if you are related to her by blood, it won't change anything. I am her brother, and the one closest to her." The light in Xiao Chen's eyes dimmed slightly. Thinking of something, the corners of his lips raised again. "But don't you like her? If you always occupy the identity of brother, she probably won't accept you." Wensiu didn't expect this. Wen Yan's rejection of him came from this identity. He used to think that getting along as a family was good, and he didn't insist on changing his identity. But now it seems necessary. But even if he gave up his identity as a brother, Xiao Chen was not qualified to replace him. He raised his eyebrows slightly and sneered. "You can't be called brother just because you are related by blood. You have to be worthy of this title. I can let you recognize her, but you have no right to interfere in anything about her. Nor do you have the right to control her." Xiao Chen lowered his eyes in disappointment. "I understand that I have not fulfilled my obligation to take care of her. So what qualifications do I have to control her? It's good that you understand." After Wensiu finished speaking, he turned and walked out, leaving Xiao Chen alone to digest the information he heard. Xiao Chen had wanted to end his life many times, but he couldn't let go of someone. He cared about her for more than 10 years and looked for her for 4 or 5 years. The person he thought he would never see again was actually by his side. God finally showed mercy to him. His sister lived a good life, and she grew up to be graceful, pure and beautiful. He had nothing to be dissatisfied with. In the living room, Jiang Xinyue was talking about Xiao Chen. She suspected that Wen Yan was the sister that Xiao Chen had been looking for many years. Wen Yan couldn't help laughing when she heard it. The probability of such a thing was a bit low. How could it be such a coincidence? Wensiu walked towards the 2 of them. His eyes fell on Wen Yan, and he said calmly, "Xiao Chen is indeed your brother with a blood relationship. I have investigated your life experience before. You have a brother named Xiao. I didn't want you to recognize each other at the time, and I didn't investigate him carefully. Last night, Jiang Xinyue mentioned Xiao Chen's sister, so I connected the matter and confirmed it." After hearing what he said, the smile on Wen Yan's face slowly faded. "Are you serious? You didn't lie to me?" Wensiu sat down next to her and held her hand comfortingly. "It's true." Jiang Xinyue opened her mouth in surprise. She just said it casually. And it turned out to be right. Wen Yin originally wanted to help Xiaochen find his sister. But it turned out that she was that sister. She didn't feel surprised, but instead had an indescribable sense of weirdness. How could she suddenly have a brother? This is too bizarre. Xiaochen doesn't look like her. How could this happen? Wen Yin couldn't accept it for a while. She got up and went back to the bedroom. She teleported into the space again, took out a bag of snacks, and stuffed them into her mouth mechanically. This was a way for her to relieve stress. After calming down for a while, she returned to the room again, only to see Wen Xiyu sitting on the armchair beside the bed, as if waiting for her. Wen Yin walked towards him and sat down opposite him. The two looked at each other quietly for a moment, and smiled at the same time. Wen Xiyu gently held the girl's hand, and said gently, "If you don't want to recognize him, just get along with him as before. I will tell him." Wen Yin's eyes flashed with a trace of struggle. She lowered her head slightly, and her drooping hair covered the emotions in her eyes. "I think he is my brother, and he has been looking for me for so many years. How can I not acknowledge him?" Wen Xiyu raised his hand and put the girl's hair behind her ears, his eyes full of pity. "You don't have to be so sensible. Just follow your own heart. Don't force yourself if you don't want to acknowledge him." Wen Yin hummed, his voice a little dry. "In my heart, you are my brother. We are the closest people. Blood relationship is not important." Chapter 178. I will consider it. Wen Xiyu didn't really want to continue playing the role of a brother. He would take care of her as always, but not as a brother. He stretched out his hand and pulled the girl into his arms. The girl's eyes flashed with panic when she realized the sitting position of the two. Her face was immediately stained with a light red. He put his fingers on her waist and whispered in her ear, "We have already kissed. Do you think we can go back?" Wen Yin's body trembled violently. The originally slow heartbeat suddenly accelerated like a frightened deer. Bang, 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 and almost jumped out of her throat. "That was when I was drunk. I don't remember. I don't understand what you were saying." Wen Yin spoke incoherently. She struggled to stand up, but was held tightly by a force and could not move. Wen Xiyu gently stroked the girl's hair, as if he was comforting a frightened deer, but the words he said made her more terrified. "I wanted to take it slow, but you were naughty and fell in love with someone else. How is he better than me? Tell me. I can learn." Wen Yin lay on him in a supine position. Their bodies pressed against each other. Their body temperatures were scorching, and their hearts beat at the same frequency. Wen Xiyu's eyes gradually became deep, and he held the back of the girl's head and kissed her uncontrollably. The corner of her lips was crushed fiercely, with a sense of punishment. Wen Yin was stunned, and she felt a sense of déjà vu in her heart. Noticing her distraction, the kiss on her lips became more and more hot, and the tip of his tongue probed into her, hooking her to sink a little bit. Wen Yin was flustered for a moment, and when she opened her eyes again, she appeared in the space. Her heart was beating fast, as if it was going to jump out of her heart. The shameful and exciting emotion was very strong, and she couldn't calm down. She covered herself in the quilt, trying to get rid of the picture, but she couldn't do it. At this moment, the man's slightly sad voice sounded. "Yin Yin, can you really not accept me? Am I so bad?" Wen Yin covered her head and didn't want to listen, but the voice continued. "I don't want to be your brother. I didn't want to a long time ago. Since I knew we are not related by blood, I have been waiting for the day to confess to you. I thought about staying with you in the name of a brother, but I can't do it. I really can't do it. When I think of you falling in love with someone else, my heart seems to be broken. I can't pretend anymore. Can you? Don't treat me as a brother. Let's start over. Okay?" Wen Yin curled up on the bed. Her mind was confused. Sometimes it was the picture in the illusion. Sometimes it was the scene just now. At a certain moment, she even wondered, is this really reality? Or is it also her own illusion? Wen Xiyu's voice gradually disappeared, and after a while, a sound of footsteps sounded in her ears, and he seemed to leave the room. Wen Yin remained curled up and fell asleep unconsciously. She had a dream. In the dream, she got married, but the person she married was not Wen Xiyu. He had a heart attack on the same day and died despite rescue efforts. She stood in the funeral home in a white wedding dress, calling his name over and over again, but he never responded again. Wen Yin woke up from the nightmare and broke out in a cold sweat. She reacted for a while, hurried back to the room, and ran out to find Wen Xiyu without even wearing shoes. She pushed open the door of the next room, and saw Wen Xiu sitting in a chair reading a book intact. Wen Yin breathed a sigh of relief. Wen Xiu had his back to her, and his movements of turning the pages of the book paused slightly. His back slightly tensed. Wen Yin walked towards him and closed his book. Wen Xiu looked up at her. If you come here to reject me on purpose, I don't want to hear it. You can go. Wen Yin sat down on his bed. Took a while, and then slowly said, Can you give me some time? I need time to accept that you are not my brother. And I also need time to think about other things. Wen Xiu's heart was a little excited. Turned his head, and asked seriously, So what do you mean? Will you consider accepting me? Wen Yin lay down on the bed, covered her face with the quilt, and said in a muffled voice, I will consider it. I really don't understand. I was in a coma for a month. How come you all changed? Wen Xiu's smile just rose and fell again. They all changed. Did she mean those two people? Yes. In her fantasy. There is also a first love and a fiancé. Wen Xiu gritted his teeth and tried to ask in a calm tone. Did you experience anything in the illusion? Wen Yin froze and stammered. Nothing. Nothing. I don't remember anything. She didn't remember anything, but told the two people. She really treated them differently. Wen Xiu suppressed his anger and stared at the bulging quilt and asked, Aren't you stuffy hiding in there? No. The quilt was pulled up a little more, covering the girl completely. Wen Xiu knew that she felt uncomfortable, but hiding in the quilt would not solve the problem. He suddenly lifted the quilt and saw that the girl's cheeks were flushed, and her lively eyes suddenly widened. Looking frightened, Wen Xiu chuckled and raised his hand to pinch her face. You really can't help being scared. Wen Yin grabbed his arm and sat up with the help. She panted slightly, and her eyes fell on the book. Why did you change the book? Are you going to read the previous book, Control Your Inner Demon? Wen Xiu sat next to her and naturally held her hand. If you can't control it, there's no need to read it. Wen Yin suddenly understood where his inner demon was. Her cheeks flushed, and she shook off his hand and was about to get out of bed. She was afraid that something would happen if she stayed any longer. Wen Xiu noticed that she was not wearing shoes, so he reached out and picked her up by the waist. Wen Yin's center of gravity was unstable, and she hugged his neck. When she reacted, she felt embarrassed and annoyed. Put me down. I want to go back to change clothes. I carry you back. Wen Xiu was very satisfied with her subconscious reaction. The corners of his lips curved, and he carried her out and went into the next room. As soon as Wen Yin touched the bed, he rolled and crawled to the other side, as if he was afraid that he would do something. Wen Xiu couldn't help laughing. Was he that scary? It was just that he'd lost control and forcefully kissed her this morning. In her eyes, he was like a scourge. I go prepare lunch. What do you want to eat? Wen Yin huddled on one side of the quilt. When she heard his question, her nervous heart slowly calmed down. She thought about it carefully and started to order dishes. Braised eggplant, hot and sour cabbage, sweet and sour spare ribs. For the staple food, I want noodles. Wen Xiu nodded, smiling. Yes, I do it now. The door closed from the outside. Wen Yin completely relaxed and lay down on the bed, looking at the ceiling without focusing. It seemed like there was a mess in her head, which was tangled and could not be cut or sorted out. Wen Yin simply stopped thinking about it. Let's just leave it like that. When he came to the living room again, Wen Yin remembered that he had a brother. Seeing him looking at him, Wen Yin smiled at him, took the initiative to walk over and said, Let's do a blood test. Once it's completely confirmed, we can talk about other things. Okay. Xiaochen responded softly. His eyes fell on the girl, with complicated emotions in his eyes. The sudden surprise made him not know how to deal with it. The girl was calm and generous, as if she was not affected at all. Chapter 179. It's not someone else. It's my sister. Jiang Xinyu observed the two carefully and found that their facial features were similar. But Wen Yin looked sweet, bright and flamboyant, while Xiaochen, although handsome, had a faint sense of death. It can be seen how important a person's growth environment is. If Wen Yin grew up in the Xiao family, his temperament would probably be very dull. Wen Xiu brought the last dish to the table. His eyes lightly swept over Xiaochen, and then fell on Wen Yin, softening in an instant. Come and eat. Wen Yin walked towards him obediently, pulled out a chair and sat down. Since there were only 4 people in the family, they did not sit in the same position as before. The 4 people sat in 2 rows. and Jiang Xinyue sat opposite Wen Yin. The table was extremely quiet, with only the sound of tableware colliding and the subtle sound of chewing food. Jiang Xinyue was a little uncomfortable, and took the initiative to bring up the topic, saying, "Where are we going to do a blood test later? It seems that there is no such equipment at home." Wen Yin looked up at her. "Let's go to Commander Ji. He should have complete medical equipment." Jiang Xinyue hummed twice, and glanced at Xiao Chen from the corner of her eye. "Actually, you look quite similar. 9 out of 10 are brother and sister." Wen Yin smiled, but did not respond. Wen Siyu said, "Are they similar? I can't tell." Jiang Xinyue's mouth twitched. "Maybe one of them looks like the father, and the other like the mother." After lunch, they took a short rest, and left home to Ji Heng's residence. When they reached the flat road, Wen Yin took out an off-road vehicle, and took the driver's seat first. Wen Siyu saw this, and went to the co-pilot seat. Jiang Xinyue's expression changed, and she walked into the car with a fearless attitude, fastened her seat belt, and reminded Xiao Chen to sit tight. Xiao Chen looked at her in confusion. He had just fastened his seat belt when he was almost thrown out of the car by a force. Then he experienced an extremely exciting high-speed car. After the car stopped, his stomach churned, and he opened the door to vomit outside for a while. Jiang Xinyue didn't vomit, but her face was obviously not very good. Wen Yin got out of the car and handed Jiang Xinyue a bottle of water. Jiang Xinyue raised her head and took a big sip, slowly coming back to her senses from the thrill just now. "Yin Yin, can we drive slower next time? I try my best. Don't worry. If there is any danger, I will take you into the space." Jiang Xinyue pouted. "Okay, as long as you are happy." Wen Yin glanced at Xiao Chen not far away, took out a bottle of water, and walked towards him. "Are you okay?" "I'm fine. Don't come over." Xiao Chen felt extremely embarrassed and didn't want Wen Yin to see him like this. "It's okay. I don't dislike you." Wen Yin handed him the water bottle. "You spit slowly. We wait for you over there." Xiao Chen clenched the water bottle. His eyes welled up with sourness. He hadn't felt the care from his relatives for a long time, since his sister disappeared. His mother seemed to have changed into a different person. Her eyes looking at him were no longer warm. And his father was drinking and gambling. That home was no longer his home. Xiao Chen always felt that it was his fault, that he lost his sister, and his parents treated him like that. He was deeply trapped in self-blame and guilt, silently enduring malice for many years. In the end, he found out that the culprit was his father, and his mother knew it, but still blamed him. He thought he was numb, but his heart still hurt. How pathetic his life was. Even his biological parents were full of malice towards him. He smiled self-deprecatingly, unscrewed the water bottle, and rinsed his mouth. And when he turned around, his eyes returned to the silence of dead water. Wen Siyu led the 3 people to continue walking forward. After walking for a few minutes along a narrow path, an ancient Chinese-style villa came into view. The guard at the door saw them, and went in to report. Not long after, Ji Heng appeared at the door, and smiled and asked them to come in and sit down. After the greetings, Wen Siyu explained the purpose of his visit. Ji Heng was slightly surprised, but did not ask more questions. He led them to another hidden place. There were some researchers there who were developing vaccines for the zombie virus. The medical equipment was quite complete. Ji Heng took them on a brief tour, and then went to the vacant equipment room. "Do you need me to ask someone to come over for blood tests?" Ji Heng knew that Wen Siyu had studied medicine, but he might not be able to do this kind of test. Xiao Chen replied, "No, I can do it myself." Ji Heng glanced at him, nodded slowly, and left the room to them. After Xiao Chen checked the equipment, he took out 2 sets of syringes to draw blood. For this kind of blood relationship identification, blood tests are the most accurate. Wen Yin waited for him to finish drawing blood, stretched out an arm to him, and then habitually buried her head in Wen Siyu's arms, closing her eyes tightly. Wen Siyu touched her hair. "Don't be afraid. It won't hurt." Jiang Xinyue stood aside, staring at the 2 of them with interest. Tut tut. They had to hug each other even for drawing blood. It was really annoying. Xiao Chen took the blood sample for testing. While waiting, the other 3 went out for a while, and Wen Siyu and Ji Heng talked about some business. When he returned to the room again, Xiao Chen was no longer busy. He sat in a chair blankly. His eyes were a little distracted, as if he was lost in some thoughts. Wen Yin walked towards him and asked nervously, Are the test results out? Are we brother and sister? Xiaochen slowly raised his eyes to look at her. With mist in his eyes. He nodded, his voice slightly hoarse. It snowed on the day you were born. I just ran out to play for a while. And you disappeared when I came back. Wen Yin felt uncomfortable and forced a smile to comfort him. It's none of your business. I heard from Jiang Xinyue that it was that gambling father who sold me to the traffickers. You did nothing wrong, and you didn't let me down. Xiaochen pursed his slightly pale lips, his eyes intertwined with joy and confusion. He was very glad that this relative, who was connected to him by blood, was still alive in the world. But what followed was a deep inferiority complex. How could a person like him be worthy of being her brother? Jiang Xinyue felt that the two needed to be alone, and used her eyes to signal Wen Xiyu to go out with her. But Wen Xiyu was not at ease leaving Wen Yin alone here. Xiaochen had a gloomy temperament, and who knew if he would do something extreme. In the end, neither of them went out, but stayed in the room and watched silently. Wen Yin was much more proactive than Xiaochen in recognizing her relatives. She stretched out her arms and hugged him, then realized something and scratched her hair awkwardly. Sorry. I forgot that you don't like physical contact. Xiaochen seemed to laugh, and the laugh was very light. He said, I don't like others touching me. But you are not someone else. You are my sister. Wen Xiyu was a little unhappy. He didn't like Wen Yin to have physical contact with others, including her brother. But the two had just recognized each other, so Wen Xiyu couldn't interrupt and could only bear it. Back home, Wen Xiyu and Xiaochen were responsible for preparing dinner, while the two women chatted in the yard. Black Wolf obediently nestled beside the woman's legs. The yard was quiet and warm. Xiaochen looked at one of them from time to time. He felt like he was dreaming. Such a bright, beautiful and pure girl was actually his sister. Have you seen enough? Wen Xiyu low voice came, with obvious displeasure. Xiaochen turned his head to look at him, with a teasing look in his eyes. Don't worry. I won't snatch her from you. I just hope she is happy. Wen Xiyu expression eased slightly, stepped back 2 steps, and gave him the position of the stove. You cook today and fulfill your obligations. Xiaochen lips curved slightly, and he responded with a yes. He should fulfill his obligation to take care of his sister, and he would do his best to develop the vaccine she wanted. Chapter 180 Acceptable. In the next few days, the four of them got up early every day to go out for a walk, and went to the beach to bask in the sun in the afternoon. The days were extremely leisurely. Wen Yin and Xiaochen gradually became familiar with each other, and they talked more than before, more than they had talked in the past 2 months. Wen Yin couldn't help asking Xiaochen, were you pretending to be like that before? Why are you different from now? Xiaochen smiled lightly. His eyebrows and eyes were gentle. In fact, I have changed in the past 2 months. Although I am a loner, I have been with you for a long time, and I have also been subtly influenced. Wen Yin remembered something. Her eyes suddenly tightened, and then she looked up at him with an extremely serious expression. Will you promise me something? Xiaochen thought she was going to talk about the vaccine, and nodded seriously. But the next second, he heard her say, I hope you live well, and don't have that kind of extreme idea again. Living is not a happy thing for him. Over the years, he seemed to be in an abyss of endless darkness, and every step he took was difficult and bitter. If he had not been concerned about his only sister, the relative who existed in his life like a faint starlight, he might have made up his mind and ended his tortured life in countless desperate nights. But now that he has found his sister, he seems to be able to live. He pursed his lips. A trace of struggle flashed in his eyes, and after a long time, he responded very lightly and heavily, Okay. Wen Yin's face was happy, and she smiled at him and said, You promised. You must do it. There was a sudden sound of footsteps in the yard. Wen Yin turned around and saw that everyone who went out had returned. Lu Li walked towards her first, and in front of everyone, he pulled her into his arms without hesitation. Do you miss me? Wen Yin was suddenly pulled by him, and her nose hit the hard chest, and her eyes suddenly turned red. She glared at him coquettishly. No. Lin Zixia looked at the hugging posture of the two, raised his eyebrows. Is brother Wen not here? As soon as the words fell, Wen Xiyu appeared in the yard. Just now Jiang Xinyue suggested that the two of them stay in the living room and let the brother and sister be alone in the yard for a while. Wen Xiyu agreed, but he didn't want to chat with Jiang Xinyue, so he went back to his room. Hearing the movement of several people, He came out of the room. He reached out and pulled Wen Yin into his arms. His eyes swept over coldly. Luli, do you want to die? Luli curled his lips and replied casually. No. Wen Yin gently tugged at Wen Siyu's sleeve, cast a soothing look, and then turned to the others. Did your outing go smoothly this time? Lin Zishi nodded in response. It was relatively smooth. Brother Zhou killed a level 7 zombie. His arm was cut off, and then it was reattached. It should still hurt a little now. Zhou Yuchu took out the level 7 crystal core and handed it to Wen Siyu. Wen Siyu glanced at the crystal core. His eyes fell on his slightly stiff left arm, and said lightly, "This is what you got. You use it first. You are the leader. You should upgrade first." Zhou Yuchu wanted to use this crystal core to make peace, hoping that Wen Siyu would reduce some prejudice against him. Wen Siyu saw his intention to please him, thought about it, and reached out to take it. It was impossible for him to put aside his past grudges with a crystal core. At most, he would return one to him in a few days. When Wen Yin heard that Zhou Yuchu's arm was cut off, his expression was solemn for a moment. They had deviated from the original story track. But in the dark, some things were still developing according to the story. Brother Yuchu, I take you to the space to deal with your arm. After Wen Yin finished speaking, he took Zhou Yuchu into the space. Wen Siyu watched the two people suddenly disappear, and his eyes turned cold in an instant. Wasn't Zhou Yuchu's arm already connected? Why should she care so much? Luli was also very uncomfortable. He was interrupted before he could say a few words to Wen Yin. And Zhou Yuchu, just because he was injured, could be alone with Wen Yin openly. If he had known this, he should have deliberately come back with some injuries. And he could also win sympathy. In the space, Zhou Yuchu looked at the girl in front of him infatuatedly. His eyes passed over her eyes, nose, and lips bit by bit. Her lips were moving, but Zhou Yuchu didn't hear a word of what she said. After not seeing her for a few days, his love for her seemed to be stronger. He wanted to kiss her. Just once. He was not greedy. Wen Yin asked Zhou Yuchu to take a shower in the bathroom. The water in the space had stronger healing ability, which should allow his arm to recover completely. But he did not respond, just staring at her blankly. Wen Yin's cheeks gradually became hot. She lowered her head and reminded him in a low voice, "Go to the bathroom to deal with it. Don't be in a daze." Zhou Yuchu came back to his senses, with a little embarrassment on his face. He said sorry and walked towards the bathroom. The wound on his shoulder had actually healed, but the whole arm was still stiff and occasionally painful. After taking a shower, he was pleasantly surprised to find that the pain in his arm had disappeared, and the stiffness was gone, as if he had returned to his previous state. Wrapped in a bath towel, Zhou Yuchu came to the room to share this with Wen Yin. Wen Yin's eyes fell on his well-proportioned and beautiful abdominal muscles, and her eyes lit up. Obviously not listening to him, Zhou Yuchu saw her expression, slightly curved his lips, walked towards her, gently held her hand and placed it on the abdominal muscles, and asked, "Do you like it?" Wen Yin subconsciously replied that she liked it, then withdrew her hand and lowered her head in embarrassment. She suddenly thought of Zhou Yuchu in the illusion, who was serious in front of outsiders, but wanted to be close to her all the time when he was with her. They seemed to have lived together for a month, sleeping in the same bed every day, whispering in each other's ears, and doing everything they should do except the most intimate thing. In the illusion, she liked him, but couldn't let go of another person. After struggling to the end, she still chose to hurt him. "Xiaoyan, do you like me a little?" Zhou Yuchu's voice came close to her ears. Wen Yin lowered her head. Her mind was a little confused, and she said vaguely, "Maybe. I'm not sure." Zhou Yuchu was happy to hear this answer. He knew that the girl had more than one person in her heart, but he was enough. He had been persuading himself to accept this matter these days. Although he felt uncomfortable, he seemed to be able to accept it. Chapter 181. Have you kissed enough? Xiaoyan, I know what you are struggling with. There are 3 people in your fantasy, and you may not know who to choose. Zhou Yuchu looked at the girl's pure and lovely face, and the bitterness in his heart faded. He made up his mind and said frankly, "I have talked to Luli. As long as Wen Siyu agrees, we can live together." Wen Yin blinked, wondering if he had heard it wrong. How could Zhou Yuchu say such a thing? Was he brainwashed by Jiang Xingyue? Wen Yin slowly raised her head and looked at him. Her fair cheeks were still flushed. She bit her lips for a while and said embarrassedly, "My brother won't agree." And I haven't thought about it. Sorry. Yuchu. The light in Zhou Yuchu's eyes dimmed slightly. And he asked softly, what if he agrees? Wen Yin shook her head and was about to say something. But she heard Wen Xiu's voice. Yin, are you done? We are going to prepare dinner and need some ingredients. Wen Yin teleported to the yard and replied. I'm here. What do you want? Flour. Cooking oil. And the game I hunted yesterday. After Wen Xiu finished speaking, a pile of ingredients suddenly appeared on the empty table. Wen Yin glanced at the man who was alone in the space, looking lonely, and hurried back to comfort him. If it's okay, I go to the space. She was about to teleport to the space, but her arm was held by someone. And in a flash, the two appeared in Zhou Yuchu's bedroom together. What are you? Wen Yin looked at Lu Li speechlessly, who asked him to follow her. And she hadn't finished chatting with Zhou Yuchu yet. Lu Li's eyes fell on Zhou Yuchu, and she said with a jealous tone, no wonder you were in a hurry to come back. It turns out that someone was waiting here without clothes. Zhou Yuchu looked up when he heard the voice, and surprise flashed in his eyes. Wen Yin left suddenly just now, and he thought she was angry. Now seeing her come back, his heart was filled with joy again. Although Lu Li's appearance was a bit of a hindrance, they would have to get used to each other's existence sooner or later. Lu Li walked in front of Wen Yin, his tall body completely blocking her view. His voice was cold. Wen Yin is still young. Isn't it inappropriate for you to seduce her like this? Zhou Yuchu frowned slightly and asked. Then you deliberately wet yourself on a rainy day to seduce her, and hugged her and held her hand in public. Is that appropriate? Wen Yin couldn't listen any longer, so she stood up and said, it's not appropriate for both of you to do this. Let's get along like friends in the future. Lu Li tilted his head to look at her. What do you mean? I won't admit it after the kiss? Wen Yin blushed and retorted. You kissed me forcefully. I didn't take the initiative. But you kissed me back. And you said you liked me. I said I liked you a little bit. And I didn't agree to be with you. Zhou Yuchu listened to the two of them going back and forth, and was shocked and angry. Lu Li was really good, telling him about fair competition. But then he forced a kiss. Wen Yin saw that Lu Li looked hurt, and slowly stopped talking. She sometimes spoke a little directly. The room was quiet for a few seconds, and Zhou Yuchu said, Xiao Yin, you haven't answered my question just now. Wen Yin was a little confused. She didn't seem to remember what the question was. Zhou Yuchu looked at her amnesia and reminded her. If Wen Xiu agrees, will you accept me? Yes. It's this question. Wen Yin couldn't answer it, so she walked to the sofa chair and sat down, took out a bag of snacks and started eating. Zhou Yuchu didn't understand what she was doing, but Lu Li understood that she didn't want to face it. Lu Li walked towards her, half squatted and looked at her. I know you are in a difficult situation. I can help you solve it. Tell me the truth. Do you want it all? Wen Yin paused for a moment, and then continued to stuff things into her mouth. Once she was under pressure, she would overeat. Lu Li snatched the snack bag, stared into her eyes and said, this matter will be faced sooner or later. Avoiding it will not solve the problem. It's okay for you to be greedy. But if you want both, it's better not to have a preference. Wen Yin's mind was a mess, perhaps affected by the illusion. Many pent-up emotions came out. She was a little greedy, but she was a little afraid to do it. My brother won't agree. Wen Yin used this excuse to avoid the question again, but Lu Li smiled. I will make him agree. You just need to answer me. Do you want it? His persistent questioning made Wen Yin a little irritated. Wen Yin looked away, thought for a while, and then said, I need time to think about it. Lu Li actually knew the answer. Avoiding means wanting both, but not daring. He smiled, gently held the girl's hand and promised. Don't worry. I will let you get what you want. Wen Yin glared at him and pulled back her hand. Okay. We should go back. Lu Li turned to Zhou Yuchu. Aren't you going to change clothes? Zhou Yuchu nodded, walked to the closet, took out a set of clothes, and went to the bathroom to change. Wen Yin was staring at his back in a trance, but there was a touch of warmth on her lips. This kiss seemed to be full of jealousy, fierce and urgent, and took her breath away in an instant. Wen Yin was able to breathe until the bathroom door was pushed open again. She wanted to scold Lu Li, but she saw Zhou Yuchu appear out of the corner of her eye, closed her mouth again, and looked away guiltily. Zhou Yuchu felt bitter in his heart. He knew what happened between the two of them, but he still pretended not to know. He took a deep breath and walked slowly towards the two of them. Luli knew that he saw it. And he didn't think about hiding it. Since they agreed to share. This kind of thing is inevitable. He didn't take the initiative. So he couldn't blame others. Zhou Yuchu stood in front of Wen Yin. With mixed emotions in his eyes. Xiao Yin. I want to talk to you alone. Is that okay? Wen Yin heard the grievance in his tone. Nodded. And said to Luli. You go outside first. I talked to him alone. Luli pouted unhappily. But still stood up and walked out. 5 minutes at most. The door was closed from the outside. And Zhou Yuchu's low voice followed. Can I kiss you? Wen Yin's previous kissing experiences were all forced to accept. She didn't have a chance to refuse. And was involved. Zhou Yuchu was quite polite. Although this request was very abrupt. He should have seen it just now. Wen Yin pursed her lips. Jumping back and forth between refusing and agreeing. And finally gritted her teeth. Took the initiative to move closer to him. And dropped a gentle kiss on his lips. They kissed a lot in the illusion. And Wen Yin occasionally recalled it. And even missed it a little. The jealousy and bitterness in Zhou Yuchu's heart dissipated the moment she kissed him. It was a light kiss. But it caused ripples in his heart. He reached out and grabbed her who wanted to escape. Leaned over and kissed her. Wen Yin hesitated for a moment. Then wrapped her arms around his waist and kissed him back. There was a knock on the door. And the lingering hot kiss slowly fell. Wen Yin leaned in the familiar warm embrace. Breathing lightly. Her fantasy seemed to become reality. Luli pushed the door open and leaned lazily against the door. Have you kissed enough? We should go back. Chapter 182 Celebrate at Night. Wen Yin took a break and went to the bathroom to check her clothes and makeup. After making sure that nothing was visible, she teleported back to the yard with the two of them. Wen Xiyu was busy at the stove at the moment, while others were helping to deal with game or wash vegetables. Seeing the three people appear at the same time, Wen Xiyu already cold eyes became even colder, while the others had normal expressions, cast a faint glance, and continued to do their own things. Lin Zixu didn't quite understand how they were getting along now. He had asked Luli before, and Luli joked about a threesome. He thought he was sick, and Wen Xiyu would not agree. Ji also didn't understand, but expressed respect. Wen Yin had been in a coma for a month, and it was normal for her to change a little after waking up. Wen Yin came to the living room, drank a cup of tea, and slowly came back to her senses from what had just happened. That illusion affected her too much, so she couldn't tell the difference between illusion and reality, and was led away by Luli and Zhou Yuchu. It was really outrageous that they could stand on the same front and confuse themselves. Wen Yin recalled the touch of the kiss, which was almost exactly the same as in the illusion. She couldn't help but wonder, is she really awake? Or is she still trapped in the illusion? Jiang Xinhua sat next to Wen Yin and said something. Seeing that she didn't respond, she leaned closer to her and asked, Yin Yin, what are you daydreaming about? Are you thinking about some wild man? Wen Yin was pulled back to her thoughts by this sentence and chuckled. I'm wondering if I'm still in the illusion. Jiang Xinhua looked at her worriedly. The illusion is woven according to your deepest desires. The emotions and experiences are very real. You have been in the illusion for a whole month. It is easy to confuse the illusion with reality. Wen Yin leaned back in the chair and thought, then how can I be sure whether this is an illusion or reality? If your dream comes true, it means that you are very likely in the illusion. When you realize that this is an illusion, the people in the illusion will disappear. Wen Yin felt that she seemed to be in the illusion now, experiencing a beautiful dream. But even though she realized it, the illusion did not disappear. Jiang Xinhua shook her arm. This is not an illusion. It is reality. Wen Yin nodded hesitantly and didn't think about it anymore. After dinner was ready, everyone gathered together, and Wen Yin announced the good news that Xiao Chen was her brother. Except for the 4 people who knew about it. Everyone else was shocked. They were just out for a few days. How could Wen Yin have a brother? Luli was stunned for a moment, and cast a look at Xiao Chen. Are you sure? You don't look alike. Sure. We did a blood test. Wen Yin smiled. And it can be seen that she was in a good mood. Seeing this, Luli changed her words and said, in fact, the outlines of the two of you are quite similar. You are worthy of being siblings. You both have good-looking faces. Lin Zixu really didn't see how the two looked alike. But after a blood test, there should be no problem. Lin Fei was happy. He originally thought that the vaccine was hopeless. But now there is hope again. Zhou Yuchu said. Let's celebrate tonight. Tonight is New Year's Eve. And there is another happy event. Wen Yin responded. Okay. Let's set up a barbecue grill in the yard later. And we won't go home until we are drunk tonight. This proposal was unanimously agreed. After dinner, several men set up a barbecue grill in the yard and slowly prepared the ingredients. Wen Yin went to the vegetable garden in the space to pick some vegetables, washed them, and brought them to the yard. These vegetables had just been purified by Tu Ling 2 days ago. So I think there is no problem. The small colored lights in the yard lit up again, flashing, with a festive atmosphere. Wen Xiyu grilled some of Wen Yin's favorite food, and handed the task of grilling skewers to Lu Li and Zhou Yuchu. Wen Yin and Jiang Xinyue chatted, and drank a whole bottle of beer unknowingly. When Wen Xiyu came over, she was already slightly drunk, and her whole body was delicate and soft. Will you feed me? When Wen Xiyu saw her like this, he felt his heart collapse for a moment, and some dormant desire suddenly emerged. He closed his eyes, suppressed his thoughts, put the tray at his hand on the table, picked up a skewer of grilled tofu, and handed it to the girl. Eat it. The girl opened her red lips slightly, bit it slowly, but her eyes were fixed on him. Her eyes were blurred, as if she was deliberately tempting him. Wen Xiyu suddenly felt dry in the mouth. His Adam's apple floated for a moment, and he moved his eyes away with difficulty. Jiang Xinyue ate the skewers, looking at the two of them without blinking. Her eyes were drawn. Weren't you going to kiss one? Don't look. Your skewers fell to the ground. Wen Xiyu reminder made Jiang Xinyue restrain a little. She no longer stared at the two of them, but looked at them with her peripheral vision. Lin Fei also wanted to watch the show up close, but he was not as thick-skinned as Jiang Xinyue, so he could only pretend to look at them casually from a distance. Qin Yi glanced at the two of them and continued drinking. Qin Shu also wanted to drink, but Qin Yi wouldn't let him. He could only hold the bottle of drink and look unhappy. Lin Zixu drank and whispered to Ji He. Who do you think will be with Wen Yin among the three of them? Ji He didn't really want to guess, but he still said, Brother Wen. They grew up together. No one can replace him, but that's family affection, not love. Ji He cast a glance over there. The way they get along doesn't look like family affection at all. The fake Wen Yin before was an evil spirit born from the diary, and the diary belonged to Wen Yin. So in the end, it was just a little desire of Wen Yin. After Ji He figured it out, he put away his covetous thoughts. It was good enough to be friends. Lin Zixu never coveted. He just simply liked Wen Yin, liked her bright smile, and liked chatting with her. He secretly hoped that Zhou Yuchu's wish would come true. But now he felt that Wen Xiyu had paid a lot, and if Wen Yin left him for someone else, he would probably find it difficult to accept. I hope they can all get what they want. As for Lu Li, Lin Zixu admired him very much. A latecomer actually had a tendency to rise to the top, which showed that he had a way to seduce people. Lu Li looked at what was happening over there with Wen Yin, and her teeth itched with jealousy. Wen Xiyu really didn't avoid people at all. Would he really kiss her in public? Zhou Yuchu put the grilled skewers on the plate, glanced in the direction of the girl, and then retracted his gaze. After Wen Yin finished eating a string of tofu, the drunkenness in her eyes dissipated a lot. She sat up straight and took the skewers to eat. Jiang Xinyue smiled and joked. Are you sober? Wen Yin looked at her, and then at the people in the yard, and felt that he was very embarrassed. Wen Xiyu was really, knowing that there were outsiders, he deliberately indulged himself. Wen Yin had the urge to escape from here, but they had just started celebrating, and it was really impolite to do so. She could only eat to cover up the embarrassment. Wen Xiyu sat down on the chair next to her and held her hand. Wen Yin tilted her head to look at him, signaling him to let go, but he didn't, instead holding it tighter. These days he often held her hand and kissed her forehead before going to bed, saying that it was to help her adapt to her new identity as soon as possible. Lu Li walked towards the two of them and put down a skewer of grilled meat. Brother Wen, shall we go outside and talk? Wen Xiyu knew what he wanted to talk about, frowned slightly, let go of her hand and stood up. Chapter 183 A Song I Learned for You. After leaving the yard, the two walked along the mountain road for a while before stopping. Wen Xiyu turned to look at Lu Li. His eyebrows lowered. I don't want to hear any more words like sharing. I warn you. Don't test my bottom line again. If he hadn't been born in the end of the world, he would never allow others to break into their lives, let alone lower his bottom line step by step and tolerate them. Luli leaned against a tree and raised his eyebrows lightly. I didn't want to talk about this. But since you mentioned it, I think we can still discuss it. Shut up. Wensiu's tone was cold, and a vine appeared faintly in his palm. You'd better hurry up and talk about business. Otherwise don't blame me for being rude to you. Okay. Luli glanced at him lazily and mentioned business. They encountered many zombies from the North City during their outing. They seemed to be following the orders of the Zombie King to find and kill people with special abilities. In addition, they would deliberately pollute the water source and destroy all human food they found. It was like declaring war on them. Wensiu listened quietly, his expression gradually becoming serious. Sooner or later, the superpowers and the Zombie King will have a life and death battle. But they are not yet fully grown. And if they act rashly, they will only die. Luli continued. Now 60% of the superpowers on the island have reached level 3 or 4. At this rate, the goal should be achieved before the end of the year. Wensiu pondered for a moment and nodded slightly. We can take action after the new year. After talking about business, Luli changed the subject. To be honest, Zhou Yuchu and I can't threaten your position. Can't you be more generous? After hearing this, Wensiu's calm expression suddenly became a little cold. He smiled lightly, but there was no smile in his eyes. You really want to die, right? Wensiu's patience was almost at its limit. If Luli said one more word, he would lose his temper and take action. Luli saw his expression and said nothing more. This matter had to be done slowly and could not be rushed. The two returned to the yard, and their eyes fell on the same place. They saw the girl wearing a light purple dress and her black hair tied up with an exquisite silver hairpin. Her temperament was as gentle and elegant as a faint orchid. A few strands of hair naturally fell beside her cheeks, adding a little charm and agility to her. At this moment, she was sitting on a chair, holding a guitar in her hand, playing and singing. The music was leisurely, accompanied by the girl's lazy and pleasant voice, like the afternoon sun shining on the grass, making people involuntarily intoxicated and forgetting the troubles and complexity of the world. After the song ended, the girl stood up with the instrument in her arms. Okay, I'm done with my performance. Let's play games. They were playing the bottle game. Whoever the bottle mouth turned to had to perform a talent or play truth or dare. In the first round, the wine bottle went to Wenyan, and she chose to perform without thinking. Lin Zixia asked the two people who had just come in, "Do you want to play?" Wensiu shook his head and went to the barbecue grill to help, while Luli walked towards them and sat down on the carpet next to Wenyan. As the loser of the previous round, Wenyan walked forward to turn the wine bottle, then returned to his original position. The wine bottle turned a few times and finally pointed in the direction of Luli. Everyone looked at him in a booing manner. Big dare. Or talent? Luli supported himself on the carpet with his hands, looking lazy. Can't it be the truth? Lin Zixia snorted. What's so fun about the truth? Jiang Xinyua's eyes lit up, and she asked first, "Do you still have your first kiss?" Wenyan was shocked, afraid that Luli would say something she shouldn't say, and interrupted hurriedly. Let's perform the talent. Luli seems to be able to sing. Luli turned his head and saw the girl nervous and at a loss, looking like she was trying to cover up something, and couldn't help laughing. I can sing, but I need an accompaniment. Can you help me? Wenyan breathed a sigh of relief and took out the guitar again. What do you want to sing? I may not know that song. You can sing the song you sang last time. I have no choice. Luli stood up, and Wenyan stood up afterwards. The two came to the center one after the other. Wenyan sat on a chair, and Luli leaned lazily on the side. Everyone showed a look of being hit. Jiang Xinyue pushed Lin Fei with her elbow. This couple looks more magnetic. Lin Fei rolled her eyes at her. I think Brother Zhou is more suitable. Luli is too noisy. Xin Shu weakly interrupted. I am more optimistic about Brother Wen. I think they are the best match. Xiaochen looked at the shining girl on the stage, and the corners of his mouth could not help but rise slightly. His sister is the most beautiful existence in the world. He privately feels that they are not worthy of her. The two men who were busy grilling meat took the time to look over here, and the expressions on their faces were a little unhappy. Neither of them could do the kind of act of seduction, but Luli did it very well. This made the two of them feel deeply frustrated. Does Wenyan really like this type? The music sounded again, followed by the man's low and pleasant voice, like a mellow whine. Wenyan was slightly stunned, and a little appreciation rose in her eyes. She couldn't help but hum along softly, and slowly. The solo became a duet. Jiang Xinyue and Qin Shu applauded and cheered excitedly in the audience, while the others listened to the song quietly. Wen Yin felt that Lu Li's eyes were always on her. When she looked up, she bumped into a pair of beautiful fox eyes, which were full of love that could not be hidden, and were particularly bright. Wen Yin's heartbeat stopped suddenly, and her fingers played a wrong beat unconsciously. The music slowly stopped, and a whisper rang in his ear. I learned this song specifically for you. Actually, I'm not very good at singing. Wen Yin's cheeks flushed, and she didn't dare to look at his expression. She hurriedly stood up with her guitar, and returned to the position where she was playing games. Lu Li, Lin Zixia, you two come and watch the barbecue. Lu Li was about to sit down, but when he heard Wen Xiu's words, he stood up again. Wen Xiu was still very patient. He was jealous, but his voice remained calm. Lin Zixia didn't understand why he didn't do anything. So why was he sent to work? The two walked over to replace the people who were grilling the meat. Lin Zixia coughed because of the smoke and complained in a low voice. Lu Li, can you take it easy? Can't you seduce in private? You did it so obviously. Are you afraid that Brother Wen won't see it? You made me do hard labor with you. Lu Li thought he was really squeamish. It was just grilling meat. How could it be hard labor? They should have taken turns grilling meat. Lu Li was too lazy to argue with him, and said, that's not called seduction. It's true love. Do you understand? I don't understand. Lin Zixia threw the iron tongs to him. Let's grill your meat. No matter how true you are, you can't surpass the boss. Lu Li took the iron tongs and turned the grilled meat. His eyes followed the girl not far away. I didn't want to surpass him. I just wanted to gain a little more for myself. The game was still going on. Wen Xiu didn't participate, just watched quietly on the side. And Zhou Yuchu sat in Lu Li's original position. The yard was lively for a long time. A group of people ate skewers and played games until late at night before they dispersed. Chapter 184. The Woman Upstairs. After resting at home for 2 days, they led the team out again. This time Wen Yin and Wen Xiu were also among them. Xiao Chun and Jiang Xinyue still stayed on the island. Xiao Chun went to Jiheng to develop vaccines, while Jiang Xinyue stayed at home alone. As before, the two psychics were responsible for her safety and diet. After learning that Xiao Chun was her brother, Wen Yin felt that the vaccine development was a possibility. She thought she would have to wait for a while, but she didn't expect Xiao Chun to take the initiative to bring up the matter, and said that he would do his best. He probably really cares about his only blood relative. Wen Yin used to use him. After getting along for a long time, she still felt that he was aloof and not suitable for being friends. But now that they have become relatives, they suddenly have a blood-related bond. After arriving at the destination by helicopter, they first collected a wave of supplies, and then took the new psychics to collect crystal cores. They were lucky enough to harvest a lot of second and third level crystal cores in just one morning. The group of new superpowers practiced several times and mastered their superpowers more and more. In the afternoon, Lu Li let the newcomers experience a zombie wave. There were dozens of zombies from level 1 to 5, and hundreds of thousands of low-level zombies. Zhou Yuchu led his team to deal with the zombies of level 4 and 5, leaving the zombies of level 2 and 3 for the newcomers to practice. Lin Fei was responsible for controlling the low-level zombies. Wen Xiu played with Wen Yin for a while, and when she was tired, he used superpowers to deal with the remaining low-level zombies. They were busy until dinner time, and they settled in an apartment building with complete facilities. Lu Li divided the 50 newcomers into 5 groups, distributed food downstairs, and asked them to choose their rooms and solve their dinner. Considering the safety of the newcomers, Wen Xiu asked the team members to live on the first floor of the apartment, be more alert at night, and pay more attention to the movements around them. Of course, Wen Yin still lived in the space. Late at night, a woman's low and ambiguous cry and the creaking sound of the bed board came from upstairs. It was particularly clear to the ears of a high-level psychic. Lu Li, who was already a little insomniac, covered his ears irritably. Wen Xiu turned over and covered his ears as well. Being too sensitive to hearing is sometimes not a good thing. Wen Yin had fallen asleep in the space at this time and did not notice some subtle sounds. When she returned to the apartment the next day, she found that the two men looked very bad, with obvious dark circles under their eyes, as if they had not slept all night. What's wrong with you? Didn't you sleep well last night? Lu Li rubbed his eyes sleepily. He had been tossing and turning upstairs for a long time last night, making him unable to sleep at all. He opened his lips, noticed the warning look from Wenxiu, swallowed the words that were about to come to his mouth, and said indifferently, "No, I slept well." There was a knock on the door, and Wenxiu opened the door and let Zhou Yuchu and others enter the room. As soon as Lin Fei came in, he said, "It was so noisy upstairs last night. I don't know what was going on. It seemed like a woman was crying, and there was a sound of the bed shaking. It was endless." Lin Zixia's mouth twitched. He went to bed early last night and didn't hear any sound. But from Lin Fei's description, it was obvious that there was some kind of communication upstairs. Is this guy really stupid or just pretending to be stupid? Hasn't he seen that kind of adult movie? Zhou Yuchu also heard the noise last night. At first, he thought it was a cat calling. But later he realized something and found a pair of earplugs from the drawer and slept with them on. Several adult men understood each other tacitly. Qin Shu seemed to understand. But when Yin said, "Did that woman encounter something and cry all night?" Lin Fei shook his head. "About 2 or 3 hours. She stopped for a while in the middle, and then started crying again." Wenxiu coughed lightly and interrupted the topic. "Okay, come and have breakfast." Breakfast was already set on the table, with warm rice porridge, 4 delicious side dishes, and a pile of vegetable rolls. At this moment, a woman's delicate voice sounded upstairs. "It's all your fault. I can't get out of bed now. How come you have such good physical strength? You've tormented me to pieces." Everyone at the table was stunned for a moment. They really didn't want to eavesdrop. But with supernatural powers above level 5, it was like talking in their ears through a wall. Lin Fei's face suddenly turned red. No matter how slow he was, he understood what he heard last night at this moment. Wen Yin's cheeks also became hot. She didn't want to understand, but she still understood. Then, a man's gentle voice came. "Sorry, I didn't pay attention to the degree. I will pay attention next time." Wenxiu put down his chopsticks, covered Wen Yin's ears with both hands, and then said to Lin Zixiao, "Go upstairs and tell them that we can hear the sound." Lin Zixia's face was full of rejection. "Do I have to leave such an embarrassing thing to him?" "Lu Li, you go. You are better at dealing with people." Lu Li rolled his eyes at him, then got up and went out. Wenxiu waited until there was a knock on the door upstairs before letting go of Wen Yin and letting him continue eating. But he forgot that Lu Li was always unruly and spoke in a very informal manner. The conversation upstairs put them in an awkward situation again. "Brother, you have good physical strength. I heard everything downstairs last night. Did you all hear it?" "Yes. When the superpower reaches level 5 or above, the hearing will be extremely sharp, and it will be like a live broadcast through a wall. Sorry for affecting you. I will pay attention in the future." "It's okay. This kind of thing is human nature. There is nothing to be embarrassed about." Wen Yin pretended not to hear and buried her head in drinking porridge. Wenxiu saw that her head was almost stuffed into the bowl, so he reached out and grabbed her neck and pulled her back. Wen Yin's fair cheeks flushed instantly. She turned her head and glared at Wenxiu, then lowered her head again. She liked to bury her head in the bowl to drink porridge. So what's wrong with that? After Lu Li came back, there was no more sound from upstairs. A group of people finished their meal quietly and set off again. In the car, Lu Li monitored the situation within a radius of 100 miles, and suddenly found the level 6 zombie he had seen last time. He was sitting alone in a car, staring at a photo in a daze. Lu Li locked the area and took a closer look, and found that the person in the photo was Wen Yin. She was wearing a high school uniform. Her hair was tied into a high ponytail, and she had a sweet smile on her lips. Recalling the previous events, Lu Li realized that this zombie was Wen Yin's high school classmate, and he did not forget her after becoming a zombie. Chapter 185 Goodbye Suhi. Yin Yin, you know the level 6 zombie before, right? Lu Li confirmed. Wen Yin turned around and said, "He used to be my high school classmate, but he is not anymore after he became a zombie." Lu Li smiled softly. "But he seems to still remember you. He is holding your photo and thinking of you." "Ah?" Wen Yin opened his mouth in surprise. "No way. He has become a zombie. How can he still miss humans? And when did he have his own photo?" Qin Shu said. "Can we turn him against us and let him be the insider?" Qin thought he was really naive. Letting a zombie who kills without blinking an eye be the insider. "Do you think we can coexist peacefully with zombies?" Qin Shu looked at him and replied weakly, "Probably not." Wen Yin thought about it, and felt that Qin Shu's idea was worth a try. He is now the right-hand man of the Zombie King. If they can use him, the probability of winning will be greater. Let's go find him. Don't fight him yet. I try to communicate with him. No. It's dangerous. Wen Xiyu was the first to object. He didn't want Wen Yin to contact a zombie, even if it was to win it over as an insider. Lu Li pursed his lips. If it was someone else in the team, he would readily agree with this approach. But it was a bit risky for Wen Yin to do this. That zombie is now level 7. You better not act rashly. Wen Yin glanced at the two worried men and said helplessly, "Have you forgotten that I have space ability? You can hide in it when you encounter danger." Lu Li brought up the past. You didn't hide in it last time. And you fell into an illusion and was unconscious for a month. Last time I was controlled by that mental power, which was an accident. This time there are only water zombies. And I will definitely not get into trouble. Nothing is absolute in this world. Lu Li was scared by the last incident. And now he is still deeply frightened. If there is any danger, he doesn't want Wen Yin to get involved. Wen Yin turned his head and looked at him. He was wearing a white shirt and a light gray jacket today. He looked fresh and mature. His delicate and smiling eyebrows drooped slightly at this moment, showing some displeasure. Wen Yin compromised and said, "Let's observe for 2 days. There is no rush for this matter. I just think that if he can understand human words, he can be our insider. In this way, he can also help us when we fight the Zombie King." Wen Xiyu looked at the rearview mirror and nodded. "Then observe for 2 days. If you really want to get close to him, I will go with you. Anyway, he knows me." Wen Xiyu was still rational. If they could turn the zombie against them, they would have an extra chip to win. If not, they would just kill him. Now Wen Xiyu is a level 7 thunder element and a level 5 wood element. Even if he fights him alone, he will not be at a disadvantage. In view of the fact that the level 7 zombie still has value, they temporarily avoided it and dealt with other mutant zombies nearby first. In the evening, a group of people rested in an apartment building in the city center again. In order to avoid a recurrence of last night's incident, Lu Li arranged accommodation for couples to live on the top floor. After a peaceful night, the team headed southeast. On the way, they met Gu Bei's team and stopped to chat. Gu Bei has been promoted to level 6, and the other team members are above level 4. They brought a total of 30 newcomers this time. The journey was smooth and there were no injuries. But the food was not enough. So they planned to return to the island to rest for 2 days before going out. After saying goodbye, the two teams headed in different directions. Lu Li thought of some things in the past and couldn't help teasing Wen Xiyu. "Why don't you say hello to that old friend who has been secretly in love with you for many years? You are so cold even when you say hello. It's too heartless." Wen Xiyu looked at him through the rearview mirror. His voice was clear and cold, but with a hint of teasing. "Then why don't you go visit your fiancé? It's only been a few months, and you've fallen in love with someone else. You are really heartless." Lu Li was a little annoyed. Why did he provoke him for no reason? Now, he put himself on the stove. Lu Li looked at Wen Yin's slightly changing expression and explained for himself. "I'm not falling in love with someone else. Lin Xiao was once a very important friend to me. I never liked her, and she betrayed me. I didn't do it. It's not heartless." Wen Yin tilted her head to look at him, seeing that he looked nervous, as if he was afraid of being misunderstood or abandoned. She couldn't help laughing. "Don't be nervous. My brother was just joking. Why did you take it seriously?" Lu Li bit her lip and acted pitiful. "Yin Yin, don't be prejudiced against me because of this. I'm really not the kind of person who changes my mind easily. I'm very serious about you. I can accept anything for you." Wen Yin coughed twice, interrupting his shameless words. "Okay. Stop talking. I understand." Wen Xiyu really looked down on him, pretending to be pitiful. He rolled his eyes and said coldly, "Lu Li, don't forget what I said. If you dare to mention that again, I will feed you to the zombies." Lu Li returned to his seriousness in a second. "Got it, boss." Although Wen Xiyu often said threatening words, he never really took action. That time when he fought with me in the space, he also held back. He was a cold-hearted person. He had long regarded me as a brother. So how could he bear to really take action? Sometimes Lu Li felt that he was quite shameless, actually stealing his brother's corner. But he couldn't control himself from sinking into it, and lowered his bottom line step by step. 2 days later, the new psychics in the team were all promoted to level 3 or 4. The mission was completed. When Siyu asked them to take the plane back first, and the others stayed to continue looking for the traces of level 6 and 7 zombies. There were still 4 people in the team who needed to be promoted to level 6. In addition, when Siyu wanted to get a level 7 crystal core to return to Zhouyuchu, Luli noticed that the level 7 zombie was just 50 kilometers away. After hesitating for a moment, he told Wen Siyu. Wen Siyu decided to go over and take a look. The car stopped 200 meters away from the zombie. Wen Siyu and Wen Yin got out of the car and asked the others to wait there. Luli was not very reassured, so he followed in stealth. Zhouyuchu watched the situation, and ice blades appeared in his palms, ready to help at any time. He saw the figure of the girl from a distance. His eyes lit up, and he immediately got out of the car and walked towards her quickly. After the last hasty farewell, he had been thinking about her, worried that she would be trapped in the illusion and could not wake up. Fortunately, she woke up. A few steps away from the girl, a hard vine swung towards him. He condensed a water curtain to resist it, and at the same time roared at the man unhappily. Chapter 186 Using Zombies. The zombie in front of him was tall, wearing a black jacket and black trousers. From a distance, he looked no different from a human, except that there were dark brown spots on his face extending all the way to his neck, and his eyes were light yellow, and his handsome outline could be vaguely seen. Wen Yin smiled at him gently. "You are Su-He, right?" Su-He tilted his head, and the hostility on his face dissipated, revealing a submissive look. He opened his mouth to say something, but found that he couldn't speak. Finally, he closed his mouth dejectedly and nodded in response. Wen Yin observed his expression and continued. "The last time we met was in a hurry. I didn't recognize you, but now I recognize you." Su-He looked at the girl happily and wanted to get closer to her, but was blocked by the vine. "Sorry. My brother is more worried about me and afraid that you will hurt me. Let's just talk like this." Wen Yin's soothing words calmed Su-He down. He didn't move anymore, just stood there, staring at the girl infatuatedly. Wen Si wanted to do it, but Su-He had no intention of hurting Wen Yin at the moment, and was even very friendly to her. He could only suppress his irritability and let Wen Yin continue her plan. Luli stood on the other side of Wen Yin invisibly, and the worry in his heart gradually faded, replaced by jealousy. He still remembered Wen Yin after becoming a zombie, which showed that he really liked her. Fortunately, they are now different species, and they are opposites. Wen Yin will never like him. Wen Yin talked about many things in high school. After laying the groundwork, he said with a little regret, "I was looking forward to us going to the same university and continuing to be friends. Who knew that so many things happened later, and you turned into a zombie?" Su-He showed a sad expression when he heard this. He didn't want to become like this and meet the girl he liked in this appearance. But things have come to this point, and he didn't know what to do. He has been living in a daze for the past few months, like a walking corpse. It was not until he saw Wen Yin last month that he felt that he was alive again, although he was not really alive. He suddenly had some emotions. Wen Yin sighed softly. "Don't worry. I won't let my brother do anything to you. Although we are on opposite sides, I really don't want to hurt you." Su-He lowered his eyes aggrievedly. He didn't want to stand on the opposite side of her. If possible, he wanted to be by her side. Even if he just looked at her silently and felt her breath, it would be a great satisfaction for him. Wen Yin paused and changed the subject. "Do you know? Last time, the zombie made me fall into an illusion. I almost couldn't wake up. I was in a coma for a month. When I woke up, the evil spirit took my body away, and someone put a knife on my neck." Su-He raised his eyes after listening, showing a guilty look. The corners of his lips opened, although he didn't make a sound. Wen Yin understood that he was saying, "I'm sorry." Wen Yin felt a little reluctant, but warned himself that he had become a zombie now, and was no longer his high school classmate. If they couldn't use him, they would have to kill him. "Su-He, I know you had to follow that zombie. If you can turn from evil to good and help me deal with him, we can continue to be friends. And I will." Before Wen Yin finished speaking, Su-He nodded, put away the defensive water mist, and pointed at the vines blocking the way, indicating that he wanted to get closer. When Siyu saw this, and retracted the hard thorny vines, without the defensive water mist, Su-He was no match for him at all. Even if he wanted to do something, he could stop him in time. He walked to a position half a meter away from Wen Yin and stopped. He gestured with his fingers, trying to tell her something. But Wen Yin didn't seem to understand. Lu Li showed up at this time and said to the two. He said that the Zombie King has been sending zombies to look for us everywhere recently because we killed his favorite woman. He saw us leaving by plane and is looking for zombies who can fly planes. He was startled by the sudden appearance of the man, and he felt relieved when he heard him translate his sign language. This should also be Wen Yin's friend. After listening to Lu Li, Wen Yin looked at He's reaction and asked curiously, "Is he speaking in sign language? How can you understand it?" Lu Li's lips curled. "It's not sign language. It's just random gestures." "I guessed it." When Siyu looked at He, "Are you really willing to help us deal with that zombie king?" He shook his head and gestured. "I'm not helping you. I'm helping Wen Yin. I'm willing to do anything for her." The three of them understood this sentence. Wen Yin showed gratitude, and the other two men frowned. When Siyu pursed his lips and asked calmly, "Are you going out to find us this time?" He nodded. He was indeed sent to find them, but he was mainly to see Wen Yin. So as soon as he left North City, he parted ways with those mindless zombies. Lu Li asked some more questions, and after understanding the situation, he said to him, "You want to stay with Wen Yin, right? Help us kill the zombie king, and we will consider accepting you." Wen Yin looked at Lu Li sideways, and there was no guilty expression on his face, as if he would really accept a zombie to follow him. He believed it and agreed readily. Although he knew that the zombie king was not easy to kill, he had to give it a try. Wen Yin couldn't bear to remind him, "Don't be impulsive. The zombie king has mental power. You can't deal with it alone. It's best for us to cooperate. We will go to North City in a while, and I hope you can help us then." He smiled with his lips curved, gestured with his fingers and said, "I listen to you." Lu Li secretly rolled his eyes at him. Turning into a zombie and still being so love-minded, there is really no hope. After finishing the business, Wen Yin took He back to the team. He said that he would not return to North City for the time being and wanted to follow them. Although Wen Yin felt that it was too strange to bring a zombie with him, he still agreed in order to win him over as an insider. Qin Shu tugged at Qin Yi's sleeve and gave him a look that said I was right. Qin Yi sneered and still felt that zombies were not trustworthy. Zhou Yuchu felt that it was somewhat credible after listening to their conversation. The zombie looked at Wen Yin with extremely gentle eyes, as if all the remaining emotions were placed on her. "If you like someone like that, you will be willing to do anything for her." Qin Shu went to another car, and the zombie sat between Lu Li and Qin Yi. Qin Yi was always alert, but Lu Li was as usual, leaning lazily on the back of the chair, looking for traces of the mutated zombie with his sky eye. There is a level 6 and 2 level 5s 20 kilometers away. The level 6 is a fire type, and the other two are unclear. As Lu Li spoke, he turned to He next to him. "Why don't you help us solve it? Let Wen Yin see how sincere you are to him." He tilted his head, retracted his gaze from Wen Yin, and looked at Lu Li. He didn't like this delicate-looking man very much, but he was Wen Yin's friend, so he could only hold back his temper. "Just now you said you were willing to do anything for her, but now you are not willing to kill a few of your kind?" Hearing this, He hurriedly shook his head and gestured with his fingers eagerly. "I am willing. Don't try to sow discord." Lu Li looked at him and chuckled. "Okay. Then I leave it to you later." When raised his eyebrows slightly, Lu Li was simply amazing. He was ruthless in using zombies. Chapter 187 Simple and Gullible. Half an hour later, the vehicle stopped at the foot of a mountain. He went to the mountain alone to look for his kind, while the others waited by the roadside. Lin Zixu cast a glance at Lu Li. "You are really cunning. You actually tricked a zombie to deal with your kind." Lu Li leaned against the car door and said lazily, "This is the end of the world, not a peaceful era. Put away your sympathy." Lin Zixu sneered. "I don't sympathize with him. I just think you are very cunning." Lu Li shrugged without comment, walked to Wen Yin, and asked her, "Do you think I've gone too far?" Wen Yin shook her head gently. Lu Li was right. This is the end of the world. If you want to survive, you have to be cruel. It's nothing to use a zombie. They waited for a while, and saw He coming down the mountain with 3 crystal cores in his palms. He came all the way to Wen Yin and handed them to her like a treasure, his light yellow eyes sparkling. Wen Yin put the crystal core into the space, smiled and praised him, and then went back to the car together. It was almost lunchtime, so they temporarily settled in a small villa halfway up the mountain. Luli and Qin went to prepare dinner, while the others stayed with Wenyan, silently observing the zombie. Wenyan opened a bag of snacks and saw Suhi staring at her, so she asked him, "Do you want to eat?" Suhi tilted his head and slowly stretched out his hand. Zombies live on flesh and blood and don't like to eat other things. But he also wants to try what Wenyan eats. Wenyan was just being polite, but she didn't expect him to really stretch out his hand. She picked up the snack bag and poured some into his palm. He stuffed it all into his mouth, chewed it, and his expression twisted for a moment. And then he smiled. He was actually a little scary when he smiled. His face was covered with black and brown spots like ink, as if it was a mark crawling out from the depths of hell. Each line carried a gloomy breath, which made Wenyan involuntarily think of the dead. Wenyan lowered her eyes and didn't look at him. Her palms curled up slightly. "We are going to prepare for dinner. You should also go find your food. Preferably not human, but game or something like that." Suhi stared at the girl's eyes, and seeing that she didn't look at him, he stretched out his hand and gently pulled her sleeve. Gestured, "I will never eat humans again. Don't despise me." Wenyan forced a smile and said against her will, "I don't despise you. You are my friend." Suhi was instantly happy, waved at her, and then walked out, looking back every 3 steps. The moment the door was closed, Wenyan breathed a sigh of relief. When she thought that he would need to devour at least dozens of superpowers to reach level 7. Wenyan's stomach churned. She took out a bottle of water and drank a big gulp, barely suppressing the feeling of nausea. Zhou Yuchu saw that she was uncomfortable facing the zombies, and couldn't help but say, "Xiaoyan, in fact, we don't have to let him be the insider. You don't have to wrong yourself to be friends with him." Wenyan turned her head to look at him and smiled gently. "I don't feel wronged. I'm just not used to it. It's okay. With Suhi's help, our chances of winning will be greater." Wenxiu knew that Wenyan was stubborn, and he didn't intend to persuade her. He just touched her hair soothingly. Lin Fei leaned back in the chair and wondered, "How can I still have emotions after becoming a zombie? Shouldn't it be blood and killing?" Lin Zishi glanced at him and explained, "Maybe I love too deeply and can't forget it. You have never liked anyone, so of course you don't understand." Lin Fei's mouth corners turned down, revealing a look of disgust. "I really don't understand you love-brained people." Several men who were indiscriminately implicated looked at him, and he suddenly fell silent. He almost forgot that the boss was among them. After lunch, Suhi just came back from outside. He seemed to have taken a bath in the river, and his whole body was wet. Wenyan took out a set of clothes and handed it to him, asking him to go to the room to change. He did it obediently, and soon he was dressed and went downstairs. Before he became a zombie, he was also a tall and handsome boy, but it was a pity that he could not go back. Sitting in the car, Wenyan took out the crystal core and started to upgrade, while Luli continued to monitor the movements around. He saw a group of high-level zombies bloodbath the base and killed all the people inside. When they rushed over, several zombies were still enjoying the food, with bright red blood on the corners of their mouths. After Wenyan finished upgrading, he entered the space to hide at the request of Wenxiu and Luli, while others got off the car to deal with the group of zombies. Suhi followed Wenxiu, glanced at him indifferently, and gave instructions to several of his kind. "You guys kill yourselves. Don't let me do it." One of the level 6 zombies was very angry, and the veins on his face covered with black spots were bulging. "What do you mean? We are the same kind. Are you going to betray us?" The zombie next to him was still chewing meat, and he was also indignant. "Don't forget that we are ordered to strangle the mutants. If you betray the boss, you will die miserably." Suhi rolled his eyes at him. They were already dead, just lingering in this body. The killing ended quickly. Suhi easily killed half of the zombies, and the rest were killed by Wenxiu and Zhou Yuchu. High-level zombies have a natural suppressive power over zombies of lower levels, and killing them is as easy as pie. Wenxiu watched Suhi dig out the crystal core and ran to the car to take credit, with a slightly complicated look in his eyes. Such simple and easy to deceive zombies are really rare. Wenyan heard a hoarse roar in the space, followed by Lu Li's voice. "Yan, you can come back." Wenyan was delighted and immediately teleported from the space to the car. She raised her eyes and saw Suhi standing outside the car door, holding 7 or 8 crystal cores of different colors in his palms. looking at her expectantly and nervously, as if he wanted to hear her praise. She rolled down the car window and smiled. "You are so amazing. You got so many crystal cores at once." Soo-hee looked at the girl's gentle and moving smile, and felt very satisfied. He really wanted to stay with her like this. When Yin put the crystal core into the space, raised her hand, and rubbed his slightly messy hair, and said, "So good." The sudden physical touch made Soo-hee stunned for a moment, and he slowly grinned, like a puppy whose head was touched by its owner, with visible pleasure. Luli saw it, but she didn't feel jealous. Instead, she felt that he was quite pitiful. He became a zombie but still couldn't forget the person he liked, and even willing to be used by her. This time, they got a total of 5 level 6 crystal cores and 10 level 5 crystal cores, which can be said to be a great harvest. Back in the car, when Yin shared with a few people the changes in the space after the upgrade, the yard was doubled compared to before. The area of the villa was also increased, and there were 2 more bedrooms on the 2nd and 3rd floors. After hearing this, Luli immediately said, "Then I will live on the 3rd floor in the future." When Yin replied, "Sure, I have already arranged the room, and we can move in tonight." They lived outside before to protect the group of new superpowers, but now they don't need to, so they can live in the space. But should Soo-hee be brought in? As a zombie, he doesn't need to sleep, and there is no need for him to live in the space with them. Although when Yin wanted to win him over, he was also worried about the safety of the team. Superpowers cannot be used in the space, and if he suddenly has a bloodthirsty attack, they may not be able to subdue him. After finding a place to stay at night, Wen Yin patiently comforted Soo-hee for a while, and asked him to stay in the apartment. They would come back after staying for one night. Soo-hee looked at her aggrievedly, but finally nodded and agreed. Chapter 188, Playing the Hooligan. Dinner was cooked in the space. Several dumplings of different flavors were made, and several dishes were fried, both meat and vegetables. Wen Yin ate half of it, and thought of Soo-hee who was alone outside. She couldn't help but feel guilty. Although Soo-hee became a zombie, he was once her friend. Would it be too much for her to treat him like this? What are you thinking about? You are not thinking about that zombie, are you? Lu Li's voice came from her ears. Wen Yin shook her head slowly, and picked up the chopsticks to eat again. She shouldn't be soft-hearted. The former Soo-hee was dead. Now he was just a corpse without a soul. This corpse was bloodthirsty and cruel, and liked to kill. Even if it had some human emotions, it was not a human. After dinner, everyone drank tea in the living room, and went back to their rooms to rest. Wen Yin opened the door, and found a little red fox on the bed. He smiled with curved eyebrows, and looked like a well-behaved fox trying to please his master. Wen Yin's heart softened immediately. He grabbed the little fox's neck, and put it on his arm, gently stroking his soft fur like petting a cat. "Little fox, did your master ask you to come?" The little fox nodded, and rubbed the girl's arm affectionately. The master saw that Wen Yin was in a bad mood, so he asked him to come over to comfort him. Wen Yin laid down on the bed, and put the little fox on his chest. "Tell me, what is your master doing now?" The little fox sensed it, and raised its many paws to point in the direction of the bathroom, indicating that the master was taking a bath. Wen Yin understood it, and smiled, and rubbed the little fox's head. The little fox was more likable than Lu Li. The red fur felt smooth and soft, and the eyes were crystal clear, like glass beads. Very cute. After a while, another cute little ball appeared on the bed. Snow White, with a pair of dark brown eyes that were clear and innocent. Wen Yin sat up in surprise, put Xiaobai and the little fox on his legs respectively, and rubbed the little head evenly. The little fox cast a lazy look at Xiaobai. His master was steady and dull. So how come the supernatural elves he gave birth to were cute and clingy? Xiaobai thought. Then you don't understand. My master is cold on the outside but warm on the inside. And he is the type who is actually eager to stick to the people he likes. Wen Yin played with the 2 little ones for a while, and heard a knock at the door. The door was not locked. She answered and came in, and saw Wen Si pushing the door open and walking in. The man's cold eyes fell on the little fox and Xiaobai, and his eyes narrowed slightly. Seeing this, Xiaobai immediately disappeared from Wen Yin's legs, and returned to his master's body. The little fox tilted his head, revealing a confused look. Wen Si walked to the bed and sat down, and at the same time summoned little lightning, letting the 2 supernatural elves play for a while. For a while, there were only 2 people left in the room. Wen Yin lowered his head slightly, holding a corner of the bed with his fingers, and was slightly nervous. These days, everything was normal in front of outsiders. But at night, Wenxiyu would always come to her room to ask for a kiss. Sometimes lightly, sometimes lingering. Wenyan clearly felt that something had changed between them. Just a glance could make her heart beat wildly. Wenxiyu looked at the girl's expression, raised his fingers gently, and tentatively held her hand. Seeing that she did not refuse, he took advantage of it and held her fingers tightly. Wenyan's eyelashes trembled, and she asked softly, "Do you have something to do with me?" "No. I just miss you." The temperature of her palms was scorching, and the temperature in the room became scorching. Wenyan was suddenly pulled forward, and then fell into a familiar embrace. When she raised her eyes, there was a touch of soft breath on her lips. She slowly closed her eyes, and desire emerged from the darkness, entangled with heat. Once this kind of thing is involved, it is easy to become addictive. A simple kiss is no longer enough to satisfy each other. The body clamors for more and wants to possess it completely, but it is finally suppressed by reason. Wenyan watched Wenxiyu suddenly leave, was stunned for a while, then got out of bed and went to the bathroom. Just after taking a shower, there was another knock at the door. Wenyan wanted to change clothes before opening the door. Just as she walked to the side of the closet and took off the bath towel, she heard the door being pushed open. The man was wearing a refreshing light-colored pajamas, with delicate and three-dimensional eyebrows and eyes, and a head of fluffy black hair hanging down, looking obedient and wild. His eyes fell on the naked girl. His eyes suddenly became dark, and then he closed the door and locked it. Wenyan screamed in his heart, hurriedly picked up the bath towel to wrap himself, then took out a set of pajamas and rushed into the bathroom. Luli half leaned against the door frame. A hint of lust flashed in his eyes. He was not a person who valued beauty. But how could he not be moved when the person he liked was so perfect in front of him? Wenyan put on her clothes and came out, staring at the visitor with shame and annoyance. "What's wrong with you? You walked in without waiting for a response?" Luli smiled innocently. "Sorry. I knocked on the door. I didn't answer, but I knocked on the door." Wenyan didn't want to pay attention to him anymore, so she went back to her bed, lay down, covered herself with the quilt, and turned off the desk lamp. Luli knew she was angry, so he walked over and sat beside the bed, coaxing her softly. "I'm sorry. I wait a little longer next time. I really didn't know you were changing clothes, and I only saw a blurry back. I really didn't mean it. Don't be angry." Wenyan turned over and faced away from him, still angry. "Okay. You can go out." Luli was silent for a while, sighed. "If you think I've seen your body and suffered a loss, then I can also take off my clothes for you to see, so that we're even." Wenyan thought he was teasing her, but the next second she heard the sound of buttons being unbuttoned, one after another, making her feel itchy. Wenyan turned around and kicked him in anger. "What are you doing? I won't look at it." Luli held her ankle, leaned down under her gaze, and gently kissed the white instep. This is what a hooligan does. Wenyan blushed, broke free from her bound feet, and kicked him in the waist. "If you tease me again, I will make you childless." Luli laughed. "So cruel? I am yours. You have never used me. How can you bear to do that?" Wenyan was shocked by his shameless words, and didn't know what to say for a moment. And Luli climbed onto the bed while she was stunned and pulled her into his arms. Wenyan struggled to push him away, but her lips were blocked. In the darkness, the hot kiss broke her rationality bit by bit. When she was confused, she heard him panting slightly, forbearing and helplessly saying, "I have to take a cold shower." After that, he got up and went to the bathroom. Wenyan realized something, and buried herself in the quilt in shame, secretly cursing Luli for being a hooligan. After Luli came back, he didn't kiss her again, saying that he was afraid that he couldn't control himself and did something to her. He only kissed her forehead and left. Wenyan tossed and turned all night, with the kissing scene constantly flashing in her mind. She seemed really greedy. Chapter 189: The Revenge of Evil Spirits. Suddenly, the hoarse roar of zombies sounded in his ears, breaking the silence of the night. Wenyan suddenly opened his eyes, quickly put on his clothes, and ran to the next room to knock on the door. "Brother, there seems to be something outside." After Wenyan finished shouting, he went to knock on the doors of other rooms. People in the rooms woke up one after another, put on their clothes and went out. At this time, Wen Yin heard the sound of fighting outside, and something kept hitting the ground, making a dull sound. Wen Yin waited for everyone to arrive, and took them back to the apartment. What caught his eye was an extremely messy living room, with things all over the place and the door wide open, as if it had been robbed. Luli used his sky eye to check and said to the others, "They are fighting a few hundred meters away. It's a level 7 iron zombie, and there are signs of breaking through to level 8. Su-hee has already fallen behind." When Siyu and Zhou Yuchu walked out immediately, followed by Lin Fei and Lin Zixu, Luli grabbed Wen Yin, who wanted to go out. "Don't worry. They can deal with it. If you go out, it will distract people." Wen Yin hesitated and finally did not go out. He sat down on the sofa chair in the living room that was still intact, holding a lit candle in his hand, and looked at the door from time to time. If the zombie was not a mental power, they should be able to deal with it. But Wen Yin still couldn't control his worries, fearing that something unexpected would happen. Luli stood next to her, watching the battle with a focused expression. Su-hee was a level 7 water power, and he was not at an advantage when encountering a zombie of the same level. If it was just defense, he could protect himself. But he seemed to want to kill the 7th level iron zombie. If he attacked the opponent while defending, his defense would be greatly reduced. His left hand was cut off by a sharp iron sheet, and black viscous liquid flowed out of the wound. But he might not feel the pain, and his expression did not change at all. When Siyu arrived in time and prevented him from being beheaded by the zombie, the vine with lightning was swung out, and collided with the iron in the air. Sparks flew. The zombie's eyes froze slightly, and then an ice knife pierced his neck. Luli breathed a sigh of relief and raised his hand to rub the girl's hair. "Don't worry. It's solved." In the yard, Zhou Yuchu squatted down and dug out the crystal core. Unlike a certain color before, this crystal core was between yellow and orange, like level 7.5. He wiped the blood off the zombie's clothes and stood up to hand it to Wen Siyu. But Wen Siyu didn't take it. "This is yours. Why are you giving it to me?" Zhou Yuchu pursed his lips. "This crystal core looks like it's between level 7 and 8. You should be able to use it. 7.5 is also level 7. You should use it," Wen Siyu said as he picked up Su-hee's severed hand from the ground, intending to sew it up for him later. After all, he was injured while helping them fight their own kind, so Wen Siyu couldn't just turn a blind eye. Su-hee didn't feel any pain, but he felt it was inconvenient to lose a hand. Seeing Wen Siyu pick it up for him, he was slightly surprised. Could he sew it up? "Let's go back to the apartment." Wen Siyu raised his chin towards Su-hee and walked towards the apartment first. When he reached the door, he hid his severed hand behind him for fear of scaring Wen Yin. Wen Yin's concerned eyes passed over Wen Siyu and Zhou Yuchu, then turned to other people, and finally fell on Su-hee, with a startled look in his eyes. "Why is your hand gone?" Wen Yin walked forward to check, but was blocked by Wen Siyu. "I can sew up his hand. Don't worry. I need some things. Take me to the space to find it." They had stored some medical equipment in the space, originally to prevent some unexpected situations, but they didn't expect to sew up a zombie now. Wen Yin nodded, said something to Su-hee, and took Wen Siyu to the space. Before disappearing, Wen Siyu stuffed the severed hand to Luli. Luli felt nauseous and stuffed it to Zhou Yuchu. Zhou Yuchu looked at him speechlessly, and his right hand condensed firelight to illuminate it. He looked at the severed hand along the dim light, and saw that it was covered with twisted black spots, and the blood flowing out was also black and sticky. Zhou Yuchu also felt a little nauseous, moved his curious eyes away, and put the bloody severed hand on the table. A group of people had nothing to do, so they simply sorted out the items in the apartment, and then sat on the sofa and waited quietly. Luli turned around and asked Su-hee, "Is that zombie looking for you? Did you know each other before?" Su-hee gestured and told Luli that they all came from North City. The zombie happened to pass by here and broke into the house after smelling the same kind of smell. They had a little dispute and then fought. Luli understood most of it by guessing, and asked some more questions to confirm. He learned that there were 4 more level 7 zombies coming from North City, and their locations were unknown. It would be better for them to stay outside for a few more days, and go back after getting 4 level 7 crystal cores. After when Siyu came back from the space, he went to help Su-hee with the suture operation, although he was already dead, and there was no risk of wound infection. When Siyu still disinfected and treated the wound as a routine before suturing. When Yin stood by holding a candle, touching Su-hee's head soothingly from time to time. thinking that he was injured to help her get the crystal core. Wen Yin felt a little guilty. This guy is really simple. Not like a zombie who kills people like crazy. Wen Xiyu sewed it beautifully, and it was almost impossible to see the trace. Suhi smiled at him with satisfaction, and turned to Wen Yin, saying that his hand was fine, and there was no need to worry. Wen Yin looked at him and smiled. For the first time, she didn't feel nauseous. She smiled back sincerely and told him, Suhi, next time you meet someone who is a little higher than you, don't be impulsive. Protect yourself first. The smile on Suhi's mouth slowly widened, and he nodded obediently. It was great that Wen Yin cared about him. It was still early outside. Wen Yin chatted with Suhi for a while, and then took everyone back to the space to catch up on sleep. Lying on the bed again, she unconsciously felt sleepy. In the yard, the black fog that was originally vague and lingering on the soil like a veil, now seemed to be given life, and slowly rose from the dark soil. It seemed to be a black spirit snake that had been dormant for a long time, with a hint of weirdness and mystery, breaking away from the soil little by little, floating leisurely in the air, and slowly forming a vague black figure. The black figure was tall and slender, and his whole body was shrouded in the black fog, and his face and appearance could not be seen clearly. He walked silently, like a ghost in the dark night, and quietly came to the girl's room. He was an evil spirit that lived on desires, and was awakened after sleeping for a long time. At first, his spiritual power was weak, so he could only live in the soil and absorb the meager desires from the girl. Later, more and more people entered the space, and his spiritual power was slowly recovering. The rabbit was the product of his catalysis. He couldn't leave the space, so he could only let the rabbit go outside to absorb desires. After Wen Yin fell into the illusion, Rabbit proposed to take his place, and he agreed. Rabbit was quite smart. He first used the evil spirit born from the diary to make a feint, and then completely occupied Wen Yin's body. But all this was ruined by the psychic. The damn psychic was actually the descendant of the two family who had been suppressing him. If he had not absorbed enough desire and lacked spiritual power, how could he be suppressed by that mere spiritual talisman? Now that he is back, it is time to settle old accounts with him. Although he cannot kill people directly, he can control people's hearts and let them be controlled by desire. He slowly approached the sleeping girl, and his bewitching whispers echoed in the silent room. This is an illusion, not the real world. Your brother is waiting for you at home. How can you indulge in beauty? Wen Yin opened her mouth and replied like a dream. Then how can I go back? The shadow hovered over the girl, and the low and magnetic voice sounded again. Someone here doesn't want you to go back. They are deliberately confusing you and seducing you. You have to kill them to break the illusion. Wen Yin rolled her eyes, as if she wanted to wake up from the dream. But she couldn't wake up. She struggled for a moment and repeated the man's words. Kill them to break the illusion. Chapter 190 Beauty Trap. When she woke up in the morning, Wen Yin's eyes were filled with murderous intent. Anyone who stopped her from going home would die. After washing up and walking out of the room, she saw a sumptuous breakfast prepared in the living room. Wen Xi waved at her. What are you daydreaming about? Come and eat. Wen Yin looked at his familiar face. Her eyes froze for a moment, and then she smiled and walked towards him. As long as she killed the 3 people who had deceived her, she could go home. But how could she kill them with one blow? Wen Yin was lost in thought, and didn't notice that her left hand was held by someone. She just drank the porridge in a daze. Seeing that she didn't react, Luli looked at her sideways. Yin Yin, what are you thinking about? Thinking about how to kill you, Wen Yin blurted out, realizing that she had spoken her mind, and pursed her lips nervously. The table, which was originally filled with tableware and delicacies, seemed to have been paused at this moment. All the sounds stopped abruptly, and it was so quiet that one could hear each other's breathing. After only a second, the silence was broken by laughter. At first, Lin Zishu was the only one laughing, and then others reacted and started laughing. Xiaoyan, I didn't expect you to tell jokes, Lin Zishu said while laughing. You look so serious just now. Quite like a female killer. Luli scratched the girl's palm and joked. Have you thought about it? How are you going to kill me? Use the beauty trap? Wen Yin lowered her eyes to hide the emotions in her eyes, and the corners of her mouth rose slightly. I haven't thought about it yet, but the beauty trap sounds good. Luli was immersed in the joy of secretly holding hands, and didn't notice the girl's strangeness at all, thinking she was flirting with him. When Siyu and Zhou Yuchu noticed something strange. silently observed the girl for a moment, and then looked away as if nothing had happened. For the whole day that followed, when Yin was planning how to kill the 3 people, she stayed alone in the vegetable garden in the space, picking a few crisp cucumbers and chewing them. Originally, she just wanted to kill people, but slowly, she developed a desire to possess them, since they had to seduce her. Why didn't she take advantage of them? The previous murder plan was overturned, and she decided to give them drugs first, and then take action after she succeeded. As night fell, when Yin took everyone to the space as usual, the drugs were ready. After the others went to bed, she went to knock on the doors of the 3 people one by one, and asked them to go back to her room. In the room, 3 men sat in a row on the sofa, one with a cold expression, one with a confused look, and one with a knowing smile on his face. When Yin handed them a bottle of water with ingredients and asked them to drink some water first, as he had something important to say, the 3 obediently unscrewed the water bottle. Some raised their heads and drank a big sip. Some only took a small sip, and some pretended to drink but didn't actually drink. When Yin sat on the bed, wearing only a thin nightgown, with her fair and slender legs exposed, casually tied together, and her long black hair hanging loosely on her shoulders, lazy and charming, her eyes were raised, revealing a bit of seductive meaning. I thought about it. I like all 3 of you. We can live together. When Siu's eyes instantly turned cold when he heard this. What did you say? When Yin tilted her head to look at him, her eyebrows slightly raised. Why? You don't agree? When Siu pursed his lips into a straight line, and his sharp eyes fell on the girl. In an instant, he figured out one thing. When Yin was controlled by the evil spirit, they left the island for a whole week, and the evil spirit probably revived. Damn it. I should have taken Tu Ling with me when I knew it. When Siu didn't get angry again, he wanted to see what Wen Yin, who was controlled by desire, would do next. Seeing that he didn't say anything, Wen Yin looked at the other 2. Do you have any objections? Zhou Yuchu pursed his lips and said nothing. He had no objection to this matter. But Wen Yin was obviously not sober at the moment, and it was very likely that he was bewitched by the evil spirit. Lu Li shook his head. No objection. Then do we have an identity now? Wen Yin smiled gently, and a bit of charm appeared on her pretty face. From now on, you are my boyfriend. Let me check the goods tonight. After saying this, Lu Li finally realized that Wen Yin was not right. She had always been conservative in this regard. So how could she suddenly become so bold? Lu Li wanted to say something, but suddenly she felt dizzy, and fell down with an unstable center of gravity, hitting Wen Xiu's shoulder. Wen Xiu glanced at him with disdain and was about to push him away, but realized that Wen Yin had put drugs in the water. He rubbed his eyebrows, pretended to be dizzy, and slowly fell to the side of the sofa. Zhou Yuchu saw that both of them fell down, so he simply pretended to be dizzy. He took a sip of water. Although he was a little dizzy, he didn't faint. Wen Yin watched the 3 people fall on the sofa one after another, a triumphant smile on her lips. She used space transfer to move the 3 people to the bed, and then took off the clothes that were in the way one by one. Wen Xiu wanted to open his eyes several times, but he held his breath and told himself to wait a little longer to see what she wanted to do. Wen Yin took out a sharp knife and placed it on the bedside table, and gently stroked the man's smooth abdominal muscles with her fingers. You insisted on seducing me. You asked for it. She leaned over and kissed the radiant lips, and her fingers slowly moved down, about to take off the man's only fig leaf, but was suddenly grabbed by a hand. Wen Xiu didn't expect that Wen Yin, who was controlled by the evil spirit, would be so crazy that she wanted to do that to them. Not only that, she seemed to want to kill them. Wen Yin's heart tightened, and she looked up at the man's cold eyes and smiled harmlessly. It's good that you woke up, so I don't have to do it myself. As she said that, she took off her white nightgown and showed herself to the man without reservation. Wen Xiu's breathing suddenly stagnated, and he turned his eyes away and said, Put on your clothes, and we talk again. Wen Yin didn't listen to him, leaned over to him, wrapped her white arms around his neck, and whispered in his ear, You obviously want it, don't you? Wen Xiu's mind was blank, and he couldn't think normally at all. He hugged the girl's waist and kissed her regardless. Zhou Yuchu was lying next to the 2 of them, and he also heard Wen Yin take out the dagger. He was going to open his eyes to stop her, but when he saw Wen Xiu taking action, he closed his eyes and pretended to sleep. But now, he couldn't pretend anymore. Even if he really wanted to share. He didn't want to listen to this kind of corner. And when Yen was obviously deliberately seducing Wensiyu. And the ultimate goal was to kill him. Zhou Yuchu opened his eyes. And the scene he saw was a little chaotic. He had never seen Wen Yin so active. And he was stunned for a while, not knowing what to do. At this moment, a dagger stabbed into Wensiyu's heart without warning. Chapter 191 Escape. Wen Yin kept hearing ghostly whispers in his ears. His voice was hoarse and low, and full of temptation. Kill him, and you can return to the original world. Hurry up and kill him. Wen Yin didn't want to do it, but he still picked up the knife and stabbed it hard. Wensiyu woke up in an instant. His desire faded, and a self-deprecating smile appeared in his cold eyes. He knew it was a honey trap, but he still fell into the trap. He really had no self-control. Zhou Yuchu reacted, stood up and took the knife from the girl's hand, lifted her hands with one hand, and half pressed her under him. Wen Yin stared at him and smiled. Her eyes were as charming as silk. I killed him. Shouldn't you be happy? This way you can have me all to yourself. Zhou Yuchu closed his eyes, suppressed the inappropriate throbbing, and said to Wensiyu, go and treat the wound quickly. Wensiyu was injured in a vital part and could hardly move. Blood gushed out from his heart. His eyes went black, and he fell straight down. Seeing this, Zhou Yuchu quickly loosened his hand that was holding Wen Yin, picked up the dying man, and went to the bathroom. The water fell on his body, and the wound on the man's chest slowly began to recover. He suddenly opened his eyes and said anxiously, go and see Luli quickly. Zhou Yuchu returned to the room, but saw that Wen Yin and Luli had disappeared. She should have taken him outside. They were trapped in the space and couldn't get out. If Wen Yin killed Luli outside, they might not be able to stop him. Wensiyu quickly washed the wound, and the two put on their clothes and walked out of the room, gathering everyone together. The evil spirit was in the space. They could be bewitched at any time and do something to hurt each other under impulse. It was best not to act alone. Even if they were bewitched, there would be someone nearby to help stop them. They looked everywhere in the space, but did not find any traces of Wen Yin and Luli. They could only stay in the living room and wait for news. I hope Luli can wake up in time. Lin Fei suggested going downstairs to get some weapons for self-defense, but was rejected by Wensiyu. Weapons are useless against evil spirits. If they are bewitched, the weapons will hurt their own people. In the living room of the apartment, Suhi looked at the two disheveled people who suddenly appeared, and his expression was slightly stunned. The woman was wearing a thin nightgown at this time, and the man was only wearing a pair of black shorts. He seemed to be asleep, and the whole person leaned on the thin girl. Suhi pursed his lips unhappily, pulled the man from Wen Yin's hand, and threw him on the sofa casually. Wen Yin forgot that there was a zombie outside that was in the way. She walked over and said bluntly, I want to do what I like with him. You go out first. Suhi seemed to understand, but he didn't want to go out. He looked at the almost naked man, then looked at himself, and reached out to unbutton his clothes, wanting to please Wen Yin like him. Wen Yin's expression froze, and he quickly raised his hand to stop him. Don't take off your clothes. I'm not interested in zombies. Suhi's mood suddenly dropped when he heard this. He bit his lips in grievance. Although he was sad, he still didn't want to leave. Wen Yin sighed. It seemed that she couldn't experience that kind of fun, so she just killed him directly. She took out a knife and was about to stab Luli, but her wrist was grabbed by a hand covered with black spots. Wen Yin waved her hand away in disgust, and the knife in her hand fell straight down and pierced into Luli's arm. Suhi gestured and asked her why she wanted to kill Luli. Wasn't he her friend? Wen Yin suppressed her anger and said, he said bad things about you to me and asked me to kill you. But we have known each other for 3 years. He is nothing but a stranger I met halfway. I am venting my anger for you. Don't stop me. Wen Yin took out a gun again. Suhi didn't stop her. He stood aside obediently, waiting for Wen Yin to vent his anger for him. At this moment, the figure on the sofa suddenly disappeared. Wen Yin knew that he was invisible. He fired a few shots at the sofa, but didn't see any blood. Damn! Where did he run to? Wen Yin fired a few more shots at the air, but still didn't see any blood. Luli woke up just now, awakened by the sudden pain. He realized that Wen Yin was controlled by the evil spirit and wanted to kill him. So he quickly hid his figure and jumped out of the open window. Wensiyu and Zhou Yuchu didn't drink the bottle of water just now, so they should be fine. He needs to return to the island as soon as possible and bring Tu Ling to deal with the evil spirit. Lu Li found a pharmacy nearby, bandaged his wound simply, and then went to the store to find clothes to put on. He checked with his sky eye and found that Ning Yu's team was 50 kilometers away from him. He found a car and drove all the way. When he arrived at the place, he didn't care that it was time to sleep. He knocked on the door and shouted, "I'm Lu Li. There's an emergency." Ning Yu heard Lu Li's voice, put on his clothes and got out of bed, walked outside and opened the door. "Take me back to the island. I need to find someone," Lu Li said hurriedly. "It's urgent. I explain it to you later." Ning Yu said yes, and immediately called the space ability user and pilot in the team to take out the helicopter and take Lu Li back to the island. As for the others, they had to stay to complete the mission. When Yen realized that Lu Li had escaped, and she was very angry and smashed a lot of things in the room. He wanted to comfort her, but he couldn't say anything, so he could only accompany her silently. After venting her emotions, when Yen remembered that there were 2 damn men in the space, so she loaded the gun in her hand and teleported back to the space. The 2 were not in the bedroom. When Yen pouted regretfully and walked out with the gun, as soon as she opened the door, a hand grabbed her wrist. She pulled the gun in her hand and only shot the man's leg. When Siyu snatched the gun, grabbed Wen Yin's hands together, tied them up with a rope, and held her hands tightly with his fingers, comforting her, saying, "Yen Yen, calm down. I'm your brother." When Yen couldn't break free, looked up at him, and sneered disdainfully, "You are not my brother. My brother is waiting for me at home. You are all the ones who prevented me from going home. You all deserve to die." Zhou Yuchu was shot in the leg and was about to treat the wound. When he heard her words, he stopped and looked at her and asked, "Do you think this is still an illusion?" Wen Yin curled his lips contemptuously. "You prevented me from going home. I will kill you sooner or later." Chapter 192, Really Heavy-Handed. Xiao Yin. This is not an illusion. You are controlled by an evil spirit. Zhou Yuchu tried to explain to her, but Wen Yin was unmoved and didn't listen at all. Lin Zixiao and others were stunned. When they came to their senses, Lin Zixiao helped Zhou Yuchu to the bathroom to treat the wound, and Ji Yi, under Wen Xiu instructions, took a piece of clothing and put it on Wen Yin. Wen Yin was brought to the living room by Wen Xiu, and everyone sat together and took turns to persuade Wen Yin. Wen Yin was bored. Her eyes rolled slightly, and she leaned close to Wen Xiu and said, "Let's go to the bedroom and continue what we didn't finish just now." Wen Xiu held down her moving hands, and his earlobes were stained with a circle of red. He looked into her eyes and said helplessly, "Be good." "Okay." Wen Yin deliberately stuck to him, indicating that she couldn't be good. Wen Xiu sighed, not knowing what to do with her. Lin Fei felt a little uncomfortable and reminded them, "Can you two be more serious? There are others here." Hearing this, Wen Yin cast a casual glance at him. "You stay here. Don't you want to see us being intimate?" Lin Fei was speechless. Who wants to see them being intimate? If it weren't for the evil spirit, he would have fallen asleep by now. Lin Zixiao looked at the girl's changed appearance again, and his eyes were filled with worry. "Xiao Yin, wake up. If you kill Brother Wen, you will regret it. The idea in your mind was implanted by the evil spirit. You don't need to kill people to leave the illusion. And this is the real world. We all exist in reality." Wen Yang glanced at him lazily. "Lin Zixiao, shut up. I don't want to listen. It's so noisy." Lin Zixiao had never been scolded by Wen Yin before. Although he felt uncomfortable, he knew that Wen Yin didn't mean it, but was controlled by the evil spirit. Ji wanted to say something, but he closed his mouth after hearing this. Wen Yin had been confused, and it was probably useless for them to say anything. Qin Yi and Qin Shu looked at each other and didn't say anything. Zhou Yuchu treated the wound and returned to the living room. He sat down on the other side of Wen Yin and grabbed the corner of her clothes with his fingers. As long as there was physical contact, he could follow Wen Yin wherever she teleported. Wen Yin turned her head to look at him and smiled sarcastically. "You still want to get close to me after being shot by me? You are really obsessed with sex." Lin Fei laughed when he heard this. Wen Yin really attacked indiscriminately, which was amazing. Zhou Yuchu's eyes flashed with hurt, and he pursed his lips without saying anything. His eyes fell on the girl's white neck and found that she was not wearing the piece jade pendant that could ward off evil spirits. "Where is the jade pendant I gave you?" "It's in the drawer." I don't want to wear it. Zhou Yuchu went to the bedroom, took out the jade pendant from the drawer, and then returned to the living room and put the jade pendant back on the girl's neck. The girl's eyes slowly calmed down. After a moment, she struggled, as if she was in a nightmare. She looked at everyone in fear and helplessness. No. This is my illusion. You are all fake. Fake. Wen Yin muttered to herself, thinking of what she had done before. Her head was buzzing. Why did she kill them after leaving the illusion? Why did she do that to them? Xiao Yin. This is not an illusion. It is real. You were controlled by the evil spirit before. So you did those things. There seemed to be two voices fighting in Wen Yin's head. One voice told her to kill people as soon as possible. Otherwise she would not be able to go back. The other voice told her to calm down and not believe the words of the evil spirit. What is true and what is false? Wen Yin's head was very confused. She closed her eyes and concentrated. She teleported from the space to the apartment. And the two people followed her. One holding her hand and the other pulling her sleeve. He was relieved when he saw the three people appear. Wen Yin had disappeared after throwing a bunch of things, leaving him anxious. He didn't understand what happened to Wen Yin. Her temper suddenly became unpredictable. Seeing her hands tied, he stepped forward to untie her, but was stopped by Wen Xiu. She is controlled by the evil spirit and has violent tendencies. It's for her good to tie her up. He was stunned. It turned out that the person who had lost his temper before was not Wen Yin. No wonder he felt strange. Wen Xiu looked around and his worries gradually subsided. It seemed that Lu Li should have woken up in time and ran to get help. Wen Yin stood there for a while and suddenly felt a little sleepy. The mess in her head should be sorted out tomorrow. She yawned and said, I want to go to bed. Do you want to follow me? Wen Xiu naturally wanted to accompany her. She was in a very unstable state now and was very likely to be controlled by the evil spirit again. But if the two were alone, he was worried that Wen Yin would repeat the same trick and give him a fatal blow. To be on the safe side, he could only put aside other ideas for the time being and let Zhou Yuchu follow them into the bedroom. As for he stood guard outside the door. Wen Yin took out a new set of sheets and quilt covers and asked Zhou Yuchu to help him change them. And then he laid down with peace of mind. Wen Xiu was lying on her left side, Zhou Yuchu on the right side. The fire used for lighting gradually went out, and the room fell into complete darkness. Wen Yin's hands were tied, which was really uncomfortable. She turned her head to look at Wen Xiu, with a flattering tone. Brother, help me untie the rope. I am awake now, and will not do that kind of thing. Wen Xiu rubbed her wrists and comforted her. Bear it for a while. It will be fine tomorrow morning. But I can't sleep like this. Then don't sleep. Wen Yin blinked aggrievedly. Are you really my brother? He won't do this to me. Wen Xiu sighed softly, and finally compromised to untie the knot, and tied the other end of the rope to his own hand. Wen Yin's hands were still tied. Realizing that asking for help was fruitless, she stopped struggling and closed her eyes to brew sleep. On the other side, Zhou Yuchu stayed quietly in his original position without moving at all. He didn't expect that one day he would lie on the same bed with a man and a woman. Although there were reasons, it was still quite strange. The woman on the bed gradually fell asleep. But the two men were extremely awake, always alert to the movements around them. With a bang, a slender and white leg was placed on Zhou Yuchu. His body stiffened, and before he could move, the leg was pulled back by a hand. A moment later, the leg was placed over again and was pulled back again. After repeating this several times, the sleeping person got a little annoyed and kicked the man hard. Wen Xiu hissed in pain. The little guy was really heavy-handed and showed no mercy at all. Chapter 193: A Chaotic Night. The helicopter landed on the lawn not far from the apartment. Lu Li got out of the car in a hurry and rushed to the apartment with Tu Ling. Seeing the three people lying in bed harmoniously, Lu Li paused, and a sour feeling surged in his stomach. He was anxious outside, but they were fine, living a married life in advance. Lu Li closed his eyes, monitored the movement of the house, and continued to walk forward. When he came to the downstairs of the apartment, he saw that the door was slightly open, as if waiting for him to come back. Lu Li's mood improved, and he pushed the door open and walked in. Tu Ling followed him in, looking at the mess on the ground. She couldn't help wondering, were you robbed? No. These should be dropped by Wen Yin. Her destructive power is quite strong. Lu Li chuckled, revealing a bit of pampering in his tone. Tu Ling looked at him with disdain, and her eyes touched the level 7 zombie standing by the door. Her expression changed instantly. Although Luli told her about the zombie, she still remained vigilant. Suhi noticed the strange woman, and a bloodthirsty desire suddenly appeared in his eyes. He licked his lips and was about to approach, but he heard Luli say, "This is a psychic. She is here to help Wen Yin exorcise evil spirits. You'd better not have any ideas about her." Suhi closed his mouth reluctantly, and silently said in his heart that he couldn't eat people. Wen Yin would hate it. Luli pushed the door past Suhi and went in. The people inside were already awake. The two men seemed to have not slept all night. With black eyes and a lazy look, the girl in pajamas sat on the bed, half leaning on the man's arms, with a dull look in her eyes, as if she hadn't woken up. Her hands were tied with ropes, and there were slight red marks on her arms. Luli leaned against the door, showing a surprised and sad look. "Are you doing me justice by doing this? I just left for one night. And you slept together?" Wensiu glanced at him sleepily. "So?" Luli pouted. "So next time, it's my turn to sleep in the same bed with Yin Yin." Wensiu frowned. "Do you want to die?" Luli narrowed his eyes, and the corners of his lips curled slightly. "Just kidding. Why are you so angry after getting up so early? Is it because there is another man lying in the bed?" The man mentioned was half leaning on the bed at this moment, rubbing his numb legs with one hand. Wen Yin had been pressing her legs on his legs last night, and he didn't dare to move. And he could only move now. Hearing Luli's words, he didn't react. He didn't sleep all night last night. Now he just wanted to solve the evil spirit and then have a good sleep. Tu Ling glanced at the situation in the room, and his eyes fell on the girl with a black forehead. After only 1 week of not seeing each other, this evil spirit can control humans. It's really a great skill. She took out a bloody talisman from her pocket and threw it over, accurately sticking it on the girl's forehead. In an instant, a ball of black mist emerged from the girl's head, followed by the man's contemptuous laughter. "Grandson of the Tu family, your great-grandfather couldn't do anything to me. So what can your little ability do? Last time, I was short of spiritual power and fell into your trap. If you have the ability, come to the space to find me." Tu Ling stared at the black mist and said calmly. The black mist seemed to be angry and rushed over to bite her, but was completely dispersed by a talisman. Tu Ling walked towards Wen Yin, bit her finger, and printed blood on her forehead, then took off the talisman and threw it to Wensiu. "This is for your self-defense." After that, she threw a talisman to the other two. Wen Yin was completely awake at this time. It turned out that this was not an illusion, but the real world. The previous idea was implanted in his mind by the evil spirit. But in the final analysis, it was because she confused reality and illusion, and her will was not strong enough that the evil spirit could control her so easily. Thinking of what happened last night, guilt and self-blame came like a tide, almost drowning her. If it weren't for the three people vigilance, her assassination might have succeeded. Wensiu untied the rope for her and rubbed her arm with red marks. "Yin Yin, what happened last night is over. We are all fine. You don't have to blame yourself." Zhou Yichu echoed. "Yes, we know that it was not your intention. You were just controlled by the evil spirit." The two comforted Wen Yin here, but Luli began to complain. "Yin Yin, you almost killed me last night. If I hadn't been lucky enough to avoid that knife, you wouldn't be able to see me now." Wen Yin looked at him and saw that he was wearing a white casual shirt, with the left sleeve rolled up, revealing a casually bandaged wound with faint blood on it. Wen Yin's heart tightened, and she stood up hurriedly, got out of bed and walked to his side, looking at him with guilt and helplessness. "I'm sorry. I didn't mean it." Luli deliberately left the wound just to gain sympathy at this time. He pursed his lips and pressed down the upturned corners of his mouth, his eyes full of resentment. "You really didn't show any mercy last night. Not only did my arm hurt, but my heart also hurt." Wen Yin's eyes were red. She was really ruthless. She fired several shots at the sofa in succession. If Luli had run a little slower, he would be a corpse now. She leaned over and hugged him, her voice hoarse. "Fortunately you are okay." Luli's actions made the other two men stunned. He was obviously the least injured, but he was left to the end to play the victim. He was really scheming. Tu Ling coughed at the right time. "We should go to the space. There is still an evil spirit that has not been dealt with." Wen Yin immediately let go of his hand and brought a few people to the space. The living room was clean and tidy last night, but now it was messy. The tables and chairs were all tilted, and the floors seemed to have been washed and wet. Not far away, 3 men were fighting fiercely, like 3 ferocious beasts, not giving in to each other, and trying their best to subdue each other. Their clothes were torn into long strips in the melee, and their faces were covered with scars of varying degrees. Some of them had swollen cheeks and bruises, and some had cracked corners of their mouths, and blood flowed down their chins. The 2 who did not fight stood by, holding a basin of water in their hands, as if ready to splash at any time. Qin Shu saw them coming. His eyes lit up instantly as if he saw a savior, while Lin Fei complained, "Why did you come just now? Qin Shu and I are so tired." After Wen Yin and the others left last night, the people in the living room seemed to be controlled by something, and suddenly they attacked the people next to them, and they were particularly cruel. Lin Fei and Qin Shu were not controlled, perhaps because their desires had nothing to do with fighting. The 2 tried to stop the fight, but were beaten up instead, so they simply watched the fight from the side, fearing that they would be seriously injured. The 2 took the healing water from the bathroom and splashed water on them every once in a while, although the price of doing so was being chased and beaten. Fortunately, the 2 ran fast, and ran to the room every time after splashing water, and then locked the door. In short, they spent a very chaotic night. The talisman and 2 ling palm flew out and stuck on the foreheads of the 3 people. Soon, the 3 people regained their sanity. Lin Zishi glanced at Ji Ye's rag-like clothes and Qin Yi's swollen cheeks. He was about to laugh, but when he looked down, he found that his clothes were stained with blood, and his smile stopped immediately. When Siyu asked the 3 to treat the wound, and then took 2 ling to the yard, a wisp of black mist emerged from the soil, and surrounded 2 ling body provocatively. "What can you do if you trap me with the Bagua formation? I am immortal. As long as there is desire, I will not die. If you have the ability, kill me." The talisman and 2 ling palm flew out in all directions, forming a Bagua formation in the air. The black shadow was trapped in it, but he was not afraid at all, and shouted wildly, "Is this all you have? It's boring. Not as good as your great-grandfather." Tu Ling ignored his words, cut his finger with the evil spirit knife, and sprinkled the blood in the center of the Bagua formation. The black shadow seemed to be burned by the flames, and his figure gradually withered, but his words were still full of contempt. "Do you really think you can subdue me? It's just a trick. If you have the ability, just kill me completely." Tu Ling's expression was calm. "You are now living in this space. If the owner of the space is gone, your spiritual power will also dissipate. I advise you to be honest and don't cause trouble again. Otherwise," the black shadow sneered, "otherwise you will kill Wen Yin." "Okay. Do it. Her death has nothing to do with me." Tu Ling stabbed the evil spirit knife, heard him howl, and said slowly, "My great-grandfather occasionally communicated with me. He told me that you once fell in love with a human and transformed into a human form for him. But he was scared to death after learning your true identity." The black shadow suddenly became manic. "Shut up. Shut up. I don't want to listen." Chapter 194 Origin. Tu Ling had heard her father mention the evil spirit of desire before, but he only mentioned it briefly. A few days ago, her great-grandfather accidentally appeared in her dream, and she learned about the origin of her ancestors and this evil spirit. The evil spirit of desire was born out of desire, and naturally could not escape the fate of being dominated by desire. He once fell in love with a handsome and elegant man, so he transformed into a beautiful woman, had a love affair with the man, and then secretly got married, and lived a fairy-like life for a while. However, one day the man brought back a jade bracelet, saying it was a gift for her. When she put it on her hand, it turned into a ball of black mist in an instant. The man was scared to death on the spot. The jade bracelet was given by the man's brother. He saw that the man was haunted by the evil spirit and would not live long, so he wanted to use the jade bracelet to get rid of the evil spirit, but he never thought that it would take the man's life. The man's brother was Tu Ling's great-grandfather. The evil spirit of desire thus became crazy, often tempting men to commit suicide, or asking women to kill their husbands, disturbing the people in the city. In order to subdue the evil spirit, my great-grandfather pretended to be his younger brother and appeared in the bamboo house where they lived. After a false entanglement, he trapped the evil spirit in the Bagua formation and sealed it with blood. This kind of evil spirit was born in the void and existed in desire, and could not be really killed. After my great-grandfather died, he escaped from the Bagua Formation and wandered in the world, stirring up the wind and clouds. My grandfather thought of many ways to deal with him. After many twists and turns, he finally sealed him in the tomb of my second uncle, and he fell into a deep sleep. However, not long after the zombie virus broke out, Beicheng dug the tomb in order to open up the underground base. The evil spirit regained his freedom again. He now lives in Wenyan space, which means that Wenyan desire attracted him, or there is some connection between them. Tu Ling thoughts returned, and she couldn't help laughing at the manic appearance of the Black Shadow. Senior Zhu Qing, you were a famous beauty in the area when you turned into a human form before. Why do you change into a man's appearance now? The Black Shadow was stunned. Zhu Qing was the name he took when he turned into a human form, and only that person called him. After he disappeared, Zhu Qing also disappeared from the world. Shut up. You don't deserve to call me by this name. The Black Shadow was furious and gathered all his spiritual power to launch an attack. Tu Ling was prepared. She took out the ancestral spirit gathering device, gathered her fingers together, and urged the spell. This was the sealing technique that her great-grandfather taught her in a dream. Although it could not completely eliminate the evil spirit, it could make him fall asleep. After the seal was over, Tu Ling took a deep breath, turned to the stunned people next to her, and smiled softly. This evil spirit has some connection with my family. It's a long story. Anyway, this seal should be able to sleep for 100 years, so you don't have to worry about it anymore. Wenyan was full of admiration and praised. Sister Tu Ling, you are so amazing. Tu Ling shrugged. Everyone has their own expertise. You are good at fighting zombies, and I am good at dealing with evil spirits. Of course, this one is more difficult to deal with. If my great-grandfather hadn't told me in a dream, I probably wouldn't be able to deal with it. Lin Fei asked curiously. Then do you know why he is in Wenyan space? The host chosen by the evil spirit of desire is generally a person with deep obsession. I also wonder why he chose Wenyan. Wenyan looks like a host without desires and pure. Not like the host of an evil spirit at all. Tu Ling looked at Wenyan in confusion. But Wenyan smiled. Sister Tu Ling, I do have an obsession. I tell you slowly later. Tu Ling nodded. She awakened her gold ability last week, and used the crystal core Wenyan gave her to reach level 4. Now she is considering joining this team. The group returned to the villa. After a simple wash, some of them prepared breakfast, and some cleaned the messy living room. After Wenyan showed Tu Ling around the room, they chatted casually in the living room while waiting for breakfast. Lu Li brought a plate of cut fruits to the two of them, put it on the coffee table, and then sat down next to Wenyan and naturally held her hand. Wenyan subconsciously wanted to break free, but when she thought of what happened last night, she felt sorry for him, so she let him hold it. Lu Li leaned back with satisfaction, and his fingers slowly slipped into the gaps between his fingers. At the moment when his fingers were intertwined, his heart seemed to tremble. Wenyan glanced at him sideways, pursed his lips, and finally said nothing. Tu Ling ate the fruit and said casually, There are quite a few weddings on the island recently. Are you four going to have one? There are more men than women on the island now. There is only one woman for every hundreds of men. Weddings are basically one woman and many men. Tu Ling went to see one 2 days ago. It felt like ancient times of marrying wives and concubines. Wenyan was stunned. He wanted to explain the relationship between the four of them, but he didn't know where to start. Lu Li took over the conversation. Not for the time being. We haven't dealt with some things yet. Tu Ling looked at him with sympathy. You don't have a status yet, do you? Although they were holding hands at the moment, it was hard to say what the status was. Lu Li was touched in the heart. His eyebrows drooped, and he said in a low and aggrieved voice, Yen Yen, can I have a status? Wenyan's palms were burning, and the corners of her lips moved. She was about to say something, but she saw Wenxiu coming out of the kitchen. She immediately shook off the hand that was held, and stood up in a panic, almost writing the word guilty on her face. Wenxiu put a plate of food on the table, glanced at the three people lightly, and turned back to the kitchen. Wenyan breathed a sigh of relief, tilted her head, and saw Lu Li showing a hurt expression, like a puppy abandoned by his owner, with broken eyes. I'm sorry. I was just nervous just now. Wenyan sat down again, gently held Lu Li's hand, and comforted him with her actions. But after only 2 seconds, she ruthlessly took her hand back and sat up straight. Lu Li was happy for 2 seconds, and the corners of his mouth fell again. When can he hold hands openly? Have another grand wedding? The people who were cleaning the living room upstairs finally finished their work and came downstairs. Lin Zishu sat down on the side of the sofa, tired and sleepy. Although the wounds caused by the fight were healed, he felt as if he had run dozens of kilometers and his arms and legs were about to fall apart. Ji Yi was also very tired. He leaned on the sofa chair. His eyes were so sleepy that he could hardly open them. Lin Fei did not participate in the fight, and his condition was much better than the two of them. He was still energetic. His eyes fell on Tu Ling, and some interest ignited in his eyes. Miss Tu, how long have you been a psychic? Tu Ling looked up at him and said lightly, I can see spirits since I was born, and I followed my father to go out to exorcise evil spirits when I was 3 years old. Lin Fei pulled a chair and sat down opposite her. Can you tell me some stories about your exorcism? I like this kind of supernatural stories the most. Sure. Tu Ling ate a piece of fruit, leaned back, crossed her legs casually, and told the story of the evil spirit of desire. Chapter 195 No Concentration. After breakfast was ready, Tu Ling's story came to an end. Wen Yan was still frightened after listening to it. It turned out that what happened last night was not the evil spirit's accidental bad taste, but he did it deliberately. He himself could not get the love he wanted, and he did not want others to be happy. What he liked to do most was to seduce women to kill their loved ones with their own hands, and then be in pain for it. If Luli had not found Tu Ling in time, Wen Yan would probably still be seduced by the evil spirit. But Wen Yan thought of a question that made her ashamed. In addition to wanting to kill those 3 people, she also wanted to have physical contact with them. She even deliberately took off her clothes to seduce Wen Xiu. Why is this? Is it because of eating vegetables grown in the vegetable garden that the desire deep in her heart was magnified? Or is it the idea implanted by the evil spirit? Wen Yan finished breakfast absent-mindedly, took Tu Ling back to her bedroom, and told her doubts. Tu Ling couldn't help laughing after hearing this. That evil spirit probably just wants you to kill the person you like. As for the fruit of desire, it can only magnify your desire, but can't force desire on you. It's because you like them, and have desire for them, that you want to have sex with them. Wen Yan was so embarrassed that she wanted to cover her mouth. But then she thought that she couldn't use her supernatural powers here, and no one would hear through the door. So she felt relieved. So, do I really like the 3 of them? Tu Ling sat down on the chair, looking at her with his chin on his head. If I didn't like them, the evil spirit of desire wouldn't have instigated you to kill the 3 people. Wen Yan paced in the room, with a tangled look on her face. After a long time, she seemed to have made a decision and felt much more relaxed. Tu Ling asked her with a smile, You didn't give any of the 3 of them a name? Wen Yan took out some snacks and stuffed them into Tu Ling pockets, then sat down next to her and said slowly, No, I didn't really understand what love was before, and I thought it was fine for everyone to keep the status quo. But Luli suddenly confessed to me and said that he liked me, and I was actually a little happy at the time. I don't know if I like him, but I'm very happy with him, and he looks very good, and I sometimes secretly stare at him. Tu Ling opened a bag of snacks. That's love. He's very handsome and tall. Wen Yan smiled and continued. After experiencing the illusion, I found that I also had feelings for Zhou Yuchu. Probably because he looks really suitable for me. More suitable than Luli. And he is very gentle to me, and takes good care of me. Tu Ling asked while eating snacks. What about the other one? The other one is a bit complicated. Wen Yan didn't know how to explain the relationship between her and her brother. She had always felt that they were family, although she had some fantasies that she shouldn't have during adolescence. She felt that it was because she was too dependent on her brother and projected her feelings of love onto him. Later, she deliberately forgot about the past and everything returned to peace. But she learned that they were not siblings. Maybe she was shaken at that time, so she was with him in the illusion. She didn't dare to face this matter. But when Siyu broke the thin window paper, now that she has completely provoked the 3 of them, and did that to them last night, how can she not take responsibility? It's just that when Siyu is extremely possessive of her, how can he tolerate others? Tu Ling waited for a while, but didn't hear Wen Yan words, so she changed the subject. When do you plan to return to the island? The Chinese New Year will be in 3 weeks. Wen Yan came back to his senses and sat lazily on the back of the chair. In 2 weeks, we want to find some more level 7 crystal cores. Speaking of crystal cores, Wen Yan spread out his palms. revealing 2 sparkling irregular crystals. This is a level 5 or 6 crystal core. Just consider it as my small token of gratitude to you. Tu Ling glanced at the crystal core and said without any hesitation. Then I take it. Wen Yin handed the crystal core over and said with a smile. Sister Tu Ling, the breakfast made by my brother and his friends suits your taste. Would you consider joining us? You can have delicious food every day. Tu Ling is not a good cook. She has eaten too much porridge and bland dishes. She was really amazed just now. Especially the scallion pancake, which was crispy and crunchy, and paired with a plate of cold cucumber. It was simply amazing. Of course, this was just one of the conditions to seduce her. The key point was that Wen Yin was more compatible with her. I remember you said you had a dream that predicted the future, that I would awaken the gold power, and that we were destined to team up. The former has come true. And the latter. Tu Ling paused and smiled. Okay. For your sake. I agreed. At least I got a bunch of crystal cores from you. As soon as Tu Ling finished speaking, the girl excitedly held her hand. She smiled with curved eyebrows and a smile in her voice. I liked you the first time I saw you. It's great to be friends with you. Tu Ling leaned back in his chair and looked at her, with a smile on his face. Don't be so excited. Your boyfriends will think I'm stealing her from them. I don't want to be part of your play. Boyfriends. The 3 words made Wen Yin cheeks hot. Although she had made a decision, she was still not used to the change of identity. There was a knock on the door. Wen Yin got up to open the door and found that it was Wen Xiyu. He glanced at the woman in the room and finally fell on the girl's face. I want to talk to you alone. It's time to talk about what happened last night. Wen Yin nodded at him. Wait for me for a while. I take Tu Ling to choose a room first. She agreed to join our team. Wen Xiyu raised his eyebrows and glanced at Tu Ling again. It's good. With her around, there's no need to worry about encountering evil spirits. Wen Yin took Tu Ling to see the vacant rooms. Tu Ling finally chose a room on the 2nd floor. There were furniture and everything in it. Wen Yin took some clothes to change and gave them to her, and then went back upstairs. Wen Xiyu had been waiting for her in the room. She pushed the door in and just locked the door. She was pulled into his arms, and a hot kiss fell on her lips. Wen Yin was stunned for a moment. The struggle in her eyes disappeared, and she responded to his kiss with the same passion. Unlike the kiss of desire last night, this kiss was filled with honest love. And it was also telling him that she had considered it and decided to accept him. Wen Xiyu was almost overwhelmed by joy. His heart was beating wildly. He slowly stopped and asked her, Did what happened last night make you figure it out? Wen Yin lowered her head shyly. I'm sorry. I didn't expect that I would be so cruel. Wen Xiyu laughed softly, lifted the girl's chin with his fingers, and met her eyes. You can accept me, so the knife is worth it. The girl's face flushed slightly, and she glared at him coquettishly. It's also your fault that you don't have the willpower. You knew I was going to do it, but you took the initiative to come over. Wen Xiyu leaned over to kiss her, his voice low and hoarse. I was obsessed with lust. I knew that lust was a knife above my head, but I still couldn't control myself. Wen Yin's face was completely red with shame. How could Wen Xiyu say such a thing? How could such a calm person like him be affected by Lu Li? The gentle kiss fell on his lips, which was more exciting than a passionate kiss. Wen Yin's breathing was a little difficult, and he pushed him away and said, I want to confess something to you. Chapter 196, Retreat to Advance. Wen Xiyu knew what she was going to confess. What happened last night, and the illusion before made it clear that his girl was not the only one in her heart. He thought it was ridiculous that Lu Li had proposed sharing. Love is unique. How can it be shared with others? But after what happened last night, he was shaken for the first time. The knife that Wen Yin stabbed into his heart was fatal. If Zhou Yuchu hadn't saved him in time, he might have died. If he died, many things would be meaningless. He wanted to stay with Wen Yin all the time, and wanted her to live a happy and carefree life. But they lived in the end times, and life and death were difficult to predict. If he was gone one day, Wen Yin would have those two people to accompany her, love her wholeheartedly, and take care of her, so he could feel more at ease. But Wen Xiyu was not so generous. Those two people had to pass their own tests before they could get this opportunity. Before that, Wen Yin belonged to him alone. Wen Yin thought for a while, and was about to speak, but heard Wen Xiyu say, You like those two, right? Wen Yin looked up at him, nodded timidly, and then said, You know, in my heart, You were always the most important. But I always thought we were family. I don't know when I fell in love with him. I'm sorry. Wen Yan's voice became lower and lower, and finally turned into sobbing. Tears falling like pearls from a broken string. Wen Siyu hated to see her cry the most. Those tears seemed to hit his heart, and his heart softened all of a sudden. He closed his eyes, stretched out his hand to pull the girl into his arms, leaned over and kissed her forehead. I used to give you whatever you wanted. But this is really hard for me to accept. Wen Yan leaned on his arms and cried for a while, slowly adjusted her mood, and looked up at him again. Her eyes were red, and she was particularly pitiful. Her voice was hoarse. I didn't want you to accept it. I just wanted to ask you, what should I do? Wen Siyu's depression in his heart dissipated a lot after hearing this. Although he was considering accepting the existence of the two people, he didn't want to hear that sentence from Wen Yan's mouth. He rubbed the top of the girl's head soothingly and said softly, "Leave this to me." Wen Yan looked up and looked at him pitifully. "I am sorry for them. Don't do anything to them. I almost killed them last night." Wen Siyu pursed his lips. "I didn't want to do anything. Don't worry. I will handle this matter." The girl's delicate face added a bit of fragility and beauty after crying. Wen Siyu gently stroked her face. His Adam's apple floated for a moment, and kissed her again, from shallow to deep, inch by inch. He waited for this day for a long time. Like a long drought and a sweet rain, the desire suppressed in his heart came out little by little. The moment her body fell on the bed, Wen Yan suddenly felt a little scared. She pushed him with her hand, and her eyes were panicked. Although she had never experienced that kind of thing, she had read related books and was still afraid. "Wen Siyu, don't do this. I'm scared." The man half pressed on the girl. His bony fingers slipped into the hem of her clothes. Hearing the girl's pleading voice, his eyes slowly became clear, and he restrained himself and took back his hand, panting softly, "I'm sorry." His self-control seemed to be getting weaker and weaker, and he was almost overwhelmed by desire just now. Will Wen Yan think he is very tasteless? Thinking only of that thing in his head. Wen Siyu was very upset, and didn't know what to say. Wen Yan looked at his irritable appearance, and thought he was very uncomfortable. "Why don't you take a cold shower?" Wen Siyu looked at her sideways, with a little nervousness in his eyes. "Is my image in your heart shattered?" Wen Yan laughed when he heard it. Why did he still care about his image at this time? Wen Yan teased him deliberately. "It's broken. You used to be so calm and steady, but now you're like a pervert." Wen Siyu lowered his eyes. His expression became more and more depressed. Wen Yan looked at him quietly, waited for a while, and suddenly leaned over to kiss him. The disappointment in his eyes was immediately replaced by surprise. He stretched out his hand and held her in his arms. Yan, let's talk about the diary." When the diary was mentioned, Wen Yan felt embarrassed and ashamed, and her toes curled up. She shook her head and buried her head in the man's chest, confessing her girlish thoughts at the time. "At that time, I liked you a little bit. You were tall and handsome, and you could play the piano. You completely met my fantasy of a partner. But we were brother and sister. That kind of liking was wrong. I knew it very well in my heart. But I just didn't want you to have other women around you. And I didn't want you to get married." After listening to her, Wen Siyu felt a little regretful. He should have confessed earlier that they were not real brothers and sisters, so that others would not have a chance to take advantage of it. In the final analysis, it was because he was overly concerned that the current situation had occurred. Wen Siyu was silent for a moment, and then he told his secret thoughts. "I felt that you didn't look like my sister a long time ago, but I didn't think too much about it at that time. It wasn't until you went to the hospital for a blood test that I became suspicious. Later, I did a blood test and found that you were really not my sister. Since I knew that, every time you approached me and hugged me and acted like a spoiled child, I felt uncomfortable. I wanted to tell you about it, but I felt it was unnecessary. I thought I only had family affection for you. But he actually had desire for her. When he woke up from that dream, he felt dirty and shameless. He even thought that he had been single for a long time. So he had that kind of dream. He began to accept the blind dates arranged by his mother, and tried to get in touch with those women. But he found that he couldn't do it. And even holding hands was repulsive. On Wen Yan's 17th birthday, he drank too much and kept thinking, since they are not siblings, why not? He knocked on the girl's door, looked at her extremely innocent face, and finally couldn't bear to say it out loud. Wen Yin saw that he paused for a long time, looked up at him. Why don't you say anything? Wen Xiu touched the girl's long hair and chuckled. Some things are better for you not to know. I'm a little sleepy. Please accompany me to sleep for a while. Wen Xiu closed his eyes after he finished speaking. He didn't sleep all night last night and was really tired. Wen Yin stared at him for a while, lowered her head gently, and nestled in his arms obediently. Wen Yin knew that he would not easily accept the two people, so she could only comfort him first and retreat to advance. Wen Yin was not worried about Lu Li, but she was afraid that Zhou Yuchu would be targeted by Wen Xiu. He was the simplest among the three, and Wen Yin had to find a way to protect him. After an unknown period of time, there was a knock on the door. Wen Yin gently withdrew from the man's arms, walked to the door and opened it, only to see Lu Li standing outside. He glanced at the situation in the room, his eyes slightly sour, and then looked at Wen Yin with resentment, opened his lips slightly, and silently uttered a few words. You have to compensate me. Wen Yin smiled softly and gently held his hand again. I have to go outside to see Suhi. Will you go with me? Lu Li nodded. Although the zombie was a bit of a hindrance, the two of them could be alone outside. The two disappeared from the space, and the man on the bed also opened his eyes at this time, with a look of loss in his eyes. His little white cabbage knew how to treat everyone equally. After coaxing himself, he went to comfort others. Chapter 197 The Real Boyfriend. When they came to the living room outside, Wen Yin explained what happened last night to Suhi and comforted him a few words, then turned to Lu Li and smiled with curved eyebrows. Let's go for a walk outside. Lu Li nodded lazily, stretched out her hand to her, and motioned her to hold her hand. Wen Yin held her hand as he wished and walked out with her. Suhi obeyed Wen Yin's words and stayed in the room obediently, but looking at the backs of the two people going away, the heart that didn't beat seemed to hurt a little. As soon as they walked out of the door, a gust of cold wind blew. Wen Yin took out a coat and scarf from the space and put them on, and handed Lu Li a black coat. Lu Li put on his coat and held her in his arms. Are you still cold now? Wen Yin shook her head, half leaned on the man's shoulder, walked for a while in silence, and said, Lu Li, I've made up my mind. These simple words caused ripples in Lu Li's heart. He stopped and lowered his head slightly, his eyes expectant and nervous. Have you made up your mind to accept me? Wen Yin raised his head and looked into the beautiful fox eyes, and the corners of his lips curved slightly. I am a little greedy. I want everything. Lu Li's pupils trembled slightly, and his eyes were slowly filled with joy. He leaned over and kissed her lips, then picked her up, his voice full of joy. I finally have a name. Wen Yin's body was in the air, and she nervously grabbed his arm. Put me down. Then tell me, what am I to you now? Friend? Boyfriend? Okay. Hearing this, Lu Li let go with satisfaction, put the girl on the ground, and lowered his head to kiss her again. Snowflakes gradually floated in the sky, landing on the two people who were embracing each other sweetly. Beautiful and romantic. Wen Yin pushed him at this time, and said in a very unpleasant way, our relationship must be kept secret for the time being, and we will make it public after Wen Xiu agrees. I know I have wronged you, and I will compensate you. Lu Li was disappointed for a moment, and then her eyes sparkled again. How to compensate? Wen Yin just said that, and she had not thought clearly about how to compensate. How about I cook for you myself? Lu Li's mouth twitched. Is the food she cooked edible? However, Lu Li did not want to discourage her enthusiasm. Okay. In addition, you have to take time to be alone with me every day, and kiss me every day. Wen Yin felt that he was a little too much, but still nodded. I try my best. Seeing that she agreed readily, Lu Li tentatively said, I want to live in the same room with you. No. Lu Li guessed that this request would be rejected, but she had to ask, and this matter would be put on the agenda sooner or later. The two stayed outside until noon before returning to the space. When they appeared at the door of the bedroom, Wen Xiu was no longer inside. He must have gone to prepare lunch. The two went to their rooms to change clothes. When they came to the living room downstairs, lunch was ready. Everyone sat neatly at the dining table, but did not move their chopsticks, as if waiting for them. Wen Yin walked over with a guilty conscience and explained that she and Lu Li had gone outside. Wen Xiu nodded calmly and asked her to sit down. After the two sat down, everyone picked up their chopsticks to eat. The table was quiet for a while. When Siyu suddenly knocked on the table and said solemnly, "I want to announce one thing. Wen Yin and I are officially dating. From now on, I am no longer her brother without blood, but her boyfriend. A boyfriend with a name." Zhou Yuchu felt a chill in his heart when he heard this. Has Wen Yin made a choice? Doesn't she want him anymore? Just as he was thinking, a slender and white hand gently held his hand, as if to comfort him. Zhou Yuchu looked at the girl, but saw that there was nothing strange on her face, as if the hand did not belong to her. So, are they going to have an underground relationship? Zhou Yuchu felt bitter in his heart, but he still couldn't bear to wave away the hand. His bottom line seemed to be getting lower and lower. Jin Shu took the lead and said with a smile, "Congratulations, Brother Wen. You and Sister Nian Yin are a good match." Then, others sent their blessings one after another. Lu Li drank a sip of tea to suppress the sour taste in his stomach and said congratulations lightly. Zhou Yuchu was immersed in his own thoughts and did not speak. When Siyu saw the reactions of the crowd, curled his lips happily, and continued to eat. He finally didn't have to show himself as a brother anymore. From now on, he is her only official boyfriend. Even if she has someone else in her heart, he is the only one. After lunch, everyone returned to the apartment from the space and got in the car again, because there was one more person in the team. They drove 3 cars, one for Wen Yin and 2 Ling, and the others were still in the original car. Half an hour later, Lu Li led them to find another level 7 zombie. Under the joint siege of everyone, the level 7 zombie was quickly eliminated, and the crystal core dugout was given to Lin Fei for upgrading. Passing through the city, they went to the mall to collect supplies. Although they didn't lack anything now, Wen Yin would put all the useful items into the space, and others would also choose some things they needed. Lu Li handed over a tied black shopping bag. Wen Yin took a curious look after putting it into her space. Her cheeks immediately became hot. He was quite prepared for a rainy day. He even prepared something like this. Wen Yin felt ashamed. She raised her hand and pinched him. She whispered, "Why did you take those things?" Lu Li hissed softly, rubbed her arm, and looked at her innocently. "What?" Wen Yin was speechless. "Why are you pretending to be stupid? Didn't you take those?" Lu Li chuckled. "Did you peek?" Wen Yin didn't want to pay attention to him and turned away. Lu Li chased after her and grabbed her arm to explain. "Don't be angry. I just thought I might need them in the future, so I took some." "You really?" Wen Yin didn't know what to do. What word could describe him? Finally, he gritted his teeth and uttered 2 words very lightly. "Obscene." Lu Li wanted to explain something more, but saw Wen Siyu walking towards them. He let go of her hand and changed the subject. "Your boyfriend is a little clingy. He came to find you after just a while apart." Wen Yanbai glanced at him, turned to look at Wen Siyu, and asked with a smile, "Are we leaving?" Wen Siyu nodded and took her hand. "Let's go." Lu Li looked at the backs of the 2 holding hands, envious and jealous. He comforted himself that his underground boyfriend would become his regular girlfriend sooner or later. Chapter 198 Comfort. When they came out of the mall, they heard the faint roar of zombies. Suhi gestured to them that it was a high-level zombie calling its kind, and it was within a kilometer. Lu Li did not see any trace of the zombies. If he guessed correctly, the zombie should have the ability to be invisible. Lu Li hid everyone and followed Suhi for a while. He saw that the invisible zombie slowly showed its original form, with pale yellow eyes. It was a level 7 zombie. Suhi took the lead and swung the sharp water knife, directly cutting off the zombie's head. The zombie opened his confused eyes, and didn't understand why he wanted to kill his kind. Suhi squatted down and dug out the crystal core. After washing it with water, he walked towards Wen Yin, with the crystal core in his hand, and handed it to her like a treasure. Wen Yin collected the crystal core, and when he lowered his head, he raised his hand and touched his hair, smiling and praising. "Suhi is really amazing. You got all my recent upgrade crystal cores." Suhi liked to be touched on the hair by the girl, and also liked to hear her praise him. Her voice was very nice, like a spring flowing in the mountains. Lu Li looked at the interaction between the beauty and the zombies, and teased Wen Siyu. "Your girlfriend touched someone else. Don't you care?" Wen Siyu looked at Lu Li and said lightly, "You are wrong. That is not a human." Lu Li smiled and curled his lips. "You are quite clear." Wen Yin turned around, glared at Lu Li, who was deliberately making trouble, and turned to Wen Siyu, saying softly, "Suhi will take my car later. I will chat with him. Wen Xiu hesitated slightly, but still nodded. Before getting on the bus, Wen Yin took out some water and snacks and distributed them to everyone. When he handed it to Lu Li, he deliberately hooked her finger. His eyes were ambiguous and straightforward. Wen Yin's heartbeat slightly accelerated. When he turned his head, he almost bumped into Zhou Yuchu's arms. He looked down at her, and the grievance in his eyes almost turned into substance. Wen Yin handed him a bottle of water, and then held his hand comfortingly, and let go after a while. Lin Fei saw the ambiguity of the three people, and his jaw almost dropped. Didn't Wen Yin and Wen Xiu officially announce it? Why is he entangled with these two people again? Could it be that the four of them planned to get along in this way? Lin Fei looked around and found that the others seemed not to have seen it, and they were busy with their own things, carrying this shocking melon. Lin Fei was uneasy all day. He wanted to share it with others, but he was afraid of breaking it and causing unnecessary trouble. As night fell, they chose a single-family villa to stay, and went to the space after dinner. Suhi stayed outside. He was used to such an arrangement. He sat quietly on the sofa and took out the girl's photo. This was a photo he secretly took in his second year of high school. He developed many photos, but now only one was left. He gently stroked the photo, and many pictures emerged in his mind. The girl loved to laugh. When she laughed, she showed sweet dimples, and her eyes were full of stars, so bright and dazzling. He always knew that he was not worthy of her, and he was lucky to be able to get along with her for such a short time. In the space, late at night, the girl in a black nightgown quietly came out of the room, walked lightly to another room, raised her hand and knocked on the door. Not long after, the door opened from the inside. The girl walked into the room in the man's surprised eyes, locked the door, and then tiptoed to kiss him. A gentle kiss comforted all his grievances and losses. He lowered his head, clasped the girl's neck with his slender fingers, and kissed her for a long time as if asking for a debt. He was very bothered by his lack of status. It was the first time he fell in love with a woman, but he couldn't have her openly, which made him feel very frustrated. The girl panted slightly. After the passionate kiss, her fair cheeks were slightly pink, and she was extremely charming. The matter between us needs to be kept secret for the time being. Give me some time, and I will handle it. Zhou Yuchu looked at the girl in his arms, with joy and bitterness intertwined in his eyes. He bent down and kissed her, and his fingers gently stroked the girl's hair. Then can you spend more time with me? I don't have much time to spend with you. Wen Yin leaned in his arms and smiled to comfort him. Do you know? In the illusion, we spent a month together day and night, kissing and hugging every day, and sleeping in the same bed. Although it was an illusion, I felt it was very real. It's like I really experienced it. So I can't tell the difference between reality and illusion. Zhou Yuchu thought of what happened last night and couldn't help but worry. Can you still tell the difference now? Wen Yin shook her head, thinking that he was really a blockhead. She was flirting with him, but his attention was focused here. Wen Yin raised her hand and tapped his heart. Actually, I realized that I liked you in the illusion. You were my fiancé in the illusion. We dated for half a year and then got engaged. Zhou Yuchu was distracted by her action and was stunned again when he heard her words. He was so lucky in the illusion that he could date and get engaged with the person he liked. He held the girl's soft white hand. His voice was low and hoarse, with a hint of pleading. Then can you stay with me tonight? I don't have time to spend with you during the day. Looking at him like this, Wen Yin couldn't help but think of her fiancé in the illusion, who was very clingy and loved to act like a spoiled child in private. Wen Yin hesitated for a moment, but still shook her head. If she was found sleeping here by Wen Xiu, it would be a big deal. Zhou Yuchu was slightly disappointed, and then gave up. Then can you stay with me for a while? Tell me about the things in the illusion again. Okay? Wen Yin didn't refuse again, walked to the bed and sat down, slowly telling the story of the illusion. She was a little sleepy, yawned and lay down on the bed, then continued to talk for a while, and then fell asleep. Zhou Yuchu lay on the bed, staring at the girl's sleeping face for an unknown period of time, and finally fell asleep. They both slept very deeply, and woke up slowly when it was bright. Wen Yin felt that she was going to be caught by Wen Xiu. She washed up in the bathroom, changed her clothes, and was about to push the door to go out. But Zhou Yuchu grabbed her wrist and said, I will help you lead him away first, and then you can go back to the room. Zhou Yuchu didn't expect that he would be reduced to being a lover one day, and he took the initiative to help cover up his tracks. But last night's relationship was so good that he wanted to continue this relationship. Wen Yan nodded and thought, if only she could teleport in space at will. But she could only move other objects. Not herself. However, in a flash, she appeared in her bedroom and looked into Wen Xiu's eyes. So, after she reached level 7, she could move freely in space. Wen Xiu sat on the chair, looking at the girl with a slightly gloomy look. Where did you go? The surprise on Wen Yan's face faded, and she lowered her head and said unconfidently, I went out. Wen Xiu saw that she was lying, but he didn't want to ask any more questions. Hearing an answer he didn't want to hear would only make him upset. Come and have breakfast. Half an hour ago, Wen Xiu prepared breakfast and knocked on the door, but found that there was no one in the room. His first reaction was that Wen Yan went out. But he called a few times, but there was no response. Later, he went to Lu Li's room to take a look, and he was not there either. He guessed that he probably went out with someone after getting up early. Chapter 199, deliberately splitting up the team. Zhou Yuchu watched Wen Yan disappear out of thin air and thought she went outside. But when he knocked on the door, he saw her appear inside. It seems that she can come and go freely in the space after upgrading. This is good. It is convenient for them to come and go. Zhou Yuchu greeted her as usual, and then turned to go downstairs. In the living room, everyone was already having dinner. Seeing him late, Lin Zixu joked, You got up so late. Didn't you have a sweet dream? Zhou Yuchu pulled out a chair and sat down. The joy on his face was obvious. I had a sweet dream. Hearing this, Lu Li put down his bowl and chopsticks, and cast an inquiring look at him. Wen Xiu knocked on his door this morning and looked at him, as if he was looking for someone. Did he take the person out early in the morning? Or did they live together last night? He underestimated him, and thought he would not compete for favor. Lin Fei glanced at the two of them, and smiled meaningfully. How come neither of you feel heartbroken? You seem to be in a good mood. Lu Li raised his eyebrows. My heart is dead. You just can't see it. Lin Zixu glanced at him with disdain. Your heart died a few months ago, and then it revived the next day. And now you're doing this again. Lu Li was amused by his words, and his shoulders trembled slightly, and it took a while for him to calm down. Zhou Yuchu drank a mouthful of porridge and said slowly, Don't provoke Lu Li anymore, lest he be too sad and go crazy. Qin Yi and Ji Yi couldn't help laughing out loud. What a crazy person. Zhou Yuchu would describe it. Lin Zixu patted Lu Li's arm sympathetically. I won't irritate you anymore. Don't go crazy. You can live without love. The smile on Lu Li's face faded, and she rolled her eyes at him. What do you know? I will get what I want sooner or later. Lin Zixu tooted disdainfully. Why? You still want to compete with Brother Wen for someone? Lu Li shrugged, not commenting. He was not competing for someone. He just wanted to join them. Qin Shu kindly advised. Brother Lu, you can't compete with Brother Wen. So forget it. Don't let your heart die completely by then. Lu Li looked at him and smiled slightly. Qin Shu, have you ever been in love? Have you ever felt the taste of love? Qin Shu shook his head, and then he continued. If not, don't give me love advice. No one at the table, except Lu Li, had ever been in love. After hearing this, everyone started to attack him. What's wrong with not having been in love? Why can't you give suggestions? You've only been in love once, and you can't tell the difference between love and family affection. And you still have the nerve to criticize us. That's right. Brother Wen has already announced his relationship, and you still want to get involved. It's really too much. In ancient times, you would be the kind of person who would be put into a pig cage. Lu Li let them talk, and he didn't listen. You can give your suggestions. I won't listen anyway. Tu Ling supported his chin and watched the show for a while, then continued to eat. This team is quite fun, and there are exciting things to watch every day. After a while, Wen Xiu and Wen Yang came down from upstairs. Everyone packed up and prepared to go out, but heard Wen Xiu say, We will temporarily split into two teams. One team will go to the northwest, and the other team will go to the southeast. The target is the 7th level crystal core. We will meet here in 2 weeks. Lu Li had a bad feeling, and sure enough, the next second he heard that he was assigned to be in the same team with Zhou Yuchu, and Lin Fei was assigned to be in the same team with Wen Xiu. Lin Fei's mental power has now been upgraded to level 7, and he can detect potential dangers within 20 kilometers. But he needs to use his mental power every time he detects. And he cannot always capture the surrounding situation. Such grouping was obviously done intentionally by Wensiyu, with the purpose of keeping them away from Wenyan. Luli was indignant and said bluntly, I don't agree with the grouping. Last time we encountered the Zombie King, all of us could only fight a tie. Isn't it more dangerous to act separately? Wensiyu glanced at him lightly. The Zombie King is in the North City, and we will not be in danger for the time being. Chini agreed. Yes. And didn't we act separately when we went out before? Luli wanted to say something, but saw Wenyan nodded at him, asking him to accept this proposal. He curled his lips and responded sullenly. You are the captain. You have the final say. Zhou Yuchu also received Wenyan's eyes. Although he didn't want to separate from her, he still accepted this proposal. After returning to the small villa from the space, they got into the car according to their groups. Before parting, Wenyan packed up the supplies and handed them to Luli. 2 weeks is not a long time, and they will see each other again soon. Luli put the things in the trunk and told Wenyan, remember to hide in the space when you encounter danger. Don't wait until the last minute. Wenyan smiled at him. Okay. I remember. You should also pay attention to safety. The 3 cars set off in different directions. Wenyan and Tu Ling were in one car. Tu Ling sat in the driver's seat and asked while driving, your wife seems to be a little jealous. What are your plans? Wenyan looked at her and said distressedly, if he doesn't accept, I can only give up the other 2. Tu Ling laughed after hearing this. Are you willing to give up? Wenyan was reluctant, so she was trying to reconcile. But she felt that things would work out when the time came. And some things didn't need to be too deliberate. Just follow your heart. Tu Ling looked at the girl's worried look. Her eyes turned slightly, and she thought of an idea. Let's test the love value of your boyfriends. If you become a zombie, will they kill you or protect you? Wenyan turned her head and looked at her and said, my brother will definitely protect me. But I'm not sure about the other 2. Then let's test it. I can use puppetry to create a person exactly like you. If bitten by a zombie, he will also become a zombie. Let's see the reactions then. But is this a bit too much? Test. It's just a moment. You decide the scale. Don't you want your brother to accept them? Let him see the sincerity of those 2 people. It will be easier for him to accept them. Wenyan thought about it and nodded slowly. Although she felt that it was understandable to be killed after becoming a zombie, she couldn't help but wonder how her brother would treat her if she was a zombie after experiencing the things in her previous life. And Luli, he hates zombies the most. Will he show disgust when he sees her become a zombie? Zhou Yuchu should be very calm and kill himself with an ice knife like in his previous life. The conversation between the 2 was transmitted to another car at a distance of 100 meters. Lin Fei, Qin Yi and Qin Shu were chatting and didn't listen deliberately. Suhi heard it, but didn't understand it very well. Wensiyu frowned. His thoughts changed in his eyes, and he calmed down after a moment, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Chapter 200, transformed into a zombie. 2 weeks later, on a country road, a tall man in black, holding a zombie's hand, appeared at the end of the road. The zombie hung his head with a dull expression, wearing an iron anti-bite mask on his mouth. Her face was covered with brown spots. Her eyes were cloudy, and her originally beautiful face was completely gone. The man looked at her, but his expression was very calm. He never let go of her hand. After walking for an unknown period of time, the man took out a bag of snacks from his backpack, opened the snack bag, and then took off the zombie's mask to feed it. The zombie obviously didn't like snacks. He chewed it twice and spit it out, staring at the man with confused eyes. At this moment, an off-road vehicle came from a distance. The vehicle braked a few meters away from the 2 people, and 4 men hurried down. 2 of them had red and swollen eyes, as if they had cried, and the other 2 also had solemn expressions, looking at the zombie with painful and helpless eyes. Why is this happening? Why didn't you protect her? Luli grabbed Wensiyu's collar fiercely, questioning with bloodshot eyes. Wensiyu looked at him woodenly and said calmly, even if she becomes a zombie, she is still my sister. You go. I will accompany her alone. Luli slowly loosened his collar and turned his eyes to the completely changed girl again. There was no sweet smile on her face anymore. She was not herself anymore. Only 2 weeks had passed. When they had just separated, he used his sky eye to check her movements every day, watching her and Wensiyu holding hands and hugging, strolling on the street, kissing in the sunset. Although he was jealous and sad, he couldn't help but look. Later, as the distance got farther and farther, her trace disappeared from his eyes. Until 2 days ago, when they completed the mission and rushed back, he saw the girl again, but found that she had become a zombie. Luli felt unbelievable. With Wensiu around, how could she become like this? Impossible. Luli suspected that his ability was wrong. But now that he saw it with his own eyes, he had to believe this fact. Zhou Yuchu looked at the girl who had turned into a zombie. His eyes turned red little by little, and his voice choked. What happened? Where are the others? Wensiu put on the mask for the little zombie to prevent her from biting people, and then slowly said, "It was Suhi who bit me." In the space, he suddenly went crazy, and the others were also bitten. Wen Yin took me out of the space, but she was infected and soon mutated. Luli scratched his hair with a painful expression. Why did you let Suhi enter the space? You knew that you couldn't use your ability in the space. So why did you take the risk? Wensiu lowered his eyes guiltily and didn't speak. Lin Zixia was stunned when he heard it. As if he couldn't bear the news, he sat on the ground, muttering, "No, this is not true. I must be dreaming." Ji Yi patted his shoulder and wanted to say something comforting, but his throat seemed to be blocked by cotton and he couldn't say it. The 5 men were silent. But the zombie suddenly rushed towards Luli, grabbed his neck and tried to bite him. But she was wearing a mask and couldn't bite the flesh. The zombie was so angry that his teeth itched, stretched out his hand and scratched hard, and a red scratch appeared on the man's white neck instantly. The zombie had already returned to its original position when the few people reacted in time and wanted to stop it. Luli was shocked by her sudden action, and was stunned for a while, and then suddenly laughed. Wen Yin liked to hit him when she was angry. He felt a sour feeling in his heart, and tears fell again while laughing. It doesn't matter. Zombies can also be conscious, and she will remember him when she reaches level 3 or 4. Luli walked towards the zombie, raised her hand and touched her head, and said gently, "Yin Yin, you said that you wanted me to live with you and your brother. Although you broke your promise, I will not break my promise. I will not abandon you." The zombie shook his head, not understanding what he was saying. Luli turned to the other 3 people. "You go back to the island. When Gu and I won't go back." Zhou Yuchu shook his head, his eyes red. "I won't leave. I want to stay with her." Ji Yi and Lin Zixia also refused to leave. And finally the 5 men got into the car with the zombie. If they didn't go back to the island, they would have to find a permanent residence again. Luli looked at many houses, and after discussing with them, he chose a single-family villa in the mountains. When they arrived at the villa, the 5 people simply cleaned the room and went to prepare lunch. Wensiu was afraid that the zombie would run around, so he tied it to a tree a few meters away from them. Luli came to the yard, took a look, and walked over to untie the rope. She was wearing a mask and couldn't bite anyone. So why was she tied up? But then Luli understood the reason. Although she couldn't bite anyone, her destructive power was not weak at all. As soon as Lin Zixu brought a bowl of noodles and put it on the table, she overturned the table, picked up the glass fragments and held them in her palms, baring her teeth at them viciously. Wensiu came out of the kitchen, looked at the messy living room, tied up the zombie with vines again, then took the fragments from her hand and rubbed her head soothingly. "Be good. Be obedient. I give you meat later." The zombie tilted its head. Its cloudy eyes moved slightly, and a hee sound came out of its mouth. Wensiu turned and went into the kitchen, leaving 4 men with complicated faces. They seemed to have forgotten that zombies live on flesh and blood. If they want to upgrade, they have to eat mutants or mutant zombies. Therefore, if they want Wen Yin to regain consciousness, they have to feed her with flesh and blood. For a while, the 4 of them fell into deep thought. At the lunch table, Luli said, "Let's catch a few mutant zombies for her to eat." Zhou Yuchu glanced at him, and slowly responded with a yes. A faint smile flashed across Wensiu's eyes, and he pursed his lips and sighed softly. "I've tried it. She doesn't like zombie meat. Maybe she thinks it's not fresh. You can try it again." Lin Zixi glanced at the tied-up girl and was a little worried. "You can't eat human flesh, right?" After that, there was silence at the table for 3 seconds. Luli picked up the chopsticks again and smiled casually. "Let's try the mutant zombies first. If it doesn't work, consider other things." After lunch, the 4 of them went out to look for prey. while Wensiyu stayed at home to take care of the zombies. He took out some raw chicken from the kitchen, then took off the zombie's mask and watched her eat meat. I have to say that Tu Ling puppetry is really amazing. The zombies transformed by the puppets look like real ones. And all kinds of reactions are also very real. When Wensiyu heard Tu Ling's suggestion that day, he thought it was good, so he took it and used it. Lu Li and Zhou Yuchu's reactions were acceptable. They did not persuade him to let go, nor did they want to deal with the zombie Wen Yin. Instead, they wanted to stay with her. They were somewhat sincere to Wen Yin, but Wensiyu's test was not over yet. If they performed well, he would consider tacitly allowing Wen Yin to have private contact with them. Chapter 201 Pregnant? On the island, Wen Yin, Tu Ling, and Jiang Xinyue were drinking in the yard, chatting about what happened recently. Hearing that Wensiyu used puppetry to test the two, Jiang Xinyue smiled and shook her head. Human nature is the most vulnerable to the test. No matter how much the two like Wen Yin, they can't have feelings for an ugly zombie. Maybe they will take care of the zombie because of guilt at first, but after a long time, they will definitely abandon her or kill her. This kind of test is actually meaningless. But Wensiyu may want to see how sincere they are to Wen Yin and whether they are worthy of trust. In Jiang Xinyue's opinion, Zhou Yuchu has a good character and is worthy of trust. But Lu Li is not necessarily. He is a good and evil person, and it is difficult to define good and bad. Wen Yin leaned back in the chair and drank slowly. But he was worried about the two people in his heart. Wensiyu should not make it too difficult for them. It should be fine if it is just a test. After Tu Ling finished talking about that matter that day, Wen Yin put it behind her mind and just thought it was a joke. But after a week of peace, Wensiyu brought up the matter and asked Tu Ling to make a puppet to experiment in space. 2 days later, Wen Yin said goodbye to Su He and took a plane back to the island with several other people, while Wensiyu stayed there to carry out his plan. I don't know what stage the plan has reached now. I hope they don't fight. Tu Ling saw Wen Yin's worry, took out a talisman from his pocket and handed it to her. This is for the puppet to feel together. Stick it on your chest. You can see and hear what she has experienced. You can also feel her eating, but you can only feel it. You can't communicate with them. Wen Yin took the talisman with surprise, stuck it on her chest, felt it for a moment, and quickly took it off. There was a fishy smell of raw meat in her mouth, and a little smelly, as if she had eaten rotten meat. She stood up suddenly and vomited with her back to the two of them. Jiang Xinyue raised her eyebrows and looked at her. Are you pregnant? Tu Ling was stunned for a moment, and asked curiously, whose is it? Wen Yin was busy vomiting and didn't pay any attention to what the two said. The three men drinking tea in the living room heard it clearly, and their faces showed an expression of eating a shocking news. Lin Fei and Qin Yi looked at each other, and they were both guessing who the father of the child was. Wensiyu just announced his relationship 2 weeks ago, so it shouldn't be him. And Zhou Yuchu didn't seem to be such a frivolous person. It is very likely that it is Lu Li's. He was too much. He actually did such a thing behind Wensiyu back and made Wen Yin pregnant. It was simply not something a human could do. Wen Yin vomited for a while, and realized that Wensiyu and the others were feeding the zombie meat, and her stomach was churning again. Let's go to the space. I have to brush my teeth. Wen Yin took the two to the space after she finished speaking. She brushed her teeth for 10 minutes before getting rid of the rancid smell in her mouth. After Jiang Xinyue finished touring the room, she sat on the sofa and chatted with Tu Ling. Although they were not very familiar with each other, they were both straightforward and got along very well. Do you think Wen Yin is really pregnant? It looks a bit like that. I guess it's Lu Li's. He must have used some means to secretly take advantage of her. The bathroom door was open. Wen Yin heard what the two said and quickly rinsed her mouth and clarified. I'm not pregnant. I just felt the same as that puppet and had a foul smell in my mouth, so I vomited. Jiang Xinyue said. Oh, and looked towards the bathroom. Have you slept with him? Wen Yin face flushed. No. No. Haven't you? Zhou Yuchu should be the top match in that aspect. You are lucky. And there are Wensiyu and Lu Li. Just looking at that face is quite lustful. And I don't know what type they are in bed. Jiang Xinyue's bold remark silenced the other two women. Tu Ling had never been in love and had no experience in this area. When she heard her say this, her face suddenly felt hot. Wen Yin walked out of the bathroom, her face slightly red and shy. I haven't thought about that. I'm actually a little scared. Or I should say I'm resistant. Jiang Xinyue leaned back on the chair, crossed her legs, and looked at the girl who was as pure as a lily. The impropriety in her eyes gradually faded, and she counseled her as a person who had experienced it. If you haven't experienced it, you will be scared. But if you are in love, it is actually very beautiful to do that kind of thing when you are deeply in love. You don't have to think too much. Just let it go. Wen Yin nodded, walked to Jiang Xinyue and sat down, took out a bunch of snacks and beer. Okay, let's not talk about this. Tell me about your love story. Jiang Xinyue smiled, picked up a can of beer, tore it open and took a sip, then said, in fact, I didn't have much love in my original world. My family is average, and my appearance is average. The boys who chased me were either poor or ugly. In short, none of them suited my taste. Later, after I started working, I finally met a tall, rich and handsome man with good conditions in all aspects. But he was just playing with me and broke up with me after sleeping enough. Later, I met a rich middle-aged man who told me that he was divorced. As a result, I came out of the apartment one day and was beaten up by a group of women. They said I was a vixen who seduced a married woman. I gradually realized that it was like that between men and women. They took what they needed and used each other. Whoever took it seriously would lose. I wanted to find a rich man while I was young. Love is the most unreliable. Money is the only thing that can be relied on. After listening to this, Wen Yin suddenly understood the series of confusing behaviors that brought her here. She was actually a very insecure person. She had never received true love. Nor did she expect true love. She was completely in a game of the world. Wen Yin gently patted her arm and said half-jokingly, when my brother develops a vaccine, you will be completely free and can find as many men as you want. Jiang Xinyue pursed her lips. Her eyes flickered slightly. After staying here for half a year, her game mentality had changed unconsciously. Perhaps influenced by Wen Yin and others. Her instinctive desire for men has decreased a lot, and she occasionally fantasizes about pure love. But now there are more men than women on the island. She doesn't intend to force herself to be monogamous. At least 4 or 5. Tu Ling ate snacks. Her mouth squeaked. She said lazily, aren't half of the team single? You don't like anyone? Jiang Xinyue took a sip of wine and sighed. It's not that I don't like him. It's that they don't like me. I pursued Xiaochen for a month and tried every way to seduce him. But he didn't respond. Wen Yin laughed after hearing this. Didn't you know that Xiaochen has a psychological shadow on women? Why do you have to give up after hitting a snag? Jiang Xinyue pouted. Doesn't that mean there's no hope for others? And you guys are always out. Only Xiaochen and I are at home. I have to find something to do for myself. Wen Yin smiled and shook his head, then turned to Tu Ling. Do you have someone you like? Tu Ling said while eating. No. It's the end of the world. Who has time to fall in love? It's good to be alive. Wen Yin nodded in agreement. That's true. Chapter 202 is proof. In a mountain courtyard more than 2,000 kilometers away from the island, Lu Li and Zhou Yuchu each cut a piece of zombie meat, cut it into small pieces, and fed it to another zombie. Although they felt nauseous, they both looked calm, and the zombie chewed the meat with a dull expression, as if he was forced to eat. Wen Xiyu leaned back in the chair, stroking the teacup with his fingers, and looked at the two people leisurely. Lin Zixia and Ji Yi helped to deal with the corpse, went to the side to vomit for a while, and then returned. Brother Zhou, how about I take your place for a while? No. I can do it. Zhou Yuchu took a deep breath and cut meat again to feed the zombie. But she refused to eat, shaking her head like a rattle. Lu Li wiped her mouth with cotton cloth and coaxed her. You need to eat more to upgrade and remember us. Be good and eat more. After that, he handed over another piece of raw meat. The zombie was forced to open her mouth and swallow. After a while, she vomited violently and vomited out everything she had eaten. She was just a puppet made of wood. How could she eat so much raw meat? Zhou Yuchu and Lu Li looked at the messy ground and felt a little sorry. They finally coaxed her to eat some meat. But now she vomited it all. Zombies love meat the most. How could they vomit it out? Lu Li's eyes flashed with suspicion, and he glanced at Wen Xiyu, but saw him coming over. Okay. Don't embarrass her. She doesn't like this kind of rotten meat. Wen Xiyu said, picked up the little zombie with one hand, wiped her mouth, and then took her into the room. Lu Li and Zhou Yuchu quietly cleaned up the mess in the yard, then walked out of the yard together. After walking for a while, Zhou Yuchu said, I suspect that the zombie is not Wen Yin. Luli looked at him sideways and nodded. It shouldn't be. Maybe it was an evil spirit. Or some kind of puppetry. Wen Xiyu will not let Wen Yin get into trouble. Maybe he is testing us. Neither of them wanted to believe that Wen Yin was in trouble. Although they were just a little suspicious. They were more inclined to this suspicion. Maybe this was a test from Wen Xiyu to see how sincere they were. When the test was over, Wen Yin would come back. In the next few days, the two still tried to feed the zombie. But she vomited every time she ate. Later, she vomited reflexively when she saw the two. That night, Luli lay on the bed as usual, using the sky eye to monitor the movements in Wen Xiyu's room. The zombie slept next to Wen Xiyu, wearing a mask on his head and his body fixed to the bed with rattan. The zombie twisted its body and kept hitting Wen Xiyu's shoulder with its head. But he seemed to have fallen asleep and did not respond. Luli thought that the new year would come in 2 days. So he sat up suddenly, put on his clothes and went to the next room, and said straight to the point, Wen Xiyu, how long are you going to act? Haven't we passed the test yet? Wen Xiyu lazily lifted his eyelids. His voice was sleepy. I don't have time to act with you. I told you that you can leave at any time. But you insisted on staying. Luli walked to the bed, stared into his eyes and said, Are you sure you are not acting? Do you dare to swear on Wen Yin life? Wen Xiyu closed his eyes and said calmly, You don't want to believe this fact. And I can't do anything about it. I can't wake up a person who pretends to sleep. Luli clenched his fists and said hoarsely, You don't believe my sincerity to Wen Yin. Do you? I prove it to you now. As he said that, Luli took off the zombie's mask and stretched out his arm. Don't you want to eat human flesh? Bite it. The zombie shook his head and refused. She had eaten enough meat in the past 2 days. And she felt nauseous when she thought about it. You are obviously a zombie. How can you not like to eat meat? You don't want to eat those rotten meats. But you also don't want to eat fresh human flesh? As Luli spoke, he slowly laughed. A bitter laugh. Wen Xiyu, I know you are angry and think that Zhou Yuchu and I have interfered. You can torture me in any way you want, as long as Wen Yin is still alive. Wen Xiyu glanced at him. His eyes flashed with emotion. The corners of his lips moved, and he was about to say something. But he saw the little zombie suddenly bite Luli. The little zombie was simply annoyed, and he insisted that she bite him. So she bit him. Crack. With a sound, Luli felt his heart break. Could this zombie really be Wen Yin? She likes to eat human flesh. And she did bite him. Luli closed his eyes, as if he accepted his fate. He did not withdraw his hand. He sat down beside the bed, and told Wen Xiyu about his affairs. If I become a zombie and I am unconscious, just kill me. If I am, let me accompany Wen Yin. Wen Xiyu pursed his lips to suppress his smile. How could he become a zombie after being bitten by a puppet? But he was too lazy to confess at this time. Let him worry for a few more hours. Luli felt the blood in his body flowing backwards. He lay on the bed and said weakly, Wen Xiyu, move in. I feel a little dizzy. Wen Xiyu rolled his eyes at him, picked up the little zombie, and made some space for him. The little zombie roared in dissatisfaction in the air, and then pressed on Luli. Luli felt that he would soon mutate. So he hugged the girl sideways and said softly, I'm sorry, Nian Nian. If I could do it again, I would never let you become a zombie. The zombie struggled to leave, but he held it tightly in his arms, as if he was drawing strength, or as if he was saying his final goodbye. When Zhou Yuchu and others pushed the door open, they saw 2 people and a zombie lying on the bed. The man on the outside had red eyes. As if he was crying, Zhou Yuchu used his supernatural power to brighten the fire in his palm, and his eyes fell on Luli's arm. His eyes changed slightly. You were bitten? Luli was lying flat at this moment, holding the zombie's arm with one hand, nervously waiting for the mutation to come. He glanced at the person who came, and still spoke in a lazy tone. Yes, I was bitten by my wife. I will mutate later. Don't kill me first. If I am conscious, I still want to accompany her. Wen Xiyu was angry at his address, turned his head and said coldly, What are you shouting? Wen Yin is mine. You are at most a lover who can't be on the stage. Luli held the zombie in his arms, and kissed her forehead provocatively. He was about to die. So what's wrong with taking advantage? What's wrong with being a lover? Anyway, she likes me, and I am happy to call her my wife. Zhou Yuchu rubbed his eyebrows. It was already a time. And Luli was still here talking nonsense. He walked closer and pulled up Luli's arm to take a look. The wound was not very deep, and there was no bleeding. Logically speaking, the zombie's bite force shouldn't be so weak. Chapter 203. Let's go home. Luli pulled back his arm and said lazily, "Don't look at it. They were bitten. Zhou, take them back to the island. Don't waste time here." Zhou thoughts were interrupted, and his eyes were cast on the girl in the middle of the bed. Her face was covered with brown spots. Her eyes were cloudy and gray, and she could hardly see her original cute appearance. He was moved by that beautiful face, but he liked more than just that face. The girl was so lively and beautiful, and her every frown and smile seemed to be engraved in his heart. How could he bear to leave? Zhou twitched his lips slightly, and said calmly, "Wen Yin is my girlfriend. I will not abandon her. Zixia, you and Ji should leave." Lin Zixia rubbed his sore eyes. His voice choked. "I won't leave. We are a family. Wherever you are, I will be there." Luli looked at him and chuckled. "Who is your family? Can you be more independent and not so clingy?" Lin Zixia replied stubbornly. "Who is clinging to you? I just want to follow Brother Zhou and the others. It has nothing to do with you." Luli snorted. "I became a zombie, and no one quarreled with you. You must be so bored." Lin Zixia: "That's perfect. I can be quiet." Ji listened to the two people talking back and forth, and didn't know whether to be sad or envious, although he knew Lin Zixia and the others earlier than Luli. Luli's relationship with them was obviously better, perhaps because of his lively personality. Wen Xiyu was annoyed by the quarrel between the two people. Just when he wanted to ask them to leave, he saw the talisman on the back of the puppet flashing, which meant that the puppetry was about to fail. Well, this test lasted for a few days, and it was time to end it. Wen Xiyu cleared his throat and said, "Actually, Wen Yin and the others are fine. They returned to the island a few days ago. This zombie was made by Tu Ling using puppetry. I was testing you. Now the test is over." As soon as the words fell, the zombie turned into a puppet the size of an arm. Luli was stunned for a while, then sat up suddenly and pinched Wen Xiyu's neck. "Wen Xiyu, you are really too much. Do you know how sad I have been these days?" Wen Xiyu glared at him coldly. "Let go." Luli was half sitting on him at this moment, and the posture looked a little ambiguous, but the expressions of both of them were very cold, as if they wanted to deal with each other. Zhou came back to his senses from the surprise, picked up the puppet and took a look, and after confirming it, he smiled. Lin Zixia and Ji Yi were equally delighted when they noticed the movements of the two people on the bed. Their eyes widened in shock. Wen Xiu's eyes shone, and he kicked fiercely with his foot. Then he turned over and switched positions with Luli, pressing him under him, and then he swung his fist and hit him mercilessly. However, Luli broke free from the suppression, dodged a punch sideways, and kicked back at the same time. The two of them went back and forth. Neither of them gave in. Only the sound of fists and feet hitting each other could be heard, and the air around them seemed to be stirred and boiled. Zhou ignored the two of them, holding the puppet there and smiling foolishly, saying that Wen Yin was fine, and he would see her when he returned to the island. Lin Zixia tried to step forward to stop the fight, but Ji grabbed his arm. "It's okay. They know their limits, and they will feel better after a fight." While Luli was fighting, he suddenly noticed a helicopter hovering in the sky. He locked the target with his sky eye and took a look. His eyes suddenly lit up. Wen Yin was really fine. She came to take him home. While he was stunned, another punch fell on his face. Wen Xiyu was really ruthless and showed no mercy. Luli stretched out his hand to block it. "Okay. Wen Yin is here to pick us up. No more fighting." Wen Xiyu stopped moving, with surprise in his eyes. After a moment, he kicked Luli off the bed again. Zhou was standing by the bed and was thrown to the ground by Luli. He was speechless in his heart. Could these two people fight without harming innocent people? Luli stood up first, patted the dust off his body, and walked out briskly. The others followed him out. The helicopter slowly landed in the yard. The hatch opened, and a girl in a light gray coat poked her head out. Her face was as white as jade, fresh and bright. She looked at the few people with concern. Seeing that they were safe and sound, she was obviously relieved. The girl walked down the steps, and before she could stand firmly, she was suddenly pulled into the arms of a man. He hugged her tightly, as if he had lost and found her again. Yin Yin, I'm glad you're okay. You don't know how much Wensiyu has gone too far. He actually used puppetry to deceive us and made me sad for several days. Wen Yin knew that he was wronged, so she patted his shoulder soothingly. She wanted to say something, but suddenly she smelled a smell at the tip of her nose. She vomited reflexively, pushed him away, and stepped back 2 steps. You smell like zombie meat. Don't get too close. The joy in Lu Li's eyes had not yet faded, and now there was a look of hurt. Do you dislike me? Wen Yin was a little disgusted. These days, every time she put on the talisman, she would run to the bathroom to vomit. They fed the puppet too much zombie meat, and the puppet could hardly bear it. Wen Yin rubbed her nose and said with a smile, I don't dislike you, but you should change your clothes. Wensiyu walked towards her, leaned over to hug her, and took her hand. How did you know we were here? Wen Yin looked up at him, with a smile on her pretty face. Tu Ling can sense the location of the puppet. I really miss you. It's almost the new year, and you haven't come home yet. I can only come to pick you up. Wensiyu felt much more comfortable when he heard her say this. He reached out to help her tidy up her hair that was messed up by the wind. Let's go. Let's go home. Wen Yin nodded, and when he turned around, he cast a comforting look at Zhou Yuchu. Zhou Yuchu smiled back, with sourness in his eyes, but more joy, as long as she was okay. After entering the cabin, Wen Yin sent them to the space and asked them to take a shower and change clothes. After reaching level 7, Wen Yin's space ability gained some new functions. In addition to being able to teleport in space and bring others into space, she no longer needed to go in person. She could just wave her hand and throw people in. Lin Fei and Qin Yi closed the cabin door, returned to the cockpit, and started the plane. Seeing that the people were safe and sound, the worries in their hearts fell, and they talked about light topics. Wen Yin was also chatting with Tu Ling and Jiang Xinyue. Qin Shu and Xiaochen sat behind them, each holding a book in their hands. Jiang Xinyue hadn't left the island for a long time. When she heard that Wen Yin was going to pick up Wensiyu and the others, she followed and chatted all the way. Xiaochen used to hate Jiang Xinyue. To be precise, he hated all women except his sister in his memory. But since she helped him find his sister, Xiaochen changed his mind about her a lot. Although she was lustful, she was also the kind of person who got it in a proper way. She didn't use despicable means to deal with herself. Nor did she turn her face and be ruthless because she couldn't get it. Of course, the change of view does not mean anything. It just means that they are no longer annoying. Xiaochen looked up at the 3 women, and his eyes fell on the girl in the center, who was smiling with curved eyebrows and eyes, and the corners of his mouth could not help but rise a little. He thought, this was probably the compensation given to him by God. In the space, Lin Zixia took a shower first, and waited in the living room for a while. And then the others came out of the room one after another. Ji Yi wore a sports suit, and the other 3 wore shirts and trousers, and even tied ties. Lin Zixia twitched his mouth speechlessly. It was late at night, so why dress so solemnly? The 5 men sat on the sofa, and no one spoke. Lin Zixia went downstairs to get a beer and poured them a glass each. While drinking, Lin Zixia couldn't help complaining. Brother Wen, you said you were testing them, but you didn't remind me and Ji Yi, making us worry for nothing. Wensiyu looked at him and raised his eyebrows slightly. Wouldn't it be easy to expose if I told you to? Lin Zixia curled his lips. Yeah, it's a complete show. Ji Yi gossiped. Did they pass the test? Wensiyu didn't say anything, picked up the bottle, and took a sip of wine. He once thought that if Wen Yin had someone he liked, he would try to accept it. Although the process was painful, he would give Wen Yin what he wanted. At that time, he regarded himself as a brother and hid his love in his heart. Now that he has taken off his disguise, he has got what he wanted, and he should be satisfied. It's okay for the little girl to be greedy. He is willing to indulge her, even if it means wronging himself. Lu Li looked at Wensiyu and asked him, have you vented enough? How about we fight again? Wensiyu glanced at him coldly, and said threateningly, Lu Li, you'd better take it easy. If I'm in a bad mood one day, I might send you to hell. Lu Li slightly curled his lips, still in a casual tone. You can't bear to see Wen Yin sad. If I die, she will miss me forever. Wensiyu frowned. Really? Then let's try it. Lin Zixia saw this and tried to smooth things over. Are you hungry? I haven't had a full meal recently. Let's make some midnight snacks. Ji nodded. I go cook instant noodles. Lin Zixia. I go with you. The two quickly left the living room, leaving the Shura field to the three male protagonists. The living room was quiet for a while. Zhou Yuchu said, It's my birthday in a few days. Can I go out alone with Wen Yin? No. Wen Xiyu and Lu Li answered in unison. Zhou Yuchu guessed that he would be rejected, so he was not surprised. He pursed his lips and asked, How do we allocate time in the future? We can't be together all the time. Wen Xiyu thought he was mentally prepared, but he was still uncontrollably sad when he heard such words. He clenched his palms and tried to suppress his emotions. Let's talk about this after we solve the zombies in North City. Lu Li leaned back in the chair and squinted slightly. If Wen Xiyu wanted to maintain the status quo, he would maintain the status quo on the surface and compete for favor secretly. Wen Yin was not in a hurry to meet a few people. She waited until the plane landed on the island and returned home before she took the others into the space. They have been living in the space these days. Xiaochen was brought home by Wen Yin yesterday. Although developing vaccines is important, she also wants to spend the new year with her brother. There is still an empty room on the third floor. Wen Yin took Xiaochen to see the room, settled everything, and chatted with him for a while before returning to her bedroom. Pushing the door in, I saw a man sitting on the sofa chair. He was wearing a black shirt, a tie, and a pair of silver-rimmed glasses on his nose. He was looking down at a book. Wen Yin heart trembled. She stared blankly for a long time before moving her feet to walk towards him. He closed the book, stretched out his hand to pull her into his arms, and lowered his head again, gently tracing the lip color. Wen Yin's brain was almost deprived of oxygen by the kiss. She waited until he retreated with satisfaction before she could breathe. She put her arms around his neck, paused for a while, and chuckled. You haven't worn glasses for a long time. I forgot how elegant you look with glasses. Do you like it? Yes. It feels like a kind of elegant villain. Wen Xiyu smiled, stood up, leaned back on the chair, put his arms around the girl's waist, and looked at the girl's face. Her skin was very fair, the kind of white that was as translucent as jade. Her eyes were round, and the tails of her eyes were upturned, and every part was perfect. This face can easily make a man's heart beat, and Wen Xiyu is no exception. He couldn't help but be moved, and finally sank into it soberly. Wen Yin was a little shy when she saw his straight eyes, and lowered her head slightly. She asked him what he was thinking, but he didn't answer. He took off his glasses and threw them aside, then lowered his head and kissed her again. After a long time, he asked hoarsely, Can I stay here tonight? Yes, Wen Yin blurted out, and realized what she had agreed to. Her cheeks flushed in an instant, and she muttered softly, Don't you have your own bedroom? Why live here? Wen Xiyu looked at her. A smile flashed in his eyes. We are boyfriend and girlfriend. Isn't it normal to live in the same room? But Wen Yin hesitated for a long time, and finally didn't dare to say it. This was her first time to fall in love, and she also provoked 3 people at the same time, and she didn't know how to balance it. Wen Xiyu raised his hand, gently touched the girl's hair, and then sighed. Forget it. You should live by yourself. Go find whoever you want. I won't stop you. Wen Yin glanced at him quietly, then lowered her head. Are you angry? I just think things are moving too fast between us. Wen Xiyu curled his lips and laughed self-deprecatingly. Fast? I've been waiting for you for more than 2 years. But you've fallen in love with someone else. And not just one. Wen Yin felt uncomfortable when she heard him say that, and her tone became stiff. So what you mean is that I should be like a pervert and fall in love with my brother? You didn't tell me before that we are not siblings. Wen Yin raised her eyes and looked him straight in the eye. Wen Xiyu, you should have told me earlier, instead of waiting for me to fall in love with someone else and then condemn me. After speaking, Wen Yin stood up and went to the bathroom to wash up. When she returned to the room again, Wen Xiyu had left. He was always like this, and liked to escape when he encountered problems. Wen Yin lay on the bed and turned off the lights, but she couldn't fall asleep. She closed her eyes and teleported to another room. Zhou Yuchu went back to the room and lay down to sleep. He hadn't slept a full night's sleep in these days. He was really sleepy. When he was sleeping, there was suddenly a person in the quilt. He was awakened instantly. He turned on the desk lamp and took a look. The shock turned into surprise. He thought Wen Yin would accompany Wen Xiu tonight, but he didn't expect her to appear in his bed. But she seemed to be in a bad mood and looked depressed. Zhou Yuchu touched her hair and asked softly, "What's wrong? Did you have a fight with your brother?" Wen Yin nodded sullenly. "Yes, we had a fight. He blamed me for falling in love with someone else." Zhou Yuchu pondered over this sentence, and didn't know how to comfort her for a while. After thinking for a while, he finally said, "Sometimes, we can't control our hearts." Wen Yin turned her head and looked at him and asked, "Do you think I'm greedy?" Zhou Yuchu shrugged slightly. If she wasn't greedy, what would he have to do with it? But you can't say that. In fact, there's nothing wrong with being greedy. This is human nature. Whether you can get it or not is another matter. Chapter 204, Disrupting a Good Thing. Zhou Yuchu held the girl's hand, put it to his mouth and kissed it devoutly. Then looked at her again, his expression serious. "You have already provoked me. Don't think about abandoning me. I know I have known you for a short time. Not as important as Wen Xiu, but we still have a lifetime to know each other." Wen Yin's heart was slightly confused. She knew him in her previous life. She floated beside him in the form of a ghost and observed him. At first, she was curious about what kind of person he was. And later she stared at his face like a fangirl. He was not only good-looking, but also very decent. He was not greedy for beauty, and did not use power for personal gain. Wen Yin might have liked him a long time ago. That's why she wanted to team up with him and become friends. It's just that she got it late and never realized that thing. Wen Yin buried her head in his arms and rubbed it gently. "Yuchu, I don't want to leave you." The girl in his arms was fragrant and soft, and she quickly aroused his passion when she pressed against his body. Zhou Yuchu gently held the girl's slender waist, lowered his head, and covered her delicate lips, turning his longing for her into a kiss. It seemed that his love for her was more than just love. Sometimes he would wonder if he was bewitched. Every time the girl approached him, he couldn't think normally. He only had one thought in his mind. That is, to have her, no matter what the price. The knock on the door suddenly sounded, breaking the beauty of the room. Zhou Yuchu didn't lock the door. The moment the door was opened, Wen Yin was startled, and then teleported back to his bedroom. Zhou Yuchu looked up at the person who came and frowned unhappily. "Is there something wrong?" Lu Li walked in, closed the door, and then sat down on the bed, lazily crossing his legs. "Wen Yin was in your room just now?" Zhou Yuchu lay down on the bed depressed. "Well, you scared her away." Lu Li raised his eyes and said with a sour tone, "Why did you run away?" "I'm not the wife who came to catch the adultery." Zhou Yuchu looked at him sideways, with a bad tone. "You knew she was shy, but you pushed the door indirectly." Lu Li sighed. "Sorry, I disturbed you, but I really didn't mean it. I just wanted to chat with you." "What to talk about? What else can we talk about? Isn't it just about sharing? Since Wen Xiu has been tested. If he has, then it means he agrees. But he just doesn't want to say it clearly. So what? What is your suggestion? During the day, it doesn't matter. It's better to separate at night. I will tell Wen Yin about this. She is more conservative in this regard. Some things should be discussed later. You'd better not force her." Zhou Yuchu's eyes were speechless. "I force her? If I take the initiative, you won't have any problem." Lu Li nodded. "That's right. Then it's a deal. Don't cross that line. What if Wen Xiu crosses it?" "No. He can't bear it." After Lu Li finished speaking, he stood up and walked out. His footsteps stopped in front of the girl's door. He knocked on the door and waited patiently for a while. The door opened from the inside. The girl was wearing a light pink nightgown. Her cheeks were pink and white, and her head was slightly drooped, as if she was shy. Lu Li walked into the room and locked the door, but did not do anything else. He just looked at the girl quietly. It seemed that he was always the one who took the initiative between them, while the other two did not have to do anything to get her love. Lu Li comforted himself that he was a latecomer and needed to fight and compete to get to the top. He reached out and pulled the girl into his arms. For the first time, he was not dominated by desire. He just wanted to hold her and feel her heartbeat and body temperature. "Lu Li, I just went to find Zhou Yuchu." Wen Yang confessed to him. "I know." Lu Li pulled his lips and smiled indifferently. "You don't need to explain anything to me. And don't worry about me being jealous. This is my choice and has nothing to do with you." Wen Yin looked up at him. "I had a quarrel with my brother and was in a bad mood. So I went to find him. Luli was slightly stunned. Then why don't you find me? I'm better at comforting people than him. Wen Yin tilted his head and told the truth. You always look frivolous. Every time you are alone with me, you know how to take advantage. How can you comfort me? Luli's heart choked. It turned out that he was like this in her mind. No wonder she didn't find him. Are you in a better mood now? Yeah. Wen Yin came to the bed and lay down. I'm a little sleepy. You go back first. Luli just lifted the quilt and was about to climb into bed. When he heard her drive him back, he felt wronged instantly, and his eyes were slightly watery. Yin, do you hate me? Wen Yin looked puzzled. She was just sleepy. So how could she hate him? I didn't. If you don't want to go back, you can stay a little longer. Luli turned off the lamp and lay down beside her. Still aggrieved. Since you want both, you should treat them equally. Even if you have a preference in your heart, don't show it so obviously. Wen Yin looked at him in the dark, silent for a moment, then put her arms around the man's neck and blocked his lips. She wanted it all, and was very greedy. But that was what they tacitly agreed to. So why not? Luli's heartbeat paused. The touch on his lips was warm and soft, like summer sparkling water, and it was sweet to his heart. The corners of his lips rose, and he took the initiative to deepen the kiss. After being satisfied, he lay flat on the bed, holding the girl's hand, interlocking their fingers, and talked about what happened just now. Actually, I can understand your brother. He has watched you grow up and has known you for a long time. The seeds of love have been planted long ago, but he has never dared to face it. He may have thought about accompanying you as a brother, but he was unwilling in the end. Other people can openly express their love for you and covet you, but he has been suppressing himself and hiding his love. Later, when he found out that you liked someone else, he probably couldn't pretend anymore. He has always had a strong possessiveness towards you. I was surprised that he could accept me and show you so quickly. Maybe he really loves you and wants to make you happy. When Luli said this, he realized something and changed the subject. I love you too. I accepted them for you. If you leave me at this time, I will really die of depression. Wen Yin was trapped in his thoughts. When he heard this sentence, he couldn't help laughing. Honestly, when did you like me? Luli tightened his clenched hands and searched his memory, but found that he couldn't find the exact time. Maybe he had already fallen in love with her during their daily interactions, but he didn't realize it. He really realized that he liked her that night. He drank too much, and the girl's figure kept appearing in front of him. He even had some physical impulses because of her. He didn't want to admit it at first, and even wanted to escape, but the more he did so, the stronger his love became. Later, he had no choice but to fall into it step by step. Wen Yin didn't get an answer, but was pressed into his arms and kissed. He held her hand and slowly moved it down, finally landing on the scalding heat source. His voice was light and coaxing. I feel so uncomfortable. Can you help me cool down? Wen Yin face flushed. Her heart almost jumped out of her throat. She pulled her hand back in shame and anger. No. You go take a cold shower. Luli guessed that she would have this reaction, but he was not very disappointed. He kissed her soothingly. Don't be afraid. I don't want it now, but you have to be mentally prepared for this. We are in love. You can't always let me take a cold shower. Wen Yin was so embarrassed that she pulled the quilt to cover herself, and said in a muffled voice, Hurry up and take a shower and go back. Don't be horny here. Luli sighed, got up and went to the bathroom to take a shower, and then went back to his room. At a certain moment just now, he really wanted to cross that line, but he knew in his heart that before Wensiu agreed, they had better keep the status quo. The next morning, when Wen Yin woke up, she saw a delicate breakfast on the bedside table, including seafood porridge, vegetable rolls, and a plate of washed fruits. After washing up, Wen Yin first looked at the location of everyone. Seeing that Wensiu was alone in the room, she went to knock on his door, pushing the door in and coming to the balcony where he was. Wen Yin went forward and took his hand and asked him, Have you eaten? Wensiu nodded and said nothing. Wen Yin asked again, Are you still angry with me? Wensiu looked away and looked elsewhere. Wen Yin held his hand and shook it, softened his voice and said, I didn't mean to blame you last night. I know that things between us are more complicated. You have more concerns, and I understand. Can we put this matter behind us? Don't be angry. It's my fault. If you really can't accept it, let's be brothers and sisters again. Hearing this, Wen Yu's calm expression cracked. He looked down at her, veins on his forehead throbbing. And he was obviously angry. Do you think we can be brother and sister again? Wen Yin thought about it seriously and said, it seems that it is not possible. What do you think we should do? Wen Yu suppressed his anger and tried to speak in a calm tone. I can accept those two people. Okay? You don't have to force it. No force. Wen Yu thought about it all night last night. Wen Yin's love for those two people had been foreshadowed. Especially for Zhou Yuchu. He had seen it a long time ago. But he had never stopped it. Now what reason is there for her to give up? Half of the current situation was caused by him. As for Lu Li, he didn't think he would poach her. At this point, Wen Yu could only admit it. Wen Yin leaned gently in his arms, and was quiet for a while. Remembering that she didn't have breakfast, she dragged him back to her room. Today is New Year's Eve. They have to clean the room and prepare the New Year's Eve dinner early. Although they live in the end of the world, since they have the conditions, they still have to celebrate the festival. The morning passed quickly. After everyone finished cleaning their rooms, they gathered on the second floor, either busy in the kitchen or drinking tea and chatting in the living room. Wen Yin heard someone knocking on the door outside. So he teleported back to the yard with several people in the living room. The visitors were Ji Hung and Ningyu, who walked in happily with a bunch of game and fresh fruits and vegetables respectively. Where is Wen Yu? And where is Ji Yi? In the space? Wait a moment. Wen Yin teleported back to the space and brought the two out, leaving only Lu Li and Qin Yi busy in the kitchen. Ji Yi was still thinking about going home tonight, but he didn't expect his father to come first. He walked over with a smile. But he said, Dad, why are you here? I came to see if you are dead or alive. It's almost the new year, and you don't go home to see me. Ji Hung knew that they were not close. But this guy was too heartless. Since joining Wen Yu team, he has never gone home to see him again. What can he do? He can only run to see his son eagerly. Ji Yi scratched his hair awkwardly. Didn't I forget? I was planning to go home tonight, and I prepared a gift for you. When Wen Yin heard this, he immediately took out a bunch of fresh food from the space, and took out 2 large bags of vegetables and fruits picked in the morning. Uncle Ji, these are Ji Yi's gifts for you. Ji Yi looked at Wen Yin gratefully, and then turned to Ji Hung. I will go home with you later. Wen Yu said at the right time. Lunch is almost ready. You two stay for a meal. Ningyu smiled and nodded. Okay. I haven't tasted your cooking for a long time, and I'm still a little greedy. Ji Hung replied. Then I stay too. The noodles last time were very delicious. Because of the guests, they changed the dining place to the yard. This island is like spring all year round, and the temperature is just right to sit outside and eat. After a lively lunch, Ji Yi went home with his father. Ningyu chatted with Wen Yu for a while and left. Before leaving, Wen Yin also stuffed him with 2 large bags of fruits and vegetables as a return gift. It was still early, so they went to the beach to catch some fish and seafood, and then went home to slowly prepare the ingredients. Thinking that there might be visitors in the evening, they did not enter the space again, but stayed in the yard. When he was free, Wen Yin took out a guitar and sang his favorite songs with Jiang Xinyue. Tu Ling, who could not sing, watched the two of them with admiration. Lu Li was staring at the girl in a daze, but was pushed by someone with his elbow. He cast an impatient look. What's wrong? Lin Zixie's cheeks were puffy, and his eyes were burning with fire. You made Wen Yin pregnant? Just now, when Lin Fei told him about this in the space. Lin Zixie wanted to question him. He had been holding back until now, and finally couldn't stand it anymore. Lu Li reacted for a while, and laughed out loud. Where did you hear this gossip? Lin Zixie saw that he was still joking, and he got even angrier. His voice suddenly raised. You're going too far. Wen Gu is the real boyfriend. Your behavior is simply shameless. Wen Yin is so young. How can you be so tactless? Wen Yin was immersed in the music and didn't listen to them at all. But Wen Yu and Zhou Yuchu heard it. Disbelief flashed in their eyes. Wen Yin was pregnant? How is it possible? But from Lin Zixie's tone, it didn't sound like he was joking. Wen Yu dropped the work in his hands, looked at Zhou Yuchu, and then walked towards Lu Li. Lu Li didn't know he was in trouble yet, and deliberately teased Lin Zixie, saying, I am shameless. It's not the first day you've known me. Why are you so surprised? Lin Zixu was furious and grabbed his collar fiercely. If Brother Wen knew, he would kill you. Lu Li slapped his fingers away and got back to the point. I was joking. Can't you hear it? Where did you hear such outrageous news? Chapter 205, Taking the Blame for No Reason. Lin Zixu was about to answer. But when he looked up, he found Wen Xiyu and Zhou Yuchu in front of him. Oh! Lu Li is going to be in trouble. Lin Zixu turned around and prepared to leave, but heard Wen Xiyu say, You two come out with me. Wen Xiyu walked forward first, and the other three followed behind him. After walking out of the yard for a distance, Wen Xiyu turned his head and looked at Lin Zixu. His eyes cold. You just said that Wen Yin is pregnant. Who told you that? Lin Zixu raised his hand and scratched his hair, looking up and down, but not at Wen Xiyu. I didn't say that. Did you hear it wrong? Wen Xiyu palm turned into a vine. Are you sure you want to cover up for Lu Li? Lu Li was confused. What pregnancy? Covering up. She didn't do anything at all. Lin Zixu cast a look at Lu Li, and then confessed. Lin Fei said that Wen Yin vomited frequently a few days ago, and Jiang Xinhua said she was pregnant. Wen Xiu's expression suddenly turned cold, and his eyes turned to Lu Li, wishing to kill him immediately. Lu Li hurriedly explained. It's not me. I really didn't do it. I can swear. Wen Xiu clenched his palms, and his fists made a dull sound. If it's not you, could it be Zhou Yuchu? Zhou Yuchu shook his head repeatedly. It's not me. Wen Xiu's air pressure was very low, and his emotions were on the verge of an explosion. If it's not you too, could there be someone else? Lu Li reminded him. And you? You have been with Wen Yin for longer than us. If she is pregnant, it is most likely yours. Wen Xiu glanced at him coldly, and he was silent immediately. This matter became a mystery. The four of them were silent for a moment. Lin Zixu said, Can I go back now? This is a matter between you two. It seems to have nothing to do with me. Lu Li rolled his eyes at him. It didn't matter. Why did he have to grab his collar and question him, making him take the blame for no reason? Lin Zixu saw that they didn't talk, so he was about to go back. But Wen Xiu stopped him. Go and bring Lin Fei here. Lin Zixu nodded and agreed. He returned to the yard like a gust of wind. Not long after, he appeared in front of several people with Lin Fei. Lin Fei knew what they were going to ask, so he simply told them everything that happened in the past few days. He didn't say anything about pregnancy. He asked Jiang Xinhua that day. Jiang Xinhua said that she was pregnant, but Wen Yin wanted to keep it a secret and asked him not to say anything. But how could such a thing be kept secret? Could it be that Wen Yin was planning to secretly abort the child? After thinking it over and over again, Lin Fei decided to tell Wen Xiu. Before that, he told Lin Zixu first. After hearing Lin Fei's words, the three men fell silent. Why would Wen Yin want to keep it secret? Could it be that the father of the child is not one of them? Wen Yin just woke up from the illusion a month ago. Could this child be the result of the evil spirit occupying her body? Wen Xiu felt as if his palate had been overturned, and he felt indescribable. He turned around and walked back, saying to the others, I will handle this matter, so don't say anything. Back in the yard again, the three of them looked at the smiling girl, and their expressions were a little complicated. Wen Xiu walked over, half crouched in front of her, and his eyes fell on her flat belly. Nian Nian, are you feeling uncomfortable? Wen Yin looked at him in confusion. No. Thinking of something, Wen Yin said again. I don't want to eat meat recently. I want to vomit when I see it. Can you help me make 2 light dishes? Wen Xiu's eyes were slightly hot, and he lowered his eyes and hummed. Some guests came to the yard one after another. They were all teammates from the Superpower Corps who came to give them holiday gifts. Wen Yin treated them to tea and sent them some vegetables in return. Wen Jinglin knocked on the door and came in. Wen Yin was briefly stunned, then smiled and greeted her, calling her sister Lin. Although they had some unpleasant experiences, they were acquaintances after all, so it was good to reminisce about the past. Zheng Lin sat down on the chair, her fingers subconsciously placed on her abdomen. Jiang Xinhua watched her movements and asked with a smile, Are you pregnant? Zheng Lin didn't know Jiang Xinhua, but she still replied politely, Yes, I'm pregnant. It's been 2 months, but I don't want to stay. Wen Yin looked at her in surprise, then poured tea, and she handed the tea to her. Now it's the end of the world. Children are indeed a burden. Pregnancy will be very troublesome, and there are no good conditions for production. Zheng Lin took the teacup and nodded. I think so too. I want to abort the child. But Su Jinan disagrees. He said, we are safe on the island and can give birth to it. Jiang Xinhua heard a sound of disgust. And her tone could not hide her disgust. Men think that giving birth is simple. Just give birth. But they don't know the hardship of 10 months of pregnancy. Even in peacetime, there are many problems. Not to mention now, the island is only temporarily safe. And the zombie king will come sooner or later. If you are pregnant with a big belly, you can't run fast when you encounter danger. Wen Yin felt that what Jiang Xinhua said made sense. And agreed. Even if the child is born, feeding is still a problem. It is indeed not suitable to have a child now. Zheng Lin's eyes were red. I know. But I can't find a doctor to perform the operation on me. I can't do it myself. As she spoke, Zheng Lin held Wen Yin's hand, as if holding a life-saving straw. With pleading eyes, Yin, can you help me ask your brother? He studied medicine and should know this. Wen Yin didn't expect Zheng Lin to come to them for this matter. Although Wen Xiyu studied medicine, how could he help with this kind of thing? Wen Yin was a little embarrassed. He turned his head and glanced at Wen Xiyu, but saw that he was staring at him with a complicated look. Wen Yin waved at him. Brother, come here. Wen Xiyu walked over as he was told. His eyes fell on Zheng Lin. His tone was cold. I studied medicine, but I studied surgery, which has nothing to do with obstetrics and gynecology. If you really want to have surgery, I can recommend you to go somewhere else. Zheng Lin looked at him, her eyes redder. Do you think I am depraved? It's the end of the world. And I still let myself get pregnant and fall to this point. This is your business. It has nothing to do with me. Wen Xiyu glanced at Wen Yin and softened his tone. But this is not your fault. The culprit is the person who made you pregnant. You should not feel ashamed. Zheng Lin heard him comforting herself, and her heart warmed. Thank you, Wen Xiyu. I didn't like the wrong person before. Jiang Xinhua and Tu Ling eyes lit up, and they showed a look of eating melons on their faces. Wen Xiyu frowned, breaking the ambiguous atmosphere. I have never been interested in you. Your love for me is meaningless. You bribed my sister and sneaked into my room before. It's really shameless. Zheng Lin's face turned pale, and she lowered her head guiltily. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry about the past. Forget it. You guys chat. I'm going to get busy. Wen Xiyu didn't want to talk to Zheng Lin, so he turned around and got busy. Jiang Xinhua ate melon seeds and glanced at Zheng Lin. Sister, don't think about Wen Xiyu. He belongs to Wen Yin. They are not siblings. Zheng Lin was shocked, and then slowly calmed down. She had always been a little unwilling to know what kind of girl Wen Xiyu would like in the end. Now that she knew, she could finally give up completely. Chapter 206 Follow the Female Ghost. There was another knock on the door. Wen Yin looked up and saw Gu Bei and Su Jinan walked into the yard. It was really lively today. Wen Yin asked them to sit next to Zheng Lin, poured tea for each of them, and then stepped aside to watch the show. Su Jinan held Zheng Lin's hand with a pleading look in his eyes. Can't you really give him a chance? He is also a life. Zheng Lin pulled her hand back with a cold expression. Can you face the reality? It's time. And you still want a child. But it's our child. So what? We don't know how long we can live. Why let him come to this world to suffer? Su Jinan saw that she had made up her mind, and stopped persuading her. Then I will accompany you to the operation. Lin, don't hate me. Okay? I am sorry for you. Zheng Lin didn't want to let others watch the fun anymore, so she stood up and said goodbye to Wen Yin. Wen Yin sent her to the door and said, Commander Ji has a doctor and various equipment. I can take you there after the new year. Zheng Lin smiled gratefully. Thank you. Yin. I was wrong in the past. I hope we can still be friends. Wen Yin nodded, watched the two leave, and returned to the yard. Jiang Xinhua was trying to hook up with Gu Bei. The last time she met him, she thought he was handsome and very suitable for her eyes. But unfortunately, she didn't talk to him. Now she has the opportunity. Wen Yin didn't disturb them and quietly ate melon seeds with Tu Ling. Tu Ling glanced at Gu Bei, wanting to say something but stopping herself. Wen Yin saw it and asked in a low voice, Do you like him too? Tu Ling shook her head instantly. No. I saw a female ghost following him. Gu Bei heard this and looked at Tu Ling. Can you see what she looks like? Tu Ling said while eating melon seeds. She has long straight black hair, big eyes, and is pretty. She wearing a red dress. Gu Bei stood up excitedly and said to the ear, Luo, is that you? Jiang Xinyue was speechless. Could it be that this person likes this female ghost? It seems that she has no chance again. Gu Bei didn't get a response, and turned to Tu Ling eagerly. Are you a psychic? Can you let me see her? She my girlfriend? Tu Ling lazily threw away the melon seed shells and took out a white porcelain bottle from his pocket. Drop this into your eyes, and you can see her. But there is a time limit. Up to 3 days. Of course. You can use it repeatedly. Gu Bei took the porcelain bottle, tilted his head, and dripped it into his eyes. His dead girlfriend appeared in front of him, wearing a gorgeous red dress, still as vivid as in his memory. He rushed over to hug her, but he rushed into nothing and passed directly through her body. Tu Ling reminded, she is a ghost. You can't have physical contact. This potion can only let you see her and hear her. Nothing else. Gu Bei pursed his lips. His eyes gradually turned red. He looked at Tu Ling, with pleading in his eyes. Can you give me this potion? I exchange it with you for crystal cores or food. Tu Ling thought for a while, nodded and agreed. 2 bags of rice. 2 hairs. This bottle of potion took her a month to develop. She can't give it away for free. Okay. I have someone send it over later. Gu Bei quickly left with the porcelain bottle, and expressed his gratitude to Tu Ling again before leaving. Wen Yin stared at Tu Ling, and couldn't help but think of the last life when she was floating beside Zhou Yuchu, often talking to him, and he would occasionally laugh, as if he was amused by her. Tu Ling didn't give him the potion at that time. Did she? Thinking carefully, it seems that this is really possible. What was Zhou Yuchu thinking at that time? Did he want to see what a female ghost looks like? Tu Ling waved his hand in front of her. Hey, why are you staring at me? Your boyfriends will be jealous again later. Wen Yin came back to his senses and smiled. They are not jealous of girls. You think too much. Tu Ling picked up a handful of melon seeds again and said while eating. From your tone, you think you have a status now? Wen Yin glanced at the 3 people who pretended to be busy but actually pricked up their ears to listen, and sighed softly. Actually, they are quite annoying. I want to maintain the status quo and be friends, but they insist on breaking that layer of window paper. Jiang Xinyue felt that her words were a big green tea, but the tea was her boyfriend, so it was nothing. Yin, what I want most in this world is the hero and the villain. Now you have them all, plus a fox. You must enjoy them for me. After Jiang Xinyue finished speaking, a cough suddenly sounded in the yard. Lu Li glanced at her. What do you mean by enjoy them for you? Even if she is not here, it will not be your turn. Okay? Jiang Xinyue rolled her eyes silently. I am happy to say so. Is it your business? She was afraid when Lu Li and when Siyu threatened her before. But since she has been relying on Wen Yin, she has straightened her back a lot more than before. As long as this tree protects her, she is not afraid of other people. The next second, Wen Yin said, Lu Li, don't be so aggressive. Xinyue was just joking with me. Lu Li glanced at Jiang Xinyue unhappily and said nothing. Jiang Xinyue was quite smart. She knew who the real core of the team was. With her, she was fearless. The New Year's Eve dinner was almost ready. When it came to making dumplings, everyone started to get busy and sat together happily making dumplings. Wen Yin noticed that Zhou Yuchu had some flour on his face, so he walked over to wipe it off for him, and sat down next to him and started chatting. Do you remember the time we made dumplings together? Neither of us knew how to do it, so we learned from Lin Zixu. Remember? One of your dumplings broke, so you kneaded it into dough, and then wrapped it a few layers, like a bun. In the end, that dumpling appeared on Lu Li's plate, and he threw it to me. Wen Yin gently touched his shoulder and said with a smile, Do you think it tastes good? Zhou Yuchu's mouth curled up. It tastes good. Lu Li looked at the two of them flirting with each other, thinking that if he had known that he would fall in love with her, he would not have given that dumpling away. Lin Fei was stimulated by the taste of love, and thinking that Wen Yin was a pregnant woman, he held back his complaints and made dumplings silently. Wen Si was also thinking about that thing. Was Wen Yin really pregnant? He still had some doubts, but he couldn't verify it. If he asked directly, he was afraid of making her sad. If he had known that he should have learned to feel the pulse when he was studying medicine. Wen Si observed her movements and saw her retching twice when she saw the meat stuffing. He immediately became nervous. What's wrong? Are you feeling uncomfortable? Wen Yin shook her head. Nothing. The smell of rotten meat made her feel sick these days, which made her want to vomit when she saw meat. There was no need to tell them about her short-term telepathy with the puppet. After all, she didn't hear anything. She felt like vomiting every time she put on the talisman. After being tortured several times, she was no longer interested in eavesdropping. Luli poured a cup of warm water and handed it to her. Don't be busy. Go over there and take a rest. If you feel uncomfortable, remember to tell us. Zhou Yuchu looked at her with concern. Yes. Go and take a rest. We will do the rest. Wen Yin felt that the two were quite considerate, and nodded with a smile. I know. Then you guys are busy. I'm going to the bathroom. Jiang Xinyue dropped the dumpling she had wrapped. I go too. Tu Ling didn't want to be alone with a group of men, so she immediately dropped the half-wrapped dumpling skin. And me. Lin Fei's mouth twitched, not understanding why girls like to go to the bathroom together. Are they whispering in there? He picked up the dumpling skin that Tu Ling had not finished wrapping, dipped it in water, and skillfully pinched it into a yuanbao-shaped dumpling. Chapter 207. After drinking. The New Year's Eve dinner was very sumptuous, with fish and meat, and 2 whole tables were set up. Wen Yin took out beer and distributed it to everyone, and proposed that everyone toast. But the men who always loved drinking did not move. Wen Xiyu held her hand and said, We drink tea instead of wine. It's the same. Wen Yin looked at him in confusion. Why should we drink tea instead of wine? It's not that we can't drink. Wen Xiyu hesitated and couldn't think of a suitable reason for a while. Instead, Luli took over the words. Drinking is meaningless. Let's drink tea. Zhou Yuchu agreed. Let's drink tea. We all like to drink tea. The other men at the table also nodded in agreement. In the end, the wine bottles on the table were removed and replaced with teacups. Wen Yin felt that they were a little bit wrong, but couldn't tell what was wrong, so she let them do it. But they were a little too attentive. One peeled shrimp for her, one picked up vegetables for her, and another asked about her well-being from time to time. Wen Xiyu no longer looked jealous, which was really unlike his personality. Wen Yin couldn't help asking, What happened to you? It's better not to have any conspiracy. Wen Xiyu thought for a moment and said directly, You are pregnant. Right? Luli said immediately. It's okay. We don't care whose it is. If you want to give birth to the baby, then give birth to it. If you don't want to, it's okay. You decide. Zhou Yuchu wanted to say something, but saw Wen Yin laughing. I'm not pregnant. Where did you hear this gossip? The 3 people looked at Lin Fei at the same time, questioning him. Lin Fei was wronged and said, Jiang Xinyue told me. I really didn't lie to you. Jiang Xinyue was eating, and when she saw the fire burning on herself, she slowly said, I was deliberately lying to Lin Fei. You took it seriously. Don't blame me. Lin Fei looked at her, angry and annoyed. You are too much. How can you joke about such a thing? Jiang Xinyue smiled apologetically. I was just joking. Who knew you took it seriously? Wen Xiyu breathed a sigh of relief. It's good that she's not pregnant. He was worried and sad about this matter, afraid that it would hurt Wen Yin's body. Fortunately, it was a false alarm. Luli and Zhou Yuchu were also worried for the whole afternoon, and now they heard that it was just a joke. They couldn't help but feel relieved. Wen Xiyu thought of something and asked again, Then why do you vomit all the time these days? Wen Yin originally wanted to hide the fact that she eavesdropped from him, but now it caused a misunderstanding. So she had to explain that the talisman made her and the puppet man have a short-term telepathy. Wen Xiyu was completely relieved and took out the beer again to distribute to everyone. This time, he did not stop Wen Yin from drinking. Today was a holiday, so it was okay even if she got drunk. But when Wen Yin was really drunk and acted like a spoiled child in Zhou Yuchu's arms, he couldn't help feeling sad. Maybe because of the alcohol. His mood became very bad, and he couldn't help drinking a lot of alcohol. In the end, it seemed that someone helped him into the room. When he was sleeping soundly, a soft object suddenly pressed on his body. He stretched out his hand to push it away, smelled a familiar smell, and hugged her into his arms again, and then fell asleep. When he woke up again, Wen Xiyu found himself lying on the same bed with Wen Yin, naked. He was confused for a moment. He drank too much last night, and he didn't remember what happened at all. The woman in his arms was still sleeping soundly. He slowly pulled out his arm, picked up his clothes from the ground and put them on. and then went to the bathroom to wash up. Seeing the red scratches on his back and the kisses on his neck in the mirror, he was stunned for several seconds. Did they really do it last night? Why didn't he have any impression at all? After washing up, he returned to the room and found that there was no women's nightgown or underwear on the floor, nor on the bed. Wensiu had a headache. How should he explain to her what happened last night? He shouldn't have forced her. Maybe he just had sex after drinking. He shouldn't have drunk so much. There was a knock on the door. He walked to the door, opened it a crack, and saw that the person coming was Luli. Is Wenyan awake? Breakfast is ready, Luli asked bluntly. And it seemed that he knew Wenyan was in his room. Wensiu walked out and closed the door. What happened last night? Why is Wenyan in my room? Luli noticed the kisses on his neck, and her heart was filled with sourness. Although she had been mentally prepared, she would still be sad when it came to this point. He lowered his eyes and stopped looking, saying softly, "She drank too much last night. I sent her back to her room and gave her a bath. Then she suddenly disappeared. I went to Zhou room and she was not there. So she could only stay in your room." Wensiu frowned. "You gave her a bath?" Luli leaned against the wall, speaking lazily. "Yes. She insisted on taking a bath. So I had to help her. And in the end, it was a good deal for you." Wensiu tried to recall what happened last night, but still couldn't remember anything. He had other problems to deal with now, and he didn't bother to warn Luli. So he just asked him to keep the breakfast warm and not to disturb them for the time being. Back in the room, Wensiu sat on the chair and pondered for a moment, then took off his coat, opened the quilt, and lay down. Since it has already happened, let's make it real. He stretched out his hand and put the girl in his arms, their warm skin touching each other. In an instant, his cold eyes darkened. He gently kissed the girl's fair neck, and the desire that he had restrained for a long time gradually conquered his reason. Wenyan felt very hot, as if she was sticking to a stove. She groaned and tried to push away the temperature close to her, but she couldn't push it away. Slowly opening her eyes, she saw a delicate and three-dimensional face with narrow eyebrows and eyes and a high nose bridge. But his eyes were no longer cold, as if he was stained with strong desire, wanting to tear her apart and swallow her into his stomach. Wenyan was still asleep. Her head was a mess. She asked him hoarsely, "Why am I sleeping here?" Wensiu didn't answer, leaned over and blocked her lips. Her brain seemed to be deprived of oxygen. She was dizzy. It took a long time before she noticed that she was not wearing a shirt, and Wensiu was burning her body wantonly. Did they sleep last night? Wenyan rubbed her head, thought of something, pushed Wensiu away, and then lifted the quilt to take a look. It was really naked. She pulled the quilt over herself and buried herself in it, slowly calming down. Maybe she drank too much last night. So this happened. It's okay. They are boyfriend and girlfriend. It's okay. Wensiu was lying on the other side of the bed. After calming down, he reached out and lifted the quilt. He looked at her gently. His voice was soft and slow. "Nian, I drank too much last night. Sorry. Are you feeling uncomfortable?" Wenyan blushed, lowered her head and whispered, "I want to drink water. Can you pour me a cup of warm water?" "Okay." Wensiu got up, put on his clothes, and quickly left the room. Wenyan curled up in the quilt, waited until the door was closed, took out his clothes and quickly put them on, and then went to the bathroom to wash. After a while, Wensiu came in with breakfast. He put the things on the round table and took out a box of medicine from his pocket. Chapter 208. No impression. Wenyan came to the room after washing up, drank half a glass of water first, then sat on a chair, tied up her hair, and slowly enjoyed breakfast. Wensiu saw that she was still in a stable mood, and his worries were slightly relieved. What happened last night was an accident. He actually hoped that the first time of the two of them was when they had memories. But since it happened, the relationship between the two can be further developed. "Don't look at me. Drink your porridge." The girl's coquettish voice came into his ears, and Wensiu thought stopped suddenly. He picked up the spoon and stirred it gently, and handed it to his mouth. He couldn't help looking at her out of the corner of his eye. He always knew that she was beautiful. When she was a child, she was like a doll, with round and bright eyes. When she grew up, her facial features became more delicate. When she smiled, she showed shallow dimples. Sweet and beautiful. He didn't feel tired of watching her for more than 10 years. Wen Yin had almost finished eating. So she put down her spoon and pushed the unfinished porridge and the remaining breakfast to the man opposite her. Here you go. Wen Xiu leaned back in his chair and looked at her. His eyes gentle. I seem to eat your leftovers often. Wen Yin blinked and chuckled. It seems so. The two looked at each other. No longer dodging. Full of frank love. Wen Xiu reached out and held the girl's slender hand. Without warning, but very naturally said, Yin Yin, I love you. Wen Yin's heart beat faster, and she held his hand tightly, responding softly, Me too. Wen Xiu's eyes suddenly became hot. He had been trapped in the identity of a brother for too long, and could only hide that love deep in his heart. He thought she would never accept him, and he was mentally prepared. Even if they could only be siblings in this life, he would accept it. But he was lucky. His love was responded to. Although it was not unique, it was enough. Hurry up and drink the porridge. It will get cold soon. Wen Yin urged with a smile. Yes. Wen Xiu finished the leftovers on the table, cleaned up the dishes, and before leaving, he remembered another thing. He put down the things in his hands and took out the box of medicine again. He probably didn't take precautions last night, and the current situation is not suitable for pregnancy. He was a little embarrassed to speak, and while he was hesitating, the medicine in his hand was taken away. Wen Yin tore open the package, took out a pill and swallowed it, then picked up the water cup and drank a sip of water. She wanted to ask him if he had this medicine. Since he had it, she must drink it. She didn't want to get pregnant in the end times. It was too scary. Yin Yin, I'm sorry. I will pay attention next time. Wen Xiu's eyes were filled with guilt. He shouldn't drink so much alcohol, knowing that it is easy to lose control after drinking. Wen Yin lowered her eyebrows and bit her lips lightly. I drank too much last night and don't remember it. Let's just pretend it never happened. Wen Xiu didn't understand what she meant by the last sentence. After thinking for a while, he asked her bluntly, Why do you have to pretend it never happened? We are boyfriend and girlfriend, and this will happen many times. Wen Yin just said it casually and wanted to turn the topic over. Why did Wen Xiu still take it seriously? She turned around embarrassedly and said with her back to him, But I don't remember it. It doesn't count. Wen Xiu walked towards her, took her arm, and gently pulled her to face him. This thing has already happened, and he doesn't want to pretend to be a gentleman anymore. I don't remember what happened last night, so let's try it while we're awake. No. Wen Yin lowered her head and didn't dare to look at him, although she was shy. She refused directly. It's daytime now, and I have to go out to play. Can you be more serious? Wen Xiu was slightly disappointed, but she didn't give up and asked, What about tonight? Wen Yin said perfunctorily, I think about it. Wen Xiu's eyebrows relaxed, raised his hand, and gently touched the girl's hair. Then let's do it at night. Or in my room. Wen Yin felt that he had misunderstood, and corrected him. I didn't agree. I said I would consider it. Well, I know. Wen Xiu smiled at her, his eyes full of pampering. Does he really know? Wen Yin looked at him suspiciously, turned around and went out. If she stayed any longer, what happened last night would probably happen again. In the living room downstairs, everyone had already had breakfast, or were drinking tea and chatting on the sofa, or sitting around the chessboard. In the past, Xiaochen would stay in his room alone at this time, but he promised Wen Yin to interact with people more, so he didn't go back to the room and played chess with Lin Zixu. Wen Yin came downstairs and was about to approach the two people playing chess, but was pulled into his arms by a hand. He couldn't hide the jealousy in his tone. You accompanied Wen Xiu for a whole night. Shouldn't you compensate me? Wen Yin raised her hand to cover his mouth to prevent him from saying more explicit words. Please, this is the living room, not a deserted place. Lin Zixu stared at the chessboard and pondered the next move. He glanced at the two people out of the corner of his eye. TSK. Lu Li is really unbearable when it comes to love. He is too clingy. Xiaochen looked up at the girl, and tenderness appeared in his calm eyes. He was already very satisfied to be with his sister like this. Wen Yin took Lu Li to his room and said, I drank too much last night and don't remember what happened. Lu Li looked down at her, and mist slowly overflowed from his eyes. He suppressed his grievance and forced a smile. It's okay. You don't have to explain to me. You are boyfriend and girlfriend, and it's normal to sleep together. I don't mind who is the first, but I hope you can be fair. Even if you have a preference, Don't show it. Wen Yin leaned at his arms, raised her head slightly, revealing a delicate and beautiful face, like a rose with dew in the morning. Guilt flashed in her eyes, and she stretched out her arms to hug him, close to his heart, and her voice was delicate and soft. You are also my boyfriend. Although I am still adapting to having 3 boyfriends, and may not pay attention to you sometimes, I have you in my heart. After listening to her, Lu Li's grievances disappeared a lot, and there was a bit of pleading in his eyes. Then can you like me a little more every day? Wen Yin smiled and nodded, and stood on tiptoe to kiss him again. He lowered his head, staring at her with his slightly raised fox eyes, and there was a hint of lust in his eyes. Not enough. You have to compensate me well. Last night, he helped her take a bath, and endured it again and again. But she went to find someone else after taking a bath. He was lying on the bed alone, depressed to death. It was half an hour later when the two returned to the living room again. Everyone was gathering together to discuss the afternoon schedule. Some people suggested going hiking, and some suggested going to the sea to play. In short, on the first day of the new year, they must go out to play. Wen Yin walked to sit next to Wen Xiu, half leaning on his shoulder, and said, Let's go to the beach. We can take a canoe and play boating. Jiang Xinyue nodded in agreement. Okay. Let's call Ji Yi to join us later. It's best to take him, a water-based supernatural person, to play in the sea. Tu Ling drank tea and said, I'm a landlubber and can't swim. You two should take care of me later, and don't let me fall into the water. Jiang Xinyue patted her shoulder and smiled. Wen Yin has 3 boyfriends to take care of. You can just be in a group with me, and I take care of you. The 3 men mentioned didn't react to this, as if they had completely accepted it. Chapter 209 Swimming Together. It was almost noon now. Wen Xiu and Lu Li got up and went to the kitchen, while Zhou Yuchu stayed with Wen Yin. Zhou Yuchu also drank a lot of wine last night. He went back to his room and fell asleep. Later, someone knocked on the door and came over to lift his quilt. It was quite strange. Now that he was sober, he realized that Lu Li was looking for Wen Yin at that time. But unfortunately, she was not in her room. Xiao Yin, did you sleep well last night? Zhou Yuchu asked casually. Well, it was good. Wen Yin thought of what happened last night, and her cheeks turned slightly pink. Some things were not convenient to talk about in the living room, so she simply took him to the room upstairs and explained briefly. Zhou Yuchu was silent for a moment after hearing this, and then, like Lu Li, he forced a smile. It's okay. You don't need to explain to me. I'm not the kind of jealous person. Wen Yin stood on tiptoe and kissed him. He was stunned at first. Then his eyes sparkled, and the corners of his lips slowly rose. Wen Yin looked up, her round, black eyes gently looking at him. Do you know? I must have liked you a long time ago. I like your looks and your way of dealing with people. So I want to team up with you and become friends. Zhou Yuchu listened quietly, his heart filled with joy little by little. Because of the things in his previous life, he often felt guilty and self-blame. It was an unexpected surprise that Wen Yin could accept him, and he didn't dare to ask for too much. But he also hoped that Wen Yin could like him more and spend more time with him. Hearing her say that she liked him a long time ago, he just felt very lucky to have the honor of meeting such a beautiful girl. The slender fingers slowly lifted up and fell on the girl's beautiful face. He slowly lowered his head. As the distance got closer, he smelled the elegant bamboo leaf fragrance, which was very nice. When the corners of their lips touched, time seemed to stop, and the whole world was left with only the two of them. The girl's lips were like cotton candy, sweet and soft, making him want more. Click. With a sound, the door was locked. He picked up the girl in his arms with one hand and kissed her all the way to the bed. He panted slightly, and his voice was light like coaxing. Is it okay? Wen Yin wanted to agree for a moment, but she was still a little scared. She was drunk last night, and she didn't remember the details at all, and didn't know how it happened. She needed time to adapt. Wait a little longer. Okay. Wen Yin was a little embarrassed to speak, but the next moment she heard his considerate words. It's okay. I wait for you. He gently put her on the bed, then lay beside her, slowly calming his breathing. Wen Yin turned sideways to look at him. Why don't you take a cold shower? Lu Li likes cold showers. Zhou Yuchu was stunned for a moment, and chuckled. I'm not so easy to lose control. Before you appeared, I rarely had this desire. Wen Yin raised his eyebrows. Have you never liked other girls? Zhou Yuchu shook his head, raised his hand to hold the girl's slender and white hand, and interlocked his fingers with hers. When I first saw you, I actually had a sense of déjà vu, as if I was destined to be attracted to you. If you hadn't become a zombie in your previous life and we met there, I would probably like you too. Wen Yin leaned closer to him, resting her head on his chest, and responded softly, I probably would too. The two didn't speak again, just hugged each other quietly, feeling each other's heartbeats. The warm atmosphere lasted for a moment, and was interrupted by a knock on the door. Zhou Yuchu went to open the door. As expected, it was Lu Li. He looked teasingly. Come downstairs after kissing enough. Lunch is ready. Wen Yin sat up from the bed. So soon? Lu Li turned his head slightly and looked at her. His originally frivolous eyes suddenly became soft as if they were blown by the spring breeze. There were a lot of leftovers yesterday, so I just heated up the dishes and made the staple food. But I fried 2 dishes for you separately. Wen Yin showed a surprised expression on her face, and immediately got out of bed and walked towards the door. After standing still, she shook the hands of both boyfriends equally, and then let go and walked forward. Lu Li and Zhou Yuchu looked at each other and quickly followed the girl's footsteps, standing on the left and the right. Both of them were 1.9 meters tall, wearing shirts and trousers, which made them look broad-shouldered and long-legged. The girl standing in the middle was wearing a white floral dress, which was particularly cute. The people waiting at the table looked at them from afar, with envy or joy of CP in their eyes. But Wen Xiyu only took a glance and looked away, with a bit of loneliness in his cold eyes. Wen Yin noticed his mood, sat down, held his hand comfortingly, and scratched his palm mischievously. He finally smiled, tightened his clasped hands, and then slowly loosened them. After lunch, a group of people walked to the beach, calling Ji Yi out from home on the way. Passing by the flowers, the 3 men in love picked some flowers for Wen Yin, and Wen Xiyu also made a wreath for her. The other people in the team have been used to it for a while, so they are not very surprised. Although they are different in CP, and the final result is beyond their expectations, they can accept it. There is nothing unacceptable in the end of the world. When they came to the beach, Lu Li took them to find some abandoned boats. Each boat could accommodate 4 or 5 people. After checking the boats, they chose 3 boats, each with 4 people. Wen Yin was naturally in a boat with her boyfriends. She leaned back comfortably, wearing sunglasses and a sun hat, looking like she was on vacation, while the 3 men also wore sunglasses and lazily enjoyed the sun. As for the boats, they were controlled by the wood power to move forward. The other 2 boats were also controlled by the power. They originally wanted to row manually, but after trying it out, they found it a bit tiring, so they might as well use the power. The boats went a distance, and a few people wanted to go swimming, so they stopped the boats. Wen Yin took them into the space to change into swimsuits, and then returned to the boat. Lin Zixia jumped into the sea first, followed by Lin Fei, Ji Yi and others. They did not swim very far, but moved around near the boat. The water in this sea area was extremely clear and transparent, like a huge mirror, which could clearly reflect everyone's figure. Jiang Xinyu lay on the boat to admire the beautiful abdominal muscles, and her eyes were straight, although she could not have them. It was good to see them like this. On Wen Yin boat, only Lu Li and Wen Yin changed clothes. Lu Li had no intention of going into the sea, and he leaned lazily on the boat, showing off his figure just right. Wen Yin stared at his abdominal muscles for a while, and was manually moved away by Wen Xiyu. At the same time, several vines were swung out from his palms, rolled up Lu Li, and threw him into the sea. With a plop sound, the sea's surface splashed with waves. After a while, the man emerged from the sea, all wet, with one hand on the edge of the boat. Water drops rolled down his handsome face, and his eyes were clear and charming. Yin Yin, can you take care of Wen Xiyu? He's too much. Wen Yin was dazzled by his eyes, and didn't even hear what he said. She raised her hand to cover his face and gave him a kiss. Lu Li was instantly happy and forgot about complaining. She climbed from the sea to the boat and sat down behind Wen Yin. Wen Yin was wearing a conservative black one-piece swimsuit, but she had all the necessary curves. Her legs were long and straight. Her fluffy long hair was tied into a bun, revealing a beautiful swan neck, and her profile was perfectly curved. In the eyes of the 3 men in love, she was as beautiful as a fairy. I'm going swimming. Wen Yin stood up. But when Siyu grabbed her arm. Take me to change clothes first. I accompany you. Zhou Yuchu coughed lightly at the right time. And me? I want to change clothes too. Wen Yin looked at the two of them in confusion. They didn't change clothes just now. But now they want to change again. They are so fickle. Chapter 210 I Won't Abandon You. Wen Yin took the two into the space and waited for them in the living room. Time passed by minute by minute. Suddenly, a slight sound of footsteps came from far away. Looking up, I saw that the man was only wearing a pair of casual swimming trunks. He was tall and long-legged, with deep and three-dimensional facial features. When I looked down, 8 abdominal muscles came into view, and the lines were smooth and natural like sculptures. Then, another person walked out of the bedroom, also wearing swimming trunks. His body proportions were perfect, and his abdominal muscles were tight and well-shaped, like walking hormones. Wen Yin had seen Wen Siyu like this before. At that time, she had no other thoughts. Just simply thought that he had a good figure. But now looking at him, the first thing that came to her mind was the messy picture when she woke up this morning. Messy, but particularly seductive. Wen Yin shook her head and waved away those pictures. Her eyes fell on Zhou Yuchu, and she couldn't help but think of the picture of him holding her in one hand and kissing her passionately this morning. She is no longer that innocent little girl. Wen Yin lowered her head shyly, not looking at the two again. When she returned to the boat, she jumped into the sea to calm herself down. She learned to swim when she was very young. Wen Siyu was her coach for a while. There was a swimming pool at home. Every summer, she liked to soak in it and feel the tranquility in the water. Jiang Xinhua looked at the people in the water from a distance and pushed Tu Ling with her elbow. Look! They have super hot bodies. Tu Ling raised her hand to cover her eyes. I won't look. They are all Wen Yin family members. I'm not interested. Jiang Xinhua couldn't help laughing. Just appreciating beauty. You think too much. Even if the two of us are interested, we can't grab it. Tu Ling thought she was right. Slowly put down her hand and looked to the other side. This team was full of handsome men with good looks and figures, which was quite pleasing to the eye. A figure suddenly appeared on the water. My leg cramps. Help. As soon as he finished shouting, he was swept up by a stream and sent to Jiang Xinua's boat. Jiang Xinhua asked with concern. Are you okay? Do you want me to press it for you? Lin Fei waved his hand. No. I just rest for a while. Jiang Xinhua wanted to take advantage of the opportunity, but was a little disappointed when she was rejected. Really? We are all single. Why are we so defensive? Lin Fei took a long time to relax, but his legs still hurt. He was thinking about whether to call Wen Yin back and take him to the space for treatment. But he heard Tu Ling ask, Is your leg still uncomfortable? Lin Fei nodded, and saw Tu Ling took out a black porcelain bottle and handed it to him. Applying this will be better. Thank you. Lin Fei opened the porcelain bottle, half doubtfully, and applied the transparent ointment on his calf. After a while, the pain in his leg disappeared. Lin Fei was overjoyed and handed the ointment back to Tu Ling. It really doesn't hurt anymore. Your ointment is amazing. Tu Ling put away the porcelain bottle and smiled faintly. I have learned some medical skills and usually make some ointments. Tu Ling, you are amazing. You know everything. It's okay. I can't swim. Swimming is very simple. I can teach you. Ah. Another day. Jiang Xinhua glanced at the two people on the boat and felt like a light bulb. She simply stood up and jumped into the sea to make room for them. The splash was too big. Lin Fei and Tu Ling were splashed with water on their faces, and their clothes were half wet. Lin Fei wiped his face and felt that Jiang Xinhua really knew how to choose the time to jump into the water. Couldn't she let him have a good chat? The atmosphere was ruined by her. Wen Yin knew that Lu Li was not a good swimmer, so she looked back at him from time to time. He swam slowly, and the other two accompanied him on both sides. After a while, he suddenly sank, as if he was drowning. Wen Yin saw this and immediately turned back and took him into the space. But as soon as he came to the space, his closed eyes opened, and a sly smile flashed in his eyes. I knew you would come back to save me. Wen Yin didn't expect that he would pretend to drown to deceive herself, and her face suddenly sank. Are you sick? Do you know how worried I was about you just now? Lu Li lowered his eyes slightly and whispered. It's my fault. I'm sorry. I'm just afraid that you will leave me. He is very dependent on others emotionally, But he is very insecure and always worried about being abandoned. Wen Yan looked at him helplessly. It's just swimming. You're not good at swimming. You can go to the boat and wait for us. Why do you have to go together? Lu Li pressed his lips and was silent for a while before saying, But I want to be with you. I cherish every second with you. Wen Yan's heart was slightly touched, thinking of his past when he was abandoned. He hugged him with pity. Ali, don't worry. I will never abandon you. Lu Li hummed and leaned over to hug the girl in his arms. He always wanted to have a home of his own. Maybe this time his wish will finally come true. Back in the sea again. Wen Yan didn't let go of Lu Li's hand. He took him swimming for a while before returning to the boat. Wen Xiyu was no longer surprised by Lu Li's green tea behavior, although he was still very angry. What could he do? He couldn't just kill him. Zhou Yuchu was studying very seriously. Since Wen Yan fell for this green tea routine, he could also use it. The four people sat quietly on the boat, each with their own thoughts. At this moment, they heard the roar of the planes. When they looked up, they saw 3 large planes heading towards the island. Lu Li looked carefully and found that the cabin was full of mutant zombies. About 1,000 of them. And the zombie king and his little wife were among them. How did they find the location of the island? Isn't it very secret here? Lu Li didn't have time to think about it and told everyone what he saw. They immediately rushed back. When they got to the shore, they acted in batches. Some people went to summon the superpower army, and some people drove to Jiheng, although they didn't know why the zombie king found the location of the island. He took the initiative to seek revenge, so there was no reason for them to hide. They spent time and energy to build the superpower army. At this time, it was impossible for them to abandon the people in the army to take refuge alone. Chapter 211 Kiss Goodbye. Time was running out. Wen Yan threw clothes to Lu Li and the others, asking them to change in the car, and put a bunch of crystal cores in the car for backup. The rest of the people sat in another car. Tu Ling didn't need to change clothes, so she drove in the driver's seat. The others went to the space to change clothes and then returned to the car. Jiang Xinyue and Xiaochen were left in the space. Although Jiang Xinyue was worried about them, she was also afraid of death, so it would be best to stay in the space. Xiaochen wanted to be with his sister. He was not afraid of death, but was afraid that something would happen to his sister. He had finally found her. If something happened to her, he would not be able to survive. After waiting anxiously in the space for a while, he was finally taken out to help collect instruments and equipment for developing vaccines. Wen Yan put the things into the space and was about to send him back, but he grabbed her arm. Yan, can I accompany you? I can use a gun. Don't worry. Wen Yan frowned, his expression serious. No. You are the only one who can develop a vaccine. Nothing can happen. You should be obedient. We will find you when we are done. Xiaochen's eyes immediately turned red. But I am your brother. How can I let you take risks outside and hide yourself? Wen Yan's eyes softened, and she patted his arm soothingly. I'm fine. Brother. You go to the space first. I will hide in danger. After speaking, Wen Yan pulled out her clenched arm and sent him to the space in Xiaochen's worried eyes. As soon as he raised his eyes, he met another pair of worried eyes. Yan, can you go to the space? If you are outside, I will be distracted. Last time she fell into an illusion and almost couldn't wake up. Wen Xiyu was still frightened. If he couldn't control the space, he wanted to send people in directly. Wen Yan understood his concerns, and so did she. If something happened to Wen Xiyu, she couldn't live alone. They would either live together or die together. She held the man's broad hand, her voice soft but firm. I've experienced an illusion once, and I wake up again. If I'm in danger, I hide in the space. But I can't hide in it forever. I need to make sure you're safe. Wen Xiyu sighed, and finally nodded helplessly. He knew Wen Yan was stubborn, and it was useless to say anything. He could only take it one step at a time. Jiheng had already called in the army and prepared heavy weapons. If they had discovered it earlier, they might have been able to shoot down the 3 planes. But unfortunately, they had already landed on the island. Lu Li and his group were notifying the crowd to evacuate. There were many ships on the beach, and people without superpowers had better hurry to escape. Seeing Lin Xiyu again, Lu Li's eyes were only indifferent. Her life and death had nothing to do with him. Lin Xiyu stepped forward with pleading eyes. Ollie, can you help us? Take us away? Lu Li raised his eyebrows lazily. Are we familiar with each other? Such an excessive request. Lin Xiao looked at him in disbelief. Her eyes red. Ollie, how can you be so cold? We are friends who grew up together. And you said you would take care of me forever. Shut up. You have been in love with someone else for a long time. And you still have the nerve to blackmail me morally. Lu Li never had patience with outsiders. His patience and good temper only belonged to his own people. He didn't want to waste time. So he said to Zhao Yuqing, take care of your woman. And continued to move forward with the team. Lin Zishi was stunned and took the time to tease Lu Li. You are so heartless. We know each other. But you don't help her. Lu Li used the sky eye to monitor the situation on the top of the mountain and replied nonchalantly. I have done my best for her. She was the one who wronged me. I have no reason to be a pushover. The group of zombies had already walked down from the top of the mountain. They didn't have time to notify everyone to evacuate. So they could only rush back to reunite with Wen Xiyu and his group. Lu Li came to Wen Yin, took the gun she handed over, pursed his lips, and finally said nothing. He knew she didn't want to hide in the space. And it was useless to persuade her. So he simply didn't persuade her. If they can survive, he must have a wedding with her. Put the ring on her finger in person. And marry her with the blessings of everyone. If possible. He hopes it will be a separate wedding. He doesn't want to share this moment with the other two. Xiao Bai, Xiao Dianton and Xia Huli were all with Wen Yin at the moment, vigilantly paying attention to the surrounding movements. Their mission was to protect Wen Yin. Even if they had to sacrifice themselves. They had to protect her. The zombie army came down from the mountain in a mighty manner. And the psychic army also gathered 1,000 people. Some psychics fled or took their families to escape. The psychics who stayed behind were determined to die. Lu Li noticed an acquaintance in the zombie group. After locking the area and taking a closer look, it was really Sun Rui. It was said that he was driven out of the island by Ji Hung because of gathering and causing trouble some time ago. Now he has returned as a zombie. No wonder the zombie king found the location of the island. It turned out that he was pointing the way. Lu Li took another careful look and found Sui's figure. He was standing not far behind the zombie king, with his eyebrows downcast. And it was unknown what he was thinking. When the fight starts later, it would be better if he could cooperate with them to deal with the zombie king. The other zombies are not to be feared. The group of level 7 zombies before have been dealt with by them. Now, except for the zombie king who is level 8. The levels of other zombies are basically below level 7. On the side of the superpowers, Wen Xiyu and Zhou Yuchu have dual superpowers, which are similar to level 8. Except for these two people. The levels of other superpowers and the zombie army are similar, which can be regarded as evenly matched. Wen Xiyu divided the superpower army into 3 parts. One part to attract the attention of zombies, one part to ambush in the bushes, and one part to use heavy weapons. There are still 300 crystal cores in Wen Yin's space, which are not enough to distribute to the superpowers. She can only focus on their own people. She stuffed everyone's pockets with crystal cores so that they can replenish their superpowers at any time. Zhou Yuchu has been busy all the time. And now he has time to talk to her. He knows that she will not enter the space. And he does not want to persuade her. He just leans over and hugs her, saying softly, I am afraid that I will not have the opportunity to say this. I love you, Wen Yin. If there is a next life, we will be alone together. Okay? Lu Li listened to it with a sour tooth. How could Zhou Yuchu say so? And choose this time? He couldn't help interrupting. Zhou Yuchu, you are too much. Why should I be alone with you in the next life? Wen Xiyu heard what the two said, and felt speechless. It was already a time. And they still had the mind to compete for favor here. Zhou Yuchu glanced at Lu Li lightly, and did not respond. He has always been a very reserved person, and does not like to show emotions in front of outsiders. But now, he doesn't want to care about anything. Just lowered his head, and kissed the girl. Lu Li and Wen Xiyu saw this. Their expressions were a little ugly. Zhou Yuchu's previous reserved and steady manner was all pretended. He actually did such a thing in public. Lin Zixiu and others were stunned. Zhou Yuchu was worthy of being the hero in the comic book. He confessed to his sweetheart and kissed her at the critical moment without panic. Lu Li couldn't bear it anymore and separated the two people. It's almost enough. It's not like you will die after kissing. As he said, he raised his hand to wipe the girl's lips, then lowered his head and kissed her hard. Wen Yin was completely confused. He only reacted at this moment. He pushed Lu Li away in shame and anger, walked to Wen Xiyu's side, hugged his arms with both hands, and buried his head in his chest, looking aggrieved. When Siyu touched the girl's hair and looked at the other two with cold and heavy eyes. If there were no zombies to deal with, he really wanted to get rid of these two people. Chapter 212 Kill the Zombie King. Ning Yu arranged for Su Yin and the others, and then came to the battlefield. He knew that this day would come, but he didn't expect it to come so early. He didn't have time to spend the new year with Su Yin. If he died like this, he would be very depressed. When the zombie army arrived at the foot of the mountain, the superpowers were ready. At a distance of several hundred meters, Ji Hung gave an order, and all the guns and shells were aimed at the zombies, and began to shoot. At the same time, the mental power superpowers were fighting against the mental power suppression from the zombie group. Among them, only Lin Fei was level 7, and the others were level 4 or 5. On the zombie group side, the zombie king was level 8, and there were several level 6. Not long after, they were suppressed by the zombie king. Then, the eyes of the group of people who controlled the guns and shells fell into a sluggish state, and the gunfire stopped. But even with the 8th level mental power, he couldn't control 1,000 high-level psychics. At most, he could control 100 people at the same time. In addition to other mental interferences, he only controlled a group of people operating heavy weapons. At this time, the zombie army was only 100 meters away from the psychic army. Various superpowers kept flashing in the air, and it looked like fireworks blooming from a distance. Although Yin and Luli were invisible, they showed up again after being controlled by mental power. When Siyu glanced sideways, told Xiao Lightning to protect her, and shifted his attention to the front again. As the saying goes, to catch a thief, you must first catch the king. If they want to solve this group of zombies, they must first kill the zombie king. Zhou Yuchu thought so too. Both of them were moving towards the target. But just as they were about to get close, the zombie king disappeared, and his zombie girlfriend disappeared with him. Zhou Yuchu vaguely sensed the location, and the ice blade in his palm flew out with flames, passing through the air. The next moment, his eyes suddenly froze and his movement stopped. Feeling that his master was in danger, Xiaobai immediately rushed over and guarded him. Wen Si was also controlled by mental power, but he regained his clarity in an instant and condensed his superpowers to block an attack. He looked at Su He and saw him pointing to the left with his eyes, and immediately swung the vine in that direction. Zhou Yuchu also got rid of control at this time and ordered Xiaobai to go back to guard Wen Yin, and then use superpowers to deal with the approaching zombies. Su Chao, who was hiding in the dark, was almost exhausted of mental power. He didn't expect that these two people were both dual-system superpowers, and they were both level 7, and mental power could not control them for long. Worried that his girlfriend would be injured again, Su Chao took her to the top of the mountain and ordered Su He to cover their retreat. Although he came to seek revenge, if the probability of winning was not high, he didn't need to stay and die. Su He turned around and followed Su Chao's footsteps, and when Siyu and Zhou Yuchu followed closely behind, attacking Su He with superpowers. But the water superpower was best at defense, and they didn't hurt him at all. After walking for a while and getting away from the battlefield, Su He suddenly swung a protective water curtain into the void, seemingly protecting Su Chao, but actually exposing his position. Before Su Chao could react, he saw the ice blade with flames passing through the water curtain and directly cutting off his girlfriend's head, and his arm was also scratched by the ice flame. Su Chao was still invisible. He held his girlfriend's body for several seconds before he came to his senses and screamed in pain. He was completely crazy at this moment, and he was willing to use up the last bit of his superpowers to trap them in the illusion. Then he ordered Su He to kill them. In the next second, a cold light flashed, and a sharp whistling sound was heard in the air. Su Chao's eyes widened, with an expression of disbelief on his face. He reached out to cover his cut throat, but it was too late. Su He squatted down, dug out the crystal core in his unwilling and resentful eyes, and communicated with him for the last time with his mind. You hurt the woman I like. Damn it! Su He has been planning how to kill Su Chao these days. His mental power is too strong. Once he detects the intention of attack, he will use his power to control the opponent. Unless the power is exhausted, there is no way to kill him. Just now, when his power was exhausted, Su He finally took action. Looking at the two men unconscious on the ground, Su He struggled for a while and decided to stay where he was for the time being. Wen Yin cares about her brother the most, and he should come soon. a kilometer away. Wen Yin felt a pain in her heart. And then she heard Luli say, "Wen Xiu and Zhou Yuchu are in trouble. Let's go over and take a look." Wen Yin was stunned, and there was a buzzing sound in her ears. She wanted to say take her, but her throat seemed to be blocked, and she couldn't make a sound. Seeing this, Luli picked her up horizontally, bypassed the battlefield filled with gunpowder, and went to find the two people from the other side. They were in an invisible state, and they did not encounter any interception along the way, and successfully arrived at Su-hee's location. Luli withdrew her invisibility ability and greeted Su-hee. Wen Yin squatted down and checked the breathing of the two people. After confirming that they were just unconscious, she breathed a sigh of relief. "It's okay. They just fell into an illusion and will wake up." Wen Yin sent them to the space and put them on the same bed so that he could check them at any time. Su-hee stared at the girl's face for a long time and carefully handed the orange crystal core to her. He could see that she was in a bad mood, but he didn't know how to comfort her. Maybe the crystal core would make her happier. Wen Yin took the crystal core and forced a smile at him. "Did you kill the zombie king?" Su-hee nodded slowly. To be precise, this was the result of their cooperation. If the two hadn't exhausted the zombie king's superpowers, he wouldn't have been able to kill him. "Thank you, Su-hee." Wen Yin thanks this time came from the heart. She would remember Su-hee's kindness to her, although they were in different camps. At this moment, Su-hee seemed to have turned back into the sunny and cheerful boy he used to be. He sat at the table behind her, often played with her, and occasionally stared at her and smiled foolishly. Su-hee scratched his hair, feeling happy and shy. He was willing to do anything for her as long as he could stay by her side. Luli thought that if Wen Xiu and the others got into trouble, Wen Yin would obediently enter the space. But he forgot that he was also someone Wen Yin cared about, and there were a group of teammates outside. After persuading them to no avail, Luli could only go back with them. Without the suppression of mental power on the battlefield, the psychic army quickly gained the upper hand, and many zombies began to flee in all directions. The psychics took advantage of the victory and divided into several teams to look for prey. Wen Yin still went with the original team to the top of the mountain to collect the 3 helicopters, and then let Luli lock the target and solve them one by one. Su-hee has been following Wen Yin in a stealth state, protecting her while helping to solve other zombies. They were busy from the afternoon to the early morning, and finally solved all the zombies on the island, except Su-hee. According to Wen Yin's previous plan, after solving the zombie king, it would be his turn next. But when it really came to this step, Wen Yin couldn't do it. Even if Su-hee turned into a zombie, he never hurt her, and even protected and helped her. Wen Yin couldn't kill such a zombie, so she thought about it and decided to let him stay on the island for the time being. Chapter 213 Coma. Back in the yard, everyone had a solemn expression on their faces. Although they won the battle, Wen Xiu and Zhou Yuchu were trapped in a fantasy, and their lives and deaths were unknown. The psychic army lost nearly 500 people, and some ordinary people who did not have time to escape had more than 100 casualties. Although they were not familiar with those people, they were comrades in arms, and it would be painful to see them die in front of their eyes. There was silence in the yard for a moment, and Qinshu said, "Brother Wen and Brother Zhou will definitely wake up." "It's okay," Lin Fei said. "Their illusions should be related to Wen Yin. They have already got what they wanted, so how could they be trapped in the illusion? They will probably wake up tomorrow." Lin Zixu sighed slightly. "Tomorrow is Brother Zhou's birthday, and I plan to make a cake for him." Qini patted his shoulder. "He will wake up, and we will celebrate his birthday then." Ji Yi looked at the two of them. "Yeah, maybe he will wake up tomorrow and celebrate his birthday." Lin Zixu hummed softly. "In fact, birthdays are nothing, as long as he can wake up." Wen Yin didn't speak, nor did she listen to what they said. She kept paying attention to the two unconscious men in the space, although it was difficult to realize the illusion in the illusion. If she could wake up, they would definitely be able to do so. Luli glanced at the absent-minded girl, with some worry in his eyes. He raised his hand and touched the girl's hair. "Let's go to the space, rest for a while, and think about other things tomorrow." Wen Yin was pulled back to her thoughts by this voice. She glanced at the people in the yard and fell on Su-hee, feeling a little embarrassed. It is impossible to use superpowers in the space, so Su-hee is still dangerous. Wen Yin knew that he would not hurt herself, but it was hard to say about others. If he suddenly became addicted to blood, others might not be prepared. Suhi saw Wen Yin hesitation and gestured with his fingers, saying, I will stay here and wait for you. Wen Yin nodded slowly. Suhi's understanding made her feel a little guilty, but she still had to be on guard despite the guilt. There are many superpowers on the island. You'd better not run around. Just stay in the yard. I will prepare food for you. Wen Yin took out the wild game she had stored from the space. If you want to stay with me, you have to get used to eating these. Suhi suddenly held her hand and stared at her, as if to confirm whether what she said was true. Wen Yin was not used to his touch, but she did not withdraw her hand. She looked back at him calmly. Suhi, as long as you don't eat people and listen to me, I can always support you. Suhi's eyes were covered with surprise, and the corners of his mouth grinned. He would be obedient as long as he could stay with the girl. I come to see you tomorrow. Let go. The hand he held slowly loosened. Wen Yin looked at him soothingly, and took the others into the space. Xiao Qin and others were waiting in the living room. Seeing that Wen Yin was safe and sound, the worry in his eyes slowly fell. Wen Yin walked towards him and gently held his arm. Brother, I'm hungry. Can you make me some midnight snack? Hearing this, Xiao Qin was stunned at first, but quickly came back to his senses and said yes. The dependence and closeness that Wen Yin inadvertently revealed made him feel very useful, as if a ray of sunshine shone into the dark and silent heart. Warm and cozy. Xiao Qin slowly stood up, touched the girl's hair, and then turned to the kitchen. Qin Yi and Lin Zixia followed to help. They were busy from the afternoon to the early morning and had not eaten. They had to prepare more midnight snacks. Jiang Xinyue also came out of the room at this time. When she heard that the male protagonist and the villain were trapped in an illusion, she frowned. She had been here for so long that she almost forgot that this was a comic book. The ending of the book was that the male protagonist and the villain died together. I hope they can change this ending. Otherwise, with Wen Yin temperament, he is estimated to die for love. Wen Yin was calm at the moment. She took out a bunch of snacks and put them on the coffee table for them to eat, then went back to the room upstairs. Lu Li followed her in, looking at the two handsome men lying quietly on the bed. He didn't feel jealous at all. He just hoped they could wake up soon. In addition to being rivals in love, they were also friends who had shared hardships, especially Wen Xiyu. To him, he was more than just a friend, but more like a brother of a different surname. Lu Li sat on a chair beside the bed and said to Wen Yin, Why don't we change them into pajamas? It will be more comfortable for sleeping. I changed them. You go outside and wait for a while. Wen Yin glanced at him and took 2 sets of pajamas from the air. You changed them. I've seen them all. You don't have to go out. Lu Li took the pajamas and raised his eyebrows slightly. Are you sure you want to watch me take off their pants? Isn't it a bit too much? Wen Yin thought about the picture, and it was a bit too much. She turned her back suddenly. Don't talk nonsense. Change quickly. Lu Li looked at her back and chuckled, then took off the shirts of the 2 men respectively. Noticing the red scratches on Wen Xiyu back, his heart stagnated slightly, and still a little sour. It's okay. It will be his turn sooner or later anyway. Originally, it was a bit awkward to help the 2 men change their clothes, but now he was thinking in his heart whether he should take a share of the profits before they woke up. They will definitely wake up, and then he will have to rank behind Wen Xiyu. And when they wake up, Wen Yin will definitely spend more time with them. It shouldn't be too much to collect some interest in advance. If Wen Yin knew what Lu Li was thinking at the moment, he would probably slap him to calm him down. But she didn't know. After Lu Li changed his clothes, she came to the bedside and helped the 2 men tidy up their clothes. She remembered that she was in a coma for a month, and when she woke up, her clothes and hair were clean and fresh. It should be Wen Xiyu who changed her clothes and washed her hair. Wen Xiyu used to be her brother, and she felt at ease with many things he did for her. But now her identity has changed. Thinking back to many things before, she realized that his love for her was hidden in the details. Wen Yin raised her hand and gently stroked the man's cold eyebrows and eyes. Her voice soft. Wen Xiyu, when you wake up, let's have a wedding. Okay? I know you have prepared a ring. I have secretly seen it. I like that style very much. Lu Li had a heart attack when he heard it. He also prepared a ring, and he also wanted a wedding that belonged to them alone. But the current situation is not suitable for jealousy. He could only swallow the grievance silently and listen quietly. An hour later, the supper downstairs was ready. Tu Ling knocked on the door and asked them to come out to eat. Wen Yin's mood was still calm. She didn't refuse to eat or drink, nor did she lock herself in the room. After having supper downstairs, she could even chat with others, and then go to the lawn outside to stay with Hailing for a while. The next morning, she still had a calm smile on her face. Except for eating time. She stayed in the room at other times, and occasionally went outside to accompany Suhee. A week passed like this. Ji-Hung prepared to gather all the superpowers to encircle and eliminate the remaining zombies in North City. And when Yen and others followed, Jiang Xinhua and Xiaochen stayed in the space, while Suhee followed Wen Yen in stealth. The remaining zombies in North City were not of high level, mostly level 3 or 4, and occasionally a few level 5. Under Lin Fei's mental control, they only spent one afternoon to clean up the entire North City. But there were still a steady stream of zombies in other places, so they decided to return to the island first, go out regularly as before, and wait for the virus vaccine to be developed, so that they can carry out a nationwide cleanup operation. Chapter 214. There is a daughter. 10 days later, the two unconscious men still did not wake up. That night, Wen Yin used a wet towel to wipe the faces and bodies of the two as usual. Luli helped by the side, and couldn't help muttering, "Why aren't you awake yet? What kind of dream are you having? I also want to try it." Wen Yin rolled his eyes at him, and threw the towel in his hand. "Go wash it." Luli took the towel and complained in a low voice. "You have been so cold to me in the past 2 weeks. Is it only when they wake up that you will be a little bit nice to me?" Wen Yin frowned slightly when he heard his words. "Then was it a ghost who hugged me to sleep in the past 2 weeks?" Luli pursed his lips. "But you didn't allow me to kiss you. Last time you kissed me, I almost..." "What? You tell me. If you do this again, get out." Seeing that Wen Yin was angry, Luli didn't dare to say anything. After the two people fell into a coma, although Wen Yin looked calm on the surface, he was always awakened by nightmares at night. After waking up, he secretly wiped his tears alone. He stayed with her at night not just to take advantage, but also to give her a hug to rely on. As for the kiss that day, he wanted to comfort her at first, but it was expected that it almost went off accidentally. If he hadn't taken into account that the two were still unconscious, he really didn't want to endure it at all. After simply wiping his body, Wen Yen first chatted with Wen Si, then came to Zhou Yuchu, held his hand and said, "Yuchu, I know the illusion is beautiful, and you are reluctant to leave. But it is not real. Can you wake up? We will celebrate your birthday, and I will cook for you personally." Luli couldn't help laughing when he heard this. "Are you sure the food you cooked is edible?" Wen Yang glared at him, and then said, "Zhou Yuchu, wake up soon. Luli is annoying." Zhou Yuchu closed his eyes, and his long eyelashes suddenly trembled. After a moment, he slowly opened his eyes. Wen Yen lowered his head, and didn't notice that he woke up. Luli saw it, but didn't say anything. Zhou Yuchu's eyes fell on the girl, and his eyes slowly lit up. He gently hooked her finger, and when she looked over with surprise, he smiled and said, "My fantasy is indeed very beautiful. We are married, and have a lovely daughter." Luli cast an envious glance. "No wonder you slept for so long. I would not want to wake up either." Wen Yen held his hand tightly, and looked at him with joy in her eyes. "Then how did you realize that it was a fantasy? Did you hear us talking?" Wen Yen had occasionally heard voices from the outside world in the fantasy before, like hallucinations, and every time she began to question that world or felt something was wrong, she would have hallucinations. Zhou Yuchu recalled that he seemed to have heard it several times. One time, he was being affectionate with his wife, but a sentence that destroyed the atmosphere rang in his ears. "I have to wash my rival's hair and body. I am just like a concubine in ancient times." I think it was Luli who said it. Zhou Yuchu gently stroked the girl's face, which was exactly the same as his wife's. He felt a little lost in his heart. After all, he could not have her alone. The illusion is so beautiful. It feels unreal. Sometimes I hear your words, like hallucinations. As he spoke, he turned his eyes to Luli. "Can you help me make something to eat? Porridge or noodles are fine." Luli nodded lazily. After serving these two people for more than 20 days, he has become accustomed to the role of a caregiver. He injects nutrient solution and washes the body every day. Compared with these, cooking is insignificant. Wen Siyu had better wake up as soon as possible and stop worrying Wen Yin. Luli went out and informed Lin Zixia and others first, then went to the kitchen to work. Lin Zixi wanted to visit the room immediately, but Ji stopped him and said, Brother Zhou may want to be alone with Wen Yin for a while. So let's go there later. So a group of people waited in the living room until Lu Li cooked the noodles, and then went to the room together. But they didn't expect that when they pushed the door in, they still ran into the kissing scene. The bathroom door was not closed tightly. Although they could not see what was going on inside, they could hear the sound of kissing. After Lu Li left, Zhou Yuchu went to the bathroom to wash up with the help of Wen Yin. He was not that weak, but seeing that Wen Yin cared about him so much, he felt that it was okay to pretend to be weak. After washing up, he held the girl's waist and lowered his head to kiss her deeply. In the illusion, he did all kinds of intimate things with her. On the bed, in the bathroom, on the balcony, on the sofa. Every corner had traces of their love. Except for working hours. He spent almost all his time with his wife and daughter. His life was peaceful and warm. That was what he wanted most, and what he liked most. Even though he realized that it was an illusion, he was reluctant to leave. Lu Li coughed twice, interrupting the ambiguity in the bathroom. There are guests coming. You two can kiss later. Lin Zixi tilted his head to look at him. Guests? When did they become guests? Lin Fei curled his lips. Guests are not important. What is important is that Lu Li is jealous, and uses them as a shield. The various subtle sounds that originally came from the bathroom gradually stopped, and the whole room fell into a brief silence. Time passed by minute, and finally, the bathroom door was slowly opened, and a slender and beautiful girl appeared at the door first. She carefully supported a man in loose pajamas, and walked out of the bathroom step by step. The man's face was pale. His steps were weak, and it seemed that he had some difficulty even standing, while the girl held his arm tightly and supported him with her petite body, as if she was afraid that he would accidentally fall to the ground. Lu Li was so angry that his teeth were itching. He had the strength to kiss, but not the strength to walk. Right? He put the noodles in his hand on the table, making a sound. Zhou Yuchu, at your walking speed, the food will be cold by the time you walk over. Zhou Yuchu looked at him and said weakly, It's okay. You can eat it even if it's cold. Wen Yin helped Zhou Yuchu to sit down by the bed, then turned to Lu Li with a soothing look. Thank you for your hard work. The noodles you made look so appetizing. I want to eat them too. When Lu Li heard this, his mood instantly turned from gloomy to sunny. Then I cook another bowl. What flavor do you want to eat? Wen Yin smiled and shook his head. No. I eat it tomorrow. Lin Zixi took out the folding table and put it on the bed, then brought the bowl of noodles to the table and asked Zhou Yuchu, Can you use your hands? Do you want me to feed you? No. I can do it. If Wen Yin fed him, he could continue to pretend to be weak, but forget about Lin Zixi's words. Zhou Yuchu slowly picked up the chopsticks and ate noodles under the gaze of everyone. He listened to Lin Zixi talking about recent events, and then he really felt that he had woken up. That illusion was like a beautiful dream. Fortunately, when he woke up from the dream, the person he loved was still by his side. Chapter 215, he woke up. The room was bustling for a long time before everyone left. Lin Zixi took the dishes to the kitchen to wash the dishes, and the others went back to the room to rest. Zhou Yuchu had been in a coma for 23 days. Now that he was awake, they were all very happy. They thought Wen Xiyu would wake up soon. Wen Yin's worries were half relieved, and she felt much more relaxed than before. She went to the bathroom to take a shower, changed into a nightgown, came to the bed, and said to the other two, You go to sleep. I stay with him. Lu Li drooped his eyebrows and looked at her reluctantly. These days, he has been used to hugging her to sleep. The sweet and soft girl is in his arms. Even if he does nothing, he feels sweet. Unfortunately, the exclusive sweetness is short-lived. Lu Li pulled the girl into his arms and kissed her. She had just taken a shower, and her body exuded the fragrance of shower gel, which was very good. He unconsciously hugged her waist and deepened the kiss. Wen Yin pushed him away. Seeing that he was immersed in it, she raised her hand and pinched his waist. He slowly calmed down and hugged her greedily for a long time before letting go. Zhou Yuchu watched the two kissing, and felt a numbness in his heart. Sooner or later, you have to get used to it. Right? Lu Li said good night and left. He knew that Zhou Yuchu had just woken up, and would probably stick to Wen Yin tonight. The door closed. Wen Yin took the initiative to approach Zhou Yuchu, stretched out her arms to hug him, and said softly, I'm glad you woke up. I had nightmares for the past 2 weeks. I dreamed that you and my brother were dead. Fortunately, the dream was the opposite. Zhou Yuchu liked the girl's initiative. The corners of his mouth curved, and his slender fingers gently stroked the girl's soft hair. I finally got together with you. How can I bear to die? The two hugged each other quietly for a moment. Wen Yin raised her head and looked at him. Her round and dark eyes were extremely innocent. Will you stay with me tonight? When she said to accompany her, she really meant to accompany her, because there was another man in the room. Zhou Yuchu nodded without thinking. He walked to the door and locked it, and then took the girl to the bed. He and Wen Xiyu had been lying in the same bed for more than 20 days, and he didn't mind lying for one more day. Anyway, someone was in a coma. The bed was big enough, and it was not crowded for 3 people to lie on it. It was not the first time they did this. Last time, it was Wen Yin who was controlled by the evil spirit, and this time it was Wen Xiyu who fell into the illusion. When will the next time be? There should be no next time. Zhou Yuchu stopped thinking, turned off the bedside lamp, and held the girl's soft hand in the dark. Do you know? Our daughter just turned 3 years old. She looks very much like you. Her eyes are like black grapes, round and bright, and she likes to act like a spoiled child. Daughter? Such a distant word. Wen Yin did not break his fantasy. Just after leaving the illusion, it is difficult to distinguish between the illusion and reality. She followed his words and asked, So who do you like best? Me or your daughter? Zhou Yuchu thought about it seriously and said, I like both, but I definitely like you the most. Without you, there would be no daughter. Wen Yin was quite satisfied with his answer, and leaned her head gently on his shoulder. Now is the end of the world. It is not suitable to have children. Your wish is probably going to be shattered. Zhou Yuchu tilted his head slightly, with a hint of expectation in his eyes. Will you consider it when the end of the world is over? Well, we see then. Wen Yin didn't really want to consider such a distant issue. Even if the end of the world is over, they still need some time to rebuild their homes and restore social order. Besides, the vaccine has not been developed yet, and many things are too early. Zhou Yuchu hugged the girl sideways, resting his chin on her forehead, and said in a low voice, I know I shouldn't indulge in illusions, but I really want a daughter. A beautiful and lovely daughter like you. Wen Yin raised her hand, gently placed it on the man's back, and patted him soothingly. At least your wife in the illusion is still there. But don't think about your daughter. Zhou Yuchu tightened his arms, kissed her forehead, and called her wife affectionately. He didn't know if it was affected by the illusion. He seemed to love her more than before, more dependent on her, and wanted to stick to her all the time. Wen Yin was disgusted by his name, and her body trembled slightly. Fortunately, Wen Xiyu hadn't woken up yet. If he heard their conversation, he would be jealous again. After a night, the two slept well, but when they woke up, they found that Wen Xiyu was not in bed. Wen Yin looked towards the bathroom, and it seemed that someone was taking a shower inside. She didn't care about anything and pushed the door open and walked in. The bathroom was filled with mist. The man's cold eyes fell on her, and he raised his eyebrows slightly. Would you like to take a shower with me? Are you really awake? Wen Yin raised her eyebrows in surprise, and was about to approach him. But at this moment she realized something, took 2 steps back, and raised her hands to cover her eyes. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to peek at you taking a shower. Wen Xiyu looked at the familiar girl through the mist, and couldn't help but think of some scenes in the illusion. The glass of drugged wine made the girl become particularly active. Their first intimate contact was in the bathroom. He was taking a shower when the girl pushed the door open. His fantasy world seemed to be filled with scenes that were not suitable for children. When he woke up, he still felt unsatisfied. Zhou Yuchu glanced at the movement in the bathroom and knew that the two needed to be alone. So he got up and walked out. He ran into Lu Li, who was carrying a breakfast tray, and reminded him, Don't go in yet. Brother Wen is awake and taking a shower. Lu Li stopped moving. Joy flashed in his eyes. And then he became a little jealous. He could take a bath right after waking up. But why didn't he have this treatment? In the bathroom, Wen Yin heard him wrap up the bath towel, and then she put down her hand covering her eyes. Although they had had physical contact, she was still not used to this visual impact. When did you wake up? Why didn't you wake me up? I just woke up. I saw you guys were sleeping soundly, so I didn't disturb you. Wen Xiyu spoke calmly, with no expression on his face. But Wen Yin still sensed a hint of jealousy. She walked over and hugged him, rubbing his smooth chest affectionately. not noticing that the man's eyes had darkened. When see you? You slept with him during the days you were unconscious. He woke up last night. And I joined you last night. What a mess. When see you frowned when he heard it. Picked up the girl's waist with one hand. Put her on the sink. Took out a toothbrush. Squeezed toothpaste on it, and handed it to her. When Yin took it, and said while brushing her teeth, "What is your illusion like? Is there me?" When Siyu stared into her eyes, and tilted his head slightly. "What do you think?" When Yin replied vaguely, "It should be. If not, I will be very sad." When Siyu chuckled, holding the girl's white calf with one hand, and kneading it gently. "I remember. You promised me to try it when you are awake. Now it's more than 20 days late. Shouldn't you compensate me?" A tingling sensation came from her legs. When Yin looked down, and found that his hands were very unruly. When she looked up again, there was lust in his cold eyes, as if there was a beast hiding, and he would tear her apart and swallow her into his stomach the next moment. Chapter 216. A little tired. When Yin looked at the beautiful face and the well-defined abdominal muscles, and couldn't think of a reason to refuse. Anyway, it's already been done, and it's okay to do it again. But this time, something must be used. When Yin rinsed her mouth, washed her face slowly, and applied skincare products in front of the mirror before meeting the man's burning gaze, and a small blue box appeared in her palm. When Siyu's eyes flashed with surprise, and the next second she heard her explain, "This is what Luli took in the supermarket last time." When Siyu's eyebrows sank slightly, as if she wanted to ask something, but she didn't ask it in the end. When Yin took in his expression and smiled and said, "You are the first user." When Siyu's drooping eyes slowly raised, and a tiny light flashed in his eyes again, he lowered his head and kissed her. "Then can I use it now?" With the girl's eye permission. He no longer had any scruples. Bent down, and pleased her. He studied medicine and understood the structure of female body parts, and also knew which parts were the most sensitive. In the illusion, he had already tested this skill of pleasing. Now he is even more proficient in using it. When Yin leaned against the mirror with a dazed look in her eyes, biting her lips tightly to prevent herself from losing control. It was not quite what she imagined, but it was unexpectedly comfortable. She heard the man's hoarse voice ringing in her ears. "It seems that we didn't make it to the last step that night." When Yin was slightly startled, and before she could think about it, she was brought into another world. "Relax, dear." The tip of the tongue brushed across the earlobe, causing a shudder. When Yin nervously grabbed the man's arm, a little scared, and a little expectant. An hour later, the bathroom returned to calm. When Yin could hardly stand, and collapsed in the man's arms, letting him wash her body. She felt so tired, as if her limbs were falling apart. Back in bed, when Siyu changed her pajamas for her, and lowered his head to check a certain part, when Yin kicked him in shame. "What are you doing?" When Siyu held her legs. "Don't move. I see if you're injured." The face was cold and gentle, and the eyes were calm, as if he was really a doctor doing an examination. But not long ago, he was like an insatiable beast, tempting her to fall again and again. When Yin endured the shame and didn't move, after a while, he put on her underwear for her, laid down beside her, and asked her, "Did you feel okay just now?" "A little tired." "Besides tired?" When Yin knew what he wanted to hear, but she didn't say it. He clearly saw her reaction, but he deliberately asked like this, which was really shameless. When Siyu reached out and hugged the girl into his arms, kissed her black hair, and said in a low and hoarse voice, "Yin Yin, I love you so much. What should I do? I love you so much." When Yin thought he was so corny, and smiled and pushed him away. "Should we go at breakfast? I'm almost fainting from hunger." When Siyu was in a good mood, tilted his head, and kissed the girl's beautiful lips. Kissed deeply for a moment, and then got up contentedly. "I go get breakfast. You wait for me in the room." In the living room, Zhou and Luli looked at the closed door, looking forward to it. Their hearts were broken. An hour had passed. Hadn't they been warm enough? Luli felt that he was the most disadvantaged. In the past 20 days, he just simply hugged her to sleep, and didn't touch any meat, while those two not only got what they wanted in the illusion, but also got all the attention of Wen Yin when they woke up. The sound of the door opening came, and the two paused for a moment, and then saw a tall man walking out of the room. He was wearing black casual clothes and a white short-sleeved shirt. His eyes were still cold, but the exposed neck skin was covered with fine kisses and bite marks. Lu Li's eyes were sour, and his fingers unconsciously clenched into fists. He wanted to fight with him. Zhou Yuchu was also a little sour, but fortunately he had experienced a lot in the illusion and was still balanced. Wen Xiyu ignored the two people's gazes and walked to the dining table to take a look. The food was in the insulated box and was still hot. He picked up the insulated box and walked back, saying casually, "Today she is mine alone. Let's talk about sharing tomorrow." Lu Li was sour that his teeth itched, and he didn't forget to remind him to use safety measures and be careful. Wen Xiyu replied with two concise words, knowing. Lu Li had already informed others about Wen Xiyu awakening, but they knew that Wen Xiyu wanted to be alone with Wen Yin, so they didn't go to disturb him. Wen Yin did not go out all day. Lu Li brought lunch and dinner to the door, and Wen Xiyu came to pick them up. The two of them stayed in bed all day, chatting and exploring some fun. Wen Xiyu seemed to have learned bad things in the fantasy world, trying to please her in different ways, and even doing things for her. Well, it was simply unbearable to watch. Before going to bed, she went outside to see Su He accompanied by Wen Xiyu, stayed in the yard for a while, and then returned to the space. A good night's sleep. Wen Yin slept until she woke up naturally. After washing up, breakfast had been delivered to the room. But this time it was not Wen Xiyu alone who accompanied her, but three men together. They seemed to have reached some kind of agreement, although there was still a hint of jealousy. They got along harmoniously. "Yin Yin, how about we hold 3 weddings? We go pick out wedding dresses and wedding supplies later, and then hold the wedding when we come back." Wen Yin was stunned by Lu Li's proposal. She looked at Wen Xiyu and nodded when she saw that he had no objection. "You guys decide on this matter. I can do anything." Lu Li smiled with her lips curved. "There's one more thing. Starting tonight, we take turns sleeping with you." Wen Yin opened her mouth in surprise and looked at Wen Xiyu again. He still had no objection. Wen Yin couldn't help asking, "Do you really agree?" Wen Xiyu raised his hand and touched the girl's hair, his eyes doting. "I give you everything you want. I know they can't replace me, so I just treat them as toys for you." The two men who were compared to toys changed their expressions, but before they could get angry, they heard Wen Yinqian say with a smile, "My brother was just joking. Don't take it seriously. Who would marry a toy?" Lu Li was the least secure and the most bottomless of the three. He held the girl's hand and said, "Even if it's a toy, I'm willing, as long as you don't leave me." Wen Yin held his hand back. "No, I'm not that bad." The wedding was the business of the 4 of them, but the others also went out to help choose wedding dresses and gifts. Jiang Xinhua and Tu Ling were going to be bridesmaids, and they picked 3 bridesmaids' dresses to match the wedding dresses. It was already evening when they finished, and they didn't go back to the island, but still lived in the space. Wen Yin lay on his bed, waiting nervously for a while, and saw Zhou Yuchu knock on the door and walk in. He seemed to have just finished a shower. His hair was half wet, and his white short-sleeved shirt could hardly hide his good figure. His face was too beautiful, like glazed porcelain, making people unable to take their eyes away. Chapter 217, full of the feeling of being a husband. Wen Yin liked this face in her previous life, and she still likes it now. She admits that she is a superficial person and has little resistance to beauty. Zhou Yuchu looked straight at the girl, not missing the surprise in her eyes. The corners of his lips could not help but rise, and his heart was as sweet as eating candy dates. The illusion seemed to merge with reality. He lost his reserve and came to the bedside, saying in a familiar tone, "Wife, I miss you so much." Wen Yin looked into his eyes. So beautiful. Wanted to see him cry. Wanted him to kneel at his feet. With her eyes, realizing her thoughts, Wen Yin bit her lower lip shyly. She seemed to be influenced by Jiang Xinhua. She said that men need to be trained in bed, just like training dogs, so that she can play as she pleases. How did these things get into his head? Wen Yin closed her eyes and moved to the other side to make room for him. He quickly lifted the quilt and got on the bed, hugged her sideways, and called her wife in a sticky voice. The warm breath sprayed on the side of her neck, which was a little itchy. Wen Yin tilted her head slightly. Her eyes met his, and after a moment of silence, he kissed her. After a gentle test, the tsunami hidden in the dark was ready to move. The girl's soft hand was placed on his shoulder and gently pushed him. His eyes were swallowed by desire, and his voice was hoarse. "Wife, don't reject me, okay?" In response to him, It was a small box that suddenly hit him. His eyes paused slightly. And when he saw the words on it clearly, his eyes darkened again. The hot kiss fell on the girl's neck and collarbone, covering up the previous ambiguous traces. He explored it patiently bit by bit, pleasing her and also fighting for benefits for himself. Although they had experienced it in the illusion, this was their first time. Jo Yuchu tried his best to restrain himself and did not completely reveal his true nature. The girl's skin was very tender, and with just a little force, a red mark was left on her. A very beautiful mark. He eventually lost control, looking at the extremely beautiful face with a dazed expression, but biting her lips and refusing to make a sound. He leaned over and coaxed her in a low voice, as if in a dream, saying vulgar love words that he had never said before. In the second half of the night, the sudden rain stopped, and the girl fell into a deep sleep. He carefully wiped her body, changed her pajamas, and finally lay beside her, contentedly holding her in his arms. He liked her smell very much. A light bamboo leaf fragrance, gentle and with a hint of tranquility. Very pleasant. In the early morning, a knock on the door broke the warmth of the bedroom. Jo Yuchu got up, put on his clothes, walked over to open the door, and saw Wensiyu walking in with a plate. You got up a little late. Wensiyu glanced at him lightly, put the plate on the round table in the bedroom, and then sat down beside the bed. The girl was still asleep. Her silky hair was a little messy. Her face was white and translucent, delicate and beautiful. She might have been tired last night. Let her sleep a little longer. Jo Yuchu went into the bathroom after saying that. Wensiyu's heart ached slightly, and he gently parted the girl's hair with his fingers, lowered his head, and kissed her forehead. The girl moaned, suddenly turned sideways, hugged his arm, and said softly, "Hug." Wensiyu curved the corners of his lips, gently stroked the girl's fair face with his fingertips, and couldn't help but lower his head and kiss her lips. The girl slowly woke up and opened her eyes. Her pupils were clearly black and white, extremely pure, like a piece of unstained white paper, but very tempting, making people want to paint it all over. Wensiyu picked her up by the waist, let her sit on his legs, kissed her for a long time, and then let her go. Jo Yuchu also came out of the bathroom at this time. He leaned on the door frame and watched this scene. He couldn't help but think of the last time when Yin was controlled by the evil spirit. The two almost broke the bottom line in front of him. Now it's just a kiss, which is nothing. Although it still feels a little weird. When Yin was a little confused in her sleep. Her head was dizzy, and she lay softly on the man's chest, saying in a tender voice, "Hold me to wash up." "Okay." Wensiyu smiled in his voice, carried her to the bathroom, helped her brush her teeth and wash her face, and then went back to the room for breakfast. When Luli knocked on the door and came in, the three of them were sitting harmoniously around the round table. The girl sat on the man's legs, soft and lazy like a cat. On the other side, the man held a porcelain bowl and a spoon in one hand and handed it to the girl's mouth. His voice was particularly gentle. "Be good. Eat a little more." The two people came back from the illusion, as if some switch was unlocked. Full of husband's feeling, Luli pouted in disdain, came to sit opposite the girl, cleared his throat. "Are we going back to the island today? Or should we go shopping and visit other cities?" When Yen swallowed the porridge, blinked and looked at Wensiyu, only to hear him say, "Let's go to Lekon again." Luli responded with a yes, and suddenly changed the subject. "By the way, Shaochen has developed the first generation of vaccines, and needs to find zombies to test it." When Yen looked at him, "So soon?" Luli smiled and nodded. "It's pretty fast. There will be results in 2 months. Wensiyu was not surprised. After all, he was the one who developed the vaccine in the story. Although it was a while earlier, the result should be the same. Jo Yuchu stirred the soup spoon and continued to feed the porridge. "Is the vaccine effective against zombies?" Luli stared at his movements. His eyes fell on the girl's delicate lips. His Adam's apple rolled, and he said absent-mindedly, "Maybe." He said he needs to test several versions. When Yen heard the news, his eyes were happy, and he stood up from Wensiyu's legs. "Then let's catch a few zombies to test first. If it works, Suhi can also return to normal." The softness on his legs suddenly disappeared, and Wensiyu couldn't help feeling a little lost. He liked to hold her. A soft ball nestled in his arms, more lovely than the kitten at home. Luli saw his disappointment and joked, Why don't you let Wenyin give birth to a daughter for you to raise, so you can hold her in your arms every day? Wenyin glared at him and said, What nonsense are you talking about? It's too early to do this. After hearing what he said, Wenxi was moved. When the end of the world is over, this matter can be considered. Zhou Yuchu thought of his daughter in the illusion. She was cute, with 2 buns tied in her hair. As soon as he got home, she would hug his legs and let him play with her. At night, she would tell stories before she could fall asleep. He had never experienced that kind of attachment before. Although it was an illusion, it seemed like a real experience. He really wanted to have a daughter again. Wenyin noticed the expectant eyes of the 2 men, frowned, and walked out angrily. If you want to have a child, you can give birth to your own children. Don't think about me. Lu Li caught up with her, took her hand, and chatted with her. I'm not as greedy as them. It's enough for me to have you. Wenyin nodded with satisfaction and went out with him. Downstairs in the living room, Jiang Xinhua and her group were drinking tea. Seeing the young couple coming over hand in hand, she couldn't help but teasing. Nian, you seem to get up later and later. Wenyin cheeks flushed slightly. Really? Could it be that you got up too early? Lu Li touched her hair. Not late. They got up early. Jiang Xinhua took a sip of tea and sighed. We are a bunch of single dogs, and there is no one to warm the bed. It's boring to stay in bed alone, so we have to get up early. The mentioned single dogs glanced at her. Although she was telling the truth, she didn't need to be so blunt. Chapter 218 Because she likes it. When Yin walked to the side of the sofa, loosened her hand, sat down next to Xiaochen, and asked him happily, Has the vaccine really been developed? Xiaochen nodded, looking at her gently. It's just the first generation of vaccines, and it needs to be improved. My brother is so amazing. When Yin held his arm and shook it lightly, her tone unable to hide her pride. He is simply a genius. He can actually develop a vaccine to restore zombies. Xiaochen was a little embarrassed by her praise, and lowered his head slightly. In fact, it's also thanks to you for bringing me to the space. The water here has a healing effect. I was originally adding a certain proportion of water to the reagent. The effect is much better than before. Jiang Xinhua raised her eyebrows slightly. It's a pity for the zombies who died before. I should have waited for the vaccine to be developed before dealing with them. Lin Fei rolled his eyes at her. What's a pity? They took the initiative to seek revenge that day, and half of the superpowers on the island were lost. Jiang Xinhua looked at him. What if your parents, relatives, and friends are among them? Lin Fei didn't expect this. They had already dealt with all the zombies in North City. Even if they were among them, it was too late. Lin Fei's eyes suddenly turned red. He wouldn't kill them accidentally. Lin Zixia patted his shoulder as if to comfort him. The vaccine is still in the experimental stage. It may not be effective. And we didn't see them. Right? There was no one they knew among those mutated zombies. As for the low-level zombies, there were too many of them. They didn't pay much attention to them. I hope there weren't any. Tu Ling glanced at Lin Fei. Life and death are all predestined, and what has happened cannot be reversed. Lin Fei thought of something and turned to ask her. You can see ghosts. So where will they go in the end? Tu Ling shrugged. Each has its own place. Some can be reincarnated, and some can only be lonely ghosts. When the topic came to this point, Lu Li coughed lightly and interrupted. Okay, let's go outside to try the vaccine first. Xiaochen went to the room to get the reagent, and a group of people returned to an apartment from the space. Su He was still waiting outside, and when he saw Wen Yin appear, a smile suddenly rose on his face. Wen Yin waved at him, and he immediately walked up, like a well-behaved little puppy. If there were no scary black spots on his face, he would probably be more lovable. Wen Yin raised her hand to touch his hair as before, chatted casually for a while, and then got back to the point and mentioned the vaccine. Hearing that he might be able to recover, Sui's eyes lit up instantly. He thought he was dead, or in other words, between life and death, and would be a bloodthirsty monster for the rest of his life. He didn't expect that he could recover. Lu Li detected some low-level zombies nearby. He was too lazy to do it himself, so he asked Lin Zixia to catch a few of them, control them with his supernatural power, and then stuff the zombies' mouths with rags. Xiaochen injected drugs into the zombies' arms, then stepped back a few steps and observed quietly. Their eyeballs changed first, from turbid to clear little by little, and then the black spots on their faces began to fade slowly. Half an hour later, the three zombies completely recovered their human appearance, with clear and confused eyes. Where is this? How did they appear here? Xiaochen asked them. Can you speak? One of them opened his mouth and tried to speak, but found that his throat seemed to be blocked. Xiaochen saw this, took out a small flashlight from his pocket, and motioned him to open his mouth. After checking, there was nothing wrong. Perhaps it was a side effect of the vaccine. Or perhaps it was the result of biting flesh and blood. But being able to recover to human form shows that the first-generation vaccine has been very successful. Wenxiyu and his group saw this and were very happy. They didn't expect the vaccine to be successful. Xiaochen turned around and said to Wenxiyu, "Keep these three people for now. I need to observe them for a while before upgrading the vaccine." Wenxiyu nodded. The test subjects of the first-generation vaccine had to be kept for observation. But they had just successfully transformed and their state was not stable. Wenxiyu had them tied up with ropes and put masks on their mouths to prevent biting. After the vaccine test, everyone took a plane to Lekung and came to Wenyin house again. The living room was still furnished as before. Some things were brought to the space by Wenyin, but most of the items were still there. When the end of the world is over, Wenyin will move back here. After lunch, Wenxiyu took Wenyin out alone and went to his parents' cemetery. Standing in front of the tombstone, Wenxiyu remembered his mother's dying words. "Xiyu, take good care of your sister. If you really want to be with her, I don't object. But you can't let her down or hurt her." He watched the girl grow up and held her in his hands. How could he bear to let her down or hurt her? If the end of the world hadn't happened, they might have continued to get along as siblings. The girl would marry the person she liked, and he would die alone. Now that he has her, he is already very satisfied. Wenxiyu bent down to remove the weeds on the ground, as if reminiscing with his parents, and said with a chuckle, "Dad, Mom, I am with Nian Yin. I will take good care of her. Don't worry." Wenyin took out a towel and wiped the tombstone, and said, "I will also take care of Xiyu. Dad, Mom, don't worry." The two talked in front of the tombstone, knelt down and kowtowed, and then stood up and left. Wenxiyu patted the dust off the girl's legs, and then took her hand. "When the end of the world is over, let's move back to Lekung." Wenyin held his hand tightly, smiling. "I think so too. I will go to school, and you will continue to make money to support the family. What about the other two? They also have to make money to support the family. And I will be a millet bug and be responsible for spending money." Wenxiyu rubbed her head. "Okay, millet bug. Let's go home." On the way home, they encountered a group of low-level zombies. Wenyin subconsciously took out a gun and wanted to shoot, but then realized something and put the gun back. Wenxiyu turned the car around and changed a road. The group of zombies chased after the car, and soon they were left far behind. In the living room of the villa, Luli was flipping through a magazine, and at the same time using the sky eye to pay attention to Wenyin movements. Seeing that they finally drove back, Luli immediately went to the yard to wait for someone. Lin Zixia glanced at him from a distance, then turned his gaze to Zhou Yuchu and asked him, "Are you getting along well?" Lin Zixia had been worried that they would fight because of Wenyin. It was incredible that Wenxiyu, who had such a strong desire for control, would agree to their interference. Zhou Yuchu glanced out the window and nodded gently. "We have reached an agreement. Even if the end of the world ends, we will live together." Lin Zixia raised his eyebrows and asked in surprise, "How did you get Wenxiyu to agree?" Zhou Yuchu thought about it. They didn't seem to do anything. Wensiyu's attitude changed after Wenyin was controlled by the evil spirit. Maybe he finally realized that Wenyin liked more than just him. Or he was worried that if something happened to him in the future, no one would take care of her. Wensiyu's love and care for her had long surpassed love. He was the kind of giving personality. As long as Wenyin wanted something, he would give it to her, even if it was unfair to himself. Zhou Yuchu is actually somewhat similar to him in terms of personality. They are both the type who silently give. No matter how sad they are, they are unwilling to let down the person they love. He was silent for a long time before saying, "Because Wenyin likes it." Chapter 219 Future Plans. In the yard, before the girl got out of the car, she saw the man who was waiting for her to go home in the rearview mirror. He was wearing a black jacket and standing lazily on the side of the steps. But his eyes followed her closely. After the car stopped, he walked forward and opened the door, with one hand on the door frame. Like a gentleman, Wen Yin smiled at him. Why don't you wait at home? It's so cold outside. Lu Li closed the door and then took her into his arms. I want you to see me first. This little bit of cold is nothing. Wen Si walked towards the two of them and stretched out his hand. Wen Yin immediately put his hand on it and left Lu Li's arms at the same time. Lu Li looked at Wen Si unhappily. You've already taken her out. Why do you still want to hold her hand? Can't you let me hold you for a while? Wen Si glanced at him coldly. Why are you in such a hurry? Aren't you going to sleep with me tonight? Lu Li took the girl's other hand. Night is night. And day should be fair. Wen Si cast a speechless look at him. It was just holding hands. But he looked so jealous. He was really petty. Wen Yin was held by the hands of the two of them. And she was inexplicably reminded of the scene when her parents held her hands when she was a child. She felt a little awkward. So she suddenly shook her hands away and walked up the stairs first. Zhou Yuchu stood at the door, also waiting for the girl. The girl stepped down the steps and threw herself into his arms in his expectant eyes. With a coquettish voice. I'm a little cold. Use your supernatural power to warm me up. Okay. Zhou Yuchu couldn't ask for it. So he hugged her and walked into the living room, using his supernatural power to warm her up. It was deep winter now. And without heating, it was as cold outside as in the room. But Zhou Yuchu and Qin Yi used their fire powers to raise the temperature of the room, maintaining it at around 20 degrees. When they all entered the room and closed the door, it suddenly became warm inside. Suhi stood in a corner, watching over 3 zombies that had recently transformed into humans. He looked at the girl, his eyes dim and unclear. As a zombie, he had no right to covet her. But if he turned back to his previous appearance, would he still have a chance? Those 3 people seemed to have taken her heart away. But she said that she would support him for the rest of his life. He actually didn't need her to support him, as long as he could be with her. On the sofa, Wen Yin nestled in Zhou Yuchu's arms, took the hot tea handed to her by Xiaochen, and squinted comfortably. She liked living with him, like a family, lively every day. Unfortunately, such days would not last long. Wen Yin looked at Jiang Xinyue, the book crosser from another world, who had promised to set her free once he developed a vaccine. It seemed like it was time for him to fulfill his promise. Xinyue, you are free from now on. You can go wherever you want. We won't lock you up anymore. Jiang Xinyue was staring at Qin Yi in a daze, thinking about the possibility of hooking up with him. When she heard this, her heart suddenly tightened. Yin Yin, you don't want to leave me, do you? We are good sisters. Wen Yin couldn't help but smile. I don't want to leave you. I just want to give you freedom. You can go out and pick up handsome guys at will. Jiang Xinyue's face was happy. But she thought of something and drooped her face again. If the vaccine can make all the zombies recover, social order will be restored soon. And the polyandry I want will probably be out of the question. Tu Ling laughed out loud. It's okay. Although there is no polyandry, there are many people who keep lovers. As long as you have money and looks, you can play however you want. Jiang Xinyue nodded in sudden enlightenment. You're right. We should take advantage of this to stock up more gold, currency and the like now. And when order is restored in the future, we can become rich overnight. At that time, I can support as many male models as I want. And I can change people when I get tired of playing. Ji glanced at her with disdain. After knowing her for half a year, Ji's opinion of her has changed a little. But not much. She is still that superficial and lustful woman. You came here just for this? Jiang Xinyue leaned back on the sofa, legs crossed, with a longing smile on her charming face. Isn't life for enjoyment? Isn't it power, money and women that you men pursue in your life? Don't make it sound high-sounding. After all, human nature is selfish and greedy. Ji's mouth twitched, and he was too lazy to argue with her. He just said, You see it very clearly. Lin Fei looked at Jiang Xinyue, eyebrows slightly raised. Don't you want to go home? Do you really plan to stay here forever? Jiang Xinyue sighed softly. I don't know how to go home. And there is nothing worth worrying about at home. My parents are taken care of by my brother. They are partial to my brother. It doesn't matter whether I am here or not. Wen Yin cast a soothing look at her. Then you stay here. We are friends, and can often visit each other in the future. Jiang Xinyue smiled and nodded, glanced at everyone, and asked, What are your plans? The end of the world is over. Do we still have to live together? Lin Zishu said without thinking. Of course. We are a family. It's normal to live together. Jiang Xinhua looked at him sympathetically, raised her hand and pointed at Wen Yin and her boyfriends. They are a family. Okay. You want to live with them? Lin Zixu choked for a moment, and changed his words. Then I can live next door to them. Brother Zhou and I have hardly been apart since college. Now I don't have any relatives. How can he abandon me? Zhou Yuchu laughed when he heard it. But Lin Fei was so angry that his eyes widened. Am I not your cousin? Why don't you have any relatives? Lin Zixu looked at him. Oh, I almost forgot. Then you can live next door to them with me. Lin Fei pursed his lips aggrievedly. Okay. Qin and Qin Shu looked at each other. And Qin said, it was Brother Wen and Xiao Nian who saved us. And we haven't had time to repay them yet. Can we live next door? Wen Yin smiled and nodded. We will move here in the future. And you can live here together. There are more than a dozen rooms here. Enough for everyone. Ji. Then I want to live here too. Jiang Xinhua. Then I apply for a room too. Tu Ling finally said. I won't join you in the fun. There are too many evil spirits outside. I have to get down to business. Lin Fei looked at her, pursed his lips, and hesitated to speak. Seeing that Xiaochen didn't speak, Wen Yin took the initiative to mention him. Brother, I will keep your room. You can come and live here anytime you want. Xiaochen curved his lips and responded. Okay. Hearing that so many people were going to move into the house, Wen Xiu felt a headache. It was okay to form a team in the end times, but it was a bit annoying to live together after the order was restored. Lu Li thought so too. Their family needed private space. How could these guys be so tactless? Zhou Yuchu thought it was okay. Wen Yin liked the hustle and bustle, and it was okay for the house to be a little lively. Since Wen Yin had spoken, the three men didn't say anything, so let them stay for a while. Chapter 220 Cooking in Person. In the evening, the setting sun shines through the window onto the kitchen stove. Wen Yin stands in the kitchen, wearing a pink apron, preparing dinner in a serious manner. Behind her, Wen Xiu half circles her waist, gently instructing her to cook. The finished product in the pot looks pretty good, but the taste can only be known by tasting it. Wen Xiu picks up the chopsticks and tastes it. His expression pauses slightly, then swallows it, and smiles at the girl's expectant eyes. It's delicious. I try it. Wen Yin grabs his chopsticks and is about to taste it, but he holds her wrist. His warm breath sprinkles on her neck, and his words are frivolous. What? Don't you believe me? As he says this, he gently bites the girl's white neck. Wen Yin was a little tickled by him, and turned her head away from him. Stop it. I'm cooking. Wen Yin wanted to celebrate Zhou Yuchu's birthday, so she decided to cook a few dishes and a bowl of longevity noodles. As for the cake, Wen Xiu had already prepared it in the afternoon. After serving the last dish, Wen Yin stepped back and gave up the position of chef. She was only responsible for Zhou Yuchu's dinner, and the meals for others were left to Wen Xiu and others to prepare. At this time, on the sofa in the living room, a group of men were looking at a photo album with relish, and were often touched by the cute people in the photos. This is Wen Yin Growth Album, which has been kept in the safe in the study by Wen Xiu, and was taken out not long ago. Lu Li held the album and stared at the little girl in it, about 5 or 6 years old, wearing a pink princess dress, with a white and tender face, round and dark eyes, and obvious baby fat. Very cute. Lu Li suddenly wanted a daughter as cute as Wen Yin when she was a child. It was wonderful to think about raising her in his hands. I've been looking at this one for 5 minutes. Why don't you turn the page? Lin Fei was also looking at the photo album. He was just idle, but Lu Li turned the pages too slowly, which made him anxious. Lu Li stared at the photo and said, This is my wife. I can look at her as long as I want. Zhou Yuchu sat next to him, gently touching the dimples on the girl's face with one hand. He thought she was so cute that his heart was about to melt. Jiang Xinhua and Tu Ling sat on the sofa some distance away from them, eating melon seeds and chatting casually. Do you think the food Wen Yin cooked is edible? It should be. Tu Ling shrugged and continued to eat melon seeds. Are you really not going to live here? We have been together for so long. Are you really willing to leave? Not for long. I joined relatively late, and I have my own mission. Jiang Xinhua thought of something, and suddenly moved closer to Tu Ling, whispered in her ear, Lin Fei seems to like you. Do you want to consider it? Tu Ling paused for a second, and then continued to stuff melon seeds into her mouth. speaking slowly. If there is a destiny, we will be together naturally. If not, there is no need to force it. Jiang Xinyue stared at her calm face. Although her facial features were not very stunning, only delicate. But that kind of elegant and clear temperament made people feel like a spring breeze. Stop staring at me. I don't like women. Hearing her joking words, Jiang Xinyue raised her hand and put it on her shoulder. Smiling, I always feel that your identity is not that simple. Tell me honestly, are you a tasker or the guardian of this world? Tu Ling turned his head slightly. Smiling, you think too much. I'm just a psychic. Jiang Xinyue didn't quite believe it. The evil spirit of desire in the Wenyan space and the appearance of Tu Ling were a bit weird. Although she was also in the book, it didn't mention that she was a psychic. This world has completely deviated from its original track. Would the person who created it be willing to do so? Or did he also want to change the ending of the story? Jiang Xinyue shook her head, too lazy to think too much, and turned her eyes to the other side. Hey, have you finished looking at the album? Show me. Luli replied without raising his head. No. Wait. When dinner was served on the table, Luli was reluctant to close the album. He came to Wenyan, held her hand and asked with concern. Yan, are you tired from cooking? Did you burn your hands? No. I didn't burn my hands. Wenyan shook her hand and said with a smile. I fried 3 dishes. You and Yuchu will try them later. Luli pursed his lips, not really wanting to try them. But he couldn't bear to refuse Wenyan kindness. Everyone took their seats one after another. Wenxiu was on the left of Wenyan. Zhou Yuchu was on the right. And then Luli. The 3 dishes made by Wenyan were placed in front of the 2 of them. The color looked okay, but the taste was hard to say. Zhou Yuchu took the first bite. As expected, it tasted terrible. He swallowed it and said against his will, "It's delicious." Luli also picked up his chopsticks. He chewed the various seasonings in his mouth and suspected that Wenxiu did it on purpose. Obviously, he was guiding them, but he still made it so bad. Wenxiu glanced at the 2 of them and said lightly, "You 2 are so lucky to taste the dishes made by Yan herself. Eat more." Lin Zixia looked over with envy and wanted to taste it. Zhou Yuchu noticed his eyes and pushed the 3 dishes forward. "You guys try it too." Lin Zixia, Lin Fei and Ji Yi took a chopstick at the same time, then showed a distorted expression. Lin Fei wanted to spit it out, but received the warning eyes of the 3 people opposite, and swallowed it with tears. "It's delicious. You guys try it too." Lin Fei felt that he couldn't suffer alone. So he took the dish and let Qin Yi and the others taste it. Everyone said it was delicious. So Wenyan wanted to try it. But before he put his chopsticks in, he saw that the remaining dishes were divided equally by Lu Li and Zhou Yuchu. Wenxiu curled the corners of his lips. "If they like it, eat more. Don't fight with them," Wenyan said. "Oh," and continued to eat other dishes. Lu Li ate too fast and almost choked. He drank a glass of water, leaned back on the chair to relax for a while, and then picked up the chopsticks again and ate some other dishes. Zhou Yuchu also had a bowl of longevity noodles. He thought the noodles wouldn't be too bad, but he was wrong. He and Lu Li looked at each other, thinking that Wenyan should not cook in the future. After the meal, Wenyan took out the cake that had been made in the afternoon. Although it was a make-up birthday, there was a sense of ceremony. Wenyan asked Zhou Yuchu to close his eyes and make a wish, blew out the candles, and then stood on tiptoe to kiss his cheek. In addition, she also prepared 2 gifts. One was a watch she found in the mall yesterday, and the other was a handmade gift. But Zhou Yuchu's favorite gift was her kiss. She took the initiative to kiss him in front of everyone, which was also a formal recognition of his boyfriend status. Everyone had a lively night, drinking and chatting, and returned to the space to rest until late at night. Wenyan knew that Lu Li would accompany her tonight, so after washing up, she lay on the bed waiting for him. But after waiting for a long time, she didn't see him. Did he drink too much and fall asleep? Wenyan teleported to Lu Li's room, but saw that he was staring at a magazine and didn't notice her existence. Wenyan slowly moved over and took a look, and found that the title on it was How to Please a Woman in Bed. Lu Li smelled a familiar fragrance at this time, and he was happy in his heart. But he closed the magazine embarrassedly and threw it on the bedside table. He had no experience in this area, and he just remembered to make up for it recently. But he was still worried that he would not do well enough and lose to those 2. Chapter 221 Everything is fine. When Yin took the initiative to move towards him and smiled teasingly. You didn't come to see me. Just looking at this? Luli lay down flat, held her in his arms, and lowered his head to kiss her. I seemed to be a little nervous. When Yin put her arm on his shoulders and kissed him back, with fragments of words flowing out of her mouth. What are you nervous about? I want to give you the best experience. Why do you say I'm nervous? When Yen's cheeks flushed slightly. Is that the only thing on your mind? Luli laughed softly, stepped back a little, and met her eyes. When you are with the person you like, do you have to cover yourself with a quilt and just chat? When Yin blinked and deliberately teased him. Is it not possible? I'm very tired these 2 days. Let's chat, and then go to sleep. Luli's eyes were full of resentment. You can talk to them. But I'm just chatting. Am I not attracted to you at all? No. When Yin hurriedly explained. I'm just a little tired. I didn't sleep well last night. Hearing this, Luli's heart seemed to have overturned a bottle of vinegar. And the sour smell kept rising. Did he toss you all night last night? No. No matter how strong he is. He can't do it all night. At most a few hours. When Yin's description became worse and worse. And Luli's face became uglier and uglier. With grievances and resentment. When Yin didn't know what to say. So she took the initiative to kiss him to comfort him. Luli looked at her quietly for a long time. His eyes changing emotions. And finally kissed her restrainedly. Without any other movements. Just quietly holding her in his arms. And turning off the desk lamp. Go to sleep. Good night. Don't you want it anymore? I do. But I don't want to tire you out. There's a long way to go. I'm not with you just for sex. When Yin chuckled. What do you want? Luli tilted his head to look at her. His tone serious. All of you. Body and soul. When Yin's smile slowly stopped. And it was as if a stone was thrown into her heart. Causing ripples. The three of them gave her very different feelings. Wensi was strong. And he was basically the one who dominated the relationship between the two of them. Zhou was gentle. Silently accompanying her and giving her just the right amount of care. And Luli was the best at stirring people's hearts. He made her realize what love was. And then pressed her step by step. Making her face her inner feelings. When Yin never thought that she would be so greedy and fall in love with 3 people. This should have been a desire suppressed in her heart. But it was dug out. And even acquiesced and indulged by the 3 of them. And eventually evolved into the current situation. In the darkness, the warm breath brushed through her hair. And a pious kiss fell. Followed by a touching love word. Before I met you, I was like a pool of stagnant water. It was you who gave me a heartbeat and a future. Thank you for accepting me. When Yin nestled in the man's arms. And her heart was itchy because of his love words. She slowly raised her head. Leaned close to his neck and bit it lightly. Luli's heartbeat suddenly became much faster. And his fingers clasped her slender waist. And his voice was hoarse. Don't provoke me. I don't have that strong self-control. When Yin ignored the advice, and deliberately bit, and sucked slowly. The man's panting gradually became heavier. As if he had reached the limit of endurance. He turned sideways, clasped the back of the girl's head, and kissed her deeply. After a while, the table lamp lit up, and a rustling sound came. When Yin closed her eyes, and waited for a while. She felt the wet and hot touch. And her back couldn't help but tense. Although they had experienced it before. The feeling was very different when they changed people. Each had its own advantages. The common point was that they were both physically strong. If it weren't for the healing effect of the water in the space, which could restore people physical strength after taking a bath. When Yin would not have taken the initiative to provoke him. The next day, when they returned to the island, the 3 men started to prepare for the wedding. Although it was just a simple wedding, it was the only wedding in a lifetime. So there should be a sense of ceremony. When Yin didn't have much to prepare. She had tried on the wedding dress. As long as she showed up at the time. She didn't think it was necessary to hold 3 weddings. It was just a ceremony. Not that important. But the 3 people cared about it. So she let them do it. In the yard, Xiaochen was observing the 3 people eating slowly. They had already resumed their human habits. Whether it was sitting or eating movements. They were no different from humans. The only drawback is that he can't talk. When Yin walked out of the living room, handed Xiaochen a bottle of water, and observed with him. Brother, will the superpower disappear after using this vaccine? It should. Superpowers are also a kind of mutant. Wen Yin looked at the black wolf lazily basking in the sun not far away. If this wolf is vaccinated, will it become a normal wolf? Xiaochen followed her line of sight. As long as it is a mutant, it will return to its original appearance, and he may not remember you. The black wolf listened to what the two said, and seemed to understand. It stood up, with a height of 2 meters. It looked oppressive, but not aggressive at all. It walked to the girl, lowered its head, and rubbed her fair face flatteringly, and then lay at her feet. When Yin rubbed the black wolf head, it should return to nature. We can set it free the day we leave the island. Seeing Su He standing there silently, Wen Yin remembered what he had promised him before. His love for her was obvious. He still remembered her after becoming a zombie, and was even willing to be used by her. But in Wen Yin's eyes, he has always been a zombie. Wen Yin can't like a zombie, nor can she communicate with him. Let's wait until he recovers. Towards evening, everyone who went out returned home one after another. Today, except Wen Yin and Xiaochen, everyone else went out. They should be helping to prepare for the wedding. Jiang Xinhua came to Wen Yin happily and shared the good news with her. A handsome guy confessed to me on the road. I invited him to attend the wedding tomorrow. Is that okay? Wen Yin nodded and chuckled. With your conditions, you can definitely choose someone who is good in all aspects. You don't have to worry. Jiang Xinhua sat down next to her and took her arm intimately. You are right. I also want to try to have a serious relationship. Let's flirt for a while before going to bed. Speaking of this, Jiang Xinhua couldn't help but be curious about one thing. Wen Yin should have slept with all 3 of them. And I don't know which one has better skills. There were many people in the yard, so it was not convenient to talk about such private things. Jiang Xinhua waited Tu Ling to come over, and then said to Wen Yin, let's go to the space for a while. Wen Yin saw her gossiping mind, smiled helplessly, and took the two to the living room of the space. Have you all slept together? Jiang Xinhua asked impatiently. Wen Yin lowered her eyes shyly and replied with a simple word. Yeah. Jiang Xinhua's face was full of excitement, as if she had fallen asleep, blinking her eyes. Tell me the details, please. Tu Ling looked over curiously, listening attentively. Wen Yin hesitated for a moment, waited to get a bunch of snacks, nestled on the sofa, and ate and chatted with the two. Jiang Xinhua said before that this kind of thing was quite interesting. After experiencing it, Wen Yin couldn't help but agree. Doing things you like with the person you like, in addition to physical pleasure, the soul seems to resonate. So, who has the best skills? Jiang Xinhua didn't hear what she wanted to hear after listening for a long time, so she asked directly. Wen Yin stuffed a melon seed into her mouth and said vaguely, each has its own advantages. Don't be embarrassed to say it. We promise not to tell them. Right. Tu Ling? Jiang Xinhua patted Tu Ling's arm, and Tu Ling immediately agreed. Yes. I'm not familiar with them either. Even though the two promised, Wen Yin still refused to say it. She had a name in her mind, but she felt that this matter was too private and didn't want to tell others. Finally, she perfunctorily said, I really can't judge. They are all very good. Chapter 222. It's like a beautiful dream. At night, a spring night, the girl bit her lip. Her eyes seemed to contain a pool of spring water. Her beautiful face was particularly pitiful, and the man's magnetic low voice was in her ears. Are you comfortable? Yeah. The girl's eyes slowly became empty, and a low moan unconsciously overflowed from her mouth. The man observed her expression, his eyes full of appreciation and obsession. His girl was amazingly beautiful when she was emotional. Her beautiful phoenix eyes looked at him shyly, making him want to drown in it. The spring rain stopped at first, and it came again after a while. The next morning, when the girl woke up, she saw that her 3 boyfriends were in the room, all dressed in suits and leather shoes. Very handsome. She was really tired after tossing for too long last night. Although her body was awake, her brain was not awake yet. She greeted a few people and turned over to continue sleeping, when Siyu came to the bedside and gently held the girl's soft white hand. Nian, it's time to get up. Wen Yin was sleeping on her side, with her long black hair slightly messy on her shoulders. When she spoke, her voice was hoarse. No, you went too far last night. I'm very tired. Zhou Yuchu and Lu Li were stunned, and then cast a disapproving look at Wen Siyu. He knew that he was holding a wedding today, so why was he so ignorant? Wen Siyu wanted to restrain himself last night, but he couldn't. He bent down and coaxed in a low voice. I made your favorite fried dumplings. Get up first. Okay? Eat, and then go to sleep. Wenyan hummed and moaned, still refusing to get up. Finally, Wensiyu picked her up by the waist and took her to the bathroom to wash. Luli sat in the armchair and reminded Zhou Yuchu. Tomorrow is your wedding. You'd better not do this again. Zhou Yuchu glanced at him lightly. Tonight is Wensiyu wedding night. Do you think he will give it to me? Luli almost forgot the custom of the wedding night. So tonight is Wensiyu turn. After washing, Wenyan finally sobered up a little, thinking that there was a wedding today. She asked Wensiyu to wait outside, took out her cosmetics, and put on light makeup for herself, and simply combed her hair into a bun. After she came out of the bathroom, the three men looked at her in surprise. They always knew that she was beautiful, and she was even more beautiful when she was dressed like this. Wife, you are so beautiful. The first one to praise her was Zhou Yuchu, followed by Luli. Super beautiful. I can't wait to see you in a wedding dress. Wensiyu stretched out his hand to her, motioning her to come over. When she walked over, he pulled her into his arms and blocked her lips. Luli and Zhou Yuchu watched this scene, and numbness and bitterness surged in their hearts. After watching it many times, they gradually got used to it. Wenyan pushed away the insatiable person, and a thin layer of red stained her face. Wensiyu used to be a very cold and self-restrained person, but recently he has become more and more unruly. He doesn't know how to restrain himself in front of other people. It's like a different person. Wenyan finished breakfast under the gaze of the three people and prepared to change her wedding dress, but saw that they were all standing there, with no intention of leaving. Do you want to see me change my wedding dress? Yes. Luli nodded honestly. They have had physical contact, so it's nothing to watch her change clothes. Wenyan felt that if she let it go any longer, the bottom line of these three people would drop even lower. She frowned and said fiercely, Get out. All of you get out. Yen. Luli tried to act like a spoiled child, but was interrupted by Wenyan. You don't listen. Do you? Then don't hold the wedding. Seeing this, Wensiyu hurriedly said, Okay, let's go out. The three of them came to the corridor and looked at each other without saying anything. Wenyan was the one who really had the right to speak among them. Even Wensiyu had to follow her wishes, not to mention the other two. They would all be henpecked in the future. Lin Zixia passed by the corridor and saw them standing in 2 rows, as if they were being punished. He walked over and teased. What happened? Was Wenyan kicking you out? Luli glanced at him lazily. No. She changing clothes. We're waiting. Lin Zixia said. Why can't you have one wedding? Do you have to have separate ones? Zhou Yuchu leaned on the door frame and looked at him. Why do we have to have one? We all want to have our own wedding. Lin Zixia raised his confusion. But aren't your wives the same? Luli took over. So what? Can't we have our own wedding? Lin Zixia pursed his lips. Okay. As long as you're happy. Wensiyu didn't say anything. He was thinking about the wedding. Yesterday, they arranged the venue and asked Ji Hung to keep 2 people there to watch. There shouldn't be any problems. But he was still worried. It would be better to take a look in advance to avoid any accidents. He turned around and said to the door, Yan, send us out of the space first. Let Jiang Xinyue, Tu Ling and Xiaochen stay with you. I will pick you up later. The people inside the door responded with a yes. And in a flash, the 4 of them were sent outside, as were Lin Fei and the others. The wedding venue was on the outdoor lawn 2 kilometers away from them. It was covered with green grass and surrounded by flowers. At first glance, it looked like a fairy tale world. The stage was built with rattan and bouquets, with more than 40 seats neatly placed on both sides, and various exquisite decorations interspersed in the middle. Wensiyu checked the ring in his pocket, and then adjusted the black piano to make sure there were no omissions. He asked Luli and Zhou Yuchu to entertain the guests, and went to pick up Wenyan. When he returned home, he saw a beauty in a white floor-length dress as soon as he entered the door. She stood with her back to him. The design of the fishtail skirt perfectly presented her graceful figure. Her slender waist was slender, and her exposed skin was soft under natural light. Wensiyu stopped in his tracks, and was stunned for a few seconds before slowly walking over. The girl heard the footsteps and turned around. Her beautiful face, the corners of her lips raised, revealing a shallow dimple. Wensiyu. She smiled and called his name. Her eyebrows curved. Wensiyu heart collapsed in an instant. softened into a pool of water. His throat rolled, and he reached out to hold her in his arms, hugging her tightly. Yin Yin, am I dreaming? No. But why do I feel so unreal? As if I had a beautiful dream. When Siyu thought that his love could only be hidden and never seen the light. But now he got what he wanted. At a certain moment, he even suspected that he was in an illusion. When Yin guessed what he was thinking, raised his hand, patted his shoulder, and said softly, Wen Siyu, you are not dreaming. This is real. Wen Siyu slowly let go of his hand, stood up and looked at her. Even if it is a dream, I don't want to wake up. Chapter 223. Consider him. Wedding scene. Guests took their seats one after another. After waiting for a while, a huge black wolf with dark green eyes came slowly from a distance. On the back of the black wolf sat a girl in a white wedding dress, and beside her was a man in a suit. When the sight got closer, the girl had white skin, willow-shaped eyebrows, phoenix eyes, perfect bone structure, and black hair tied up in a bun, which was bright and moving. Then look at the man standing beside him, with sword-like eyebrows and star-like eyes, thin lips slightly pursed under his high nose bridge, broad shoulders, narrow waist, long legs, and very handsome. The appearance of the two people attracted everyone's attention. They stopped and forgot to talk. They just watched the two people and the wolf slowly approach, cross the red carpet, and stop at the beautifully built ceremony platform. The man took the girl off the wolf back, and the black wolf walked to the side and lay on the ground obediently. The piano music sounded at the right time, adding a bit of beauty to the scene. When Yin imagined that the wedding would be held in the castle, but the outdoor lawn was also beautiful, surrounded by flowers and green grass, as if she had come to a fairy tale world. The wedding ceremony was very simple, under the witness of everyone. When Siyu knelt on one knee and put a diamond ring on her, he did not say anything sensational, but just smiled at her, with only her in his eyes. Lu Li and Qin Yi were responsible for the lunch of the wedding banquet. Since there were a lot of people, they chose an outdoor barbecue and a seafood feast. The banquet lasted until the afternoon. After seeing off the guests, everyone sat on the lawn, drinking beer and chatting. Jiang Xinyue talked to her new boyfriend for a while. When she returned to the team, the joy on her face could hardly be concealed. Lin Fei smiled and teased her. You are so superficial. You fell in love with her after just one meeting? Jiang Xinyue took off her high heels and sat on the lawn, looking lazy. Everyone likes beautiful things. This is human nature. Just like when Yin 3 boyfriends. Which one of them is not attracted by beauty? Lu Li wanted to refute, but felt that this was the fact. Although he did not fall in love with Wen Yin at first sight, but was attracted to her little by little during their interactions. The attraction of appearance was also one of them. Needless to say, Zhou Yuchu was attracted by Wen Yin's appearance when they first met. When Siyu held the girl's hand and looked at the two people who were talking casually. I am not. Jiang Xinyue said. You are a nurturing type. You like the roses you raise with your own hands. Wen Siyu chuckled. You are quite good at summarizing. Wen Yin leaned on Wen Siyu's shoulder and said, I am also attracted by beauty. For Zhou Yuchu, Lu Li was like this. But Wen Siyu's words were a bit complicated. Jiang Xinyue took the bottle of beer handed over by Tu Ling, raised her head and took a sip. This is called physiological love. It's normal. If I were you, I would take them all. After these words fell, the lawn was silent for a second. Lu Li glared at her unhappily. Wen Yin has enough for the three of us. How can you be so greedy? Jiang Xinyue shrugged. I am a little greedy. But unfortunately, I didn't get any of the protagonists. As she said that, she turned her eyes to Qin Yi and threw him a wink. Qin Yi, do you want to consider me? Qin Yi was drinking and didn't notice her wink. Just smiled politely. Sorry. I still have a younger brother to take care of. I don't have time to fall in love. Qin Shu's mouth twitched when he heard this. If you want to refuse, just refuse. Why use him as a shield? He will be 17 years old soon. Why does he need someone to take care of him? Jiang Xinyue curled her lips regretfully, picked up the bottle and took a sip. It's okay. There are many men in this world, and she has many other choices. At night, Lin Fei proposed to make a scene in the bridal chamber, but was rejected by Wen Siyu. It was already annoying to stay with them all day, and he didn't want to waste the night time. After washing up and lying on the bed, the two of them hugged each other quietly without any other movements. After a long time, Wensiyu gently stroked the girl's back and kissed her head. I thought about it. It's actually good to live on an island, without being bound by any rules. Free and easy. When order is restored. If the four of them still live together, I'm afraid it will attract a lot of criticism. Wensiyu doesn't care. But he is worried that Wen Yin can't bear it. Wen Yin understood his thoughts and nodded slightly. You decide on this matter. As long as you stay with me. Yeah. Wensiyu lowered his head and kissed her. Then reached out and turned off the table lamp. Good night, wife. The last two words were very soft, as if he was a little embarrassed to shout them out. Wen Yin felt numb at the bottom of her heart, buried her head in his arms, and whispered good night. As for that name, she felt it was too annoying, so she would talk about it later. The next day, there was another wedding, still on the same lawn, with similar scenes and handsome men and beautiful women. But the bride's wedding dress was changed into a tube-top long dress, and she wore a princess crown on her head. The guests in the audience looked at it with envy and confusion. If it was a sharing, why did the wedding have to be held separately? And didn't they say that they had developed the first generation of vaccines that could restore zombies to human form? That means that social order will be restored soon. The couples who held multi-person weddings some time ago broke up after hearing the news, since they could leave the island soon and return to normal life. Who would want to accept polyandry? But the three of them seemed to be voluntary. It seemed that even if they returned to normal life, they would have to live like this. Ji Hung was glad that his son did not participate in it. There would be many choices in the future. But seeing his lost look at the wedding, he felt that it would be better to participate. This kid has been stubborn since he was a child. Once he has determined something, it is difficult to change. Ji Hung asked him, Do you like it so much? Ji hummed in a muffled voice, lowered his head, and looked very depressed. Have you confessed your feelings? No. Have you ever pursued her seriously? No. Ji Hung rolled his eyes at him, saying he was useless. He didn't dare to confess his feelings after liking her for so long. He was totally unlike his own son. After the wedding banquet, Ji Hung put down his old face and asked Wen Yin if he could talk to her alone. Ji wanted to stop her, but Wen Yin had already agreed, because they were both superpowers with sharp hearing. Wen Yin took Ji Hung to the space. Out of courtesy to her elders, she poured him a glass of water. Xiao Yin, what do you think of my son? Ah? Wen Yin didn't quite understand his question, but still replied politely, He's fine. Ji Hung took a sip of water and sighed softly. I was busy with work before and didn't take care of him, which made him a little rebellious. But that was in the past. He is much more sensible now. He has a simple personality. He looks cheerful on the surface, but he is very introverted in some aspects. He liked you when he was in Beicheng, but he didn't confess after so long. Xiao Yin, can you consider him too? Our family is the kind of stubborn. It's hard to change people once we like them. Wen Yin was stunned when he heard it. Ji liked her? Recalling some of the previous scenes, there seemed to be some signs. But, back on the lawn again, Wen Yin saw Ji with an anxious face. He said, Xiao Yin, don't listen to my dad's nonsense. I don't have any other thoughts. I know I'm not worthy of you. I'm sorry. As he spoke, his eyes were already red. Don't be angry. I'm already satisfied to be your friend. Wen Yin was slightly touched in his heart. He looked at him and said, It's okay. I'm not angry. We are still friends. Wensiyu, Lu Li, and Zhou Yuchu stood not far away. Their eyes were cold. They didn't want anyone else to get involved. The three of them were already crowded. Chapter 224. On Zhou Yuchu wedding night, the three men were in the room. Without outsiders, Lu Li began to feel wronged. Yin Yin, aren't you satisfied with us? Do you want someone else? When Yin changed out of her wedding dress and sat on the sofa in loose beige home clothes, chewing an apple, she stopped and her cheeks flushed. What are you talking about? How could I want someone else? Lu Li half knelt in front of her, blinking his seductive fox eyes. Then it's a deal. The four of us will live together in the future. Okay? Wen Yin nodded and continued to chew the apple. Wensiyu breathed a sigh of relief. Since Wen Yin had already agreed to Lu Li, there was no need for them to dwell on this topic, lest it backfire. Let's go. Lu Li. Tonight is Zhou Yuchu wedding night. Lu Li didn't want to leave, so she turned to Zhou Yuchu and asked, Do you mind if I stay a little longer? Sure. No matter how long you stay tonight, I want the same treatment tomorrow night. Zhou Yuchu said it lightly, with a generous look, but his words were particularly calculating. Luli pouted, got up and prepared to leave, but couldn't help reminding the two. Don't sleep too late. There is another wedding tomorrow. I am already very wrong to be the last one in line. Don't make any more troubles. Wen Yin smiled at him soothingly. Got it. After the two left, the only sound in the room was Wen Yin chewing an apple. Zhou Yuchu sat down next to her, put one hand around her waist, and asked her, Is it delicious? Yeah. Wen Yin handed the remaining apple to his mouth. Try it. It's sweet. Zhou Yuchu lowered his head and took a small bite. It was indeed very sweet. Are you still eating? No. I want to eat you. You're sweeter. Wen Yin glared at him shyly, slowly finished the apple, took out a wet towel to wipe her hands, then leaned against his chest and mentioned an interesting old story. Yuchu, I often peeked at you when I was a ghost in my last life. But you never took off your clothes in front of me. I doubt you could see me at that time. Zhou Yuchu's eyes fell on the girl's beautiful face, lowered his head and kissed her, and said slowly, If Tu Ling was in the same team with me, she should have reminded me that there was a female ghost following me. As for me, out of curiosity, I got the potion that can see ghosts from her. And then I saw you and thought you were so beautiful. So I was tempted by you. Wen Yin was amused by him, and her shoulders trembled slightly with laughter. Tu Ling was indeed in the same team with you in the last life. There were many beauties around you, but you didn't seem to be close to women and didn't communicate with them much. Zhou Yuchu was stunned for a moment, and then smiled with relief. Maybe he really liked a female ghost in his last life. He liked her staring at him in a daze and her quirky appearance. Now that he has a chance again, he is much luckier than before. Wife, should we wash up? Yes. Wen Yin was already somewhat accustomed to being called wife by him. He used this title more skillfully than the other two, perhaps because he had called her many times in the dreamland. The night was seductive, and the bathroom was filled with mist. Through the glass door, two figures intertwined, and the sound of water mixed with the woman's panting, like a moving piece of music. The next morning, when Luli knocked on the door and came in, Zhou Yuchu had already packed up, and Wen Yin was still sleeping soundly in bed. Guessing that the two had been up late last night, Luli waited patiently for a while, and when he felt that it was about time, he took her out of the bed and helped her wash up and change clothes. By the third wedding, Wen Yin was already a little tired, but Luli prepared a rain of petals ingeniously and sang a love song for her. The atmosphere on the scene was very cheerful, and the guests were cheering and applauding. After a lively afternoon, when the show ended, the guests even asked them if there would be a wedding tomorrow. Luli said with a dark face that he had not. He was the last one. Lying on the bed at night, Luli drank too much and hugged the girl and acted coquettishly. I want to hear you say you love me. Go ahead. Wen Yin rubbed his hair and smiled. I have said it several times. Love you. Love you. I want to hear it again. Wen Yin patiently said it again, and seeing that he was endless, he simply blocked his lips. Luli looked particularly innocent when he was drunk, with wet eyes, like a clingy little puppy. For the first time, Wen Yin took the initiative in bed and discovered new fun at the same time. The superpowers on the island did not go out to do tasks, but waited for vaccine development. 3 months later, the second-generation vaccine was successfully developed and passed the test, which could transform zombies into normal humans. After Wen Xiu and Ji Heng discussed, they divided the remaining superpowers into 50 teams and went to various parts of the country to carry out the zombie removal plan. After half a year, the city gradually restored normal order. Except for the superpowers, everyone else on the island returned to their respective cities. Before that, they were all vaccinated against the virus. As for the people with special abilities, because they still needed to check for those who had slipped through the net, they did not get vaccinated immediately, and only recently did they act in batches. Superpowers are physical mutations and also a virus carrier. If they want to return to normal life, they have to eliminate their superpowers. In the end, only Wen Xiu team was left without the vaccine. Xiaochen took out the syringe and asked them who would come first. Tu Ling was the first to stand up. The zombies had been dealt with, and she had other things to do. After that, she had to part ways with Wen Yin and the others. Lin Fei was the second, staring at Tu Ling. After they had their injections, he chased after her and asked, Are you leaving today? Tu Ling smiled at him lightly. Don't be reluctant to leave me. We will meet again if we are destined. Lin Fei struggled for several times and finally said, Can I go with you? What? You can't catch evil spirits. I like you and want to go with you. Lin Fei liked her a long time ago. At first, he was curious about the profession of psychic and her as a person. Later, after getting along for a long time, he found her more and more interesting. Lin Fei waited anxiously for Tu Ling's answer. There was no expression on her face. She lowered her eyes, as if she was thinking. After a long while, she slowly spoke. My descendants will also be psychics, able to see ghosts since childhood, and have to take my last name. Can you accept it? Lin Fei was delighted. Of course. The people who had been watching the show silently regained their voices at this time, and smiled and congratulated them. Lin Zixi walked towards the two of them, with some reluctance in his eyes. Fei, remember to come back to see us when you have time. Lin Fei patted his shoulder. I will. Everyone in the team was vaccinated, except Wen Yin, who stored a lot of supplies in her space, and was not in a hurry to eliminate her superpowers. This year, they went all over the country to search for the fish that slipped through the net, and at the same time stored a certain amount of currency and gold, enough for them to have food and clothing for the rest of their lives. Wen Xiyu had previously thought about settling on the island, but considering the issue of his descendants, he decided to return to Lekung to live. After all, his daughter would go to school in the future, and she couldn't live on a deserted island with them. And when Yin likes to live in the city, and likes the hustle and bustle, the superpower gradually disappeared from the body, and everyone felt relieved. The mission was over, and they should go home. Wen Xiyu stared at his palm and found that the lightning ability disappeared, but the wood ability still existed. The same was true for Zhou Yuchu and Lu Li. Only one ability disappeared. Xiaochen injected them again, but there was still no change, so he could only leave it like this. Chapter 225 ending. Before leaving the island, Xiaochen vaccinated the black wolf. Soon, it returned to its original size, and its eyeballs changed from dark green to brown. Wen Yin thought it would forget her, but it didn't. It shook its head, slowly walked towards her, and rubbed her arm affectionately. Xiao Xian, goodbye. Wen Yin touched the black wolf head and waved to it reluctantly. It was more suitable to stay here and live freely. 2 helicopters were parked on the lawn, one heading to Beicheng and the other to Lekung. Tu Ling and Wen Yin said goodbye and got into the helicopter to Beicheng first. Lin Fei waved to everyone and also got into the cabin. Ji wanted to settle in Lekung with them, but was afraid of disturbing them, so he finally decided to go back to Beicheng. The others all got on the helicopter back to Lekung. Qin Yi and Qin Shu's home is not far from Lekung. They first went back to their hometown to visit the graves, and then moved to Lekung, living in an empty villa opposite the Wen family. Lin Zixia and Xiaochen also lived in this villa. The 4 of them were like roommates and got along well. Wen Yin invited them to move in several times, but they refused. If they really lived together, the 3 men would be annoyed. Liqing's order gradually recovered, and the men in the family began to get busy. Wen Xiyu took care of the previous company again. Zhou Yuchu and Lin Zixia continued their previous internet work, and Lu Li opened a design company. Xiaochen went to work at the research institute. Qin Yi applied for a university lecturer, and Qin Shu returned to high school to continue his studies. As for Wen Yin and Su He, they had already taken the college entrance examination, and their score files were still there. After the university resumed, they chose the school and major according to the procedures, and went to school to register soon. They studied in the same university, but in different majors. By the way, Jiang Xinyu married her boyfriend half a year ago and followed him to another city. Everything seemed to be back to normal. Ding-ling-ling. When the bell rang, Wen Yin walked out of the classroom and saw the handsome boy waiting outside. He was wearing a gray sports suit, tall and long-legged, with bangs on his forehead that were slightly parted, superior bone structure, and a pair of particularly bright eyes. Half a year ago, after he was vaccinated, he slowly recovered his clear and bright appearance. He looked down at her with extremely gentle eyes. Yen Yen, you said you would support me for a lifetime. Does it still count? Wen Yen was stunned for a while, then said, it counts. Su He's family is still alive. He did not move to Wen Yen house, but he would come to see her every now and then. Now that school has started, the 2 of them basically stay together at school, except for class time. Soo-hee was holding 2 cups of milk tea and a box of desserts. When she came closer, he handed her the milk tea first. What kind do you want to drink today? Wen-yin looked down and chose coconut milk tea, leaving the remaining cup for Soo-hee to drink. The two walked on the campus, drinking milk tea and chatting casually. Suddenly, a refreshing male voice sounded in her ears. Xiao-yin. Wen-yin looked up and saw that the man was wearing a black sweater. His hair was dyed blue-brown, and his hair was divided into 3/7 parts on his forehead. He looked like a handsome man who walked out of a comic book. Ji? Why is he here? Didn't you apply for military school? Wen-yin walked towards him in surprise and asked with a smile. Are you here to see me? Ji nodded, looking at her with amber eyes, his eyes slightly moist. I transferred to this school, and we will be alumni in the future. Wen-yin was slightly stunned. Are you going to military school? What are you going to learn here? Ji did not answer, but handed her the gift box in his hand. This is my gift for you. Do you like it? Wen-yin took the gift box. I like it. I take a look later. Let's go to dinner first. After class in the afternoon, Wen-yin got on the car to go home. Zhou Yuchu came to pick her up today. Although the 3 of them had their own jobs, they would get off work early every day. One of them was responsible for taking Wen-yin home, and the other 2 prepared dinner. Zhou Yuchu drove with one hand and held her hand with the other, asking as usual, How was school today? Wen-yin smiled at him. Very good. How about you? Are you busy today? It happened to be a red light ahead. Zhou Yuchu stepped on the brakes and tilted his head to look at the girl beside him. She was wearing a light green cotton top and a high ponytail today, looking lazy and gentle. Zhou Yuchu nodded, glanced at the countdown of the red light, reached out and kissed the girl, and waited until the red light turned green. Then he slowly let go and restarted the car. They have been together for a year. After the initial run-in, the 4 of them get along well, although they occasionally get jealous and secretly seek benefits for themselves. It is relatively fair. When Wen-yin returned home, he met a pair of slightly resentful fox eyes as soon as he entered the door. You're doing well in school, and you've got 2 boyfriends. Luli's clairvoyance is still there, and she occasionally checks on Wen-yin movements, partly because she worried about her safety, and partly because she can't control herself. No, Ji and I are just friends. Not what you think. Wen-yin explained Ji's transfer to another school, kissed Luli flatteringly, and shook Wen-siu's hand. Luli looked unconvinced. Last year, on Ji's birthday, the 2 of them stayed alone in the space for half an hour. Who knows what happened? Wen-siu held the girl in his arms and asked her softly, What are your plans for Soo-hee? Soo-hee's feelings for Wen-yin are obvious, and Wen-yin doesn't reject him. She always talks and laughs with him. Although Wen-yin had promised to support him for life, his parents were at home, and his family was not short of money. The money they had transferred to him before was returned by him. Now that the 2 are in the same school, it's easier to cultivate feelings. Wen-yin felt that she had taken advantage of Soo-hee and owed him something. Besides, they were friends who could chat well, so she did not reject his advances. After a long time, they were a little ambiguous. Wen-yin knew that she was in the wrong, so she changed the subject and said, Let's eat first. I still have a lot of homework. Wen-siu pinched the girl's fair face, his eyes helpless and doting. Okay, let's eat. The 4 of them just sat down at the dining table when they heard a roar of cars. Yin, I'm here to see you. Jiang Xinyua's voice arrived before she arrived. She walked into the room with her boyfriend hand and smiled. Wen-yin asked the 2 to sit down, asked Luli to add 2 more pairs of chopsticks, and chatted with Jiang Xinyua. After not seeing each other for more than half a year, Jiang Xinyua was more beautiful than before. She looked radiant and dressed exquisitely and beautifully. It seemed that she was living a good life. After dinner, Wen-yin took out red wine to entertain the 2, but Jiang Xinyua waved her hand and said with a smile, I'm pregnant. I can't drink. Wen-yin was shocked, and the other 3 men looked over. Isn't Jiang Xinyua the most fond of playing? How did she get herself pregnant? Jiang Xinyua leaned on her boyfriend's shoulder. Her eyebrows and eyes were gentle. Why are you so surprised? I've been married for 8 months. Isn't it normal to get pregnant? But Wen-yin remembered that she said she wanted to play with more men. Why did she settle down after dating this one? Although surprised, Wen-yin still said her blessings. reminiscing about the past until late at night. Jiang Xinhua and her boyfriend stayed overnight and left the next day. Her travel plan was not over yet. She said she would return to Lekang to settle down when she was about to give birth, and then she would be neighbors with them. Wenyan life was relatively peaceful, but the three boyfriends were a bit clingy. She had to go home on time every day, and she had to treat everyone equally and take care of everyone's emotions. Tired but happy. There was only one time for absurd years, and she did not regret her choice. Chapter 226 Extra 1 5 years later. 5 years later. In the villa, the twins, who had just learned to walk, were in their baby walkers, taking unsteady steps. Little sweetheart, come to daddy. Wensiu sat on the sofa. His eyebrows and eyes were gentle, and he waved to the little girl with a smile. The little girl smiled brightly and walked towards him with her hands waving. Wensiu watched her approaching little by little. His eyes were as gentle as a pool of water. He took the little girl out of the walker, kissed her cheek, and then held her with one hand. Let's go outside and wait for Mom. Zhou Yuqi glanced at the two of them, and then moved his eyes to Wen Ruhan. Obviously, he was Wensiu's biological child, but he was not liked by his father. Instead, he was his own daughter, and was held in the palm of Wensiu's hand. Although Zhou Yuqi also likes his daughter, he usually treats the two little ones equally. They are all born after Wenyan's hard work in pregnancy. How can he not love them? 2 years ago, Wenyan was found to be pregnant, but she didn't know whose child it was. It was an accident after being drunk. The three of them couldn't remember clearly, and Lu Li was away on a business trip. Later, Wenyan gave birth to a pair of twins. After a paternity test, it was found that they were half-siblings. The daughter was Zhou Yuqi, and the son was Wensiu. Lu Li was so angry that he didn't talk to them for a week. There was a sound of brakes in the yard. Zhou Yuqi was happy. He picked up Xiao Ruhan and came to the door. He saw a woman coming out of the car. She was wearing a light gray business suit and had chestnut wavy hair. She had a more mature and beautiful temperament than in his memory. Lu Li got out of the car from the other side and wanted to hold Wenyan's hand, but she walked towards Wensiu and took Xiaoguai from his hand and kissed and hugged him. The little guy is very cute, with round eyes, loves to laugh, and has dimples when he laughs. Lu Li's depression dissipated after seeing her smile. When Wenyan had hugged his daughter enough, he took her and held her in his arms. Wensiu took Wenyan's hand and walked up the steps. When they reached the door, Wenyan hugged his son and kissed him, with a gentle smile in his eyes. Although he had to take a year off from school because of these two guys, and suffered a lot in the middle, fortunately their fathers were considerate and took turns to take care of him, so he didn't experience postpartum depression. The four of them entered the room. Wenyan went upstairs to change into home clothes first, and then came to the living room to play with the children. Wensiu conjured up a rattan stick as a rocking chair for Xiaoguai, which made her giggle. Wenyan patted his arm and reminded him with his eyes not to forget his son Wen Ruhan. So he conjured up another rocking chair and motioned Lu Li to play with him. Lu Li was really impressed by this daughter-slave. He ignored his own son and coaxed Zhou Yuqi's daughter, seeing that the two little ones were accompanied by someone. Zhou Yuqi turned his attention to Wenyan and asked her, "What do you want to eat tonight?" "I cook." After repeated practice, Zhou Yuqi's cooking skills finally made a qualitative leap. Now he is on par with Lu Li, especially good at making exquisite Western food. Wenyan thought for a while and said, "Steak, and the pasta you made last time." Zhou Yuqi smiled and nodded, and held her hand again. "Then can you accompany me in the kitchen?" "Okay. Let's go now." Wenyan stood up and went to the kitchen with Zhou Yuqi. Lu Li glanced at the two people backs as they walked away, and said to Wensiu, "Do you think Wenyan is more beautiful and feminine than before?" Wensiu teased the little guy and chuckled. "She is 24 years old this year, and it's time for her to mature." Lu Li pursed his lips. "Do you think she likes Jihe and Suhe?" "She has been ambiguous for several years, but she has not confirmed the relationship with them." "Is she afraid that we will not agree?" Wensiu looked at him, with a slight smile on her face. "You see it very clearly." Lu Li sat down on the carpet and sighed softly. He really didn't want anyone else to share a piece of the pie. But the two of them were also infatuated. They waited for 5 years without a name, which was quite pitiful. Last year, when Yang gave birth to a child in the villa, the two of them stayed by the bed without hesitation, with distress and worry in their eyes. It can be seen that they really like her. Lin Zixia is the same. He often stays in this villa in recent years. He said he was talking about work with Zhou Yichu. But every time Wen Yin came, his eyes would stick to her. Lu Li knew that he liked Wen Yin. But he had liked her for so long and never confessed his feelings. He always said that he had no desire for her. Lu Li felt that he was deceiving himself. Privately, Lu Li hoped that he could have a chance. After all, they were brothers. But this matter still depends on fate. Lu Li did not want to add fuel to the flames. He was not that generous. In the kitchen, Wen Yin held Zhou Yichu tie an apron, and quietly accompanied him by the side, watching him handle the ingredients. His profile was very beautiful, with deep eyebrows and eyes, a clear jawline, and his eyes moved downward. His hands had distinct joints, very white skin, and clear blue veins could be seen. Those hands not only knew how to cook, but also knew how to please her. Some images suddenly appeared in her mind. Messy, but particularly tempting. Compared with the previous ignorance and passive acceptance, Wen Yin now has a lot of initiative. Whether in bed or under the bed, she walked towards the man, hugged his tight waist from behind, and breathed gently across his neck. Yichu, I'm a little hungry. Zhou Yichu body trembled, reached out to turn off the fire, turned around. His deep eyes fell on the woman's charming face, and picked her up with one hand. Do you want to stay here? Or go back to the bedroom? Here. I like excitement. Wen Yin leaned close to the man's ear, wrapped her arms around his neck, exhaled like orchids, and kissed his lips after speaking, and the tip of her tongue probed into the entanglement. Zhou Yichu's eyes darkened instantly, and he held the person tightly in his arms, taking away her breath bit by bit. Click. With a sound, the kitchen door was locked, and the picture was messy and tempting. Lu Li glanced at the kitchen with a sense of something, and then looked away. He was used to seeing this kind of scene, since Wen Yin was vaccinated 3 years ago and lost her space ability. They have been living in the room on the second floor. If Lu Li sleeps alone, he will always look at the movements in Wen Yin's room uncontrollably. If he sees something he shouldn't see, he will immediately look away. Xiaochen later helped them develop other vaccines, but still couldn't eliminate the superpowers in their bodies. They could only try their best to control themselves from using their superpowers. At the dinner table, Wen Yin mentioned the graduation ceremony. She hoped that the three of them and the child could attend. But in order to avoid unnecessary discussions, it would be best not to come over and have close contact with her. Just say that they are ordinary friends. Wen Xiyu knew that she was thin-skinned. In the past few years, they have been very low-key when going out, and rarely hold hands and hug outside. In the eyes of outsiders, they are just friends, or siblings. The three men didn't care so much about the eyes of others. But for Wen Yin and the child, they chose to hide in the dark. However, what they didn't expect was that at the graduation ceremony, Wen Xiyu and Zhou Yichu were mistaken for a couple, and the child was thought to be adopted by them. Lu Li was perfectly invisible, and as a friend of the opposite sex of Wen Yin, he presented a bouquet of flowers. Someone came to chat with him, but only got one sentence. Stay away from me. I have someone I like. Others in the team also came, except for Xiaochen, who gave Wen Yin a hug. Everyone else just watched from a distance and didn't even have the right to send flowers. Wen Yin asked someone to take a group photo for them. Lu Li stood next to her, smiling so hard that her teeth were showing. The two men holding the children behind her looked a little gloomy. Being mistaken for a couple was a stain on their lives. Along the way, people kept praising their baby for being cute and saying that they were a good match. Zhou Yichu would explain at first that they were just friends who were taking care of their children separately. But later, after hearing so much, he nodded and smiled. Chapter 227 Extra 2 You are not the only one missing. Dad. The little one in his arms suddenly called out. Wen Xiyu looked down, and his hard eyebrows softened in an instant. The little girl opened and closed her mouth, and her eyes were black and white, ignorant and innocent. Those two words seemed to hit Wen Xiyu's heart, splashing circles of ripples. He slowly smiled, with a smile on his face and eyes full of smiles. Did you hear it? She called me Dad. Zhou Yichu was standing next to him, so he naturally heard it. He looked at his good daughter with gentle eyes. Wen Yin's heart skipped a beat, turned around to look at Wen Xiyu, and then looked at the camera calmly. The photographer captured this scene, and many people secretly took photos and uploaded them to the internet. Because of the super high looks of the two, The online public opinion fermented quickly. In just one afternoon, the four of them were on the hot search several times. Wen Yin and Lu Li are the attached heterosexual couple. The focus is on Wen Xiyu and Zhou Yuchu. The two have become the most compatible gay couple, and the most handsome father on the internet. In the photo, the two looked at their daughter at the same time, with gentle eyebrows and eyes, and smiled at each other, which made countless netizens say that they were touched. Wen Xiyu immediately asked the public relations team to suppress the hot search after learning the news, but did not clarify the relationship between the two. It is better to be misunderstood than to reveal the truth. In the evening, a group of people gathered at home. Lu Li and Wen Yin laughed non-stop because of what happened during the day. Lu Li laughed and said, "Congratulations to the two of you for winning the title of the most compatible couple." Wen Xiyu coaxed his daughter in his arms and ignored his ridicule. Zhou Yuchu held his son and felt that it was about time. He said to Ji Yi on the side, "You go and make some milk powder." Ji Yi responded well and immediately got up to get busy. After Wen Yin gave birth to the child, he often came to help take care of the child. He was very skilled in making milk powder and changing diapers. When Ji Yi came over with the bottle, Zhou Yuchu handed the child to him directly. "You feed it. I just need to take a break." Ji Yi took the child skillfully and handed the bottle over, seeing the little guy squinting his eyes comfortably and holding his hand with his little hand. Ji Yi actually felt like a father. For years ago, he mustered up the courage to confess to Wen Yin. But Wen Yin rejected him and advised him to try to like other people. He tried to contact other girls, but he was disgusted just by chatting, let alone liking them. For years later, the love in his heart has only increased. He thought that even if he couldn't get what he wanted, it would be good to be with her as a friend. Ji Yi secretly glanced at Wen Yin, then lowered his head to look at the little guy in his arms. He didn't look like Wen Yin, but seemed to be cast in the same mold as Wen Xiyu. His temper was also like his. Very calm, not crying much, and not laughing. Xiaochen looked down at Ruhan and asked them, "Do you still plan to have children?" "Yes. My daughter is still waiting to be reincarnated." Lu Li smiled and said, holding Wen Yin's hand, putting it to her mouth and kissing, "Wife, you promised to give me a daughter. You can't regret it." When Wen Yin got pregnant unexpectedly, Lu Li happened to be on a business trip. He felt forgotten and was sad for several days. His eyes were red from crying. In order to comfort him, Wen Yin agreed to this matter. Wen Yin corrected, "I only promised to help you have a child. I didn't tell you the gender, and the boy or girl is determined by the male chromosomes. So don't cheat when the time comes." Lu Li put his arm around her shoulders. His eyebrows curved. "I like whatever you give birth to. Although I prefer daughters. Sons are also good. Don't feel pressured." Wen Yin rolled his eyes at him. "There's no rush for this matter. Let's talk about it in 2 years. I'm busy with work now." Wen Xiyu looked at Lu Li with a little warning in his eyes. Yin body still needs to recover. You'd better not deliberately let her get pregnant. Am I that kind of person? Lu Li raised his eyebrows, pressed his cheek with the tip of his tongue, and glanced at the two culprits who made Wen Yin pregnant accidentally. You two better not lose your memory after drinking again. A pair of twins is enough. As for the night when Wen Yin got pregnant, the three of them didn't want to recall it. What they didn't tell Lu Li was that they actually drank wine to cheer themselves up. The bottle of wine was brought back by Wen Yin, who said it was a gift from a friend. Wen Yin didn't drink much, and the rest was drunk by the two men. They played a little crazy that night, and the scene was really messy. Fortunately, Lu Li was far away abroad at the time, and didn't see that scene. The few people who listened quietly on the side had a slightly embarrassed expression. The probability of twins, with the same mother, and different fathers is very low. About 1 in a million. This situation means that the woman had sex with two men in a short period of time. All of them knew about that matter tacitly and chose to forget it. But Lu Li mentioned it again. Zhou Yuchu rubbed his eyebrows and coughed lightly. Don't mention the past. In short, Yin is not suitable for pregnancy now. It's better to wait another 2 years for the third child. Lu Li leaned back in his chair. His posture was lazy. I know. I'm just worried that a new person will come in 2 years and delay my plan. Hearing this, Lin Zixia, Su He, and Ji Yi were all stunned. Could this new person refer to them? Wen Yin was embarrassed and raised her hand to pinch Lu Li. What are you talking about? Lu Li smiled. It's just a joke. Don't be angry. Seeing that the atmosphere in the living room became weird, Genie stood up and said with a smile, "Well, it's getting late. Let's go home first." After that, he kicked Qin Shu, who was in a daze, indicating that he should leave. And Qin Shu got up in a daze. Seeing this, Xiaochen also said goodbye and walked out with him. The living room was quiet for a moment. And when Yen yawned and said, "I'm sleepy. I'm going to sleep first. You guys can do whatever you want." The footsteps disappeared at the stairs. And there was another silence. Lu Li leaned on the sofa and looked at the three people who had no status casually. "If Wen Yen doesn't agree to you, do you plan to be single for the rest of your life?" Ji nodded. His amber eyes dimmed a little. "I can't like anyone else." Suhi stared at the stairs, his eyes slightly lost. He knew that Wen Yen cared about the three men and didn't want to accept anyone else. But he still held a glimmer of hope. From the moment the zombie turned back into a human, he had only this one thought. Even if he couldn't be her partner, he hoped to stay with her forever. Lin Zixia looked indifferent. "My singleness has nothing to do with Wen Yen. I haven't met the right one, so I can't force myself." Looking at his stubborn look, Lu Li couldn't help laughing. "Just comfort yourself like this. When Ji Yi and Su He get promoted, you'd better have the same mentality." Ji Yi and Su He showed surprise on their faces. Does Lu Li mean that they have a chance? Lin Zixia bit his lip, as if he was struggling. Zhou Yuchu patted his shoulder. "You don't have to care about my feelings. If you like it, just confess. Wen Yen has a good impression of you." Lin Zixia looked at him with apology in his eyes. "I'm sorry, Brother Zhou. I didn't think of competing with you." Zhou Yuchu smiled. "It's okay. You are not a big deal." Wen Xiyu glanced at the few people lazily. It's been 5 years, and he hasn't got promoted yet. He is really useless. If Wen Yen didn't like them, she would have clearly rejected them and stayed away from them. Why would she let them stay around? Wen Xiyu has let it go. Wen Yen has always been obsessed with looks. She likes good-looking people. If she can gather all kinds of handsome guys, she should be able to settle down. After all, these three people have experienced the end of the world with them, and they get along well. There is no need to get used to each other again. Wen Xiyu stood up with his daughter in his arms and stretched out his hand to Ji Yi again. "Give me Ruhan. I take them back to the room." Ruhan fell asleep after drinking milk, and Xiaowai nestled in Wen Xiyu's arms, his eyes rolling back and forth, as if he was listening to them carefully. Wen Xiyu sent the two little guys back to the baby room, changed their diapers, and coaxed Xiaowai to sleep before leaving the room. Tonight, Zhou Yuchu and Lu Li will accompany the children to sleep. After washing up, they went into the room and lay on the single bed to play with their mobile phones. Zhou Yuchu was handling some official business, while Lu Li was playing games. This game was played by him and Wen Yen together. They opened a couple account, and he would play a few games by himself when he was bored. The 1-year-old child was no longer noisy at night, and they usually slept through the night. When Wen Yen had just given birth, the 4 of them slept in one room. In addition to the mother, the 3 men took turns to change diapers and feed milk powder. At first, they were busy and sleep-deprived, and felt that the child was really troublesome. Later, they got used to the sweet burden and slowly felt like a father. Of course, this was just Lu Li's idea. Wen Xiyu was used to the role of a father from the beginning. He never got irritated with his daughter, but frowned a few times with his son. Zhou Yuchu was not used to it at first. He was woken up by the crying of the baby in the middle of the night, and he was also scared. And then, he couldn't sleep all night. After Wen Yen finished her confinement, he was the most haggard person. Later, Lin Zixia and others often came to help, and the 3 men who were new fathers were relieved. They didn't think of hiring a nanny or babysitter. Firstly, because they didn't trust outsiders, and secondly, because their situation was special, and it was inconvenient for outsiders to know. After playing a game, Lu Li hypnotized himself to sleep quickly. Not to look at Wen Yen. Not to look, but his eyes still blinked uncontrollably. And then he saw a sexy picture. His pupils trembled, and he wanted to look away, but he couldn't help but look a few times. He had never tried this posture, so he would try it next time. Although it was perverted to peek at them, the ability of the sky eye was still there, and it had to be put to some use. Chapter 228 Extra 3 Rumors. Did you see it? Mr. Wen's boyfriend came to see him, and brought his baby with him. I saw it. They are a perfect match. They have been in there for half an hour, and they must have kissed each other until they were rotten. Isn't there a woman inside? What do you know? She is their cover. The colleagues in the office gossiped quietly, staring at the closed blinds, wishing they had a pair of X-ray eyes. They were curious before. What kind of woman could match a man like the boss who was handsome, rich, and almost perfect in all aspects? And the result was an equally excellent man. Those women who had a crush on the boss were heartbroken after seeing the revelations on the internet. In the office, 2 men and 1 woman sat on the sofa. One of the men was holding a baby in his arms, and the other was eating a love lunch with his head down. The 2 tried their best to block their abilities, but all kinds of outrageous discussions outside still came in. When Siyu stopped eating, took out his mobile phone to send a message, and put down his chopsticks. When Yen looked at him, "Why don't you eat? Is it not tasty?" Today is Wen Siyu's birthday. Wen Yin wanted to give him a surprise, so she made a loving lunch herself and brought her daughter to visit the company. Zhou Yuchu also came to cover for her. Although they each have their own jobs, they have free time. Someone is at home to take care of the children every day. As for Wen Yin, she only needs to take time to play with the children occasionally. Wen Siyu drank a sip of water to calm the turmoil in his stomach, and then said, "It tastes very good. I think Zhou Yuchu should want to try it too." Zhou Yuchu looked over and smiled. "No, we've eaten at home." Since Wen Yin cooked for Zhou Yuchu's birthday a few years ago and was praised, Wen Yin would cook for the 3 of them on their birthdays. And the person who instructed her to cook would always have bad intentions and deliberately put all kinds of seasonings randomly. The final product will be eaten by the birthday boy. The 3 of them have been playing for 5 years, but they are still not tired of it. To this day, Wen Yin doesn't know his true cooking skills, and has never tasted the dishes he made. Wen Yin picked up the chopsticks and wanted to taste the dishes, but was stopped by Wen Siyu. He looked gentle and smiled. "Didn't you eat at home? Why are you fighting with me? I just want to taste the dishes I made." Wen Yin was very stubborn this time. No matter how Wen Siyu persuaded him, he would not listen. In the end, he put the dishes in his mouth and spit them out violently. It was really unpalatable. I don't know how Wen Siyu swallowed it without any expression. These 3 dishes were made by Lu Li himself. He said they tasted very good. This liar. Wen Yin put the remaining dishes together and put them into the lunch box, then looked at Wen Siyu with guilt. "I'm sorry. I thought it was delicious." Wen Siyu rubbed her hair and chuckled. "It's okay. I think it tastes good. I'm already very happy that you can cook for me." Wen Yin thought of their previous behavior of preventing her from tasting the dishes, and suddenly realized that they did it on purpose. I don't know what kind of bad taste they had, but they had been playing for several years and kept her in the dark. "You 3 lied to me. I won't care about it today because it's your birthday. If you do it again next time, I'll really be angry." "There won't be a next time. Don't be angry." As they were talking, there was a knock on the door. Wen Yang glanced at the door, quickly stood up from the sofa, and distanced herself from the 2 men. Wen Siyu and Zhou Yuchu looked at her and couldn't help laughing. She was trying to cover up her guilt, pretending to be busy, and she looked really cute. Wen Siyu responded and went in. Then Assistant Zhang Qi pushed the door and walked in. He held 2 cups of coffee and a cup of milk tea in his hands. He lowered his head slightly and put the items on the coffee table with a respectful attitude. He said, "Boss Wen, the partners have arrived. Are you available to meet them now? Or wait a little longer?" Wen Siyu took a sip of the coffee and cast his eyes on Zhou Yuchu's daughter, who was holding a stuffed toy and stuffing it into her mouth. Her saliva was about to flow down. "Wait a little longer. You go and entertain them first." Wen Siyu finished speaking, picked up the baby bib, and helped Xiu Guai wipe the corner of his mouth. Zhang Qi responded with a yes and left without looking away. Having been Wen Siyu's assistant for 5 years, Zhang Qi has always respected and feared this boss. He has a fierce and murderous aura. When he frowns, he always makes people feel unreasonably scared. Some people say that he was once the most powerful superpower, who could kill tens of thousands of zombies by himself. And the superpower team he formed was invincible. Others say that if it weren't for his team members who developed the virus vaccine, the world would still be dark. But he never responded, and even deliberately suppressed various rumors on the internet. Although he is a big boss in the business circle, he has contacts with the political and military circles, and can almost cover the sky with one hand in Lekung. But he is extremely low-key, rarely appears in public, and almost no personal information about him can be found on the internet. Zhang Qi walked out of the office and just sat down at his workstation when he saw a group of gossiping colleagues surrounding him, asking him about the inside story. Is the boss and that handsome guy real? Did they kiss? We've been in there for half an hour. How could it just be a kiss? You're too naive. Jiangqi rubbed his forehead. Are you all free? How dare you ask about the boss's private affairs? A woman pulled his sleeve. Oh, this is quite far from the office. The boss can't hear? Just tell me. Jiangqi sneered. The boss's hearing was the best he had ever seen. He could hear voices hundreds of meters away. Go and get busy. Don't disturb me here. Otherwise don't blame me for being ruthless. Okay. The gossiping people dispersed dejectedly. Although Assistant Zhang was approachable, he was particularly serious about some things. They could only return to their workstations and stare at the president's office while working. The baby in his arms made a babbling sound. Zhou Yuchu looked down. His eyebrows relaxed, and his voice was soft and gentle. Xiaoguai, let's go to the amusement park later. Okay. Daddy will take you to ride the Ferris wheel. Xiaoguai seemed to understand, and a bright smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. His dark eyes stared at him, soft and cute. Zhou Yuchu lowered his head and kissed the little guy face, and took a toy from the table to tease her. She was so happy that she couldn't close her mouth. Her two little hands were shaking in the air, and her laughter echoed in the office. You want to go to the amusement park? Wenxiu's voice was a little cold, as if he was unhappy. Zhou Yuchu looked up at him lazily. Don't you have a partner to meet? Why haven't you gone yet? Give me Xiaoguai. I take her to the meeting. Zhou Yuchu didn't understand, but still handed the little guy in his arms over. You mean? Let us wait here until you finish the meeting? Yeah. Wenxiu responded lightly, and walked out of the door with his daughter in his arms. Wen Yan was looking at the scenery in front of the French window. Seeing him take his daughter out, he didn't stop him. Let him do it. Anyway, the company is his, and no one dares to object. Half an hour later, Wenxiu hadn't come back yet. Zhou Yuchu made milk powder, waited for a while, and went directly to the meeting room with the bottle. Knocking on the door and going in, he said sorry for disturbing her, then ignored everyone's strange looks, sat down next to Wenxiu, took Xiaoguai from his arms, and handed the bottle over. The people in the meeting room were stunned. They didn't expect that the rumors on the internet were true. They were really lovers and had a daughter. Wenxiu glanced at the quiet crowd and asked them to continue discussing the previous topic, but his eyes were fixed on his daughter. From this day on, those who wanted to marry the Wing group completely gave up. Wenxiu went to the amusement park and played bumper cars and rode the Ferris wheel with his wife and daughter. He returned home contentedly, and dinner was ready. On his 32nd birthday, his wish was that his wife and daughter would live a life of peace and happiness without worries. Chapter 229 Extra 4 No Regrets. Wen Yan has been very busy recently. Since graduation, she has devoted herself to work. As early as last year, she founded her own studio, and her main business is jewelry design. At first, there were not many orders, but after a year of word-of-mouth operation, she has become famous in Lekong. She is almost too busy to handle it, and can only recruit new people. After several rounds of interviews, she finally finalized 2 designers, one male and one female, both of whom are young, but very talented in design. Because there are many orders recently, they often need to work overtime at night to discuss plans, and dinner will also be solved in the company. On Friday night, when Yan was communicating details with one of the designers, but saw that the door of the office was pushed open. A man in a suit and leather shoes leaned against the door. His fox eyes slightly narrowed, and his eyes looked at her with accusations and dissatisfaction. She has been working overtime for 2 weeks in a row. Every time she returns home, she falls asleep and completely ignores the needs of the man beside her. Wen Yan knew she was in the wrong, but she liked her job and didn't want to give in. After she was done with this and trained the 2 designers, she would compensate them. I'm busy with work. Can you wait for me outside? After Wen Yan finished speaking, she continued to talk about work with the designer next to her. But the man standing at the door did not leave. He walked in, pulled out a chair and sat down, crossing his legs. I'm also a designer. How about I join your company? Wen Yan frowned slightly. Don't make a fuss. You are an architectural designer, and you have nothing to do with jewelry design. Lu Li looked at her, his voice lazy. I can learn. Anyway, it's about the same. Wen Yin knew he was deliberately picking a fight, and she was too lazy to pay attention to him. But he really affected their work, saying that they were too close, and that their design drawings could be printed in 2 copies. The new male colleague finally couldn't help asking, "Sister Nian Nian, is this your boyfriend?" Wen Yin was angry and was disturbed at work. She was in a bad mood and her tone was not very good. "Lu Li, if you don't leave, I will make you my ex-boyfriend." Lu Li was stunned when she heard this. And then her eyes were filled with grievances, and her eyes were faintly red. She actually treated herself like this for a job? "Okay, Wen Yin, I won't bother you anymore." Lu Li got up and left. The chair made a sizzle sound. After a while, the door was closed again. Wen Yin knew that her words were too harsh, and she didn't care about work. She hurriedly chased out and came to the street outside. She found that he didn't get into the car, but stood on the side of the road, kicking a tree as if to vent. Wen Yin walked towards him, and he immediately stopped, glanced to the other side proudly, and didn't look at her. "I'm sorry. I just said that in a fit of anger." Wen Yin took his hand and shook it gently. "Don't be angry. Okay? I make it up to you after I'm done with these days." Lu Li snorted and pulled his hand back. "You're really busy working overtime with male colleagues until late at night." A question mark flashed through Wen Yin's mind. Could it be that he doesn't care about his overtime, but working overtime with male colleagues? Wen Yin sighed, took his hand again, and coaxed softly, "Why are you jealous of everything? I'm really just working. I don't have any thoughts about him. And he's not my type." Lu Li didn't break free this time, but his tone was still unhappy. "How can you have a type you like? You like all the good-looking ones. Lin Zixio and the others are fine. But if you're still flirting with other women outside, damn, I will be really sad." Wen Yin looked up at him. Her eyes dimmed. "So I am this kind of person in your heart. I'm sorry. I let you down." The air was silent for a second. The breeze blew the leaves, making a rustling sound. Lu Li clenched the soft hand, and said seriously, "You are wrong. You are the most important existence in my heart. If I hadn't insisted on intervening, you would only choose Wen Xiyu. It was me who shamelessly seduced you. I am the one who should be condemned." Wen Yin pursed her lips, and when she looked up at him, her eyes were red. "Ali, do you regret it? The end of the world is over. They can have a better choice." Wen Yin also told them before that they don't need to accompany themselves because of a promise. If they regret it, they can leave at any time. Lu Li stared at the girl's slightly red eyes. His heart seemed to be clenched. He shouldn't say those words, making her uncomfortable for no reason. He lowered his head, gently rubbed the girl's hair with his forehead, and kissed her again. "I have never regretted it. I'm just afraid that you will regret it." Wen Yin's eyes were misty, and after staring at each other for a while, she suddenly threw herself into his arms and hugged him tightly. "I don't regret it." Under the dim streetlights, the two stood in each other's arms for a long time, until the person in the car got impatient, opened the door and walked to the two of them, saying lightly, "It's time to go home." Wen Yin tilted his head to look at the person who came and smiled at him. "But I haven't finished my work yet. Can you wait for me for another half an hour?" "No. I give you 5 minutes. Go in and explain the work to your colleagues, and then go home." Wen Xiyu came with Lu Li. Lu Li said that Wen Yin was working overtime alone with the handsome male colleague, and no one else was present. Wen Xiyu called Wen Yin, but no one answered. He thought, "Let's go to the studio to have a look." Considering certain factors, Wen Xiyu let Lu Li go in alone and waited in the car. But after waiting for 10 minutes, he saw Lu Li came out angrily. Not long after, Wen Yin also chased out. Wen Xiyu listened to the conversation between the two in the car and tactfully did not go forward to disturb them. But they hugged for a while, so Wen Xiyu could only get out of the car to remind them. Wen Yin glanced at her watch. It was already 9:30. If Lu Li hadn't interrupted her, she would have finished revising her design. Forget it. Who told her that she still had a family? You have to balance work and family. Recently, I have been busy with work and neglected them. It's really wrong. I still have to reduce overtime or work overtime at home. Wen Yin went back to the studio to tidy up, then took her computer bag and went out. The male colleague was also ordered to go home. There are still many people on the street in the city at night. Passing by a barbecue stall, the car slowly stopped. Wen Yin hadn't eaten barbecue outside for a long time. Suddenly, she wanted to eat. After getting off the car, she and Luli went there to reserve a seat, while Wensiyu went to find a parking place. The two ordered beer and barbecue. The waiter brought the beer first. Luli opened the bottle with a bottle opener and poured 3 glasses of wine respectively. Then he and Wenyin clinked glasses and each took a sip. Wenyin alcohol tolerance is not very good. He gets drunk easily. He stopped drinking after drinking a glass. Luli finished the remaining half bottle of wine and stopped moving. He was sleeping with her tonight, so he didn't want to waste the opportunity. He had been vegetarian for 2 weeks, so he had to eat well tonight. When Wensiyu came, the table was already full of barbecue and snacks. There was no parking space nearby, so he had to park somewhere farther away, and it took him some time to walk over. Why don't you drink? Wensiyu took the bottle opener and opened a bottle of beer, and asked the waiter to bring 2 more bottles of wine. Luli ate the salad and replied casually, "You drink alone. We have something to do tonight." Wensiyu glanced at him, and suddenly had a bad idea, and began to deliberately force him to drink. "Don't you have a good alcohol tolerance? What are you afraid of? It's just 1 bottle. It won't affect you." Chapter 230 Extra 5 Fighting. Luli saw what he was thinking and was not fooled. "I don't want to drink." "Drink it yourself." Wensiyu drank a glass by himself and said, "It's boring to eat barbecue without drinking. Let's play cards. Shall we? Whoever loses drinks." Luli said firmly. "No." Wensiyu asked the waiter to get a deck of cards and filled the glasses for the 2 people. Luli, "It's just a drink. Do you have to be so defensive? It's rare to drink outside. Don't be so disappointing." Luli raised an eyebrow and looked at him. Although she knew that he was provoking her, she was still persuaded. "Okay. Then play cards. Whoever loses drinks." The 2 began to play cards. At first, whoever lost drank a glass, then 2 glasses, 4 glasses, and finally drank directly from the bottle. Wenyin stared at the design draft for a while, and when he looked up, he found that the table was piled with empty bottles. Wenyin thought that the 2 people had to get drunk, so he sent the address to Zhou Yuchu and asked him to pick them up. "Hello, handsome guy. We are playing the game of truth or dare. I lost the game. Can you help me?" A woman in a cool hot girl outfit walked up to Luli, and was interrupted by him before she finished speaking. "No." Luli didn't even look at her. His slightly drunk fox eyes looked straight at Wenyin, and his eyes were particularly gentle. Wenyin was holding hands with Wensiyu at this time. He was already drunk, and his head was half tilted on her shoulder, just like a loving couple. The rejected woman bit her lip angrily and deliberately found fault. "You don't like married women, do you? You really have no bottom line. She still has a boyfriend, and you just stare at her like this. Aren't you afraid of being beaten?" Luli glanced at the woman sideways, and the corners of his lips raised slightly. "What does it have to do with you? Please move away, and don't disturb us drinking." "Humph." The woman stomped her feet angrily, and turned away. A moment later, another woman came over to chat with him. She was wearing a long white floral dress with her hair tied up high. Her facial features were pretty, but her makeup was a bit vulgar. Luli was disturbed from drinking, turned around and looked at her coldly, and said one word very impolitely. "Get lost." The woman stood there, her eyes red, and looked at Wenyin pitifully and helplessly. "Miss, I didn't mean to disturb you. I lost the game, and was assigned by them to chat with me. Can you do me a favor and give me your contact information?" Wenyin was playing with his phone with his head down. When he heard the woman's words, he looked up at her and smiled softly. "Sorry. I don't like calling strangers." The woman pursed her lips for a while, and finally left crying. Things didn't end here. 4 men with bad faces walked towards them. One of them cursed. "Damn it. You are pretending to be an elite man. You look like you work in a club. My sister came to ask for a phone number, and you act like you are worth 2.58 million. Do you really think you are a great person?" Luli looked at him lazily, and said calmly, "You'd better get out of here right now. Don't ask for trouble." The man snorted and overturned the table, and the wine and side dishes were spilled all over the floor. Wensiyu picked up Wenyin and stepped aside. His eyes were cold, and the vine in his palm was faintly beating. Thinking of something, he put away his supernatural power, protected Wenyin behind him, and signaled Luli to take action. Luli wanted to take action just now, but was afraid that Wenyin would be harmed. At this time, receiving Wensiyu's eyes, He directly grabbed the man's collar with one hand and punched him hard. The other three rushed towards him. Luli dodged and kicked one of them. Then he threw the man who was knocked unconscious in his hand out. His movements were neat and clean. Wen Yin was a little worried at first, afraid that Luli could not defeat 4 people alone. But now, he was relieved to watch the fight. They did not want to cause trouble. But if someone took the initiative to provoke them, they had no reason to swallow their anger. There was a sound of sudden brakes, and the car stopped casually on the side of the road. The man in the driver's seat got out of the car and quickly walked to the messy fighting scene. He wanted to help, but found that it had been resolved. He glanced at the nearby camera, damaged the equipment with his supernatural power, and then came to Wen Yin and asked them to get in the car first. The mobile phones of the people who were recording suddenly fell to the ground, and then the recorded pictures disappeared for no reason. When they picked up the phone, the screen was still a little hot. "Let's go!" Luli withdrew his hand under the urging, took a tissue to wipe the blood on his hand, and then got into the car. Zhou Yuchu stepped on the accelerator and quickly left the scene. He frowned and asked, "Why are you drinking and fighting? Now it's different from before. Fighting will inevitably lead to a trip to the police station, although they will not be detained. If the matter gets out of hand and their identities are exposed, they may not be able to live a peaceful life in the future." Luli leaned back in his chair and said lazily, "They started it first. They spoke rudely and overturned the table." Zhou Yuchu looked at the rearview mirror and sighed slightly. "Try not to fight in the city in the future. There are a lot of people, and there are cameras everywhere. It's easy to expose your identity." "I know. I pay attention next time." Luli really couldn't help it just now. That group of people deserved a beating. They probably bullied people a lot. Beating them up was the least of their worries. Wen Xiyu leaned on Wen Yin's shoulder, squinting his eyes, and his voice was drunken. "This group of people need to remember a lesson. Luli, check their identities." Luli responded with a yes, tilted his head to look at him, and sneered. "Your alcohol tolerance is really bad. You got drunk after just a few bottles." Wen Xiyu retorted, "I'm not drunk." Wen Yin looked at the man clinging to her, shook her head helplessly, and said to Zhou Yuchu, "What happened tonight was an accident. Don't worry too much. I know that they are both very reliable under normal circumstances, unless they are drunk." Zhou Yuchu words made. Luli snorted unhappily. "I'm unreliable? You two are the real unreliable ones. Playing a 3-person game when you were drunk." Wen Yin blushed and said angrily, "Luli, don't mention this anymore. It's been 2 years. Can't you forget it?" Luli looked out the window, and his voice was slightly aggrieved. "You didn't tell me the truth at all. I'm an outsider, and you're the family." Wen Yin didn't tell the truth because he felt that night was too shameful. Who knew that the wine said by a friend would be tempted by the drug that helped with the excitement? And it turned out like that. Seeing that Luli couldn't let it go, Wen Yin gritted his teeth and told the truth. The car was silent for a few seconds, and Luli suddenly laughed. He didn't expect that the aphrodisiac was the effect at night. No wonder the two of them were so open. "What are you laughing at?" Wen Yin asked puzzledly. Luli shrugged and said with a smile, "Nothing. I just think they are quite open-minded. Not as traditional as me." Drunk Wen Xiyu didn't react to this, but Zhou Yuchu closed his eyes and said with his back teeth, "It's time to let this go." Back home, Wen Yin took drunken Wen Xiyu to wash up, and then helped him change into pajamas. He was particularly clingy when drunk, and Wen Yin asked him to go back to his room, but he refused, and Luli didn't want to give up the opportunity to sleep with him in vain. So the three of them lay on the same bed. Chapter 231 Extra 6 Confession on a Business Trip. In the darkness, a warm hand slowly moved up along the hem of her clothes. Wen Yin's body trembled slightly, and then she pulled back the hand and asked in a low voice, "What do you want to do?" Luli turned sideways, leaned over her neck and sucked gently, his voice hoarse. "Of course I want. You?" Wen Yin's breathing became heavier, and her body was itchy. She tried to push him away, but couldn't, and finally begged, "Don't do it here. Let's go to your room." Luli pressed close to her, and her skin trembled where his fingertips passed. He laughed very lightly and whispered in her ear, "Isn't it more exciting here? Don't." Wen Yin's words of refusal were swallowed before she finished speaking. The remaining rationality made her tense her body and refuse to cooperate. When she struggled, another hot hand fell on her waist. A sleepless night. Wen Yin was very tired and fell asleep in the man's arms. When she woke up again, the room was still dark, and she could vaguely hear someone talking. Are you still awake? No. I guess you will sleep until noon. Xiaoguai is looking for you. Go and see her. I accompany her. Okay. The door was closed. Wen Yin wanted to open her eyes, but she heard a rustling sound, as if someone was taking off clothes. And then a warm body got into the quilt and stuck to her tightly. Her body shook reflexively. She really couldn't bear it anymore, and said hoarsely, I want to wash up. The raised leg froze in midair, and in just a moment, it fell down again. She was picked up by the waist, and went to the bathroom to wash up. Looking at the two people in the mirror, Wen Yin lowered her eyes, and silently moved her sight elsewhere. After brushing her teeth and washing her face, the hunter who had been waiting patiently for a long time finally showed his true nature, and ate her up again. During the 2 days of the weekend, Wen Yin hardly left her room. The wolf, who had been hungry for 2 weeks in a row, seemed to be unable to eat enough and wanted to tie her to the bed. Wen Yin learned her lesson completely and rarely worked overtime since then. Even if she needed to work overtime, she would go home on time and go to the study to work after dinner. After the fall, the weather was still very hot. Wen Yin was going on a business trip tomorrow. After packing her luggage, she went to bed early. After taking a shower, Wen Si returned to the bedroom and saw the person on the bed asleep, with 2 legs curled up, and the silk suspender nightgown stuck to the cold white skin, revealing a large area of beautiful spring light. Wen Si stopped to admire for a while, walked to the bedside and turned off the light, got on the bed very gently, and gently held the girl in his arms. The girl moaned softly and put her head on his chest. The night was late. The room was quiet, and the person he loved was beside him. He closed his eyes and slowly fell asleep. The alarm clock rang in the morning. Wen Yin got up sleepily, and after washing up, Wen Siyu had already delivered breakfast to the room. Lu Li and Zhou Yuchu were taking care of the 2 little guys. They came to the room after a while, each holding a cute pendant in their hands. Yin Yin, do you really not need me to accompany you on a business trip? Lu Li handed Xiaoguai to Wen Siyu, then sat next to Wen Yin, with some resentment in his eyes. Wen Yin drank the sweet soup and hummed. I'm only on a business trip for 2 days. The air tickets and hotel have been booked. You really don't have to worry. Besides, isn't Brother Zixia also there? He will take care of me. Lin Zixia has been on a business trip for a week. He originally planned to come back tonight. When he heard that Wen Yin was going there, he delayed his trip again. Wen Siyu agreed to Wen Yin going out alone because he took into account that Lin Zixia was there. After breakfast, the family drove Wen Yin to the airport. The car was parked in the underground garage. Wen Yin kissed her boyfriends goodbye, waved to them, and took the elevator to the terminal. After checking in, the 2-hour flight arrived after only a nap. When she walked out of the terminal, she saw Lin Zixia, who came to pick her up. He was wearing a smoky gray suit. His hair was neatly groomed. His facial features were delicate and 3-dimensional. His skin was very white, and he had a gentle and jade-like temperament. When he smiled lightly, he had a fresh and youthful feeling. Wen Yin walked towards him, a smile on her pretty face, and gently called him, Zixia. Lin Zixia took the suitcase. Are you hungry? Let's go eat something first. Yes, I'm a little hungry, Wen Yin said as she walked, and at the same time took out black sunglasses from her pocket and put them on. Her flowing chestnut curly hair swayed slightly as she walked, and she was extremely beautiful. Lin Zixia was slightly stunned, and quickly retracted his gaze, and pulled the corners of his lips lightly in self-mockery. He thought he had no desire, but just liked her simply. But those nights when he couldn't sleep, his mind was full of her. Her every frown and smile, as if it had been engraved in his bones. He had been avoiding for a long time, deceiving himself for a long time, and now he wanted to fight for himself once. When they arrived at the restaurant, Wen Yin asked Lin Zixia to order the dishes, and he took out his mobile phone to check the surveillance in the living room of the villa. They installed the surveillance last month so that they could check the situation of the children at any time. Since they learned to walk, the 2 little ones have been much more noisy than before and need to be watched all the time. Today, Wen Siyu stayed at home to look after the children. He held Xiaoguai and told her a storybook, while Rohan sat obediently beside him, tilting her head and listening carefully. Wen Yin looked at Rohan. who was not getting attention in the video, and frowned slightly. She sent a video call to Wenxiu, and after the call was connected, she scolded, "Don't just care about your daughter. Also accompany Ruhan. He is your biological child." Wenxiu smiled. "But I just like my daughter more." Xiaoguai looks very similar to Wen Yin. Her eyes, nose, and mouth are almost all copied from her. When she smiles, she shows a shallow dimple, which is even more like her when she was a child. How could Wenxiu not favor her? Wen Yin frowned and taught him a lesson. Even if you have a preference, don't show it so obviously. If you want to hold her to read, hold both of them. Wenxiu glanced at the little guy next to him. Although he was not happy, he still picked him up with one hand and let him sit on his lap. "Are you satisfied now, wife?" "Yeah," Wen Yin responded. And when the food was served on the table, she didn't talk anymore. After hanging up the phone, she looked at the dishes on the table. They were basically her favorites. And Lin Zixia was peeling shrimp for her. Wen Yin felt warm in her heart, pursed her lips, and whispered thank you. Lin Zixia paused slightly, looked up at her. "Why are you being polite? We are friends." Wen Yin's schedule in the afternoon was very full. After dinner, she went to work. Lin Zixia put her suitcase back to the hotel, sorted out her things, and came to her workplace to wait patiently. It was already evening when Wen Yin finished her work. The client invited her to have dinner together, but she declined politely. She didn't like socializing, nor did she need it. She worked just for her own happiness. Seeing Lin Zixia waiting in the hall, Wen Yin smiled immediately, said goodbye to the customer, and walked towards him. As they got closer, Wen Yin subconsciously wanted to hold his hand, but her hand just raised and slowly fell down. Lin Zixia's eyes flashed with expectation, but it was only a moment before it fell. However, in this kind of thing, he should take the initiative. He took her to an elegant Western restaurant. There were no other customers in the restaurant. He reserved the restaurant and wanted to formally confess his love to her. As the night slowly fell, the restaurant was lit with dim candlelight, and the elegant sound of the piano lingered in it. And the atmosphere was particularly ambiguous. Wen Yin guessed what he wanted to do, and she had some expectations in her heart. The two chatted casually, and saw a waiter pushing a dining cart with flowers coming over, followed by a violinist. Lin Zixia stood up, his face clearly showing nervousness. He picked up a bunch of beautiful roses, his fingers trembling slightly, and when he met Wen Yin's gaze, he was so nervous that he couldn't speak. The atmosphere was silent for a few seconds, and then he stuttered, "Wen Yin, I like you." For a long time, Wen Yin looked at him quietly, waiting for his next words. But he pursed his lips for a long time. The light in his eyes flickered, and finally lowered his eyes in embarrassment. "I like you as my business. If you feel bothered, I cannot appear in front of you. I'm sorry. I really can't control my love. I don't feel bothered." Wen Yin took the bouquet from him and smiled politely at the waiter and violinist who were watching the show. "You two can go." She noticed Lin Zixia's love for her a long time ago. But at that time she already had 3 boyfriends, and she had no time to care about others, thinking that time would dilute everything. But 5 years later, when Lin Zixia saw her, he couldn't hide his love in his eyes. They always got along well, and he was good-looking and interesting, so it was hard for Wen Yin not to be moved. At first, it was a friend love, but later it seemed to change slowly. I still remember that 2 years ago, she was often irritable because of her pregnancy, and Lin Zixia always tried to make her happy, bought her all kinds of gifts, and always praised her for her good complexion, saying that she was the most beautiful pregnant mother. Although he was not the only one accompanying her at that time, he was obviously not obliged to take care of herself. But he was so considerate and thoughtful, and did no worse than her boyfriend. Wen Yin's thoughts returned and she smiled at him lightly. "You know my situation. I can't give you the only love, and I may not be able to help you have children. Are you sure you want to be with me?" Lin Zixia nodded without any hesitation. "So are you willing to accept me?" Wen Yin lowered her head to smell the fragrance of the flowers, and gently curved her lips. "I seem to be really greedy, and I like a lot of people." With this answer, Lin Zixia was already very satisfied. Her greed was a good thing for him. Chapter 232 Extra 7 Pregnancy. After returning from the business trip, Wen Yin and Lin Zixia bought gifts for everyone in the family, and brought some local specialties. Lu Li took the gift and teased Lin Zixu. Congratulations. You finally got promoted. Lin Zixu smiled and said, Thank you. Wen Yin was thinking about how to explain to the three people. When she heard Lu Li's words, she was slightly relieved. She turned her eyes to Wen Xiyu and pursed her lips nervously. Brother, do you agree? Wen Xiyu was feeding Shiguai with complimentary food. He said lightly, You have already agreed. Does it matter whether I agree or not? Wen Yin walked towards him and shook his arm flatteringly. Your opinion is very important. If you don't agree, I won't go there on a business trip. Wen Xiyu pursed his lips slightly. As long as you are happy. He had been mentally prepared for this matter. Although he would still be sad. Wen Yin saw that he was in a bad mood. So he didn't say anything more and stayed quietly by his side. Zhou Yuchu was teaching Ruhan how to use chopsticks. He accepted Lin Zixu joining calmly, thinking it was only a matter of time. Lin Zixu liked Wen Yin as much as he did. After waiting for 6 years, it was time for him to get what he wanted. Zhou Yuchu thought of something and turned his concerned eyes to Wen Yin. Yin, are you having your period? Wen Yin shook her head. Her period seemed to be a week late. And there was no sign of it today. The 4 men all looked at the girl. And they all had guesses in their hearts. Wen Xiyu put away his emotions and asked Lu Li to go to the warehouse to get the pregnancy test stick and early pregnancy test paper. And then said to Wen Yin, Maybe it's just a few days late. Don't worry. Wen Yin lowered her head and clasped her fingers, hummed in a muffled voice, and waited for Lu Li to bring the things over. And she quickly went to the bathroom upstairs. After testing the pregnancy test stick and test paper, the results showed that she was pregnant. Wen Yin was very angry this time. She went downstairs and put the things on the table, asking them if they did it on purpose. But they all shook their heads and denied it, saying that they took precautions every time. As the most suspected person, Lu Li eagerly explained, I really didn't make you pregnant on purpose. How could I ignore your wishes? Please believe me. Okay? Wen Yin didn't want to hear the explanation. Even if it wasn't intentional, the result was caused by them. She turned back to her room and hid in it to sulk alone. She didn't want a child for the time being. Although the child was cute, she felt scared when she thought of the hardship of pregnancy and the pain of childbirth. She was already very satisfied with Zhou Mian and Wen Ruhan's 2 children. If she hadn't promised Lu Li, she really didn't want to have another child. After an unknown amount of time, the door was gently pushed open. She smelled the aroma of food, and her stomach made a barely audible gurgling sound. She covered her stomach in embarrassment and said coldly, I don't want to eat. Get out. Wen Xiyu put the food on the table, then came to sit down by the bed, next to Wen Yin. He gently held her hand and said softly, Don't be angry. I made a few dishes you like. Try them. Wen Yin pulled her hand back and snorted coldly. No. I won't eat it even if I starve to death. Don't say angry words. Wen Xiyu pulled her into his arms, lowered his head and kissed her. Her hair. Comforting. I'm sorry. I know it's hard to be pregnant. Don't worry. There won't be a next time. Wen Yin looked up at him, her voice muffled. How do you know there won't be a next time? I've made an appointment for surgery. And this won't happen again. Wen Yin's eyes flashed with surprise, paused, and asked, Does Lu Li want to do it too? What if this baby is not his daughter? No matter whether it is or not, 3 children are enough. Wen Yin is their lover, not a reproductive tool. If they don't agree, they can choose to leave. Wen Xiyu touched the top of the girl's head, his tone soft. Let's go eat. Okay? Wen Yin nodded, letting him lead her to the dining table. And after a while, Lu Li and Zhou Yuchu also came to the room. Lu Li came to Wen Yin, half squatted and looked at her. Yin, I really didn't mean it. Wen Yin's mood was much better than before, and she no longer gave him a cold face. She nodded and said, I know. You guys sit down and eat too. Lu Li and Zhou Yuchu sat down one after another. The 4 of them had their meal quietly. Wen Yin suddenly asked, Where is the child? Why didn't you bring him here? He's downstairs. Lin Zixia is watching him. Then how does he eat dinner? He said he's not hungry. Lu Li's answer made Wen Yin frown. How could they have the nerve to let Lin Zixia help them look after the child while they ate in the room? Lu Li put down his chopsticks and said, There are leftovers in the kitchen. He will eat it later. He is one of your boyfriends now, and it is his duty to take care of the child. Wen Yin rolled his eyes at him. You are not deliberately bullying him. Are you? Luli looked at her aggrievedly. Am I the kind of person who bullies others in your eyes? Zhou saw this and said, It was Zishiu who asked to look after the child, and asked us to go upstairs to coax you. Don't worry. I will go downstairs to replace him later. Wen Yin said oh, and said nothing more. After finishing the meal, Zhou went downstairs, leaving only 3 people in the room. Because of her pregnancy, Wen Yin was indifferent to the 2 men. After washing up, she lay on the bed and played with her phone. Want to play games? Lu Li's suggestion came into her ears. But Wen Yin did not respond and turned her back to him. Yin, please don't be angry. Okay. I was wrong. I will go for surgery tomorrow. This won't happen again. Wen Yin paused for a moment and asked him, What if it's not your child? Lu Li sat on the bed, stretched out his hand and gently pulled the girl over, letting her face him. I don't really like children that much. I just felt that I was left behind before. So I said that. I am content with you. Children are not important. Wen Yin felt warm at heart and softened her tone. I think it is very likely that it is yours. But if it is not, I will not have another one. Okay. I won't have another one in the future. Lu Li lowered his head and kissed her. Do you want to play games? I take you. Wen Yin curled the corners of his lips. Okay. Wen Xiu sat in the armchair, and seeing that Wen Yin was coaxed, the worry in his eyes slowly faded. The last time Wen Yin was pregnant, she had severe morning sickness. She vomited everything she ate. They even thought about aborting the child. I hope it will be easier this time. Wen Yin and Lu Li played games until late at night, and only washed up and went to bed at Wen Xiu urging. Lu Li was going to sleep with him tonight. So he had no other thoughts and fell asleep peacefully while holding the girl in his arms. Chapter 233 Extra 8, Pregnancy. As autumn deepened, the grape trellis in the yard was full of fruits. The girl sat on a rattan chair not far away, with soft chestnut curly hair scattered on her shoulders, and a pair of black sunglasses on her straight nose. Looking particularly lazy, 3 handsome men sat around her. One feeding her peeled grapes, one rubbing her legs, and another holding a book for early education. Okay. Stop feeding her. Today's sugar intake has been too much, Wen Xiu said, and the action of rubbing her legs did not stop. He had learned massage before, just to help Wen Yin relieve the problem of swollen legs and feet during pregnancy. The peeled grapes were handed to the girl's lips, and after a light touch, they turned a corner and fell into the man's mouth. Wen Yin glared at Lu Li, took off his sunglasses and said, I want to eat cheesecake. I want to eat it now. Lu Li wiped his hands with a tissue and stood up. Okay. I go buy it now. Zhou held Wen Yin's hand and asked her, Anything else you want to eat? Wen Yin thought seriously and said, There are also pizza, hamburgers, fried chicken from the place I often eat. Oh! And I want to drink Coke. Wen Xiu felt that the food outside was not very healthy, and it was not good to eat too much. I make hamburgers and fried chicken later. Just buy pizza and Coke. Lu Li said yes and turned to walk out. He met Lin Zishu carrying a shopping bag at the door. He raised his eyebrows slightly. You're pretty fast. Before, Wen Yin said she wanted to eat snacks. So Lin Zishu went out to buy them, and came back pretty quickly. Lin Zishu noticed the car keys in his hand and asked, Are you going out? Lu Li nodded, walked past him to the black Porsche, opened the door, and got in the car. And his phone suddenly rang. With a note, Sweet baby. He pressed the answer button, and heard the other party deliberately lower the voice, and said coquettishly, I want to eat ice cream. Chocolate and strawberry flavors. And milk tea. Wen Xiu didn't let her eat these 2 things. Lu Li hesitated a little, but still responded, I will buy them. But you can't be greedy. Just taste it. Well, I know. Thank you, husband. You are the best. Moi. The woman's sweet voice came, and Lu Li's heart softened instantly, as if it was soaked in warm water, and it felt very comfortable. After shopping, only Lin Zishu accompanied Wen Yin in the yard, and the 2 were watching movies on a tablet. Lu Li walked towards them, pulled a chair and sat down. What movie are you watching? When Wen Yin saw him coming back, joy suddenly appeared in her eyes. You're back. Have you bought everything I want? Lu Li nodded with a smile, and took out the things one by one in the expectant eyes of the girl. Don't drink too much milk tea. I put the ice cream in the refrigerator first and eat it tomorrow. Wen Yin nodded obediently, took a sip of the milk tea first, then opened the pizza box and started eating. She didn't have any morning sickness during this pregnancy, and her appetite was pretty good. She wanted to eat everything. Luli came to the kitchen with the remaining things, and met Wensiyu questioning eyes. He lowered his eyes guiltily. It should be okay to drink a cup of milk tea occasionally. Wensiyu just stared at him like that, without saying a word. But the sense of oppression was full. Luli cast a look of help at Zhou, who said helplessly, "It's okay to have milk tea. But are you going to give her ice cream too?" Luli whispered. "I checked. Pregnant women can eat a small amount of ice cream. Just control the amount." Wensiyu narrowed his eyes, his voice a little heavy. "You really don't learn from your mistakes. Last time when Yin was pregnant, you secretly gave her food from outside. Have you forgotten that she had abdominal pain in the middle of the night and was sent to the hospital?" Luli felt guilty when he heard his words. "I know. I won't do it again in the future." In the yard, Lin Zixia watched Wen Yin drink half of the milk tea and stopped her. "That's enough. Drink it next time." Wen Yin stopped and handed him the rest of the milk tea. "Then you drink it." Lin Zixia took it and took a sip, and a hint of sweetness spread from his mouth and sweetened his heart. He liked this kind of closeness, as if it was supposed to be like this between them. Wen Yin tilted her head to look at him. The setting sun shone on his fair and handsome face. The light and shadow intertwined, which was very beautiful. She suddenly wanted to kiss him. When he put down the milk tea cup, Wen Yin leaned over and kissed him gently on the lips. Lin Zixia was stunned for a moment, with a little light in his eyes and a happy smile on his lips. He stretched out his hand to pull the girl into his arms and kissed her for a long time before letting her go. Kissing someone you like is like stepping on the clouds, light and dreamy. With every breath, you can feel the warm breath of the other person intertwined, like a warm current slowly flowing into the softest corner of your heart. At that moment, time seemed to solidify into eternity, and everything around you became unimportant. Chapter 234, Peep at Extra 9. At dinner time, Ji and Sui came back with their 2 children. They went outside to attend an early childhood education class. As soon as Shiguai entered the door, she threw herself into Wen Yin's arms and called him Mom affectionately. Wen Yin picked her up and asked her what she learned today. Shiguai rolled her eyes and uttered 2 words. "Counting," Ji explained. Today's early childhood education theme is to recognize numbers. They both studied very hard. Wen Yin kissed Shiguai's cheek. "Baby is great." After saying that, he handed her to Wensiyu, picked up Ruhan and praised him. Wen Yin treated both children equally without favoritism. Although Shiguai was cute and lovable, Ruhan's eyebrows and eyes looked very much like Wensiyu, and she liked him equally. After dinner, Wen Yin, Ji and Sui went for a walk in the yard. They hadn't formally talked about that matter yet, and Wen Yin thought it was time to talk about it. Wen Yin sat on the swing, and the other 2 stood on both sides. The moonlight was dim, and insects chirped from time to time in the lawn. After a long silence, Wen Yin said, "I will not have any more children in the future." Ji was stunned and did not react for a while. But Sui responded, 3 children are enough. There is no need to have more." Sui felt sorry for Wen Yin. The pain she suffered last time was still vivid in his mind, and he did not want her to experience it again. Ji looked down and saw the girl sitting on the swing, wearing a white dress that was whiter than snow. Time seemed to have left no trace on her face. She was still so bright and charming, and every frown and smile could move his heartstrings. He curved his lips slightly and smiled softly. "Are you trying to use this excuse to reject me? I don't want children, and I don't care about passing on the family line. The only thing I want is you." Wen Yin tightened her grip on the swing rope slowly. "But will your father agree? If he doesn't agree, he won't let me come to Beicheng." Ji mentioned this to his father a long time ago, saying that he might not have children or get married in the future. His father didn't object, although he might be a little disappointed. He still respected his choice. Wen Yin nodded and turned her eyes to Sui. Before she asked, Sui said, "I don't want children either. I just want you." Wen Yin pursed her lips for a while and responded softly, "Okay." Ji and Sui both heard it. It was a very light word, but it set off a tsunami of joy in their hearts. They waited for 6 years and finally got a response. Sui bent down and confirmed with her again. "Do you mean? Are you willing to accept me?" Ji added hurriedly. And me. Wen Yan's cheeks were slightly hot. She lowered her head and hummed inaudibly. She liked both of them. Since she had already accepted Lin Zixio, there was no reason to reject them. That night, Ji Yi and Suhi both lived in the villa. They got the boyfriend status they had always dreamed of. And the corners of their mouths were raised when they slept. In the largest bedroom on the second floor, ambiguous panting sounds came one after another. Wen Yan's pregnancy was stable. A man who had been vegetarian for 2 months naturally had to eat some meat. But he didn't toss and turn for too long like before. He rested after having fun once. Wen Yan half leaned on him, listened to the disordered heartbeat return to calm, and asked him, "Have you ever regretted choosing me?" Zhou Yuchu lowered his head slightly. The corner of his lips brushed the woman's hair, and his tone was soft. "No. I only regret not confessing earlier. In that case, maybe he could have her all to himself." Wen Yan hugged him sideways, her white fingers lingering on her abdominal muscles, her fingertips tapping lightly. "Really? You are the male protagonist of this world. How can you be willing to share a woman with others?" Zhou Yuchu held the rebellious hand. His eyes darkened. "Don't touch me. I don't have that good self-control." He lifted her hand, put it to his mouth and kissed it. "I don't like sharing, but I don't want to lose you even more." Wen Yan looked up at him, her eyes slightly raised, with a bit of charm. "I heard from Zixio that there is a very beautiful assistant in your company who confessed to you a few days ago." Zhou Yuchu was about to explain, but a hand covered his mouth. And when Yan continued, "You rejected her, and said, you like men and will never get married in this life." Wen Yan chuckled. "You and Wen Ziyu won't both use this excuse to ward off peach blossoms?" Zhou Yuchu looked down at her, his eyes full of pampering. After the hand moved away, he said, "This excuse is quite useful, more effective than direct rejection." Wen Yan deliberately teased him. "You and my brother do look quite compatible. Why don't you try it? I will respect and bless you." Zhou Yuchu smiled helplessly, gently pressed her into his arms, and put his lips on her ear. "I only like you, and I only react to you." Through the thin material, Wen Yan felt the scorching temperature, and her body seemed to resonate, actively moving closer, pestering him for more. Zhou Yuchu was concerned about her physical condition and didn't want to do it again. But the beauty in his arms was so attractive that he finally fell for it. The next morning, at the dinner table, Luli reminded him meaningfully. The doctor said that although the 3-month dangerous period has passed, some things should still be done in moderation. Zhou Yuchu looked at him. "Are you talking about me? He was the one who slept with me last night. Isn't that talking about him?" Luli smiled lazily. "If you think so, then so." Lin Zixi glanced at the two of them, his eyes resting on Luli. "You won't peek at me, will you? You're really perverted." Luli choked. It was over. He was so busy reminding someone that he forgot that he would expose himself for peeking. When Ziyu covered Xiaoguai's ears and cast his gaze towards Luli. "Did you really peek?" Luli pursed his lips and shrugged indifferently. "What's wrong with taking a look? It doesn't have any impact." Wen Yan reacted a little late and frowned. "Don't peek in the future." Luli pouted. He didn't want to look at others. He just looked at Wen Yan out of habit. Lin Zixia couldn't help teasing him. "You are really heavy-handed. You actually peeked at others being intimate." "What others?" "That's my wife." "So you like to watch your wife being intimate with others?" After the words fell, the table was quiet for a second, and everyone looked at Luli with a complicated look. Luli was too lazy to explain, leaning back on the chair. "Whatever you think." When Ziyu put down the hand covering Xiaoguai's ear and coughed lightly. "Okay, let's stop here. Although Luli has a quirk, it doesn't matter. Let him be. Luli doesn't care what others think. He doesn't care whether he is perverted or has a quirk. But Wen Yan can't think of him like that. Yan, I will explain to you alone tonight." Luli held Wen Yan's hand, looked at her and said, "Don't think too much. I'm not that perverted." Wen Yan smiled and scratched his palm with her fingers. "I know that you have the ability of the sky eye, and sometimes it's hard to control it. You still understand me." Luli leaned closer, pecked her face lightly, and then let her eat. Today is the weekend. They don't have to go to work, and they spend time in the yard after dinner, either playing with the children or with Wen Yan. The doorbell rang. Luli took a closer look and found that it was an old friend he hadn't seen for a long time. Chapter 235 Extra 10, Being a Concubine. Tu Ling has been to many places in the past few years. In addition to helping the dead souls in the last days, she also needs to deal with the evil spirits that harm the world. She is too busy to have a child. She is the only bloodline left in their Tu family. She must have a child. She thought that she would concentrate on preparing for pregnancy after this period of busy work. But not long ago, she found out that she was pregnant. After discussing with Lin Fei, the two decided to settle down in Lekang for a while. The door of the villa slowly opened. Looking at the familiar faces, Lin Fei was happy and excited. He hadn't seen them for 5 years. He really missed them. Lin Zishu came over first, patted his shoulder with a smile. You finally came to see us. Lin Fei smiled brightly, put his arm on his shoulder. Brother, you are going to have a niece. Lin Zishu was stunned for a moment, and the smile on his face became deeper. You are so lucky. Congratulations. While the two were talking, Wen Yan and Tu Ling were also chatting. Tu Ling hugged the two children separately and handed the safety lock she had prepared in advance to Wen Yan. I made it myself. It can ward off evil spirits. Wen Yan took it gratefully and asked her, can you stay longer this time? For a while? Just keep me company. Tu Ling smiled and nodded. I plan to be your neighbor. If I have to go out in the future, I will have to trouble you to help me take care of the children. Wen Yan looked at her belly in surprise. Are you pregnant? How many months? 2 months. It's a girl. Then we can arrange a baby marriage. I'm pregnant with a boy. And there's Rehan. You can choose one. Okay. But don't rush. Let's wait until they are older. The two chatted as they walked in. And the remaining men were also reminiscing about the past. When Lin Fei heard that they were all with Wen Yan, his eyes widened in surprise. And then he teased Wen Xiu. Brother Wen, how could you let them in? They should have been unable to love each other for the rest of their lives. Why did you soften your heart? Wen Xiu sighed and said lightly. They insisted on being concubines without a name or status. So I could only be generous and fulfill their wish. The 5 men who were called concubines had a slightly lonely expression. They had no bottom line and were eager to be concubines. But compared to the concubines in ancient times, their treatment was much better. On the surface, it was still quite fair, and there was no hierarchy. Once a person's bottom line is lowered, it will be lowered again and again. Lin Fei and Tu Ling temporarily lived with Xiao Chen. The villa they bought had not been cleaned up yet. If they lived in Wen Yan house, they were afraid that it would disturb their married life. Xiao Chen had changed a lot. Although he still didn't talk much, he looked very good, with a faint smile on his handsome face. Qin Yi had a girlfriend last year and was planning to get engaged at the end of the year. He hasn't been home much recently. Qin Shu founded a game company after graduation and has been busy with work. They have lived in the same building for more than 5 years and have always gotten along well. Although the end of the world has ended, the bond between them has not ended. Lu Li played games with Wen Yan until late at night. And then he remembered that he had not done anything serious. He went to wash up first, then took a rose from the vase, peeled the thorns on the stem, and played with it in his palm. Wen Yan came out of the bathroom and was slightly stunned for a second. She saw a disheveled handsome man lying on his side on the soft and wide bed. He held a bunch of beautiful red roses in his mouth, and his narrow and long fox eyes were slightly raised, flashing with tiny starlight. At this moment, those eyes were tightly locked on Wen Yan, making her heart beat faster involuntarily. She slowly walked to the bed, picked the flower, put it to her nose and sniffed it, then looked at the man who was staring at her with affection. I don't feel well. Lu Li's eyes tightened, and he sat up quickly. Where do you feel uncomfortable? Do you need to see a doctor? Wen Yan shook her head. A sly look flashed in her eyes, and then she took his hand and put it on her chest. I feel uncomfortable in my heart. Touch it. My heart is beating so fast. The palm of her hand felt soft. Lu Li was stunned. The worry in his eyes fell. He hugged Wen Yan into his arms, and lowered his head to kiss her. After all, he took care of her body, and didn't dare to use too much force. When he was moved, he admired the beautiful face of the girl, and felt that he was drowning in it. He really liked her. He liked her so much. If there is a next life, he still wants to be with her, even if it is to be a concubine. The weather gradually turned colder, and when Yen became more and more lazy, he didn't want to go to the company anymore. So he worked at home. The 2 children were still taken care of by the men in turn. But before there was only one person. Now there were 2 people at home. At noon, Ji prepared complimentary food for the two children, asked Soo-hee to take care of them, and then made nutritious meals for pregnant women. As for themselves, they just had to eat whatever they wanted. After preparing lunch, Ji went to the study upstairs and knocked on the door. He waited for a response before pushing the door open. The girl leaned back in a chair, her long curly hair hanging casually, a pair of gold-rimmed glasses on her nose. Her skin was as white as snow, and she was beautiful with a bit of bookish air. Ji was moved by her and walked towards her. She raised her eyes with a slightly confused look. Ji leaned over, touched the corners of his lips, and left a gentle kiss. But he felt it was not enough. So he held her face and kissed her deeply for a long time. When Yen was tempted, her arm around his neck, and her other hand tried to unbutton his shirt. Ji held her wrist, his eyes restrained and forbearing. No, I'm afraid I can't grasp the degree and hurt the child. Although they have confirmed their relationship, they have not really been together. Not only him, but Lin Zixiao and Soo-hee are also worried. They have no experience in this area and are afraid that they will hurt the child. When Yen kissed him gently, "It's okay. I teach you." This teaching lasted for about an hour. After the initial immaturity of the first taste of love, Ji learned quickly. In the living room downstairs, Soo-hee saw that the two had not come downstairs for a long time. So he took the two children upstairs to take a nap. When he passed the study, he vaguely heard the ambiguous sound coming from inside. He paused and continued to walk forward. Perhaps because he had never experienced it. He was not very enthusiastic about this kind of thing. Nor did he have too much desire. But at this moment, he had some ideas. Chapter 236 Extra 11 Sister Brother Love. The phone on the table suddenly rang. When Yen glanced at the caller ID and pressed the answer button. "Mr. Wen, there is something urgent with the client for the online meeting at 2 p.m. Can it be postponed to 3 p.m.? The assistant's voice came through the receiver. When Yen adjusted her breathing and tried to speak in a calm tone. "Okay. Then 3 p.m. After hanging up the phone, she put her arms around the man's neck again. Her eyes charming. "Sorry. Let's continue." Ji lowered his head and kissed her, and the fragmented words overflowed from his mouth. "Are you satisfied with my performance just now?" When Yen nodded gently and stood on tiptoe to kiss him back. After the end, he hugged her tightly, his eyes full of happiness. He liked this kind of intimacy, and his soul seemed to tremble with excitement. He wanted to do it again. But considering the child, he slowly let go and picked her up to the bathroom to wash. His slender fingers brushed across the smooth and delicate skin, and he reacted almost immediately. The water flowed down from his head, splashing circles of ripples on his skin, and the atmosphere gradually became hot. Just then, a knock came from outside the bathroom door. Yen, it's time for lunch." Ji stopped his action when he heard it. He was so obsessed with beauty that he forgot that when Yen didn't have lunch. He took the bath towel and wrapped them both separately, and then took Wen Yen's hand and left the bathroom. Soo-hee stood outside the bathroom door. His eyes fell on the girl. He first noticed her delicate and tempting lips. His eyes moved down, and there were ambiguous red marks on her neck and collarbone. The round curves were wrapped in a white bath towel. Looming, his Adam's apple rolled, and he suppressed the desire. He walked over and pulled out a chair. When Wen Yen sat down, he handed the chopsticks to her. In addition to the nutritious meals for pregnant women, there were also 2 bowls of clear soup noodles that Soo-hee had just cooked casually, as well as last night's leftovers. Wen Yen felt full after eating half of the nutritious meal, so she let them take care of the rest. She went back to the bedroom for a nap and then went to the study to work. Her boyfriends were very considerate. They not only took good care of the children, but also took care of her in every detail. They made various nutritious meals every day and bought various gifts, so she couldn't find any faults. In the evening, everyone gathered together for dinner. Xiao Qun and his friends also came, except for Jiang Xinhua. Everyone in the team was there. Wen Yen took out his mobile phone and sent her a video call. After the call was connected, she was lying on the beach, wearing a cool bikini suit and sunglasses, looking very relaxed. "Dear, long time no see. How are you and your boyfriends doing?" "Very good. How about you? Where are you traveling?" In the video, Jiang Xinhua took off her sunglasses, revealing a pair of narrow and charming eyes, and smiled. "I'm abroad, spending my daughter's birthday with her." After Jiang Xinyue became pregnant, she lived in the man's house for a year, because she got along well with her mother-in-law. She simply settled there. But she is also a person who can't sit still and often travels around. Fortunately, the man's family is well off and can withstand her tossing. Wen Yin offered to give her a sum of money before parting, but she confiscated it and said that if her husband was unreliable, she would come to her for help. Wen Yin originally thought that she was just playing around, but who knew that 5 years later, their relationship was still stable. After talking about the past, Jiang Xinyue suddenly remembered something. She had just fallen asleep last night, but she heard a burst of electronic sound in her mind, saying that he was a strategy system and brought her here to conquer the male protagonist of this world. It just encountered a malfunction and was dormant for a while. Jiang Xinyue rolled her eyes. The male protagonist already had a child with Wen Yin, so what was the point of her trying to capture him? Besides, she already had a husband. The system made a sharp sound, saying that the plot shouldn't be like this. The male protagonist was the lucky child of this world, so how could he share a woman with others? The system finally left with a curse. After saying this, Jiang Xinyue laughed and said, "Do you think he is stupid? How can he come a few years late? And I tried to capture Zhou Yuchu at that time, but he ignored me. Even if there was a system, it was useless." Wen Yin glanced at Zhou Yuchu and joked, "What a pity. You missed it." Zhou Yuchu immediately stated his position after hearing this. "I don't think it's a pity. The person I like has always been you, and there will be no one else." Jiang Xinyue sighed on the other end of the video. "I didn't like you either. I used to simply like every handsome guy. But now I only like my husband." Wen Yin blinked at her. "Is your husband next to you?" Jiang Xinyue pulled the man outside the video into the picture. He had a very beautiful face, with curved eyebrows and eyes, and greeted him shyly. After chatting, when the phone was about to hang up, Wen Yin heard the man call sister in a soft voice, as if he was acting coquettishly. No wonder Jiang Xinyue has a special liking for this little brother. He has good looks, a good figure, and can act coquettishly and coax people. Who doesn't like this little puppy? Lu Li sat next to Wen Yin and heard the cloying voice of sister. He leaned closer and said, "Do you like being called sister? I can try." Wen Yin shuddered and quickly shook her head to refuse. "I don't like it." "Are you sure?" Lu Li wanted to tease her, but as soon as he moved his lips, she covered them. "You are not old enough, so don't call me that." Lu Li raised his eyebrows, and vague syllables flowed out from between his fingers. "Why? Do you dislike my age?" "No. You are only 29 years old. Not too old." Wen Yin took back her hand and was about to change the subject, but Lin Fei took over the conversation. "It is said that men are not so good after 30. You have to exercise regularly, or you will be disliked." Lin Zixia looked at Lin Fei. "You are also 27 years old. It doesn't matter much." Lin Fei shrugged indifferently. "A Ling only has me. She likes me no matter what. You are different. When it comes to the topic of age." Wen Xiu's eyes flashed with disappointment. He is 8 years older than Wen Yin. In a few years, will Wen Yin dislike him? Wen Yin noticed his mood, held his hand and said, "I like you no matter what." After a pause, he leaned close to his ear and whispered, "And you have good physical strength." Wen Xiu tilted his head to look at her and hummed softly. Lin Fei had offended a circle of people invisibly, and then they began to unite. Target him. Tu Ling. I think you can definitely find someone better. Lin Fei is not that good. I also think that he has no other advantages except his looks. He used to pursue Jiang Xinyue. You are spreading rumors. Lin Fei was afraid of them and begged for mercy. It was my fault just now. You are all young and have good physical strength. Please, I finally found such an excellent wife. If you ruin it for me, I will not live. Tu Ling looked at him with amusement. Did he think she was the kind of person who believed everything she heard? Lin Fei coaxed a few uncles and turned the topic to Wen Yin. Is it Lu Li's child this time? Lu Li exchanged glances with the other two and replied, It's mine. Lin Fei asked again. How do you know it's yours? Lu Li chuckled and touched her cheek with the tip of her tongue. Such a private matter. Do you want to know? Lin Fei thought of something and shook his head. I don't want to know. Don't talk about it. After chatting until late at night, everyone dispersed. Lin Zixi was accompanying Wen Yin tonight. He liked to kiss her, but there was no other action except kissing. Although it was very hard to endure, He did not dare to cross the line. When Yin saw that he was about to take a cold shower and reached out to grab him, he turned his head to look at her. The lust in his eyes had not faded, and his voice was low and hoarse. "What's wrong?" When Yin didn't say anything, pulled his collar close to her, kissed and bit slowly, and noticed that he wanted to retreat. She deliberately bit him hard. He seemed to have reached the limit of his patience, but he tried his best to suppress it. The veins on his forehead were throbbing, and his face, as soft as jade, was light pink, extremely radiant. He looked at the person he liked deliberately teasing him, and his heart seemed to be flooded with warm water, soft and numb. Just once, if he moved gently, it should be fine. He leaned down and kissed the woman's white neck with fine and dense kisses, and his movements were as gentle as possible. He was not a person who had no desires. In the past, when he couldn't sleep at night, he would have physical impulses just thinking of her. Now that he had truly possessed her, he realized the joy of such a thing. The person beside him was already asleep. He traced her outline in the dark, his heart filled with joy. Chapter 237 Extra 12 Delivery. The next day, the weather was fine, and the family gathered downstairs, waiting for the family doctor to help Wen Yin check her body. The overall indicators were normal, but the blood sugar was high. The doctor reminded them to pay attention to the diet of pregnant women. Before leaving, he privately told Wen Xiu, "Try to restrain yourself from sex, although the pregnant woman is in good health. If it is too frequent during pregnancy, it will still have an impact. Just 1 or 2 times a week is fine." Wen Xiu nodded in agreement. After sending the doctor away, he conveyed the doctor's instructions. In view of the fact that they had no self-control, Wen Xiu proposed to temporarily cancel the previous sleeping system and let Wen Yin sleep alone. Luli felt that Wen Yin needed someone to accompany her now. Sharing a bed did not necessarily mean doing that thing. If anyone could not help it, they should not sleep with her. Finally, after discussion, they decided that 2 people would sleep with each other at night and supervise each other. Wen Yin had no objection to this. It was up to them to decide on such matters. He was a vested interest and had nothing to complain about. As the months went by, Wen Yin's sleep began to deteriorate, and her mood became unstable. In the middle of the night, she suddenly wanted to eat candied haws. They bought some and Wen Yin took a bite. She felt that the taste was not right, and tears fell. It was difficult to comfort her when she cried, and only Wen Xiu could comfort her. In the last 2 months of pregnancy, Wen Xiu accompanied her every night, told her stories, and massaged her legs and feet. Others would help, but none of them were as skilled as Wen Xiu. As the due date approached, Wen Xiu asked a private doctor to live on the first floor of the villa. The delivery bag and things needed by the pregnant woman were prepared, just waiting for Wen Yin to give birth. Wen Yin was 20 pounds fatter than before, and it was not obvious on her face, but her pregnant belly was very obvious. She was very inconvenient to move, and she needed someone to help her every time she went up and down the stairs. The men in the family did not go to the company anymore. They all stayed at home to accompany her, taking turns to cook every day and making all kinds of food she liked. That night, it was raining heavily outside, with lightning and thunder, but a spacious bedroom on the second floor was brightly lit. There was an exquisite mahjong table in the room. 3 men and 1 woman were playing mahjong around the table. The cards in their hands kept changing positions, and they were sometimes happy and sometimes frowning. Wen Yin won 5 games in a row, but there was no happy expression on her face. "Did you deliberately let me win?" Ji smiled and replied, "No. You played well." Lin Zixia agreed. "You played very well tonight. I didn't let you win." Su He, "Yes, I didn't let you win either." Wen Yin was bored and stood up to move around. As soon as she stood up, she felt a hot stream gushing out. She heard a click and water flowed out from under her skirt. It should be her amniotic fluid breaking. Lin Zixia saw it and quickly held her arm, saying to the others, "Go find Brother Wen and Dr. Jiang and ask them to wait in the delivery room on the first floor." People in the room started to move one after another, and Wen Xiu soon came upstairs. He was originally making supper in the kitchen, but when he heard the noise upstairs, he immediately rushed over. Luli and Zhou Yuchu followed closely behind, each holding a child in their arms. The 2 little guys refused to sleep because of the thunder, so they had to bring them here. Wen Xiu helped Wen Yin wash her body, changed into a clean nightgown, and slowly walked downstairs with her. In the delivery room on the first floor, which had been prepared long ago, Dr. Jiang had already put on his green surgical gown and was ready. Wen Xiyu helped Wen Yan lie down on the bed, then went to disinfect and change into surgical gowns. Wen Yan gave birth, so he naturally had to accompany her. Lu Li and Zhou Yuchu also accompanied her in the delivery room last time, but because they were too worried and affected Dr. Jiang, they were finally driven out. This time, Wen Xiyu simply didn't let them in. In the corridor, the 5 men all had worried expressions on their faces. Although this was not the first time Wen Yan had given birth, they were still very afraid that something would happen to her. Lu Li thought of something and said to the 3 people, "You haven't done the sterilization surgery yet, right?" Lin Zixia pursed his lips. "I will do it as soon as possible. I don't want a child." "Ji Yi, I will also make an appointment for surgery as soon as possible." "Su He, I checked some time ago. I can't have children. It may be the effect of the zombie virus." Several people looked at him when they heard it. He had been a zombie for a while before. Could this cause infertility? Ji Yi raised his eyebrows and asked curiously, "Do you have any problems in that area?" "No." Su He lowered his head, and a day 5 months ago appeared in front of him. He and Wen Yan went out shopping and watched a movie. In the cinema, the 2 of them couldn't help themselves. Back in the car, everything happened naturally. The car was very confidential. After raising the baffle, everything outside was isolated. His first experience was very beautiful and exciting. He had watched some video tutorials before and had fantasized about their first time. But that day was even better than his fantasy. Since then, the 2 of them would go out alone at regular intervals. Sometimes in the car, sometimes in his apartment. This matter was a secret between them, and he didn't want to tell anyone else. Although perhaps Lu Li had seen it. Lu Li stared at Su He. His eyes narrowed slightly. He naturally knew about Wen Yan and Su He's relationship. Not only him, but others also secretly sought benefits for themselves. As men, who would not have selfish motives, as long as they didn't cross the line. Lu Li would turn a blind eye. Suddenly, a woman's painful cry came from the room. The 5 people expressions changed, and they instantly lost the mood to chat. They all looked towards the delivery room, but they couldn't see anything. Of course, Lu Li could see it with his eyes. He only took a look, and his heart seemed to be grasped by something, and he felt very uncomfortable. He would rather not have a child than want Wen Yan to suffer this kind of pain. Xiao Chen and Qin Shu came as soon as they received the message. They were close, and it only took 10 minutes to walk. Qin Yi and Lin Fei were still on the way. Xiao Chen looked at the delivery room worriedly and asked them what was going on. Lu Li said, "It seems to be 3 fingers dilated. We have to wait a little longer." A sudden thunderclap sounded, and Xiaoguai was frightened and burst into tears. Zhou Yuchu patted her shoulder soothingly. He glanced at Rehan from the corner of his eye and saw that he was staring at the door of the delivery room in a daze. "Dad? Is Mom in there?" Rehan turned his head, and his narrow eyebrows and eyes were very similar to Wen Xiyu. His eyes were calm, but there was a hint of worry. Since he could speak, he only called Zhou Yuchu Dad, and Xiaoguai only called Wen Xiyu. As for other people, they called him Uncle. Zhou Yuchu felt very strange at first. His daughter called him Uncle, but Wen Xiyu's son treated him as his father. Later, he gradually got used to it. He raised his hand and touched the little guy head. "Well, she is giving birth to a baby." Xiao Chen walked towards them and took out 2 beautiful candies from his pocket. Since he had 2 nephews, he often carried some snacks that children love with him. "Xiaoguai, do you want some candy?" Xiaoguai stopped crying immediately when she saw the candy. Her eyes were particularly bright after crying, and her nose was red. "Thank you, Uncle." Xiao Chen stretched out his hand to her. "Can Uncle hold you?" Xiaoguai nodded and threw herself into Xiao Chen's arms, not forgetting her candy. "Uncle, help me open it. I want to eat it." Xiao Chen smiled and said yes. Unwrapped the candy wrapper and handed it to her, and gave another candy to Ruhan. Ruhan took it and thanked her, but did not eat it. He wanted to leave the candy for his mother. She had a hard time giving birth, and eating a candy would make her happier. At 3 o'clock in the morning, the cry of a baby finally rang in the delivery room. The people waiting outside breathed a sigh of relief and got up and came to the door of the delivery room to watch. After a while, Dr. Jiang came out holding the clean baby and said with a smile, "Congratulations. It's a very healthy boy. Lu Li's eyes were not on the child at all. Zhou Yuchu said thank you for your hard work, and walked past him into the delivery room. The others followed him in. Dr. Jiang could only hold the baby by himself. Xiaochen walked towards him and smiled politely. I'm the child's uncle. Let me hold it. Dr. Jiang nodded and handed the baby to him. How is my sister? Is she okay? No. She needs to be observed for 2 hours. Lin Fei came over at this time and looked down at the newborn baby. The skin was wrinkled and a little ugly, but the eyebrows and nose looked like Lu Li. Lin Fei couldn't help looking forward to his own child. Would he look like him? If it was a girl, it would be best if she inherited their excellent genes. White and tender. As cute as Shi Wei. He didn't want to go out tonight. Tu Ling was pregnant and couldn't leave her alone. But Tu Ling said that he needed to understand the birth process in advance to avoid being in a hurry. Lin Fei came to the delivery room and took a look. Wen Yin was resting at the moment, while the others were standing or sitting, quiet without a sound. But their eyes were on the bed with concern. Wen Xiyu whispered something to Lu Li, and then went out, probably to prepare supper. Lin Fei went out with him, learned some skills in the kitchen, and then said goodbye and left. In the room on the second floor, Qin and Qin Shu, who were with their 2 children, received a text message saying that Wen Yin had given birth. So they got out of bed quietly and prepared to go downstairs to see. But before he stepped out of the door, he heard Shi Wei crying. So Qin Shu had to return and continue to act as a human pillow. He was not good at taking care of children. Every week when he came to Wen Yin's house for dinner, he would use toys to tease the little one. Tonight was the first time he coaxed her to sleep. Qin Shu thought it was fun at first, but it was no longer fun when she cried too much. He gently patted the little girl's back. Seeing that she stopped crying, he slowly relaxed and closed his eyes to rest. After Qin Yi visited the delivery room, he returned to the room on the second floor. Those people's eyes were all Wen Yin, and they probably couldn't take care of the 2 children for the time being. Chapter 238 Extra 13, She is the most important. Wen Yin was awakened by a baby crying. She opened her eyes irritably and saw Lu Li standing by the bed, holding a crying baby in her arms. Seeing her wake up, Lu Li was stunned for a moment, and her eyes slowly turned red. Yin, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to wake you up. It's just that this guy keeps crying. They had already fed the little guy milk powder and changed his diapers. But he didn't know why he suddenly kept crying. They took turns holding him and coaxing him. But it still didn't work. In the end, they could only bring him to the room for Wen Yin to comfort him. Wen Yin was very tired at this time, but she still forced herself to be energetic and waved to Lu Li. Give it to me. Don't get up. He has already drunk milk, and he probably just wants to stay with you. As Lu Li spoke, she slowly put the little guy next to Wen Yin. The magical thing was that the little guy stopped crying as soon as he touched her. Wen Yin raised her hand and touched the little guy, then turned her eyes to Lu Li. I'm hungry. Is there anything to eat? Yes. Lu Li was about to go downstairs to urge Wen Xiyu, but saw him walk in with a plate. Awake? Wen Xiyu smiled, put the plate on the cabinet beside him, and asked with concern, How do you feel? Are you feeling uncomfortable anywhere? Wen Yin held his hand and pouted aggrievedly. It hurts there, and my stomach is uncomfortable too. Can you stay here with me? Don't leave. Wen Xiyu nodded, his eyes full of pity. I feed you some porridge first. He picked up the warm porridge and blew it. He tasted it himself first to make sure it was not hot, then scooped another spoonful and handed it to Wen Yin's mouth. After feeding her the porridge, he fed her the cut fresh fruit little by little. It was already 5 o'clock in the morning when he finished feeding her. He turned his head and looked at the people guarding the room, asking them to go back and rest, and come back tomorrow to replace them. Dr. Jiang could also go home first. Lu Li and Zhou Yuchu did not leave. They each built a single bed next to the bed so that they could take care of the child and the mother at any time. The last time when Yin gave birth, the 4 of them lived like this for a month. The lights in the room went out. They just felt sleepy when they heard the baby crying. Wen Xiyu raised his hand to cover Wen Yin's eyes and turned on the bedside lamp. Lu Li had already stood up to check. He picked up the little guy and sniffed him. He retched and carried him to another small bed to change the diaper. After cleaning up, he went to wash his hands and put the little guy back next to Wen Yin. The 4 of them didn't sleep well, especially Wen Yin, who had severe abdominal pain. Drinking anti-inflammatory drugs only relieved it a little. She nestled in Wensiu's arms, tears falling down. Wensiu looked at her in the dark. The pain in his eyes almost turned into substance. He patted the woman's thin back soothingly, bent down and kissed her forehead. "I'm sorry. There won't be a next time." Wenyan hummed softly, and her tears fell even harder. Luli and Zhou Yuchu also heard her weak cry. They sat up from the bed, wanting to get closer, but didn't know how to comfort her. At this time, she seemed to only need Wensiu. Only Wensiu could comfort her. The baby felt the mother's depression and cried. Luli walked over and picked him up. After coaxing him for a long time, it didn't work. Zhou Yuchu took it and tried, but it didn't work either. In the end, he could only pass it to Wenyan. Wenyan slowly calmed down, fed the little guy, and fell asleep with Wensiu company. Wensiu didn't feel sleepy at all. He turned sideways, opened his phone, and sent a few messages in the family group. The next day at noon, Lin Zixia and his friends knocked on the door and came in with plates in their hands. They made confinement meals according to Wensiu's recipe, but they didn't know if it would suit Wenyan's appetite. Wenyan had already washed up at this time. Seeing them coming, she smiled. She was in a much better state than last night, and there was color in her eyes. She felt very lucky that so many people liked her. And the luckiest thing was that Wensiu was always by her side. She gave birth to her children twice, and Wensiu delivered them personally, with the doctor guiding her. He had seen her most embarrassed and embarrassing moments, but there was no disdain in his eyes, and his eyes were still full of love when he looked at her. Wenyan sometimes thought that he seemed to have never been able to repay his kindness to her in this life. If there was a next life, she would only like him and treat him wholeheartedly. After a period of careful care, Wenyan's body recovered very well. Now when you look at her again, you will find that her figure has changed significantly compared to the past. Not only is her complexion ruddy, but she has also added a bit of plumpness. This made her look healthier and more charming, like a beautiful flower in full bloom, exuding an intoxicating charm. On the day of her confinement, Luli made hot pot to celebrate. Several men sat around the table, looking at Wenyan with some hot eyes. In their eyes, Wenyan was more beautiful than before, with a charming young woman's charm. Wenyan was only concerned with eating, and completely ignored them. She had been eating too bland food recently, and she just wanted to eat something spicy. Other people take a month to rest after childbirth, but when Sayufei asked her to rest for 2 months, he even stopped going to the company and stayed at home with her every day. The other people did the same, moving their work back home, occasionally answering work calls and holding online meetings. Luli handed a tissue to Wenyan and said with a smile, "Eat slowly. No one is going to snatch it from you." Wenyan took it and wiped the corners of her mouth. Seeing that they didn't eat, they just stared at her. Her cheeks flushed slightly. "Why don't you eat? It tastes very good." Wensiu pursed her lips and smiled, picked up the beef and put it in her bowl. "Eat more. Don't worry about them." Wenyan lowered her head and took a bite of the meat, with a hint of satisfaction in her eyes. Thinking of something, she asked, "Where are the children?" Zhou Yuchu replied, "They went to their uncle's place." Xiuguai is very attached to his uncle now. Wensiu was stunned when he heard this. He only cared about Wenyan during this period and forgot about his daughter, although he would occasionally accompany her. Wensiu was more often in Wenyan's room or in the kitchen. Luli glanced at Wensiu's expression and teased, "Tell me, who is more important, the daughter or Wenyan?" Wensiu didn't think about it and blurted out, "Of course it's Wenyan." Luli snorted, with a smile on his lips. "I thought you would say both are important." Wensiu looked at him sideways and raised his eyebrows. "What about you? Do you think the son is more important or Wenyan is more important?" "Of course it's Wenyan." Luli changed his expression to a serious one. "I didn't even want that child. How can he compare to Wenyan?" Hearing this, Wenyan frowned. "What do you mean? I gave birth to it with great effort. And you still don't want it?" Luli realized that he had said the wrong thing and quickly admitted his mistake. "That's not what I meant. You gave birth to it for me. Of course I want it. I just think he made you suffer." Wenyan snorted and corrected him. "It's not him. It's you. The arrival of the child is because of him. It's me. I'm sorry." Luli was afraid of making Wenyan unhappy, so he held her other hand, and his fox eyes were slightly raised with a flattering smile. "Don't be angry, wife. I will take good care of our children. And you? You are the most important. Wen Yan's expression softened a little, and he squeezed his hand. Okay. Eat your meal quickly. After lunch, Xiaochun and Qin Shu sent the 3 children back. The 2 of them often helped take care of the children during this period. Xiaochun took a long vacation, and Qin Shu worked at home. Neither of them left home much in the past 2 months. Qin Yi would occasionally come to help, but he also had a fiancée to take care of, so he didn't come often. Tu Ling gave birth to a daughter last month and went to a confinement center in the city. Lin Fei was there with her all the time. On the day Tu Ling gave birth, they all went to the hospital to visit her and gave her gifts. Wen Yan played with the 2 children in the playground on the first floor for a while, and then took them upstairs for a nap. The 2-month-old baby was left to Lu Li to take care of. In the bedroom, Xiaoguai rolled around on the bed, his big eyes rolling. Not sleepy at all. Rohan, however, lay obediently, hugged Wen Yan's arm, and looked at her lovingly. Mom, can you tell me a story? Wen Yan touched his head and smiled and said yes. Halfway through the story, the noisy Xiaoguai also lay down and leaned against Wen Yan's arms. Noticing that they fell asleep, Wen Yan didn't say anything and accompanied them to sleep for a while. When she woke up again, she found herself in another bedroom, her body held in someone's arms. Are you awake? Wen Xiyu looked down at her, his eyes carrying a familiar sense of aggression. The 2 bodies were very close, and Wen Yan clearly felt the heat. After being alone for several months, she naturally wanted it, but she was worried about her body. Wen Xiyu saw what she was thinking and whispered in her ear. It's okay. I've seen her. She recovering very well. Wen Yan's ears turned red immediately, and she buried her head in the man's chest, saying in a muffled voice, You're not a doctor. How do you know? Wen Xiyu stroked her hair gently. His voice was gentle. Why not? I'm your exclusive doctor. Wen Yan hugged him tightly and leaned against him lovingly. After all, he was not Lu Xiaohui, with his beloved woman in his arms. How could he resist? Perhaps because of his supernatural powers. Even after he was over 30, he was in good health and his physical strength had not decreased at all. But considering Wen Yan's body, he still restrained his impulse and moved as gently as possible. He liked to see her blurred eyes, like a rose with dew in the morning, exuding a fatal temptation. Chapter 239 Extra 14 Date. After Wen Yan recovered, she started working at home. Her studio was previously handed over to Lu Li, and it was running well. The income doubled compared to before, and 4 new designers were hired. Wen Yan was handing over work to him these days, and the 2 spent most of their time in the study. Mr. Wen, do you want to take a break? Lu Li handed over a cup of tea with a suitable temperature. Wen Yan took it and took a sip, then put it on the table. She glanced at Lu Li from the corner of her eye, and saw that he had unbuttoned a few buttons on his black shirt, revealing the silver necklace inside and his fair and attractive collarbone. Under natural light, the silver necklace seemed to be coated with a layer of soft light, and when it was gently shaken, it made his skin look whiter. This necklace was a gift from Wen Yan for his 25th birthday. He always wore it and almost never took it off. Wen Yan narrowed her eyes, put down the documents in her hand, and looked at him. Are you seducing me? Lu Li chuckled, her eyebrows curved, her chest trembling slightly. He supported the table with one hand and looked at her straight. You finally found out. I thought you were a wooden man who didn't understand romance. Wen Yan slid the office chair back, crossed her legs, and looked at him. He dressed very carefully today. His hair was divided into 3/7 parts in front of his forehead, which made him look younger. He wore silver earrings on his earlobes, and he had a bit of a handsome temperament when he smiled. Wen Yan was confused. She hooked her finger at him, signaling him to come closer. He bent down and came closer, kissed her lips lightly, and then quickly withdrew. Okay, Mr. Wen. Continue working. I won't disturb you. As Lu Li said this, he was about to leave, but the next moment, his arm was grabbed by someone. He smiled at the corner of his lips, turned around slowly, and lured her into falling step by step. It was quite interesting in the study room, facing the French window. His adrenaline surged, and he felt the excitement of being discovered in an affair. He liked to try new things with her, try different places and different postures, and grow old together slowly. And there would be no regrets in this life. When the love was deep, he gently bit her white and tender skin and whispered love words in her ear. although he was not as considerate as Wenxiu, and he did not accompany her as long as he did. His love for her was no less than Wenxiu. The panting sound slowly calmed down, and Lu Li lowered his head to kiss her lips, rolling and rubbing, but still felt it was not enough, until the knock on the door broke the beautiful spring scenery. Lu Li, it's almost done. Lunch is ready. Zhou Yuqiu's voice came, with a hint of dissatisfaction. These days, Lu Li has been pestering Wen Yin with work as an excuse, and his child was fully handed over to Lin Zixiu, saying that he would let the child recognize him as the father in the future. Lin Zixiu was too busy to handle it, but he was just happy. He has no sense of responsibility as a father. Lu Li looked at his watch. It was time for lunch. He picked up Wen Yin and went to the bathroom. After cleaning up, he took her hand and went out. Wenxiu went to the company today. Ji Yi and Su He also went to work. There were only 4 of them, and 3 children at home. Xiaoguai and Ruhan could eat by themselves. At this moment, they are sitting in their respective baby chairs, with nutritious and healthy food on their plates. Lu Yang was held in Lin Zixiu's arms, and was drinking milk from the bottle. Lin Zixiu was used to taking care of Lu Yang. Although they were not his own children, he treated Wen Yin children as his own. Wen Yin sat down at the dining table and asked Lu Li, "Why don't you take care of your own son and let Zixiu take care of him?" Zhou Yuqiu handed her a pair of chopsticks and said first. She gave her son to Lin Zixiu, saying that he would let his son recognize him as his father in the future. Lu Li smiled disapprovingly, and when he saw Wen Yin questioning eyes, he explained, "We all treat your child as our own, and we treat each other as one. Right, Lin Zixiu?" Lin Zixiu rolled his eyes at him. "You only know how to shirk responsibility. If you treat your son as your own, you have to pay for it. You can't just leave it to us to take care of it." Lu Li and Lin Zixiu took care of the baby in the baby room together last night. Lu Li slept so soundly that his son cried for a long time without any response. Lin Zixiu was also convinced. Lu Li's eyes flashed with guilt, and he cleared his throat. "I'm too tired from work recently. Aren't I? Thank you for taking care of him for a few more days." Zhou Yuqiu smiled and said mockingly, "Are you sure you're busy with work?" Wen Yin heard the implication of several people and cast a glance at Lu Li. "The work has been handed over. You should take care of the child more in the future. He is your own child, so you have to spend some time." Lu Li actually doesn't like to take care of children. Xiaoguai and Ruhan are enough. He was crazy at the time and asked for a child. It happened that he won the prize by accident, and it was a boy. He really wanted to give the child to Lin Zixiu, but Wen Yin probably wouldn't be happy. Lu Li said yes, picked up the chopsticks to pick up food for Wen Yin. "Don't worry. I'm not that unreliable. My mind is on you and the child." Wen Yin smiled at him and shook her head gently. His mind was obviously not on the child. Nian, do you want to go out shopping and watch a movie?" "Yes." Wen Yin looked at Zhou Yuqiu, with hesitation in her eyes. "But if we take the child out, won't it be too eye-catching?" Zhou Yuqiu smiled. "Let's go out alone, and let them look after the child at home." Lu Li was immediately unhappy. "Why? I want to go too," Zhou Yuqiu said lightly. "You have been pestering her these days, and we didn't say anything. Today I want to date her alone. You'd better not disturb me." Wen Yin is no stranger to this kind of jealous drama. She tries to be fair. "Lu Li has been with me these days mainly for business, but not anymore." Wen Yin held Zhou Yuqiu's hand and smiled softly. "Let's go shopping later." Zhou Yuqiu's lips curled up, and a smile appeared in his eyes. He used to be a non-competitive person, but now he has learned to seek benefits for himself. He wants to have what others have. Wen Yin looked at Lin Zixiu again. "I accompany you tomorrow." Lin Zixiu's disappointment was soothed in an instant, and he smiled and replied, "Okay." Lu Li tugged at Wen Yin's sleeve, pretending to be wrong. "What about me?" Wen Yin deliberately teased him. "Just stay at home and take care of the children. Don't think about going out." Lu Li was really wrong this time. Poking the rice sullenly, Wen Yin put a piece of ribs in his bowl, and he raised his head and whispered, "It's okay for me not to go out, but you have to make time to accompany me." Wen Yin couldn't help laughing. "I was just teasing you just now. Did you take it seriously?" Lu Li held her hand, his eyes serious. "I take everything you say seriously." Zhou Yuqiu glanced at the two of them, and felt that Lu Li was really amazing. He could show weakness and pretend to be pitiful, and he could also tease people. He had learned half of it, but he was still not as good as him in this regard, so he could only find another way. After lunch, Wen Yin changed his clothes and went out with Zhou Yuchu. The two went to the busiest street in Lekeng. At Wen Yin's request, Zhou Yuchu put on sunglasses and a black cap. The two held hands and walked along the way. Zhou Yuchu took many photos for Wen Yin with his mobile phone. She was wearing a new dress today, a light yellow knee-length dress. The style was simple and elegant, but it made her look particularly beautiful. Zhou Yuchu sent the photos to the family group, and almost instantly, someone responded in the group. Wen Xiyu, going out shopping? Zhou Yuchu, yes. Luli, your photography skills are good. Did you learn it secretly? Zhou Yuchu, yes. I learned it for a few months. Lin Zixiao, it's very beautiful. Qi Yi, it's super beautiful. I want to use it as a wallpaper. Su He, it's so beautiful. I like it so much. Su He, there is a new zombie movie coming out recently. Are you going to watch it? Zhou Yuchu looked at the message screen, replied briefly, and put away the phone. Movies. Of course you have to watch them. Chapter 240 Extra 15 Get the Marriage Certificate, ending. Wen Yin hadn't been to the snack street for a long time, and everything she saw was new to her. She wanted to drink milk tea and try all kinds of street snacks. But she couldn't eat that much, so she had to let Zhou Yuchu share. Zhou Yuchu had originally thought of taking her to eat Western food in the evening, but now she was already full, with a box of steamed buns, fried yogurt, and pancakes in her hands. It would be a waste if it was thrown away. So Zhou Yuchu simply called his assistant and asked her to send the things to the president's office of Wen's group. The assistant showed a look of being hit, took the things and set off. After Wen Xiyu finished the meeting, he saw a pile of street snacks on his desk. The assistant said, it was sent by President Zhou. Wen Xiyu walked over and opened the food box. He could tell at a glance that it was what Wen Yin had left. The corners of his lips curved. He pulled out a chair and sat down, and ate slowly. The phone vibrated. He unlocked the screen. It was a message from Zhou Yuchu. Did you receive the things? Along with the message, there were also a few photos of Wen Yin eating. She smiled with curved eyebrows and gentle eyes. Wen Xiyu saved the photos and replied, received. Don't be so kind next time. Zhou Yuchu, I can't eat it anymore, but I'm afraid of wasting it. Wen Xiyu, Zhou Yuchu, you eat slowly. We are going to watch a movie. Wen Xiyu, yeah. In the cinema, a private theater was playing a zombie movie. There were only a man and a woman sitting in it. The woman was hugged by the man and kissed deeply. The two watched only the beginning and the end of the 2-hour movie. After leaving the theater, the two took the elevator to the hotel on the top floor and booked a luxury suite. Pushing open the door of the room, the hot kiss fell like raindrops again. Zhou Yuchu picked up the woman in his arms and kissed her all the way to the bathroom. The clothes were taken off, and the mist spread in front of his eyes. The spring scenery was particularly attractive. The two have always been in sync in bed. Wen Yin's initial shyness and later initiative made him love her. The ambiguity in the bathroom lasted for a long time. Wen Yin fell asleep in the bedroom. Zhou Yuchu turned off the lamp and took the phone from the table. It was his turn to accompany Wen Yin tonight. They stayed in the hotel, so it was nothing. After sending the report message, he set his phone to silent mode, then threw it aside and fell asleep with Wen Xiangruanyu in his arms. In the villa, the men waiting for Wen Yin to come home in the living room stared at the latest news in the group, and their expressions were a little lost. Wen Yin had never stayed overnight with them, except for a few business trips. She would go home every night. They were a little uncomfortable, and at the same time felt that Wen Yin seemed to have a little preference for Zhou Yuchu. Wen Xiyu stood up and said to the others, let's all go back to sleep. Luli looked at him depressedly. Don't you think Zhou Yuchu is too much? He actually took her out to spend the night. Lin Zixiao habitually defended Zhou Yuchu. It was his turn to accompany Wen Yin tonight, so it's okay to stay out. Luli thought of something and raised his eyebrows. Then I will stay in a hotel with her tomorrow. Qi Yi said. I want to. Too. Wen Xiu's eyebrows sank. No. This will expose our relationship sooner or later. You want to pursue excitement. But have you thought about the consequences of excitement? After listening to him, the others slowly came to their senses. Yes, their relationship is despised by the world. So how can they be openly exposed in front of others? Although they really want to fall in love openly, and hold hands and hug outside, Doing so is likely to cause unnecessary criticism. They don't care about rumors. But Wen Yin does. There are also 3 children, and they can't let them live in the strange eyes of others. At this moment, a baby cried from upstairs. Lin Zishu subconsciously wanted to get up. But when he saw that Lu Li did not respond, he stopped and patted his arm. "Your son is crying. Go and check," Lu Li said, and slowly stood up. Wen Xiyu went upstairs with him. First went to see Lu Yang, and then went to another baby room. Xiaoguai and Ruhan are 2 years and 2 months old, and they will go to kindergarten in a while. He used his connections to get birth certificates and household registrations for the 2 children. Zhou Yuchu was written in the father column, and Wen Yin was written in the mother column. He and Wen Yin are still in the same household registration book, and Wen Yin is still his nominal sister. For some reason, he does not want Wen Yin to change her name or move out of the household registration. But this also means that he cannot be the legal guardian of the children, and he is not qualified to attend the parent-teacher meeting. Wen Xiyu was hesitant. He wanted to pick up the children from school openly, and wanted to hold hands and hug Wen Yin outside. Maybe he should let Wen Yin change her surname and get a marriage certificate with him. After thinking it through, Wen Xiyu started to do it the next day. He had accumulated a lot of connections and relationships over the years. The surname change was completed in one morning, and the birth certificates and household registrations of the 2 children were also changed. Before this, he sent a message to ask Wen Yin opinion, and Wen Yin only replied, "You decide." After everything was done, Wen Xiyu sent a message in the family group, "I plan to get a marriage certificate with Wen Yin. She has changed her name to my mother's surname, Sun Yin. I will be responsible for the children's parent-teacher meetings and school affairs in the future." The group was silent for a long time, and Lu Li sent a message, "They are going to kindergarten, and they should have a nominal father. But Rehan doesn't seem to call you dad." Wen Xiyu, "Don't worry. He will call you." Zhou Yuchu, "Can I attend the parent-teacher meeting occasionally? I want to participate too." Wen Xiyu, "Sure." Lu Li is not interested in the children's study and education at all. It would be best if these 2 people were fully responsible, so that he would have more time to accompany Wen Yin. As for the marriage certificate, they were actually prepared for it. If the children want to go to school, they must have legal parents, and Wen Xiyu will be the most competent father. 2 days later, Wen Xiyu took Wen Yin to get the marriage certificate. Of course, the name on the certificate was Sun Yin. They held a small party at home to celebrate in the evening. Everyone in the team was there, including Jiang Xinyue. She heard that the 2 had obtained the marriage certificate and rushed over. The 3 women went to the room upstairs to chat and left the child to a group of men to take care of. "Yin Yin, how did you maintain yourself so well? You don't look like you have given birth to a child at all. You too. You are still so beautiful. Ling, you seem to be more feminine than before." "It's okay. You are the most feminine." After praising each other, Jiang Xinyue took the arms of the 2 women with both hands and smiled. Yin Yin is still the happiest, gathering all kinds of handsome guys. Wen Yin ate snacks and responded vaguely, "It's okay. It's actually quite tiring." Jiang Xinyue and Tu Ling looked at her together, smiling meaningfully. Jiang Xinyue couldn't help asking, "Tell us the truth. Who has the best skills?" Jiang Xinyue asked this question a long time ago. Wen Yin had an answer in his heart at that time, but it's hard to say now. "Oh, just tell me." Jiang Xinyue shook Wen Yin's arm, pleading in her eyes, "If you don't tell me, I will always be curious." Wen Yin looked at her helplessly and said softly, "It started with Wen Xiyu, and then the 3 of them were somewhat equal. Is that all? What about the details?" Jiang Xinyue leaned on Wen Yin's arms and acted coquettishly. "Details? Sister, I want to hear the details." Wen Yin rubbed her forehead painfully and roughly told some details. Jiang Xinyue and Tu Ling listened with sparkling eyes and kept asking for details. Downstairs, the 3 people with superpowers had red ears. Wen Yin actually shared such a private matter with others? They felt shame for the first time. The other 3 who didn't know were drinking and chatting, and occasionally looked at the child. That night, Wen Yin and 2 good sisters lived in a room. They chatted all night and fell asleep at dawn. The scope of the conversation was so extensive that the 3 men, who had not intentionally eavesdropped, blushed and tossed and turned. Chapter 241 Extra 16. 3 years have passed in a flash. Zhou Mian and Wen Ruhan have grown up a lot, and Lu Yang has also started kindergarten. Zhou Mayan did not change her name, but still used her father's surname. Although in her heart, Wen Xiyu was the father closest to her. Her mother said that she had two fathers. Zhou Mayan seemed to understand. But a big question mark appeared in her little head. There are quite a lot of elders in the family. Except for the two fathers. She calls the other elders uncles. They are all very kind to her, and like to buy her gifts. Zhou Mayan is lively and sweet. When she returns home, she always greets the elders one by one, and then asks her father to play games with her. Sometimes when Wen Xiyu is busy, the other father comes to accompany her. In short, she has no shortage of playmates. When Ruhan is quiet and not clingy, she either stacks blocks alone or reads storybooks. Lu Yang is different. She has been making trouble since she could speak. She either plays with fire secretly or dismantles things at home. Later, he was beaten by his father several times before he restrained himself. Zhou Mayan has been learning street dance recently. She used to learn ballet, but later she didn't like it, so she switched to street dance. She felt that she had learned well and decided to show it to her elders. When the music sounded, Zhou Mayan suddenly waved to Wen Xiyu. "Dad, come here. Let's dance together." Wen Xiyu often went to the dance class to pick her up and drop her off. He was very familiar with her dance. He nodded, took off his suit jacket, and stood next to his daughter. The two of them posed in the same posture, swaying their waists to the rhythm of the music. Full of rhythm. When Yin sat on the sofa, cheering and applauding excitedly. "Wow, baby is great." Zhou Yuchu looked at the dancing little guy and couldn't help but smile. His daughter was so cute. Ji thought the two danced really well. He took out his phone to shoot a video and cheered. "Xiaowai dances so well." Lu Li, Lin Zixia, and Su He were preparing dinner in the kitchen. But they also heard the music. Lu Li took a look and shook his head with a smile. Wen Xiyu is getting younger and younger. He can dance street dance with his daughter. Lu Yang and Wen Ruhan were playing with building blocks. Now they cast their eyes on the two with curiosity in their eyes. Zhou Mayan was halfway through the dance and came over to pull Wen Yan up. "Mom, let's do it together." Wen Yan didn't know how to dance this kind of dance. She just swayed to the beat. The three of them laughed and laughed. When the music ended, they still felt unsatisfied. Zhou Mayan wanted to do it again. Wen Yan pressed the music play button and pulled the two people sitting on the sofa up to learn to dance with her daughter. After Lu Li and the others finished the meal, the chaos in the living room came to an end. The family finished their meal in a lively manner and drank tea and chatted in the living room. Their lives didn't seem to have changed much, except that the children were getting older and needed more attention. Especially Wen Xiyu and Zhou Yuchu, who were fully responsible for the children's extracurricular tutoring in the past 3 years, teaching them to read and learn arithmetic, and taking them to various extracurricular classes. In another half a year, when the two twins go to elementary school, they will have to help with their homework. Wen Yin felt a headache just thinking about it. Fortunately, she didn't have to take responsibility for these things. She only needed to play with them occasionally. She didn't really care about the things at home. With Wen Xiyu around, she was happy to be a hands-off boss. After several years of companionship, the bond between them became deeper and deeper, and each other was indispensable. Life was peaceful and beautiful. Wen Yin sometimes thought of the years of escape, their encounter and acquaintance, and felt the wonder of fate in her heart. In the evening, it was Lu Li's turn to tell the children a bedtime story. He took a book from the bookshelf at random, sat on the chair next to the children's bed, and read the words on it without any emotion. Zhou Mayan frowned in dissatisfaction. "Uncle Lu, can you read the story carefully? You always do it perfunctorily like this." Lu Li leaned back in his chair, lazily. "It's not that I don't read it carefully. It's just that this story is too boring." When Ruhan looked at him sideways. "Then can you tell an interesting one?" Lu Yang pinched the stuffed toy in his hand and urged. "Dad, tell a story." Lu Li thought about it and put down the storybook in his hand. "Do you want to know how Dad and Mom met?" The three little guys nodded, their eyes sparkling. They liked listening to stories the most. Lu Li cleared his throat and told the story of the past. For the sake of the children's physical and mental health, he deliberately omitted the bad things he had done. Across the wall, Zhou Yuchu and Wen Xiyu listened to his story and rolled their eyes silently. Lu Li really had the nerve to deceive the children. What do you say that the two fell in love at first sight? It's so funny. He clearly had someone else in his heart at the time. And later he was half dead because of the breakup. If Wen Xiu hadn't been too cautious and Zhou Yuchu was too docile, he wouldn't have had any problems. But later on, they still became a family. I can only say that it was fate. Wen Yan was with Su He tonight. The two were leaning on the bed watching a thriller. Wen Yan hugged Su He tightly and shrank into his arms when she saw the horror scenes. The soft touch made Su He's body tense. He was a little dry in the mouth. Just as he was about to get up to drink a glass of water, he was pulled back by Wen Yan. There is a defense base built by the government in Beicheng, which is the last hope for everyone. Lu Wen and Wen Yan pouted unhappily, and their expressions were obviously unhappy. Seeing this, Su He had to lie back and hug her again. But he didn't want to watch the movie. He lowered his head and kissed her, and extended the foreplay skillfully. Once you get involved in this kind of thing, you will get addicted to it, and it will be difficult to quit. Su He was not very good at foreplay before, but later he deliberately learned it online for a while. After practice, he explored the most suitable way for each other. When the love was strong, he would occasionally call her sister. He was a few months younger than her, so this name was a bit more interesting. Thinking that tomorrow was the weekend, and Wen Yan didn't have to go to the company, Su He pestered her again and again, and didn't fall asleep until the late night. The next morning, Wen Yan came to the living room downstairs. The two little guys had already gone to extracurricular classes, while Lu Yan was playing puzzles on the carpet. After Wen Yan had breakfast, she played with Lu Yan for a while, and was taken to the room upstairs by Lu Li. They said they were talking about work, but they were actually making out in the study. Lu Li was still the best at competing. Whenever he had time, he would seek benefits for himself. As for his son, it was the same if he left him to others to take care of. Wen Yan couldn't do anything about him, so he could only try to compensate others and treat them equally.